The ocean ahead seemed peaceful and tranquil, but it glowed with a devastating redness under the sunlight. The redness rose into a crimson pillar of smoke visible for hundreds of kilometers. This was precisely the location of the undersea base marked by the reconnaissance troops who had arrived earlier. The base lay directly beneath the smoke. At this moment, the fastest warships had already reached the pillar. They dropped numerous bombs into the ocean, which did not explode until they reached a depth of almost 500 meters. The explosions were so powerful that they sent towering waves surging to the surface, as if the entire ocean were boiling. According to intelligence, Dongfang Wang's undersea base was built on undersea mountains more than 2,000 meters below sea level. Naturally, these bombs could not damage the base. However, they triggered massive undercurrents that disrupted the teleportation arrays and prevented the starships from launching directly into space. Dongfang Wang's last escape route was now blocked. 100 warships, carrying nearly 100,000 elite soldiers, flew to the top of the bloody pillar of smoke. A brutal hunt was about to begin. Inside the undersea base, Dongfang Wang seemed to realize he had nowhere left to run. Even if he managed to escape to space, he would find no refuge in the vast Imperium. As the former prime minister and leader of the Dongfang family, surrendering to be tied up, tried, and executed like a pig was out of the question. Resisting in despair and fighting to the bitter end was his only option. Boom! 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 100 serial explosions echoed suddenly from the bottom of the ocean. Then, water pillars as thick as dragons rose abruptly to an altitude of 100 meters. From these water pillars, thousands of flying swords and 10 times more grenades were shot at the warships with overwhelming force. Ripples in various colors spread out on the spiritual shields of the warships under the barrage. Many of the spiritual shields were pierced, and the power units and anti-gravity units were badly damaged. Hideous smoke erupted from the starships one after another. However, more warships had already locked onto the source of the assault and counterattacked with their cannons. The vast ocean was immediately riddled with holes. Billions of tons of seawater were vaporized instantly into a storm of stinking blood. After a prolonged mutual bombardment, the two parties gradually slowed down. Then, tremendous crystal suits and colossi leaped off the warships into the ocean. Both the crystal suits and the colossi were the best anti-pressure models, equipped with fin kits for underwater battles. Even under the pressure of water thousands of meters deep, they could still operate at least 60% of their combat ability. In a moment, the previously murky water turned translucent under the illumination of the crystal suits and colossi, almost like a colorful crystal emitting a strange, eerie beauty. Let's go now. If we can successfully rescue His Majesty, it will be a major accomplishment. Li Yao grinned and said to Li Jialing half-jokingly. Then, he rose and warmed up his limbs before sprinting and leaping from the front of the warship. While he was still midair, his crystal suit was already glowing, outlining a cluster of glamorous wings, as if an enormous golden-winged bird were flying out of his body and enshrouding him. His colossus gold vulture showed up again. Boom! The gold vulture dived deep into the ocean and swooped to the dark, deep bottom. The battle in the deep ocean was entirely different from those on the ground or in space. The ocean water was a natural barrier that would significantly disrupt and slow down the transmission of spiritual waves. Even weapons like flying swords and bullets would be terribly decelerated in the water. Needless to say, the senses of human beings would be mostly blocked once they entered the deep ocean. The most terrifying aspect was the pressure in the ocean. At the bottom of thousands of meters deep ocean, the seawater's pressure was enough to press a crystal tank weighing dozens of tons into a flawless iron ball by brute force. There would not even be a hole a needle could pierce in the ball. The battle in such an environment was extremely treacherous, even for the experts in the Divinity transformation stage, who were protected by super anti-pressure crystal suits and colossi. The reason was simple: the experts in the Divinity transformation stage could not stay in that state every second and minute. It would be quite impressive if they could unleash the power of the Divinity transformation stage a couple of times during a fierce battle. Most of the time, they would only keep themselves in the nascent soul stage or the core formation stage to lower the consumption on life and soul. The turrets of the latest warship cannons of the Imperium of true human beings had a longevity of about 3 minutes, which meant the sum of all moments when the cannons were fired. The same logic applies to the experts in the Divinity transformation stage. No turrets can fire continuously for dozens of minutes, and no experts in the Divinity transformation stage can remain in that stage for such a duration by burning their lives incessantly. The pressure of the seawater, however, is unrelenting and constant. Unless one has retreated to an undersea base, it is impossible to relax for a single moment. From this perspective, Dongfang Wang, with an undersea base as a shield, is in a much more advantageous position than the attackers. When Li Yao dived to 500 meters deep, the entire undersea world was already in chaos. Chaotic currents, turbulence, and dazzling electric arcs triggered by invisible barriers were everywhere. Flames were squeezed into bizarre shapes by the water, and their dim fluorescence consumed the lives of countless people. Beep! 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 The mainframe crystal processor of the Gold Vulture sounded alarms non-stop. The entire undersea mountain had been transformed into a forest of flying swords, and 1,000 of them darted silently at Li Yao's face, carried by the undercurrents. While dodging the attacks with ease, Li Yao amplified his telepathic thoughts to the maximum and observed the layout of the undersea base. At this moment, the elite warriors of both sides had already clashed. Dozens of colossi and tens of thousands of crystal suits created the wildest tides at the ocean's bottom. One side was determined to capture Dongfang Wang, while the other side resisted fiercely, having no choice but to stand their ground. The battle entered its most intense phase from the moment it began. Li Jialing. Locking onto a position, Li Yao called the golden-haired lion via the point-to-point private channel. "This way, follow me." Evading the last flying sword as agilely as a shark, the gold vulture moved to the dark bottom of the ocean. Following Li Yao, Li Jialing found it strange. This doesn't seem to be the direction to the main battlefield. The undersea base is that way. Of course I know this isn't the direction to the main battlefield. That's why we are heading this way. Li Yao replied matter-of-factly. Hurry and switch your crystal suit to stealth mode. Turn off all the units except for the anti-pressure ones, in case other people discover us. While talking, Li Yao turned off the light around the gold vulture first. The colossus now looked like a piece of rusted bronze. "What are you doing?" Li Jialing was astonished. "Aren't we supposed to rescue His Majesty?" "That was just a joke. There are countless loyal and devoted patriots in the Imperium of true human beings. It's inappropriate for us to do everything in person, right?" Li Yao said matter-of-factly again. "Young man, you must keep a low profile and never show off easily." Li Jialing. But you've been showing off in every battle in the past, Brother Yao. Here, allow Brother Yao to teach you a life lesson about when you can show off and when you can't, Li Yao said solemnly. "Before, when I showed off in the battles, I had run careful evaluations in advance and foreseen that the difficulty of the battles was not high, and the enemies were not determined to resist but likely to collapse at the first sign of failure. If you are engaged in such battles, of course you need to show off, or you won't deserve your hard training, right? There is another scenario. The battles are terribly difficult, if not life-blighting, but you have no option to retreat because all the responsibilities rest on your shoulders. There is no other way except to try your best. In that case, you might as well die a cool death if you have to be killed. But today's battle is different, Dongfang Wang explained. I used to be the Prime Minister of the Imperium, and I certainly have tremendous, extraordinary talents under my command. This place is also the last stronghold I've carefully operated for years, filled with all kinds of traps, barriers, and arrays. This is definitely one of the most dangerous places in the world. The experts deployed here are all my last trusted subordinates, whose lives are completely tied to mine. There is no way for them to surrender. They are the most ferocious rabid dogs, with no plans of escaping alive. They will feel it's worth it if they can kill one enemy. Additionally, the water pressure here is so high that even an expert like myself might have an accident with a moment's carelessness. Is there any reason why we should fight hard against the rabid dogs? Furthermore, the 4 Kurfürst families have all sent Divinity transformation stage experts to apprehend Dongfang Wang. This place is besieged by so many crystal suits and warships. It is impossible for Dongfang Wang to escape. So, it won't matter whether the 2 of us join the battle or not. Thus, we will keep a low profile, hide at the periphery, and clear the small fry who attempt to break out of the siege while cheering for the experts who fight in the front. Li Jialing was dazed for a long time before he said, but the queen said. Please, don't be so rigid, Dongfang Wang urged. Just forget what the queen said, Li Yao said. Just sense the experts of the Divinity transformation stage on the main battlefield carefully. Can't you tell that our Divinity transformation stage experts are all sluggish, as if they haven't woken up yet? They are all planning the same, and none of them is willing to lead the vanguard to fight the enemy. Even the main forces of the 4 families and the reformists are thinking that way. Why do the 2 of us need to work so hard when we only joined the cause halfway? Rendered speechless, Li Jialing followed Li Yao to dive further into the ocean. Li Yao nodded in satisfaction. He was about to teach the boy more life lessons when the gold vulture suddenly received a familiar signal from the depths of the dark, boundless ocean. Chapter 2302, Battle in the Deep Ocean. Bow. 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 For others, the faint pulse signals were mere random waves from undersea turbulence or animals. However, Li Yao could faintly discern a familiar rhythm among them. This rhythm was a communication signal agreed upon by him and the cultivators of the Ancient Sages sector when he returned to the Heaven's Origin sector to resist the Black Wind Fleet. Anticipating that all methods of communication could be interrupted, they had established nearly 20 different means. These signals were one of them. In the Imperium of true human beings, only 2 people knew these signals, Li Yao and Long Yangjun. So, you are hiding here? Li Yao's eyes glowed. As the saying goes, when a tree falls, all the monkeys on it scatter. As Dongfang Wang's regime neared collapse, the association of demon hunters naturally would not cling to their crumbling support. Their loyalty was never to Dongfang Wang himself but to the 4 Kurfürst families. When the cannibal training and the Blood Oath Alliance scandal were revealed and escalated, a series of power struggles erupted within the association of demon hunters. The faction loyal to Dongfang Wang was purged, leaving the organization in chaos and on the brink of collapse. Strangely, Dongfang Mingyue, the president of the Association of Demon Hunters, vanished as mysteriously and unpredictably as she had arrived. Li Yao had searched for Dongfang Mingyue, or Long Yangjun, without success. He assumed the erratic, androgynous individual had long fled. It never occurred to him that she was so loyal to Dongfang Wang that she had remained by his side until now. Pondering for a moment, Li Yao decided to go to Long Yangjun. Long Yangjun was definitely not a good person. She might even be a malicious alien species. However, for some reason, Li Yao still felt she was more trustworthy than the 4 Kurfürst families and Li Linghai. Although the deep ocean, where the pulse signals came from, posed a great threat, the risks would be worth it. Li Jialing, something just came to mind that I need to do. Stay here and play for a while. Li Yao boosted the gold vulture to swim deeper into the ocean. I'll be back soon. Huh? Li Jialing was dumbfounded. Brother Yao, what are you going to do? And what should I do here? I'm going to enjoy the coolness in the deep ocean, Li Yao said. As for you, just observe the battle and find a place where the enemies are fewer and weaker to fight. Then, pretend that your crystal suit is too damaged to continue fighting and return to the surface. Remember, don't run to the center of the battlefield where it's most intense. Dongfang Wang's subordinates are all desperate mad dogs. They can be terrifying. Li Yao's voice echoed as the gold vulture's wings retracted into the shape of fish fins, propelling the colossus into the ocean. 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 5,000 meters. Now in the deep ocean, where there was absolutely no sunlight, the water pressed against the gold vulture from all sides like half-solidified iron, squeezing the colossus's shell and emitting squeaky noises, giving a strong sense of suffocation. The sense of suffocation in this place was even stronger than that of the earthly dragons beneath the ground of the land of sins. After all, the rocks there were solid and would not really fall, although they looked intimidating. However, in this place, after every meter he descended, the pressure of the water would increase a little. Although the gold vulture had adopted shells and anti-pressure kits made of superalloys, it seemed as though it could be kneaded into the size of a fist at any moment. Is this Long Yangjuan's real strength? Li Yao was greatly alarmed. He did not expect Long Yangjun to be capable enough to send her telepathic thoughts accurately to his colossus through such thick water. He was even more curious about what the person was up to. Maximizing his senses, he looked down and could vaguely sense the ocean's bottom. However, at the center of the rugged ocean floor lay a narrow, long trench, which possessed a weak attraction force and continuously absorbed seawater, as if it were a bottomless hole leading to the planet's core. Bow. 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 The pulse signals from the trench were as enticing as the songs of a siren. Frowning, Li Yao dived into the trench in the gold vulture. The faults on both sides of the trench were like vertical precipices. Maximizing the searchlight on the gold vulture, Li Yao could vaguely see countless bones of primeval beasts, as well as enormous artificial buildings and utensils embedded in the faults. Several of the large objects looked like twisted, broken starships. There were also the bones of giants, which reflected a creepy brilliance under the searchlight. Li Yao was initially rather shocked but then realized they were all the debris of the colossi from hundreds of thousands of years ago. It appeared to be a primeval battlefield that had not yet been discovered. Since the Imperial Terminus sector was an intersection of the 3,000 worlds, it was not surprising that the place had once been a primary battlefield during the Primeval War, hundreds of thousands of years ago. It appeared that Long Yangjun had recovered many primeval memories to discover this unvisited ancient battlefield. But what treasures had she unearthed from this site? Li Yao glanced at the control panel. They were already 9,900 meters below sea level. The ocean beneath his feet began to glow. Initially, it was a mere speck of light. But it soon transformed into a dazzling crystal, shooting towards the gold vulture as swiftly as a bolt of lightning, completely bypassing the water's resistance and pressure. Shwa! In that precise moment, the dazzling crystal zipped past the gold vulture, leaving a forceful impact on the colossus' breastplate. Though it might have been a minor damage on land, it could have catastrophic consequences at such a depth, almost 10,000 meters below the sea. Long Yangjun. Li Yao was both shocked and exasperated. His telepathic thoughts surged towards the crystalline light like a powerful undercurrent. Did you bring me here to die alongside you? He. I told you last time that I wanted to try out your gold bird. How can I not keep my word? Long Yangjuan's giggling voice pierced through the water, as solid as iron, to the gold vulture, in waves of telepathic communication. We've been battling since the moment we met. Later, deep within the Nuwa warship, we only reached a cooperation after exposing all our aces, only to find neither of us could defeat the other, didn't we? Now, we have a grander stage and brand new techniques at our disposal. How can we talk about cooperation if we do not challenge and get to know each other better? I do not want to hamstring you or to be hamstrung by you. That is why I have prepared the battlefield where absolutely nobody will disrupt us. I am not playing any tricks this time. It is just a competition of pure strength. Watch closely, I'm coming. Hardly had she finished her sentence when Long Yangjun charged at him again. While she was talking, Li Yao had already seen clearly that the Colossus she was using was not the high-speed scout model Yin Yang that he discovered from the Nuwa warship in the Ancient Sages sector, but a new, more elegant, and more classical model. The Colossus was about 25 meters high, slightly shorter than the Gold Vulture. It did not use any regular superalloy material at all but seemed to be entirely made of transparent crystals that were changing colors all the time. Once someone was captivated by the dazzling light, their soul would be entirely at the mercy of Long Yangjun. Li Yao shuddered, only to discover that Long Yangjun had already reached right in front of him with the bizarre Colossus. It was really fast. He turned his wings into two shields and protected his body in time. But still, due to the clash, he was knocked dozens of meters into the rocks on one side of the cliff. The rocks shattered, the seawater churned, and the mud obscured everything around. His senses were reduced to almost zero. Li Yao roared wildly, and his wings immediately split apart into hundreds of streaks of light. The metal feathers that looked like willow leaves were launched out and formed a protective web around him. He leaped out of the fault and immediately locked onto the diamond-like Colossus. The breastplate of the Gold Vulture opened, and the golden cannon inside struck the target precisely. Boom! The previously colorful Colossus was turned to gold under the attack. But after a moment, the gold color faded, and the Colossus remained completely undamaged. Not only was it undamaged, but the Colossus also underwent strange changes after absorbing the energy of the attack. Its shell flowed like water and reformed into a new fin and tail, resembling a siren in the deep ocean. This is a Colossus I discovered after arriving at the center of the cosmos. Its name is Heavenly Crystal, Long Yangjun chuckled. How about it? It's as good as your Gold Vulture, isn't it? In the next second, the Colossus transformed into a streak of brilliance and charged at Li Yao once more. One blue and the other gold, the two streaks of brilliance engaged in a fierce battle 10,000 meters beneath the ocean, colliding 100 times in just 3 seconds. It had been a long time since Li Yao last gritted his teeth so hard. He finally understood why Li Linghai spoke so highly of Long Yangjun and considered her a significant threat. With her primeval memories awakened and her dual bloodlines of Nuwa and Pangu activated, Long Yangjun was far from the lead eunuch Wang Shi, who was second to sword maniac Yen Liren in the Ancient Sages sector. Every movement she made carried the most ancient and commanding presence, as if a true deity stood before Li Yao. Her damn Colossus was unpredictable and possessed the bizarre ability to absorb the enemy's attacks. It was truly terrifying. Boom! 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 After the 1001st collision, Li Yao was blasted into the fault and pummeled by a storm of fists once again. Cracks appeared all over the Gold Vulture, and the squeaky noises caused by the heavy pressure of the seawater were particularly ear-splitting. It appears that your gold bird is not good enough, Long Yangjun said, appearing right next to Li Yao like a ghost. She was bold enough to crane the head of her Colossus up to the head of the Gold Colossus and whispered, "If this is your best, how are you qualified to cooperate with me and explore the greatest secret of the universe?" At that moment, the killing intent behind Long Yangjun's light-hearted words seemed to have reached its peak. Meanwhile, the sharpest voice also burst out in Li Yao's head. "Go to hell. He is mine." It all happened too fast. The Gold Vulture, which seemed to have been hit brutally all along, suddenly opened its mouth, spitting out a cluster of bloody mist that pierced the face of the Heavenly Crystal like a blade capable of tearing everything apart. The two parties were very close, and the gold vulture's movement was swift. Caught unprepared, the heavenly crystal was hit precisely on the forehead. The materials that the heavenly crystal was made of were not ordinary metals but the cores and skeletons of dozens of kinds of primeval beasts, compressed deep within the Earth's crust and refined by high temperature and pressure for millions of years. These materials were extremely rare, even in the primeval battlefield where the Colossus's debris could be found anywhere. The Bloody Mist's physical form was merely Neltharion, a training model of the Star Ocean Imperium. It was naturally impossible for it to break through. However, just because Neltharion could not penetrate did not mean that the mental devil could not invade. With the creepy laughter growing louder, the mental devil transformed into a raging phantom, trying to crawl into the heavenly crystal through its gaps. No matter how flawless the Colossus seemed, there were bound to be joints and gaps as long as it could move agilely. The mental devil's body suddenly exploded into thousands of bloody threads, probing the weaknesses of the heavenly crystal inch by inch. Long Yongjun finally exclaimed in shock. While she had foreseen that Li Yao had more trump cards, she did not expect them to be so effective. Li Yao roared and cooperated with the mental devil. As Long Yongjun's mind was greatly disrupted by the mental devil, tidal exhaust flames surged from the back of the gold vulture, blowing apart the fault behind him completely. Despite the heavy pressure of the ocean, he unleashed momentum above the speed of sound and crashed into the heavenly crystal brutally. Boom! This time, the heavenly crystal was blown to the other side of the fault by the gold vulture and swallowed by the furious flames. Li Yao's attacks didn't stop as the entire fault collapsed, burying the heavenly crystal within it. Soon, the mental devil and the heavenly crystal emerged from the two sides of the fault. The heavenly crystal was no longer as brilliant and colorful as before. It was now mottled, with narrow, long red lines slithering beneath the crystal shell like tapeworms. The mental devil stood on Neltharion and glared at Long Yongjun. "Do you still want to fight?" Li Yao said coldly. Who? This is more like it. This is what Vulture Li Yao should do. Long Yongjun panted hard but chuckled in a low voice. So, this is your secret weapon. I think I've seen it somewhere before. Right, this little guy was there when we dealt with the extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian in the Star Glory Federation. How cute. Is it your second soul? I didn't expect you to have trained your second soul to such a terrifying level. Aside from lacking a physical form, its combat ability rivals that of any regular expert in the divinity transformation stage, and its strangeness is significantly greater. What is it exactly? Some kind of underdeveloped version of the divinity branching stage? No wonder you've been playing weak all along. You intended to trick me with your second soul. That's indeed in line with your style. Thankfully, I knew you were sordid and shameless from the beginning, or I might have really been hit. He. Allow me to introduce you, Li Yao said emotionlessly. This is indeed my second soul, named Mental Devil. Mental Devil, this is Long Yongjun. You should get to know each other. I won't. I hate this sexless, creepy monster. The mental devil sniffed at Long Yongjun. Hey, I don't object if you want to kill this stupid idiot. But this body is mine. If you dare to break one hair on it, I will certainly fight you until I die. How interesting. It seems your second soul has developed an independent character. Long Yongjun chuckled. No, it is much more than a second soul. I've sensed something more ancient and distant from it. It seems to have come from somewhere far, far away, beyond the 3,000 sectors a long, long time ago. At the very least, I cannot feel much of the essence of Pangu and Nuwa in it, Li Yao said, somewhat surprised. The blood-striped virus, the mental devil's origin, was indeed from an extremely distant space zone beyond the 3,000 sectors. Li Yao didn't even know if the blood-striped virus's homeland and the world where the Pangu clan, Nuwa clan, and humans lived were in the same universe. That explains why you look so familiar. So, we share similar identities and experiences. Long Yongjun continued with a smile. I am a member of the Nuwa clan, but I was corrupted by the forces of the Pangu clan. You are a human, but you have been corrupted by the mental devil. We both carry double destinies and bloodlines. No wonder you and I feel like old friends at first meeting. We do? The mental devil stared at Long Yongjun warily. What is your scheme? What do you want exactly? With a smile, Long Yongjun stepped back, retracting the heavenly crystal from her body. She was simply wearing a regular anti-pressure crystal suit. Opening her arms, she showed that she had no hostility. Li Yao sneered, have you had enough fighting? Since you boast such a strange and powerful second soul, it's impossible for me to take down both of you at the same time. Your second soul might invade my brain and cause serious damage when I kill you. Even my body could be taken over, Long Yongjun admitted frankly. In that case, why waste my time and energy? As I said earlier, this is not a fight to the death but a chance for us to reconnect after so long. Pondering for a moment, Li Yao said, fine. Now that all my trump cards are on the table, you can finally tell me what you want, can't you? I don't want anything specific. I'm just traveling at the center of the cosmos to get a closer look at this world and myself, Long Yongjun said. However, during my journey, I have indeed discovered some interesting things. Do you remember when I told you to be wary of Queen Li Linghai last time? Li Yao narrowed his eyes. Why? Have you found any important evidence? I wouldn't call it evidence, but it is very interesting. Long Yongjun suddenly changed the topic. Do you want to meet Dongfang Wang? He is about to die, and his soul is withering with his body, leaving no chance for him to become a spectral cultivator. As the saying goes, a dying man's words are wise. What he says at the end of his life will perhaps be very reasonable and interesting. What? Li Yao was slightly shocked. Dongfang Wang is with you? And he is dying? Why? Because his brother's secret research institute was destroyed, and the supply of his soul nutrition liquid was cut off. Long Yongjun said. Don't look at me like that. That was the biggest secret between the two brothers. I didn't know it at all until you exposed the whole issue. After Dongfang Wang's unavoidable failure, he told me everything. If he had told me sooner, everything might have been different. After thinking for a long time, Li Yao still found it hard to believe. A Prime Minister of Iron and Blood is about to die just like that? He seems too weak from the beginning to the end. It is exactly because he is the Prime Minister of Iron and Blood that he is so weak and dies so quickly. Long Yongjun made a statement that sounded utterly unreasonable. Then she asked, you should know how many worlds, planets, starships, immortal cultivators, and civilians are under the effective control of the Imperium of true human beings, right? Li Yao nodded. He knew the series of boring astronomical numbers, but he knew nothing more. If you were the Prime Minister of the Imperium, would you be confident in managing the hundreds of sectors, thousands of resource planets, millions of starships, and billions of people and immortal cultivators, not just to ensure the normal functioning of the enormous system, but to unlock their greatest potentials? Long Yongjun asked. Or perhaps, another question. If a Prime Minister of the Imperium is truly capable of doing that, how much computational ability would it consume? And how much soul power and vitality would he have to burn? Li Yao had never considered the question before. He was never good at management and administration but preferred gratifying battles and erratic refining work. However, as Ding Lingdong's husband, he knew very clearly the complicated questions and tough dilemmas she faced daily while managing the 10 or so worlds at the edge of the cosmos. The questions and challenges the Prime Minister of the Imperium faced were certainly 100 times greater than those of the Federation speaker. Every human had their limits. Not just an admin-type immortal cultivator in the Divinity transformation stage, even if they were in the Divinity branching stage or higher levels and had the support of countless super crystal processors, they would still feel overwhelmed by the vast universe. Do you understand now? The Imperium is simply too huge. Anybody intending to govern the entire universe on their own will inevitably burn out their brains, just like all the chips inside a crystal processor will be burnt out when it performs a task that is too complicated and enormous, Long Yangjun said. Moreover, Dongfang Wang is not just any ordinary prime minister but a wartime prime minister and a prime minister of iron and blood. Under his leadership, the Imperium embarked on a supermassive war unprecedented in the past 500 years. Though not a frontline commander, as the helmsman of the entire Imperium, he devoted inestimable efforts, energy, and even vitality to the conflict. I only realized much later, after making contact with Dongfang Wang, that the seemingly majestic Prime Minister of Iron and Blood had long been exhausted by the Imperium's counterattack. Logically, his soul should have been drained, and his body should have been crippled. He managed to sustain himself with the soul nutrition liquid provided by his brother. But the soul nutrition liquid also had side effects. The most significant was that the required dosage would steadily increase. Initially, 1 dose a day was sufficient. However, over time, even 10 doses a day were not enough to nourish the dried brain cells. This was a key reason why Dongfang Rinxin's secret research institute remained operational despite the intense situation in the capital. Dongfang Wang simply could not survive without the medication. Once the medication was cut off, his health rapidly deteriorated. He collapsed on his own even before your attacks, overwhelmed by the entire universe and his own ambitions. Chapter 2304, Truth of the Tenebrum Energy. After hearing that, Li Yao couldn't help but recall how the speakers of the Star Glory Federation had all been exhausted, both physically and mentally, during their 10 years of service. Many of them plummeted after leaving office and never made any significant advancements for the rest of their lives. Now that he was at the center of the cosmos, it was convenient for him to search for heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He should consider finding warming and nurturing tonics for Ding Lingdang once he returned to the Federation. Now that I think of it, Dongfang Wang's fall was inevitable. His ambitions were unrealistic from the start. The 4 Kurfürst families, including the majority of the Dongfang family, have long been dissatisfied with him. Whether or not the reformists were involved, he couldn't have stayed as prime minister for long, and it was inevitable that he would be driven out of office in a dishonorable way. Naturally, Long Yangjun was unaware of Li Yao's thoughts. She continued, the reason is simple. The 4 Kurfürst families, the warlords, and the sector masters from the peripheral worlds of the Imperium all want to dominate their local areas. They absolutely don't want to be overshadowed by anyone, be it the Emperor, the Queen, or the Prime Minister. The previous Prime Ministers of the Imperium were not as powerful or prestigious as Dongfang Wang. They merely served as mediators and hosts chosen by the 4 Kurfürst families. If the Prime Minister's words were agreeable, they would listen, if not, they would simply ignore him. How easy was that? However, in the past 100 years, the unstoppable rise of Dongfang Wang, leading the Dongfang family, has seriously jeopardized the interests of the other 3 families. Additionally, thanks to the Imperium's glorious counterattack, he has garnered high regard among the civilians and even earned the title of Prime Minister of Iron and Blood. Now, he is extending his influence into the army. What does he want exactly? To become a second Blackstar the Great? The tallest tree in the forest is bound to be destroyed by the wind. Dongfang Wang is simply too powerful and charismatic. The Imperium will absolutely not tolerate such a grand prime minister. Everyone will attack and annihilate him, or at least hamstring him, to maintain the original balance of power. The attack of the reformists came at just the right time. The other 3 Kurfürst families and the opposition within the Dongfang family naturally frowned, and took your side. But in fact, they were secretly thrilled. Do you think Li Linghai could have persuaded the old and cunning leaders of the three families with just her silver tongue otherwise? After thinking carefully, Li Yao realized it did make sense. He also felt that the Li, Song, and Yun families had changed their attitudes so quickly that they almost disgraced their 1,000-year-old pedigrees. Now that Long Yongjun had analyzed it this way, it did sound perfectly reasonable. You might find it hard to believe, but Dongfang Wang is an out-and-out patriot, Long Yongjun said with a smile. Or rather, all his ambitions are to become the greatest prime minister in history, who revives the Imperium of true human beings, destroys the alliance of the Holy Covenant completely, and leaves his name as the Prime Minister of Iron and Blood in the history books of future generations of mankind. It is a pity that the man was too simple-minded. Or rather, the high-speed calculations, every second, every minute, every hour, and every day over the past 20 years, especially when he was planning the super-enormous mission involving many aspects such as the Imperium's counterattack, had drained all his wisdom, keenness, and computational ability. Additionally, bolstered by the glorious triumph, his ever-expanding ambitions blocked his last wariness, making him inert and stubborn, if not wishful, in all fields except for the Covenant alliance. He thought that he could continue to control the entire Imperium with the victory of the war and the power to allocate trophies. Little did he know that his very existence had hindered too many people in their way. Did he not have himself to blame for his final catastrophe? Li Yao was silent. Now that Long Yongjun analyzed it logically, it was really not a surprise that Dongfang Wang failed so quickly. Long Yongjun sighed and said, after Dongfang Renqin's secret research institute was conquered, Dongfang Wang already knew he was losing. He also knew that the secret research institute wouldn't have been discovered if no one in the family had betrayed him. He finally realized that the enemy he faced was not the Queen or the Reformists, but the entire universe. If the Reformists were his only enemies, he could summon the courage to fight the final battle, but facing the entire universe, did he stand any chance of a counterattack at all? Dongfang Wang did not expect to end up like this after winning such a great victory for the Imperium. He almost gave himself up to devastation later, not wanting to organize an effective counterattack at all. Otherwise, the Prime Minister of Iron and Blood would have put up a fight to the bitter end, and your progress would not have been so smooth at all. Forget it. It won't help no matter how much I talk. Why don't you go to him and hear him in person? Thinking quickly, Li Yao asked, does Dongfang Wang know who I am? What will he talk to me about? Long Yongjun smiled and said, I told Dongfang Wang that you were not aligned with Queen Li Linghai but were more inclined toward the military. Since you were too close to Lei Chenghu, Li Linghai was already suspicious and wary of you. So, what do you think Dongfang Wang will talk to you about? Frowning, Li Yao asked, Dongfang Wang simply believed everything you said? He might not trust me, but whose words could he have believed if not mine? Her hands behind her back, Long Yongjun said casually, don't forget that I had been loyally by his side the whole time. Speaking of which, I am very interested in something else. How did you win Dongfang Wang's trust in the beginning, and how did you explain your background, your identity, and your strength? Dongfang Wang is no fool. You couldn't have become his trusted subordinate with a random identity that you fabricated. Thinking for a moment, Li Yao offered to confess, I told Li Linghai that I was a cultivator from Firefly, and she was more or less convinced. You couldn't have used the same excuse, could you? Firefly? The Star Ocean Republic? Long Yongjun was amused. I do admire your prowess for telling lies. Why couldn't I come up with such a neat excuse? Silly me. I simply told Dongfang Wang that I was a demonic cultivator who had wandered to the Imperium. Huh? Li Yao was greatly surprised. A demonic cultivator? Dongfang Wang didn't catch you immediately, and he even treated you as a trusted subordinate? If Li Linghai didn't catch and execute you, a cultivator, why would Dongfang Wang catch me, pretending to be a demonic cultivator? Vague mockery was mixed in Long Yangjuan's voice. Dongfang Wang and Li Linghai are the same kind of people. They see not morals, ideas, or friendship, but only interests and schemes. Who is the greatest enemy of the Imperium today? The unemotional and mechanical people of the Covenant Alliance. In contrast, the demonic cultivators are all individuals with copious and even overflowing feelings. They are the sworn enemies of the Covenant Alliance. The enemy of the enemy is a friend. One or two demonic cultivators couldn't hurt the big picture, just like one or two cultivators were nothing to fear at all. Instead, they could be very useful. After all, for the upper class like Li Linghai and Dongfang Wang, strong foreigners like us have two advantages. Firstly, we are absolutely helpless in the Imperium. It is impossible for us to conspire with anyone else, and we seem only able to work hard for them diligently. Secondly, our identity is our greatest weakness. If our value is fully exploited and they decide they no longer want us, all they need to do is expose our real identities. Then, we will be like rats in the street that everyone stomps on. They won't even need to lift a finger. We are more convenient than disposable garbage bags. Therefore, is there any reason why they should not trust and appreciate us? After much thought, Li Yao found no flaws in this reasoning. However, he was still skeptical. Wait, aren't demonic cultivators expected to be familiar with Tenebrum energy? You mean this? Long Yangjun extended her index finger, and soon a cluster of violet ball lightning appeared, spreading in all directions as if it had a life and emotions of its own. This is Tenebrum energy. Li Yao's eyes widened as he clearly sensed the agitated and intense energy, entirely different from regular spiritual energy. Wait, you can't be a real demonic cultivator, can you? Your shallowness is truly regrettable for an expert in the divinity transformation stage, Long Yangjun said, raising her finger and making the purple, vigorous ball lightning revolve rapidly. As it moved faster and faster, the electric arcs became dazzling and danced on her fingertip like a spirit of lightning. I thought that after all the adventures and shocking changes, you would have long realized that both cultivators and demonic cultivators are defined by humans. They are nothing more than agreed-upon names. In fact, is there a clear boundary that divides cultivators from immortal cultivators? Doesn't the same apply for demonic cultivators? Is there really such a thing in the universe? That is different, Li Yao said warily. Cultivators and immortal cultivators only differ in their beliefs, but they all train with spiritual energy. Naturally, it is difficult to distinguish them. However, what demonic cultivators practice is the foul, Tenebrum energy that can corrupt the heart. I've experienced multiple tragedies, witnessing thousands of victims corrupted and possessed by the Tenebrum energy. How hilarious. I thought you would have at least grown to a college level after everything you've been through. But it turns out, you're still at the high school level. Long Yangjun said slowly. Do you really believe some energy in the universe is more righteous than the rest? It's true that both cultivators and immortal cultivators train with spiritual energy, but so what? How many wars have been fought with spiritual energy as the main weapon? How many innocents have been blown to smithereens by spiritual energy? How many planets have been destroyed by the bombardment of spiritual energy? Let's just talk about the Imperium of true human beings in the past 1,000 years. Did immortal cultivators commit few slaughters and destructions with spiritual energy? Is that the so-called righteous energy? No, spiritual energy and Tenebrum energy cannot be divided according to a moral criterion. They are not even two opposite kinds of energy. Let me tell you the truth about Tenebrum energy. 2305, Gift from the Ancestral Civilizations. Looking at the ball of Tenebrum energy on Long Yangjuan's fingertip, Li Yao was deep in thought. Energy was neither righteous nor evil but only differed in frequency and characteristics. Many people had told Li Yao this simple logic throughout his training. He had also considered the nature of energy himself many times and was not certain that there was such a thing as evil energy. However, the terror of the arrival of extraterrestrial devils, as well as the rapid changes in one's mind after being corrupted by Tenebrum energy, were also facts he had witnessed and experienced multiple times. The former included the arrival of extraterrestrial devils at the 10th space ring of the Flying Star sector and the horrifying incident where the Black Wind Fleet was almost entirely possessed during its attack on the Federation. As for the latter, extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian was the best example. It was precisely because of the invasion of extraterrestrial devils and Tenebrum energy that the formerly upright Professor Mo Xian was twisted and changed into an extraterrestrial devil who almost destroyed the Federation. The blood-striped virus could also be considered an extraterrestrial devil from a distant land. Li Yao knew very clearly how tough and tricky it was. When he was corrupted, his negative emotions were all amplified, and he almost turned into a fiend that knew nothing except slaughtering freely. Tenebrum energy and spiritual energy were entirely different. More precisely, Tenebrum energy had a greater influence on human souls, and the interaction was deeper. Pondering for a moment, Liao asked slowly, "What is Tenebrum energy exactly?" With a smile, Long Yangjun replied instead of answering, "Have you ever considered the essential differences among the prosperous worlds, the infertile worlds, and the desolate worlds? The vast universe contains infinite space zones and galaxies, and all galaxies have stars. Many of these are stellar systems where the stars are in their prime, radiating light and heat continuously, and the planets are at a reasonable distance from their stars. However, among all the cosmos that humanity has explored, only 3,000 sectors possess spiritual energy and are suitable for the living of intelligent life. This is a mere drop in the ocean." "Why?" After a slight daze, Li Yao frowned and replied, "Even the most advanced cosmology forums in the Imperium of true human beings lack a well-acknowledged theory. There are only countless hypotheses. For example, the Big Bang hypothesis, which posits that the entire universe originated from an unimaginably massive explosion in primordial times, and the 3,000 sectors were the 3,000 most intensely heated pieces with the strongest waves. Therefore, they possess features that regular galaxies do not have. Another hypothesis is the high-dimensional hole theory, which suggests that there are higher dimensions beyond the three-dimensional universe, and certain gaps or holes exist between these higher dimensions and the three-dimensional universe. Regular energy from higher dimensions leaks into the three-dimensional universe through these gaps, transforming into spiritual energy that nurtures all life. Regular stellar systems lack such high-dimensional holes, so they cannot generate spiritual energy and intelligent life, no matter how favorable the natural conditions are." Long Yangjun nodded and said, "Exactly. They are two of the most mainstream hypotheses about the origins of spiritual energy. So, you must be aware of the third theory, which posits that it came from prehistoric intelligent life, right?" Without hesitation, Li Yao replied quickly, "On planets that had creatures, after billions of years, the dead bodies of prehistoric creatures could be transformed into energy sources like coal or oil under tectonic movements and high temperature and pressure. Although their utilization efficiency was not very high, they were enough to support a relatively primitive civilization. However, those energy sources alone were hardly enough to enable the civilization to break out of the stellar system it was in. Then, if the dead bodies of prehistoric creatures can be transformed into energy under certain circumstances, is it possible that the soul and will of prehistoric intelligent life could be transformed into another kind of energy? The vast universe has witnessed at least 100 billion years of time. Before human civilization, there were the Pangu and Nuwa civilizations. How many civilizations existed before Pangu and Nuwa? Theoretically, there could have been 10,000 civilizations before us. If the individuals in super-civilizations billions of years ago already reached levels 100 times stronger than humans in the divinity transformation stage, how overwhelming must their souls and wills have been? Would their souls and wills disappear forever after those unparalleled experts passed away? Could it be that their souls and wills were transformed into a new, pure energy form due to reactions with cosmic radiation and space waves? Therefore, the hypothesis of prehistoric intelligent life suggests that the spiritual energy we use today is the souls and wills of countless unparalleled experts from advanced civilizations billions of years ago. However, this energy has been so highly compressed and condensed that we can no longer recognize its original form, much like how it is impossible to imagine that a bucket of oil once came from a dinosaur. However, I do not personally support this hypothesis, as there are two obvious questions. Firstly, if the so-called spiritual energy is the souls and wills left by super-experts from past advanced civilizations, there must have been an initial civilization at the beginning of everything. Where did the experts of this first civilization derive their spiritual energy for training? Without spiritual energy, how could they have broken out of their home planet and stellar system to create the first glory? Secondly, an important method of training is absorbing natural essence, and the radiations of stars are a significant source of spiritual energy. How does this hypothesis explain that? It's very simple, Long Yangjun said with a smile. The three hypotheses on the origins of spiritual energy are not necessarily independent. They can support and enhance each other. Firstly, the entire universe originated from the Big Bang billions of years ago. During the Big Bang, countless extremely hot and sharp pieces were ejected, creating thousands of cracks in the three-dimensional universe. These gaps connected to the four-dimensional universe or even higher dimensions, allowing energy not meant for the three-dimensional universe to flow in from these higher dimensions, irrigating the prosperous worlds. With the nourishment of this higher dimensional energy, the first civilizations gradually emerged in these worlds. The experts of the first civilizations studied energy from higher dimensions and slowly melded their feelings, will, and souls into this high-dimensional energy, which was the prototype of spiritual energy. There used to be countless advanced intelligent beings in the billions of years of the universe's history. After the top experts of these super-civilizations perished, they were all merged into the ocean of energy that flows throughout the universe, forming the spiritual energy that humans use today. Therefore, you can consider spiritual energy as a gift from the ancestral civilizations to their descendants. Regarding the spiritual energy that radiates from stars, it is even simpler. Not all star radiations are beneficial for training. Most star radiations are just basic light and heat. So, is it possible that certain super-intelligent beings once lived inside the stars, or that the stars themselves were some kind of super-intelligent life forms, but are now extinct? Li Yao was astonished. Wait. What are you trying to say? How is this related to Tenebrum energy? It is related in every way, Long Yangjun said solemnly. If spiritual energy originated from the feelings, will, and souls of countless intelligent beings billions of years ago, don't you think it's a waste to use it only as an energy source? It's like digging up the highest quality oil from the ground and simply setting it on fire. That's not the way to fully unleash its true power. What I'm saying is that this so-called spiritual energy is the feelings, will, and souls of prehistoric intelligent beings. Over the billions of years of the universe's evolution, they have gradually entered a state of hibernation, with 99% of their power sealed away. The way humans make use of spiritual energy is too primitive to activate its true power. You are sitting on a mountain of treasures and yet regard the gold and diamonds as mere rocks. This is precisely how it feels. In short, Tenebrum energy is not the opposite of spiritual energy but its advanced form. Tenebrum energy is the fully activated state of spiritual energy, while spiritual energy is Tenebrum energy in a dormant state. Li Yao found it hard to believe. It does sound somewhat reasonable, but do you have any evidence? I don't have any direct evidence, otherwise, it wouldn't be a hypothesis at all, Long Yangjun said with a smile. However, isn't it the best evidence that I can use Tenebrum energy freely and at will? Not just me, you can do the same too. Just free your mind, let your soul journey billions of years into the past, so you can feel the power deep within the spiritual energy, hear the roars of prehistoric civilizations during their conquests of the universe, and the moans as they passed away. You can inherit the spirits and will of these ancient civilizations, unlock the seals that cover the spiritual energy, transforming it into Tenebrum energy that is 100 times more powerful. Blinking his eyes for a long time, Liao asked, if Tenebrum energy is really an advanced form of spiritual energy, why are the extraterrestrial devils such a hazard? Many ordinary people and even trainers who were corrupted by Tenebrum energy were possessed and driven mad. That was because the Tenebrum energy was too powerful for ordinary people to handle. If you ask a 3-year-old to rein a disobedient stallion or wave a saber weighing 100 kilograms, how can they not fall over and hurt themselves? If an indigent man who has not a single coin in his pocket suddenly inherits tremendous wealth, how can he not be lost in extravagance? Long Yongjun replied casually, think about it. The feelings, will, and souls of the best experts from countless super-civilizations over the past billions of years all flooded into the brain of an ordinary person. How could the ordinary person contain all that and not be lost? Also, the living form of the prehistoric super-civilizations was clearly different from mankind today. They must have had some moral codes that humans cannot accept or understand. When the prehistoric morals all flooded into the head of an ordinary person, is it strange that they are turned into a mentally deranged person and something entirely different? Li Yao thought quickly and realized that although Long Yangjuan's words were rather unconventional and whimsical, they did seem self-consistent and explained the situation logically. After considering for a long time, Li Yao said, even if your speculation is correct and the Tenebrum energy is not evil, it is nonetheless very dangerous. Exactly. Tenebrum energy is a kind of energy that is almost too powerful to be controlled. It is indeed very dangerous and not to be touched by ordinary people and low-level trainers, Long Yongjun said. However, for the experts in the nascent soul stage or the divinity transformation stage, exploring the mysteries of the Tenebrum energy is the only way to make them stronger. It is already the limit to advance into the divinity transformation stage or the divinity branching stage with spiritual energy alone. Only the Tenebrum energy can help insignificant human beings touch the ultimate mysteries of the universe and inherit the precious legacies left by countless intelligent lives in history. Of course, it is perfectly normal that you have concerns. Not just you, even the Pangu clan in the past did not agree with training using the Tenebrum energy. Attracted, Li Yao couldn't help but ask, have you remembered more things about the primeval war now? More or less. The modeled memory pieces are getting clearer and clearer inside my soul, Long Yongjun sighed and said. The ultimate war between the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan, in terms of ideology, was a war of order against freedom. But apart from the metaphysical theories, the real trigger of the war was whether or not to develop the Tenebrum energy on a large scale. In the last years of the Pangu civilization, the technologies and the training techniques were all highly advanced. Note, I have made minimal changes to improve grammar and readability while preserving the original content. They also found relics of countless ancestral civilizations from billions of years ago. All the requirements to develop and apply Tenebrum energy on a large scale were met. However, the energy form, which was 100 times more powerful and dangerous than spiritual energy, naturally raised everyone's wariness. The 13 main civilizations of the Pangu Civilizations Alliance joined together only because they were exhausted and nearly mutually destroyed in countless universal wars against one another. The wars of the past taught them a good lesson about the dread of desires, ambitions, hatred, and chaos. Therefore, the Pangu Civilizations Alliance revered absolute order and believed everyone must conceal or even erase their feelings to maintain the peace and harmony of the universe. While the Tenebrum energy was a form 100 times more advanced and powerful, it carried the residues of feelings, will, and desires of countless prehistoric civilizations. If taken in recklessly, it was possible that the ambitions and hatred the Pangu civilizations had just suppressed would be stirred up again. Therefore, the leaders of the Pangu civilizations reached a consensus to seal the Tenebrum energy together and abolish all technologies that could develop the Tenebrum energy. They also defined Tenebrum energy as chaos, extraterrestrial devils, and the like, to inform every individual in the alliance of civilizations how evil and dreadful the energy was, and how it could destroy the entire alliance of civilizations when released and activated. Regardless of the credibility of Long Yangjuan's words, Li Yao felt greatly enlightened. Long Yangjun went on, the first 12 civilizations that joined the alliance had all been through the destructive wars against one another. They were fully aware of the importance of order and diligently enforced the ban for the next thousands of years. However, the Nuwa civilization, which was the youngest and joined the alliance last, did not participate in the goriest wars of the past. By their nature, they loved freedom, not realizing that it could lead to chaos, and that chaos would result in destruction. The Nuwa civilization believed that the suppressed spiritual energy was insufficient to help the alliance of civilizations break out of the known universe, much like how coal and oil alone are not enough for a planetary civilization to venture beyond its stellar system. To explore the vast universe and conquer the entire sea of stars so that civilization can reach even greater heights, Tenebrum energy must be activated and harnessed. Otherwise, the alliance of civilizations, despite its apparent glory and brilliance, would be nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well, forever stranded in the known universe and doomed to fade into oblivion in silence. Disregarding the ban imposed by the alliance of Pangu civilizations, the Nuwa clan conducted secret research on Tenebrum energy. Naturally, their studies were not flawless in the beginning. When the immense power was unleashed, some tragedies occurred, and the Pangu civilizations alliance became aware of the matter. To preserve the peace and order of the universe, the other 12 civilizations of the alliance, including the Pangu clan, the Kwafu clan, the Gonggong clan, the Zhurong clan, and others, decided to eradicate the Nuwa civilization, which had been tainted by Tenebrum energy, to prevent chaos and destruction from taking root. This decision triggered the primeval war. You are likely familiar with much of what followed. Battling against 12 far more powerful civilizations simultaneously, the Nuwa civilization inevitably faced defeat from the outset and was nearly utterly annihilated. But at the last moment, the Nuwa civilization harnessed the power contained within the spiritual energy, elevating it into Tenebrum energy. With this power, they transformed the all-terrain, generic, miniature biochemical tools, or human beings, which were most widely used in the Pangu civilization's alliance, into ultimate weapons that possessed their own will and emotions, with high independence and inestimable potential. In the end, both the Nuwa clan and their adversaries suffered heavy losses, and human beings ultimately became the heirs of the 3,000 sectors after the passing of Pangu and Nuwa. Therefore, human beings are, in fact, very strong, and they have the innate gifts to utilize the Tenebrum energy. Once I show you a few tricks, you'll soon be able to wield it skillfully. Long Yangjun recounted the entire story without pausing and grimaced at Li Yao, as if she were narrating a trivial anecdote rather than a stunning legend. Li Yao felt a compulsion to scratch his head. After much deliberation, he asked, "You're willing to teach me how to use the Tenebrum energy?" "Why?" Long Yangjun replied, "If I say it's because I was moved by your words, declaring me a friend in the metro tunnel of White Stone City the other day, and I want to treat you as a true friend, would you believe me?" Li Yao responded, "It's not that I don't believe you, but it does sound a little nauseating." I feel it's a little nauseating, too." "Then, let me put it in a different way." Long Yangjun swam inside the deep ocean as agilely as a mermaid, while she smiled and said, "Dongfang Wang is dying, but I still need abundant training resources and someone to help me maintain my colossus. So, I have to find another strong ally, don't I? Li Linghai is too dangerous, and I don't really want to deal with her. After weighing all the candidates, I think Monster Li is relatively dependable. That's why I've decided to offer you this gift." Does that make sense? If you think it's not good enough, I have one more reason. Most of the details of the primordial war and the interpretation of the Tenebrum energy I described just now are merely my speculations, unsupported by any evidence. I believe I'll need to delve into deeper fields to uncover the full truth of the primordial war or even the mysteries of the age before the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan appeared, once I have gathered enough intelligence and files in the Imperium of true human beings. The journey will be too long and lonely if I were to undertake it alone, and I could really use some company. Monsterly, are you willing to come with me? Mysteries of the primordial age? That's rather far off. After a long pause, Li Yao replied, I'll have to check with my wife first. Long Yangjun. Li Yao, or perhaps we can explore the mysteries of the primordial age together after my wife retires from her duties. You know she's very good at fighting. If she picks up the Tenebrum energy, her speed of training will certainly be 10 times higher than mine. Long Yangjun, Li Yao, if you think it will be awkward with 2 of us and only one of you, we can bring more people, like Jin Xinyue, Yen Liren, Wu Mayan, and Fiend Blade Panghai. The more, the merrier. Long Yangjun stared at Li Yao for a long time. Even in the dark, profound bottom of the ocean, her eyes were still extremely sharp through the crystal suit and the seawater. Long Yangjun sniffed and swam to the depths of the undersea chasm, waving the metal fins next to her legs. Enough of the nonsense. If you want to meet Dongfang Wang while he is still alive, just come with me. Li Yao scratched his chin for a long time and still decided to go down with Long Yangjun. It couldn't be helped. He and Long Yangjun were caught in the dilemma where neither of them could defeat the other and both were capable of dying together with each other. It seemed that they had to work together now. Retreating the gold vulture and absorbing the mental devil back into the body again, Li Yao followed Long Yangjun and descended quickly. Looking at Long Yangjun's agile body that looked like a mermaid, Li Yao couldn't help but send a telepathic thought over. Well, there is a personal question I've been meaning to ask you. It's not a big deal, but I'm very curious about one thing. Are you, a man or a woman? Long Yangjun swam silently ahead of him. Half a minute later, when Li Yao thought she had turned a deaf ear to his question, she replied casually, It has occurred to me that you are not only narrow-minded but also childish. Is it important whether I am a man or a woman? Not really. Li Yao was somewhat embarrassed. Forget it. Just forget it if you don't want to answer. It's just that since we are such close friends and comrades, we are likely to face certain extremely dangerous battles in the future. If your body is blown to pieces and you are unconscious, I will need to know how to treat you. Long Yangjun was silent for a while longer. Then she sniffed and said, The so-called man and woman is just a classification of humans in terms of reproduction. Not every one of the 13 civilizations in the Pangu's alliance had genders, and those that did were not necessarily divided into males and females. They could have 3 or even more sexes. As for the Nuwa clan, their natural endowment is creation. Frankly speaking, the genes of the Nuwa clan had very powerful integration abilities, which allowed them to breed with most intelligent life forms with barely any reproductive isolation. That's why the Pangu Civilization's alliance entrusted the mission of creating humans to the Nuwa clan. While my soul was corrupted by the Pangu clan, my body comes from the Nuwa clan. Therefore, I do not have a specific gender. Or rather, I can turn into any gender I want. How does that sound? Is your curiosity satisfied? It certainly is satisfying, Li Yao hurried to say. In that case, your situation is indeed rather unique. You might not be able to find your own kind in the entire universe, right? My own kind? Long Yangjun smiled. Splitting the water before her, she said casually, If you are talking about the members of the Pangu clan or the Nuwa clan who are in super-long hibernation, maybe there are. But cases like mine are indeed rare. I do not expect to run into my real own kind. But it doesn't matter. Loneliness has always been the main theme of the vast universe. You have billions of people of your own kind around you, but aren't you always plotting and fighting against each other? How many can you trust without reservation? Life is perhaps more comfortable without one's own kind. Li Yao could tell the solitude in Long Yangjuan's words. When he thought of his unique identity as an Earthling, he couldn't help but feel sympathetic toward Long Yangjun. It was true that one could only bear and pursue many things on their own without sharing them with anyone. Long Yangjun could hardly find her own kind, but was it possible for him to meet a second Earthling while he was still alive? Each lost in their own thoughts, the two of them swam down for a moment. Then, Long Yangjun suddenly volunteered to ask, "Since I have answered such a personal question truthfully, shouldn't you be honest and tell me if this mental devil is your last trump card?" "Of course." Li Yao blurted out, "I am not a god of gamblers. How can I keep a dozen trump cards in secret? The mental devil is my only and last trump card." Long Yangjun was rather suspicious. "Is it?" "It is." Li Yao announced resolutely, "I swear on my honor and integrity." "Then I'm screwed." Long Yangjun sighed, "It seems you do have more secrets. I finally understand why you threw out the mental devil so straightforwardly. You foresaw I wouldn't give up until I found your trump card, so you intentionally played the card that was your mental devil to satisfy my curiosity and win my trust. But in fact, it's just a smoke grenade, and you must have deeper secrets and more trump cards." "You are exaggerating," Li Yao struggled to reply. "Why do I sound so vicious in your description?" "You are vicious from head to toe," Long Yangjun said without looking back. "You've always played dumb and looked gullible, leaving everyone the impression that you can be easily tricked and manipulated. But after 100 years, all the people who thought you were silly and naive, be they commanders or schemers, no matter how wise, meticulous, or calculative they were, had been killed by you. If that isn't vicious, I don't know what is." Li Yao chuckled somewhat awkwardly and didn't say anything more, no matter how Long Yangjun mocked him. Soon, the two of them had descended to the depths of the trench, more than 13,000 meters below sea level. The environment was as dark and thick as a swamp. On the fault on the east side, the traces of artificial work were obvious. Naturally, the artificial work was not done by humans but by the Pangu clan or the Nuwa clan. This way, Long Yangjun led Li Yao through a narrow, long gap. Swimming forward for 1 minute, the uneven rocks around them became metals as smooth as mirrors. They entered the tube of a certain artificial object. Shwa. Behind them, a circular door slowly spun and closed, and the holes around them pumped away the seawater. A hot wind was also blowing. The tube, which was filled with water a moment ago, immediately became dry and warm. "Who?" Li Yao was finally able to take off his helmet and breathe deeply. The air here was soggy, dirty, and reeked of metals, but thankfully, it did not carry too many impurities or toxins. For an expert in the divinity transformation stage, breathing was naturally not a problem. However, the air was also mixed with the stench of blood, which smelled rather fresh. A gory massacre seemed to have just taken place here. Raising his eyebrows, Li Yao looked at Long Yangjun warily. "Relax," Long Yangjun made a gesture, and the airtight gate before them slowly opened. Several dead bodies, riddled with holes and melted in their crystal suits, immediately dropped out. Frowning, Li Yao looked at the inside of the airtight gate, only to discover that it was almost a steaming slaughterhouse. At least dozens of dead bodies, along with their crystal suits that were nothing more than garbage, lay on the ground awry or had been blown into the cabin wall. Their eyes were all wide open, implying that they did not die a peaceful death. "This ship is the last resort of escape that Dongfang Wang has prepared for himself," Long Yangjun explained. "The guy in the undersea base supervising and commanding the battle is just a stand-in. The real Dongfang Wang intended to distract your main force with the undersea base as bait, while he slipped away through the undersea trench on this ship. The shell of this ship has been specially refined, allowing it to rush at high speeds even in the deep ocean, tens of thousands of meters below the surface. Additionally, the ship's power units have been silenced and will not release any spiritual waves, making the ship difficult to detect or capture. More than 75% of the capital planet's surface is covered by the ocean. Given its vast coverage, if he hides in the deep ocean, it is very possible that, with any luck, he can escape your search. It is a shame that his trusted subordinates did not seem willing to be trapped in the deep ocean with him and die for the former Prime Minister. They planned to tie Dongfang Wang up and deliver him to your queen to save their own lives and secure their future. However, I did not want to deal with Li Linghai, so this is how it ended up. It was not a major issue to take care of those people, but the ship was seriously damaged in the process and ended up stranded here. It was impossible for me to repair and activate it on my own. Dongfang Wang, on the other hand, became so furious when all his trusted subordinates betrayed him that he vomited blood and is near death. Li Yao couldn't help but feel that the human mind was the most treacherous thing in the entire universe. Even if Dongfang Wang had calculated everything and meticulously prepared the last means of escape for himself, he still couldn't ensure that his subordinates wouldn't betray him. After all, humans are not as reliable as machines. Passing through the bloody corridor and opening two doors, Li Yao found Dongfang Wang, the former Prime Minister of the Imperium, in a corner of the cockpit. Although Long Yongjun had prepared him in advance, Li Yao was still deeply shocked by the appearance of the Prime Minister of Iron and Blood. He had seen Dongfang Wang in various videos and 3D pictures more than once. His body was muscular, if not slightly fat, and he looked as unshakable as a bell, filled with exuberance and intimidation. But at this moment, Dongfang Wang appeared slim and haggard. All the fat and muscles on his body seemed to have been devoured by some strange bugs, leaving sagging skin in multiple layers on his face and body. His skin was also dotted with black spots, from which black air was rising and dispersing into the air, filling it with the stench of decay. Any visitor couldn't help but cover their mouth and nose. The only part of his body that retained the vigor of a living person and the expertise of a divinity transformation stage adept was his eyes. Dongfang Wang's entire face hung like a melted mask, but his eyeballs were rising and protruding, almost occupying half of his face. He did not look human at all. With hands that resembled claws, he clung to a giant, stick-shaped package, his frenzied eyes focused excitedly on the map of the Imperium of true human beings. The map of the Imperium rotated slowly, with the sectors and resource planets radiating the most colorful and splendid brilliance. This reflection made Dongfang Wang's eyes look like burning glass balls. He he. He 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 he. Dongfang Wang did not notice Li Yao and Long Yongjuan's arrival, but simply watched in fascination, letting out low chuckles. Now and then, he extended his hand, shivering like a reed, to touch the newly recovered territory on the map of the Imperium, as if he were covering the entire universe with his palm. Long Yongjun coughed lightly. Dongfang Wang suddenly shrank. His bag of bones was puffed up by his last breath, and he held the map of the Imperium with his arms, like a giant, thin balloon. Roaring angrily, he demanded, "Who is it? Who is it? Nobody is taking away the universe from me. It's mine. It's all mine. It was I who led the Imperium to win the unprecedented counterattack. It was I who planned and commanded everything, defending the dignity of mankind's civilization. It was I who have revived the Imperium and controlled all the stars in the universe in its hands. I am the well-deserved best Prime Minister of the Imperium of true human beings. I am the greatest contributor to the renaissance of the Imperium. Nobody can oust me. You shameless, ungrateful swine, don't even think about it. I only swallowed a few living persons for my training. What's the big deal? It is nothing compared to the great contributions I have made. If I had not swallowed those individuals to maintain my computational ability at peak state, how could I have coordinated the resources and troops of hundreds of sectors in a boundless battlefield spanning thousands of light-years for a total war? Nobody can do that. Sacrific E1 to save 100. When we win the Imperium's counterattack, countless humans will be saved. For victory, everyone has been devoting and sacrificing themselves. Even I have drained my body and soul. Is it really important that a few more people are sacrificed? Is it really important? I have done nothing wrong. Note, I adjusted a few words and corrected minor grammatical errors while maintaining the original content and tone. The repetitive phrase roaring angrily has been corrected to roaring angrily where appropriate, and the dyslexic-looking sacrific E has been corrected to sacrifice. The word read was corrected to its proper spelling. I do not regret anything I have done. This is a setup, a shameless betrayal, and just an excuse to overthrow me. Nobody is qualified to give me a trial, especially not hypocritical, cowardly traitors like you. The Imperium will forever remember me and give me the justice I deserve. The Imperium will. Ha. Ha ha ha. His mind is seriously addled, Long Yangjun whispered to Li Yao, it seems you don't have much time left now. Chapter 2308, The Real Enemy. Two feeble golden wings flashed past Li Yao's eyes. By focusing his spiritual energy on his pupils and projecting it toward Dongfang Wang's body, he was able to perceive Dongfang Wang's vitality field clearly. Peeping at one's vitality field was very rude and provocative. If Dongfang Wang's head were clear and his soul solid, he would certainly have launched an automatic counterattack. However, the former Prime Minister of the Imperium was now mad and insane, completely lost in the glories of the past and crazy illusions. He did not notice the prying from the outside world at all. Under Li Yao's spiritual gaze, Dongfang Wang was entirely gone, replaced by the twisted and undulating fields that looked like the entanglements of countless glittering double helixes. However, the double helixes that were supposed to be glamorous and vigorous were consumed by darkness all the time, rotting at a visible speed, and eventually dispersing into a black mist, reduced to nothingness in the air. Long Yangjun did not lie to him. Dongfang Wang was indeed dying. His vitality field was about to completely collapse. His physical body, his soul, and his will were all perishing soon. Seeing the prestigious former Prime Minister of the Imperium of true human beings end up like this, Li Yao was caught in mixed feelings. For a cultivator, Dongfang Wang, as a leader of immortal cultivators, was supposed to be one of the ultimate supervillains, someone who should have been killed by him after arduous battles, at the cost of great sacrifices. But it turned out that Li Yao had not done anything, and the man was already dying. Li Yao and the entire Star Glory Federation's fears and illusions about the Imperium 100 years ago seemed entirely unfounded. Was that why they said, every family has its own troubles? The Federation had its own fatal threats, and the Imperium had its own fundamental problems. In the vastness of the universe, both the Federation and the Imperium were as insignificant as ants. After a moment's thought, Li Yao opened his hands and released two streams of mild spiritual energy into Dongfang Wang's body, trying to slow the total collapse of his vitality field and stimulate his brain, which was about to wither, so he could regain consciousness for a moment. As the bright golden spiritual energy enveloped his body, Dongfang Wang moaned softly. The craziness and guilt in his eyes slowly faded, but they were soon replaced by the fog of agony and despair. It's you. You're finally here. My time has come, Dongfang Wang said, now resembling an old man finally facing reality. Leaning his head toward the human-shaped bundle in his arms, he muttered, I've lost, crushed as thoroughly as one can be. Although he was looking at Li Yao, his attention was clearly not on him. Instead, he seemed lost in the memories of a long time ago, summarizing his life. I am defeated, not by the Covenant Alliance, the Reformists, or the boorish members of the four Kurfürst families. Dongfang Wang's tone shifted, now filled with fury, now with self-pity, and now with utter calm, his face devoid of emotion. I have lost to the 3,000 sectors. I have been defeated by the entire cosmos. I have been overwhelmed by everyone's desires and ambitions. He. I thought I could continue what Blackstar the Great failed to accomplish 1,000 years ago by uniting the Imperium of true human beings and the universe. How childish I was to have considered the cosmos and mankind in such a simple way. The Imperium of true human beings has hundreds of sectors and tens of thousands of resource planets. These worlds are thousands of light-years apart, with vastly different living environments, customs, and traditions. Each has its own appeal and interests. To make matters worse, there are countless sects within each world, and countless immortal cultivators within every sect, all minding their own business and plotting against each other. How could I have united them all and made them obey my command? The Imperium is not a country at all but a collection of loose sand masquerading as one. It is a wobbly alliance, somehow cobbled together, where the greatest enemy for everyone in the alliance is the allies next to them. Why was I such an idiot that I couldn't see through this simple fact? All in vain. My years of hard work and even my life have been wasted for nothing. I burned all my will and soul, devoting myself completely to the Imperium, and what have I gained? The 4 Kurfürst families, including the Dongfang family, worked against me in secret. The local leaders and warlords at the periphery of the Imperium simply ignored my orders and found ways to circumvent them. When I raised the war tax by 5%, they dared to levy an additional 50% on the taxpayers. When I aimed to build an honorable, clean government, they simply sat in their offices doing nothing every day. When I ordered the warlords' troops to advance to the front line of utmost importance, they would immediately encounter a space storm and suffer heavy losses, causing all their starships to wander off. Instead of contributing to the front lines, they sometimes turned into space pirates, ransacking the rear while it was undefended, stabbing their blades into their own people. It is needless to mention the wicked merchants who hoarded goods and profited from the war. I wanted to punish them harshly, but everyone from the 4 Kurfürst families, including the leaders of the Dongfang family and even my own son, came to me begging for mercy. What could I have done? What could I have done even if I was the Prime Minister of Iron and Blood? Even so, despite the unexpected difficulties and troubles, I still combined the resources through hard work and secured the Imperium's counterattack. Are the generals on the front lines, who know nothing but fighting and demanding resources, aware of how hard-earned this victory was? Do they have any idea how many times I had to clean up after them and how many conundrums I resolved for them? I thought that after such a glorious triumph, those people would be convinced, and that the Imperium would rise to its peak again under my leadership. But I still underestimated their shamelessness. The war is not over yet, and they are already impatient to stab me in the back. Are they so scared of me, so desperate to get rid of me, and so unwilling to see the rise of a powerful Imperium? Dongfang Wang rambled on like a poor old man. Li Yao listened in silence, unsure whether to loathe or pity the former leader of the immortal cultivators. At the heart of it, it was impossible for the immortal cultivators, who worship survival of the fittest, to truly unite or have a genuine leader. Their leader was merely someone who suppressed all other experts with absolute strength while promising the greatest returns for all. For Dongfang Wang, he did not even possess absolute strength. How could he make the disobedient, selfish immortal cultivators obey him, follow him, and sacrifice for him willingly? Dongfang Wang was perhaps a true patriot. His ambitions were deeply intertwined with the fate of the Imperium of true human beings. He truly wanted to become a prime minister with accomplishments, not one who would resign at the first sign of trouble, like Silver Fox Legenda. That was the reason why Dongfang Wang's tragedy was inevitable from the very beginning. He was fated to die for his ambitions and the ambitions of all the immortal cultivators. I understand it now. I finally understand it. Clinging to the human-shaped package in his arms, Dongfang Wang wore the most mocking smile on his misshapen lips. I finally understand why even the Supreme Emperor and Blackstar the Great could not expand their influence to the entire universe. The universe is not something that mankind is capable of uniting at all. Human beings are not a naturally created species but a creation of gods and devils. We did not naturally proliferate to the 3,000 sectors and gradually adapt to everything. We were scattered across the entire universe by the Pangu and Nuwa civilizations in less than 100,000 years. Our ancestors were merely certain apes leaping through the jungles of a certain planet. Even if Pangu and Nuwa infused their genes into our bodies, transforming us into tools and weapons, our wisdom was still far from sufficient to inherit such a vast legacy as the 3,000 sectors. This is an unbearable gift for us and a catastrophe that will haunt mankind forever. Our ambitions are infinitely magnified by the universe, yet we do not have the sufficient wisdom and technology to truly conquer this universe that we both love and hate. The Supreme Emperor intended to unite the Sea of Stars, but his empire collapsed abruptly after only 1,000 years. Blackstar the Great also sought to unite the universe, but his Imperium has become hopeless today after 1,000 years. I thought I could save the Imperium, and I even saw the hope of success, but it still ended up like this. Perhaps the universe is never meant to be united, and it is, in fact, the best form of human civilization when divided into dozens or hundreds of small countries. However, the hundreds of small countries will never be satisfied with the status quo. Their leaders will still be consumed by ambitions. Frictions are inevitable, and new wars, 100 times more fierce, will arise. This is the destiny of mankind. As an artificial civilization, we are fated to destroy everything, including ourselves, from the moment we are born. No one can change this fate, not I, not His Majesty, not the 4 Kurfürst families, nor the idealistic and passionate reformists like you. Dongfang Wang's eyes finally focused sharply on Li Yao, recognizing him. Even if you tarnish my name, kill me, and annihilate the 4 Kurfürst families so the reformists can take over the Imperium, so what? That would be just the first insignificant step of a journey of 10,000 miles. Dongfang Wang smiled viciously. Your real enemy is not me, not the 4 Kurfürst families, but the universe itself and the desires and ambitions of all humans within it. You may defeat me and the 4 Kurfürst families easily, but you cannot defeat the universe. One day, you will end up just like me, if not 100 times more miserable. Chapter 2309, Unexpected Evidence. His laughter was as gloomy and creepy as that of a rotten crow. If Li Yao were a real immortal cultivator and a reformist with ambitions for supreme power, he would certainly have been intimidated. It's useless. Even if you eradicate all 4 Kurfürst families today and govern the Imperium yourself, it will still be useless. By then, you will face the same problems I face today, and you will taste the same sufferings I have endured. Dongfang Wang's eyes were filled with intense mockery and hatred as he continued, hundreds of sectors, each with their own interests. Tens of thousands of resource planets, where all immortal cultivators secretly resist you, earning benefits for themselves while using you as a disguise. No one cares about the future of the Imperium except you. Even you will be deformed and bloated by the corruption of power. Eventually, you will watch yourself being swallowed by the universe, just as I am today, embracing your doom. By then, by then, I'll watch you from the deepest level of hell, observing how you repeat my mistakes and struggle before your doom. Dongfang Wang could barely catch his breath in his. Note, I noticed a slight inconsistency in the original text regarding the translation of which was not translated. I have completed the translation for a smoother reading experience. One party dies faster, and the other party dies more slowly, but they will be equally dead in the end, anyway. What a profound speech you've just made. It was such an enlightenment. Dumbfounded, Dongfang Wang did not say anything for a long time. Excuse me? Aren't you Vulture Liao, a reformist? Well, I am a progressive young man among the reformists. You may consider me as a reformist of the reformists, Li Yao said. My identity is not important. What is important is that your theories are too hollow and do not help the current situation at all. I'm not here for a lecture. If you do not have anything better to offer, why don't we call it a day? I'll get out of your way while you are busy dying. Right, you are a former Prime Minister of the Imperium, after all. Do you have any last words? I can help you pass them on. Dongfang Wang rolled his eyes again and again. He seemed to be considering Li Yao's identity and the insinuation of his previous words. However, in his current situation, he did not have any leverage for negotiation and did not have a second choice other than to believe Li Yao. Wait. Dongfang Wang struggled to breathe and stand straight. With a feeble light beaming from his eyes, 1% of the charisma of the Prime Minister of Iron and Blood of the past filled his almost dry shell once more. Tell me, Vulture Li Yao, Dongfang Wang looked at Li Yao earnestly. Which is more important to you, Li Linghai or the Imperium? Looking into Dongfang Wang's eyes, Li Yao said without any hesitation, I am a real patriot. Naturally, the Imperium is more important. No matter how despicable today's Imperium is, I do not want to watch it fall apart, as that will only result in greater chaos. As you described earlier, human civilization might fragment into hundreds of countries, attacking and destroying one another. Of course, we must also consider the Covenant Alliance. I am loyal to the Queen because she is the leader of the reformists. We were forced to counterattack and go against Prime Minister Dongfang only because the four Kurfürst families orchestrated the Blood Oath Alliance incident, attempting to exterminate the reformists. Dongfang Wang sneered and asked again, General Lei Chenghu was rescued by you in person, right? Li Yao nodded. Yes. It was me who broke into the Godly Might prison and rescued Marquis Liaohai. Dongfang Wang's eyes grew brighter, his mind clearer, and his voice louder and more steady than before. Great. Even if I am dying, there is something I must tell you. Please convey it to General Lei. Feeling refreshed, Li Yao knew the critical moment had arrived. He quickly sent another stream of mild spiritual energy into Dongfang Wang's body and administered a dose of medical drugs, slowing the collapse of his body and soul for the time being. You can speak now, Prime Minister Dongfang. I'm all ears. I swear to pass your words to General Lei Chenghu. Alright, listen closely. Dongfang Wang craned his head, almost embedding his bright eyes into Li Yao's face. His face twisted, and he gnashed his teeth. I may have done a lot of things that violate the law of the Imperium, and I may have been unfair to the troops commanded by General Lei Chenghu, as I intended to weaken the peripheral forces of the Imperium and ensure the long-term reign of the four Kurfürst families. I often regarded them as cannon fodder and even considered swallowing his troops multiple times. I have done many things like cannibal training. Yes, I've done all those things. I admit that you are not wrong to call me unpardonable from your stance. However, the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance was truly not my doing. Li Yao was stunned. What? The incident of the Blood Oath Alliance was not your doing? Of course not. Although there were certain contradictions between me and Dongfang Tua, the CEO of the Expedition Bank of the Imperium, within the family, because our ideas did not align, and I imposed a lot of pressure on him to exploit more resources during the Imperium's counterattack. How could I assassinate him in public when he was an honored elder of the Imperium? With a bitter smile, Dongfang Wang said, 3 days before his assassination, I had already reached a comprehensive agreement with him in secret. I gave up part of my interests by allowing his personal group to be deeply involved in the post-war reconstruction, which would have been highly profitable. There was no reason for me to attack him after we had already reached a deal. Thinking quickly, Li Yao asked, why did no one else bring this up? And why did you not defend yourself? It's a secret agreement with a lot of clandestine parts, Dongfang Wang said, slightly blushing. But he continued, the advantages in the post-war reconstruction were not offered to him for nothing but in exchange for his interests in the Expedition Bank of the Imperium. It was too significant an affair to be exposed to the public. Li Yao immediately understood everything. Dongfang Tua, the elder of the Imperium who was assassinated, was the CEO of the Expedition Bank of the Imperium, but that did not mean the Expedition Bank was his private property. He was merely a leader and held some shares at best. With the power in his hands, he could secretly separate the interests of the Expedition Bank and pass them into Dongfang Wang's possession before they were returned to Dongfang Tuo's personal consortium. Then, the profits would have been 100% his own. Everyone would be happy. But, naturally, the other shareholders of the Expedition Bank would not be pleased. They would certainly not allow Dongfang Tua to benefit at their expense. It was only reasonable that the entire agreement was kept a secret. Dongfang Wang fumbled through his belongings for a moment and found a cosmos ring, then he spoke intermittently, all the secret agreements between Dongfang Tua and me are inside. There are also 2 drops of our blood and our signatures with soul stamps. However, he who has a mind to beat his dog can easily find a stick. Now that everyone wants me dead, what could I have achieved by presenting the unquestionable proof? I am already defamed. Even if the evidence is genuine, someone will claim it is fabricated. I would have lost my big card by recklessly defending myself. I can only hold back and wait for someone who might possibly trust me to show up. In the hands of the right person, those agreements will prove that I absolutely had no motive to assassinate Dongfang Tua. Even if I truly intended to set a trap, I could have assassinated any other elder of the Imperium instead of Dongfang Tua, whose support I had finally won after all the trouble. Holding the cosmos ring in his hands, Li Yao felt thousands of thoughts raging inside his brain. Also, I did not plan to detain General Lei Chenghu from the start. He was the highest commander of the 3rd Battle Area and the commander of the astounding Thunder Fleet. With his high prestige in the expedition army, how could I deprive him of his command without being fully prepared? I am not such an idiot. Panting, Dongfang Wang continued, however, some of my subordinates acted before reporting the issue. I did not receive any message until he was in custody for 2 days. By then, rumors had already spread on the front lines, and it was impossible for General Lei Chenghu to set aside his biases against the Council of Elders and me. What was done could not be undone. I certainly could not release the tiger back into the mountain, so I could only grit my teeth and continue his detention. The incident with the Blood Oath Alliance was not orchestrated by you, and General Lei Chenghu was not arrested under your command? Li Yao frowned. Don't forget that General Lei Chenghu was captured and imprisoned by Dongfang Bai, your biological son. Has your son turned you into a figurehead? Biological son. Ha, ha, ha. Does blood kinship mean anything compared to the interests and power of the entire universe? Dongfang Wang laughed more unpleasantly than crying. I was just utterly baffled. I was already the Prime Minister of the Imperium, and Dongfang Bai was nominated as the director of the secret force at a young age. He was one of my favorite sons. Wouldn't it have been in his best interests to help me stabilize the current situation and take one step further? As long as I was Prime Minister, he would remain the director of the secret force. What could he have possibly gained by betraying me? What enticing offers of power and influence could have made him turn against me without hesitation? What made him believe that person and trust his position would be secure, if not elevated, after the downfall of the Dongfang family? Li Yao asked, who is that person? Dongfang Wang replied coldly, naturally, it was the one who truly orchestrated the Blood Oath Alliance incident and the imprisonment of General Lei Chenghu, our queen, Li Linghai. Chapter 23:10 Emperor Shenwu shows up. Li Yao nodded, as if it were no big deal at all. Oh, it's her. Dongfang Wang's eyes bulged again, bloodshot. He exclaimed in desperation, why are you not shocked at all? You knew it a long time ago? You are Li Linghai's conspirator. No, not at all. I'm afraid there is some misunderstanding, Prime Minister Dongfang. I am absolutely unaware of the issue, and I am certainly not the Queen's conspirator. It's just that I've seen too many similar things based on personal experience, so it doesn't surprise me anymore, Li Yao hurried to explain. Please think carefully. Your karma is catching up with you for your monstrous crimes, and you are about to die the most miserable death. There is no need for me to lie to you, is there? Speaking of which, you seem very certain that the Queen is behind this. What evidence do you have? Dongfang Wang stared at Li Yao and thought for a long time, but could find no reason why Li Yao would bother to lie to him right now. He said, regretfully, I don't have any direct evidence, but isn't the truth obvious? Had it not been for the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance, which completely intensified the contradictions between the four Kurfürst families and the young officers from the frontline as well as the peripheral warlords of the Imperium, how could they have leaned toward the reformists so quickly? Moreover, if General Lei Chenghu had not been arrested and informed that his commandership would be removed, how could he have made up his mind to betray the Council of Elders and join hands with Li Linghai? From the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance to the imprisonment of Lei Chenghu, the reformists have been given a large batch of allies at no cost, and the opposition from the four Kurfürst families is more united than ever. Who gains the most from the whole matter? Li Linghai, of course. Then, who else could have planned the whole thing if not her? Holding his chin and considering for a long time, Li Yao slowly shook his head and said, this is a serious allegation. Your speculation does not seem persuasive enough. Then, how much evidence did you have when you accused me of planning the Blood Oath Alliance, and how persuasive were they? Dongfang Wang roared, his eyes bloodshot. Both the young officers from the front line and the warlords from the edge of the Imperium wanted nothing but interests. They wouldn't shake the foundations of the four families or challenge me, the Prime Minister of Iron and Blood, at all. We could have discussed things slowly. With enough time, we could have always come up with an interest distribution plan everyone would be satisfied with. But when the war is not entirely over yet, and the post-war reconstruction's interest distribution is still distant, why would I rush to intensify all the conflicts through such radical means? Even if I were crazy enough to annihilate all of you with violence, would have certainly planned out everything. Once the Blood Oath Alliance incident was activated, there would have been continuous thunderous strikes that would suffocate all the reformists, young officers, and peripheral warlords. You wouldn't have stood a chance at all. But what about the reality? The reality was that I was running and fighting everywhere. Did I seem to have planned everything, at all? Do you think that the Prime Minister's enormous scheme was so flawed that it had no backup plans at all? If you want evidence, the greatest proof is my misery right now. Isn't my current situation enough to suggest that I truly knew nothing about the matter and was caught completely unprepared? Dongfang Wang couldn't have sounded more depressed and heartfelt. Even Li Yao was somewhat convinced. He continued to roar in fury. After the Blood Oath Alliance incident, the reformists seemed to suffer heavy losses. Many were caught, and your organization took significant blows, but you regrouped quickly and even recruited Lei Chenghu, the astounding Thunder Fleet, and its young officers, peripheral warlords, and the ambitious, unstable elements within the four Kurfürst families. Your capabilities have soared more than tenfold. Then, you launched overwhelming, relentless, and seamless counterattacks, driving my forces to the ground without a moment's pause. I ask you, could such powerful and fierce counterattacks really have been executed in a hurry? Vulture Li Yao, I don't know if you are Li Linghai's accomplice or if you are aware of the whole scheme, but if you are, I must admire your self-control, your planning, and your acting skills. This is truly almost a perfect plot. I had no chance to counterattack. Whatever I did, I was doomed. If you are unaware of the truth, that is very pitiful, because you were also manipulated by Li Linghai, used as her pawn, her hound, and her dagger. Trust me, Queen Li Linghai knew that an elder of the Imperium was going to be assassinated before the Blood Oath Alliance incident. She calculated all the chain reactions that followed and planned the coping strategies for every step. It was not a hasty counterattack at all but a long-prepared aggression. Impressive, Li Linghai. I have underestimated you again and again. I never realized that you were so formidable that everyone, from the four Kurfürst families to the reformists, from the soldiers on the front lines to the warlords in the rear, and from a prime minister like me to seasoned generals like Lei Chenghu, was manipulated by you like a puppet. Dongfang Wang laughed in the most devastating way. His hanging skin and hideous smile made him truly like a terrifying ghost. Wait, there is still the most critical question. Frowning hard, Li Yao pondered carefully for a long time before he asked, Prime Minister Dongfang, you claim that the Queen was the mastermind who came up with all the schemes because she gained the most from them. But I am confused. What exactly has she gained? In terms of command, she does not have any troops. The Deep Sea Fleet is commanded by General Dongfang Sheng, and the astounding Thunder Fleet is managed by General Lei Chenghu. The elite troops of the four Kurfürst families are not her to control either. In terms of prestige, while she is the leader of the reformists, she has done nothing besides calling for supporters and facilitating communication. Except for her performance in the crying event in the capital, where she won the favor of the surplus generals and the disabled veterans, she has been keeping a low profile and barely left a deep impression. If we are being completely honest, she has appeared on the battlefield even less often than me. Right now, everyone knows Vulture Li Yao and the Gold Vulture, but not everyone knows the Queen's role in the revival of the Imperium. In light of the current situation, following Prime Minister Dongfang's fall, the Dongfang family will undoubtedly be significantly weakened. However, the other three families and the reformists are likely to resolve matters peacefully. We are poised to welcome the return of Emperor Shenwu and re-establish the Council of Elders. As a result, the Queen's position and influence will undoubtedly diminish. From the perspective that the Imperium's interests should take precedence, her so-called schemes do not appear to have many disadvantages or substantial benefits for the Queen herself. If you contend that the Queen spent decades operating in secret, meticulously planning traps solely for the Imperium's revival and rise without any selfish motives, then I have nothing to say. For no selfish reasons at all? He. You are about to welcome the return of Emperor Shenwu? Ha ha ha. Dongfang Wang laughed so hard he nearly choked. Suddenly, he bulged his eyes and shrieked, "Then come and welcome His Majesty now." From the start, he had clutched a human-shaped package the size of a dog. The material of the package was unknown, but it had a high level of blockage. Li Yao had tried to probe it multiple times with his telepathic thoughts but never succeeded. At that moment, Dongfang Wang shook the package and opened it. A dark, charcoal-like object flew out with a pungent odor and landed before Li Yao, disintegrating upon impact. Dazed, Li Yao activated his spiritual shield before the fragments could touch him. He then carefully examined the charcoal-like object. At first glance, it resembled a burnt monkey, but the limbs and face were clearly human, albeit reduced in size disproportionately. Although it was as dark as charcoal, it did not seem to have just been burnt in a fire. Instead, the water inside the body appeared to have been entirely vaporized, and the blood and soul were sucked up by some secret techniques, causing the body to shrivel to such an extent. Well, staring at the blackened head, the size of a fist, for a long time, Li Yao tried to locate some traces from the grimacing, painful face, but found nothing. What is this? He was confused about why Dongfang Wang was holding such a terribly burnt body in his arms when he was about to die. Don't you see? As I said just now, Dongfang Wang's smile was both bitter and hideous. This is the dominator of the universe, the sovereign of the Imperium of true human beings, and Li Linghai's husband, His Majesty Emperor Shenwu, whom you have been trying to rescue. Li Yao's eyes immediately froze, and he did not move for half a minute. Wow! You are truly audacious and unrestrained. You were crazy enough to turn His Majesty into this? With a bitter smile, Dongfang Wang said, "If I say I wasn't the one who did this, would you believe me?" "I would." After a moment's thought, Li Yao nodded. "You can only coerce others into obeying you with a living emperor, not a dead one. But, to be honest, when you kidnapped His Majesty, he couldn't have looked so terrible back then, right? Therefore, His Majesty died under your watch, and you certainly can't escape responsibility." "How exactly did it happen?" "Intoxication." Intense confusion surfaced in Dongfang Wang's eyes as he said, "By a very unusual but powerful poison. I asked the best doctors to examine His Majesty's body every day to ensure his safety, but nothing was found at all. I also highly suspect that the poison was injected into His Majesty's body a long time ago and could be activated indirectly through timing or remote control, so that His Majesty would die in my hands." Chapter 23:11 Underground Palace. Li Yao stared intently at the blackened body again, but he still couldn't tell whether it had been poisoned or drained by some extremely potent art. He couldn't help but frown. "Why do you say it was intoxicated by a poison planted long ago?" After a brief hesitation, Dongfang Wang said, "Everyone in the world knows that His Majesty is being used by me, and that I coerce others into following me using His Majesty's authority. But if I say that His Majesty actually trusted me greatly and, concerned that someone might murder him, he worked with me to deceive everyone, coming to my place for protection, would you believe me?" "Wow, so that is the truth." "Of course, I will believe it." Li Yao said, "It turns out that Prime Minister Dongfang is truly selfless and devoted to the country. You are a loyal subject to His Majesty, as pure as a lotus flower." Dongfang Wang coughed and said, "All right, that might be an exaggeration. But His Majesty and I were not entirely at odds. In many cases, we had to cooperate. He needed to use my power to suppress the other three Kurfürst families and the instability within the court, including Li Linghai." Li Yao asked, "Was His Majesty dissatisfied with the Queen?" "Not dissatisfied, but intimidated." Dongfang Wang said, "His Majesty had the deepest fear of Li Linghai. According to him, in recent decades, especially after the Imperium's counterattack began, Li Linghai had changed significantly. Sometimes, she was completely like someone else, frightening him to the point where he could barely stand." Not worrying that he might be laughed at, His Majesty stated that he and Li Linghai had not shared a bed for almost 30 years. He also confessed to being physically incapacitated as a man whenever he encountered Li Linghai. However, when with his other consorts, he was still as vigorous as ever, with it being no strain for him to perform 10 times in one night. Additionally, His Majesty mentioned that Li Linghai often roamed the royal palace late at night, stealthily. There was no telling what she was up to. His Majesty contemplated investigating, but Li Linghai sometimes simply vanished without a trace. "Hold on." Li Yao raised his hands and asked, "Vanished without a trace? What do you mean by that?" No one knew how Li Linghai managed it. The royal palace is a key point under the surveillance of the 4 Kurfürst families, with cameras and our spies everywhere. Logically, no one should be able to sneak around inside the royal palace, Dongfang Wang explained. However, it is said that the royal palace of the Imperium of true human beings was built atop the remains of the royal palace of the Star Ocean Imperium from 10,000 years ago. Despite the world changing dramatically, many secrets may still be buried beneath the ground. Years ago, when Blackstar the Great oversaw the construction of the royal palace, he saw this location as the last bastion of resistance for the Imperium of true human beings. Thus, the palace's underground sections are vast, containing numerous labyrinths, arsenals, and gateways to world fragments, all connected by secret passageways and teleportation arrays. These areas are also safeguarded by formidable defense arrays and intricate traps capable of halting experts in the nascent soul stage or even the divinity transformation stage. It is said that Blackstar the Great summoned hundreds of thousands of cultivators for the construction of the underground palace. Those cultivators were mostly war captives from the collapse of the Star Ocean Republic. Blackstar the Great promised that they would be pardoned as long as they built the underground palace, and could then live a new life in the Imperium of true human beings as immortal cultivators. However, to their surprise, after the underground palace was truly established, Blackstar the Great simply killed the hundreds of thousands of cultivators inside the underground palace and transformed their unrest souls into extremely powerful defensive arrays. Ever since then, hundreds of thousands of restless ghosts have haunted the underground world of the royal palace, with its secrets known only to the emperors of every generation. Then, after a few emperors died abruptly while on the throne, the secrets of the underground palace were known by none. The four Kurfürst families are naturally intrigued by the secrets of the underground palace as well, but our four families have been checking and balancing each other. No one wants any other family to discover the secrets before them. Also, excavating the entire underground palace is simply too difficult. A moment's carelessness and the planet's crust might undergo drastic changes. The ecological balance would be lost, and the environment would become too harsh for human survival. Given the severe consequences and minimal benefits, the issue has been put on hold for a long time. According to Emperor Shenwu, Li Linghai seemed to have found a way to travel freely within the underground palace, which is highly suspicious. Naturally, I conducted secret investigations. It was then that I discovered traces of the reformists and realized the tip of the iceberg of Li Linghai's ambitions. But at that time, I still did not know that Li Linghai's goals were so vast and her methods so seamless and brutal. I thought she was just another woman intent on bringing disaster to the palace and the court, like many others had in the past 500 years. Therefore, I only used conventional approaches, planning to make her die of illness to maintain the dignity of the Imperium, while secretly capturing her to interrogate her about the secrets of the underground palace. As for His Majesty, since he sought my protection, it would have been impolite to turn him away when he walked into my trap voluntarily. I meant him no harm. However, his head was clouded by the Imperium's victories, and he had grown overly arrogant, harboring ambitions he could not bear. As the Prime Minister of the Imperium, I was naturally obligated to teach him a lesson, calm him down, and make him see the reality, to prevent him from being taken advantage of by malicious individuals. However, the operation to arrest Li Linghai did not go well. We caught only a stand-in. The real Li Linghai had long escaped. With no other options, we poisoned the stand-in and planned to announce the Queen's demise, hoping to minimize Li Linghai's threat in this way. But we still vastly underestimated her. His Majesty, meanwhile, had been well since he received my protection. However, after the cannibal training incident and the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance, when I was most anxious and unprepared, all the fluids in his body vaporized in just half an hour without any warning, leaving him in such a state. Not even the slightest trace of his soul remained. At that time, several doctors and meditation healers were with His Majesty and performed first aid immediately. They injected 100 dosages of medical drugs into His Majesty's body, but none helped. It seemed there was a mini black hole inside His Majesty's body that was sucking him up. Not earlier, not later, His Majesty died such an uncanny death right in the middle of my most troubled time. It was obvious that someone set me up and wanted me to take the blame. Even if I had tongues all over my body, I couldn't explain His Majesty's death. There's nothing I can do except wait to die now. Such carefully arranged schemes and such vicious drugs couldn't have been prepared by anyone other than Li Linghai, could they? However, Liao asked, why did the Queen do that? Why did she kill her sovereign and husband? Perhaps it was because His Majesty knew too many of her secrets and was even considering abolishing the Queen. Or perhaps it was simply because she wanted the four Kurfürst families and even the entire Imperium to fall into chaos. Dongfang Wang said. Like you said just now, as long as the Dongfang family gives away tremendous interests and welcomes Emperor Shenwu back, it will still be possible for the four Kurfürst families and the reformists to strike a balance, which is perhaps not what Li Linghai wants to see. What if her purpose is exactly to cast the Imperium into chaos? Emperor Shenwu had been on the throne for 60 years, which was a long time even among all the emperors of the Imperium. He was emperor for 60 years in peace, naturally because the four Kurfürst families were all relatively satisfied with the current distribution of interests, and there was no need to replace him with someone else. It was for this reason, and because the Imperium's focus over the past 20 years has been on war, that no crown prince was nominated. Previously, the four Kurfürst families all believed it best to postpone the nomination of a crown prince until after the war. They thought the crown prince could serve as a bargaining chip in post-war reconstruction and the distribution of interests. However, with the emperor's sudden demise, the four Kurfürst families and the reformists are now at loggerheads. For the reformists, your slogan has been "Honor the Majesty and Settle the Rebellion." Now that His Majesty has been murdered by the rebels, it is impossible for you to forgive the culprits. You will not consider your cause accomplished until the entire Dongfang family is annihilated, right? For the Dongfang family, several secondary branches might have stepped in to clean up the mess. If my branch were sacrificed, it might have been possible to preserve the family. But with such a terrible event, everything is uncertain. It's likely that all remaining Dongfang forces will launch a desperate counterattack. The other three Kurfürst families, each with their preferred candidates for the crown prince, will undoubtedly support those who represent their interests. We are witnessing unprecedented changes in the Imperium's history. The interests of all fields, both on the front lines and in the rear, are being reshuffled. If a family's puppet becomes emperor, they will gain significant advantages and could even replace the Dongfang family as the first family. Therefore, the competition for the new emperor will be fierce. Li Linghai is cunning, she certainly has other moves up her sleeve. With a few tricks, the three Kurfürst families will erupt into a great fight against each other. Although the man was speaking quickly, he had regained the computational ability of the Imperium's prime minister and analyzed the entire situation. Li Yao sweated profusely and felt a chill in his heart. "I'm still baffled," Li Yao mumbled. "What can the Queen gain from the Imperium's chaos?" "I don't know what Li Linghai can gain from the chaos," Dongfang Wang said through gritted teeth. "I only know that if the Imperium remains peaceful and you pass the transition of power without any disasters, Li Linghai will forever remain an insignificant queen. As time goes on, it will become increasingly difficult for her to cause any trouble. In the end, she will perish like dust, unheard. After doing so much, with so much effort, she would never want to perish like that. Never." Chapter 23:12, Possessed by Whom? In Li Yao's perception, Dongfang Wang's soul power erupted from the depths of his brain like a volcanic explosion. It was certainly not a good sign but the final burst of his life. Li Yao said hurriedly, "Prime Minister Dongfang, don't be excited. I trust you. Just take your time." Dongfang Wang's eyes were like hazy glass balls, making it impossible to tell if he still had normal vision. His hands, as dry as twigs, were groping wildly in midair, shredding the map of the Imperium into broken ripples. The former Prime Minister of the Imperium roared hysterically, Li Linghai, you may have considered everything, but you couldn't have known that Dongfang Tua and I had reached a secret agreement, and that I had the evidence proving I did not assassinate Dongfang Tua. Vulture Li Yao, Dongfang Mingyue, if you are both Li Linghai's subordinates, everything will be over, and I will admit my loss in this gamble. However, if you still have any concern for the Imperium and the future of human civilization, then help me bring this evidence and everything I have just said to General Lei Chenghu. Tell everyone in the world and ask them to expose Li Linghai together." Li Yao was about to inject another dose of medical drugs into Dongfang Wang when the latter stood up, shaking. Every pore on his body emitted feeble flames, and he laughed crazily in a bizarre manner. "Ha! Ha ha ha! But even if your schemes work, it won't matter, Li Linghai. You can defeat me, you can deceive and steal the entire Imperium, but you can never beat the universe. Dongfang Wang's hands tore apart the map of the Imperium and felt through the spotty light, as if reaching for the real universe above his head, beyond the seawater. The flames of spiritual energy around him gradually dimmed. He finally stopped moving and became a lifeless statue. His life, difficult to judge, came to an end. Li Yao gave up the idea of injecting more medical drugs for him. Dongfang Wang's vitality field was on the brink of collapse from the start. He had only persisted until this moment with his astonishing willpower and his resentment for Li Linghai. Now that he had confessed everything and let go of his burdens, he had lost the last thing in life he clung to. No one could save him anymore. Li Yao sighed, stepped forward, and closed Dongfang Wang's wide-open eyes. He then laid the man down and cleaned his clothes, making him look as if he had fallen asleep. Dongfang Wang was certainly not a good guy. Engaging in cannibal training in modern society indicated that he had crossed all bounds of humanity and was nothing more than an animal in clothing. However, it was also an undeniable fact that he had devoted his life and soul to the Imperium of true human beings over the past 20 years and had combined all available resources for the Imperium's temporary counterattack victory. Li Yao truly did not know how to comment on Dongfang Wang. Nor did he know how to deal with the man's last words or how to confront Queen Li Linghai. How about it? Dongfang Mingyue, or Long Yangjun, who had been leaning against the wall in silence the whole time, walked forward and patted Li Yao's shoulder with a smile. I didn't lie to you, did I? Aren't Dongfang Wang's last words thrilling? They indeed are. After cleaning Dongfang Wang's body, Li Yao wrapped Emperor Shenwu's remains and placed the two together. He then took out a few bottles of drugs from his Cosmos ring and processed the cadavers carefully. Many heavenly materials and earthly treasures were derived from the body tissues of beasts and could only be preserved for a long time after being carefully processed. Human bodies were not much different from those of animals, so the same drugs could also be used to preserve human bodies. The two corpses were critical pieces of evidence. Li Yao naturally would not allow them to perish in the deep ocean. While processing the corpses, Li Yao analyzed, Dongfang Wang's words are not entirely trustworthy. We can only say that they have very high referential value. It's true that, if we consider who benefits the most from an event, the Queen would be the top suspect in the Blood Oath Alliance incident. Additionally, her thunderous counterattacks after the incident were too smooth, violent, and showed signs of prearrangement. Furthermore, it's true that Dongfang Wang handled the whole thing very poorly, as if he had been caught off guard. However, even if all the indirect evidence points to the Queen, there is still the most critical question: if the Imperium really falls into chaos, how will Li Linghai benefit from it exactly? What can she do, and what does she want? No military power, no prestige, and no significant influence in the Council of Elders. It is impossible for the four Kurfürst families to obey her easily. Even the reformists follow her ideas, not her personally. How can such a Li Linghai clean up the mess when the Imperium is mired in chaos? What if she doesn't need to clean up the mess at all? Long Yangjun said casually, assuming the Queen of the Imperium is not the real Li Linghai but has been possessed by something else, which has turned her into, say, a puppet of the Covenant Alliance. If Li Linghai is from the Covenant Alliance, everything makes sense. Her very purpose is to turn the Imperium into chaos so the army of the Covenant Alliance can take advantage. Li Yao's eyebrows furrowed like a towel, and he considered for a long time but slowly shook his head. It's true that everything would have a reasonable explanation if Li Linghai were a puppet of the Covenant Alliance, but I don't think it is so simple. I know the Covenant Alliance has very advanced technologies for simulating emotions, which can allow flesh and blood puppets to mimic normal feelings and pass all the Ring 2 tests. However, Li Linghai and I are both experts in the Divinity transformation stage, and I have seen her burst into a fury with my own eyes. I don't get the impression that she is controlled by the Covenant Alliance. Li Yao kept something to himself. His foster father was from the Covenant Alliance, but due to Li Linghai, he broke the 3 fundamental laws and gained the feelings and self-will that a human should have. His foster father transformed from a puppet of the Covenant Alliance into a normal person, but for Li Linghai to have transformed the opposite way? That would be absurd. When Li Yao mentioned his foster father, he could sense the vulnerability and affection in Li Linghai's heart clearly. Such sincere emotions couldn't have been faked at all. That does make sense. Even if Li Linghai were from the Covenant Alliance, many other things would still be inexplicable. For example, why she knows the secrets of the Royal Library and the Underground Palace. Pausing for a moment, Long Yangjun asked, "Right, you haven't told me the source of Li Linghai's strength yet. Based on what did she turn from a regular doll queen into a mysterious, powerful schemer in only decades, establish a rather advanced fleet in secret and associate with so many oppositions to form a new force, the Reformists? A revolution requires money and resources. Leaving aside all the planning, plots, and combat ability, where did she get all the resources?" Pondering for a moment, Li Yao realized he had to speak the truth now. "If I say," after much thought, Li Yao finally said, "Li Linghai is indeed possessed, not by the Covenant Alliance but by the legendary Supreme Emperor. Would you believe me?" Slightly dazed, Long Yangjun lost her composure. Li Linghai received the heritage of the Supreme Emperor? She discovered the gold throne in the Imperial Transcendent Sector? Li Yao nodded. If that's true, would everything be explainable? Thinking for a moment, Long Yangjun shook her head vigorously. "I don't think it's true. The legendary Supreme Emperor represented light and justice. He was an open and straightforward man. If Li Linghai were really possessed by the Supreme Emperor or received his legacies, she wouldn't have resorted to such plots and schemes. Of course, if you insist that the legends are fake and the Supreme Emperor was, in fact, a scoundrel, or that certain strange changes occurred during his long sleep, leading to the mutation of his character, I won't be able to deny your theories either." Li Yao also found the idea too far-fetched. Most importantly, the half-key leading to the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum had always been in his hands, which meant that Li Linghai had never entered the core of the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum. Then, how could she have been possessed by the Supreme Emperor or found the Supreme Legacies? Thinking about this, Li Yao suddenly felt a palpitation. Indeed, it was impossible for Li Linghai to enter the core of the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum. She couldn't have accessed the Supreme Emperor's legacies at all. Then, where did she receive the dominating aura that could swallow the stars and the dragon sword of purple flames? What secrets lie within the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum? Li Yao suddenly recalled that Li Linghai had asked him to pay more attention to the files related to the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum. Intrigued, he asked, "Long Yangjun, haven't you been to the Royal Library? I hear it's the place that houses the most ancient classics and files in the entire Imperium. Surely, there must be many classics concerning the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum, right? Did you find anything special?" "Anything special? No, not at all." Long Yangjun shook her head quickly. Frowning, she said, "Don't bring that up with me. There are indeed millions of records about the Supreme Mausoleum in the Royal Library. They almost make up 1/10 of the entire library. I thought I might discover something from them. However, after browsing through them for a long time, it occurred to me that they were either ungrounded tales or exaggerated travel journals. There was nothing useful at all. It was a complete waste of my time. 1/10 of the entire Royal Library is reserved for the classics regarding the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum?" Li Yao asked, confused. "Why?" "Because Blackstar the Great loved studying the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum more than anything else, of course. He almost collected all the files about the exploration of the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum in the past 10,000 years and piled them in the royal library for his passionate studies. Do you expect his offspring to drag the books out and burn them up? Long Yongjun continued, not thinking it was a big deal. A few hundred years ago, there were even rumors in the Imperium stating that Blackstar the Great did not die in peace in the royal palace in the capital but embarked on a journey in search of the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum when he felt his death was drawing near. In the end, he eventually perished inside the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum. Chapter 23:13, Great Catastrophe. The blood all over Li Yao's body froze instantly. Every drop seemed to pierce through his veins, muscles, and skin, protruding from his pores like stings. "What did you say?" he asked in a voice like a strangled ghost, stammering, "Say it again. What did you just say? Why are you acting like you're about to pee your pants? Did I say something that's scary?" Long Yongjun was rather confused. "I don't recall saying anything alarming. There are no secrets in the royal library, and the classics about the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum are not very significant." "No," Li Yao managed to say, his throat seemingly blocked by a large piece of ice, making his voice high-pitched and cold. "Just now, you said that Blackstar the Great was very interested in the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum and likely died inside it? So what?" Long Yongjun frowned. "Is there anyone in the universe who isn't interested in the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum? Who wouldn't want to explore it if they had the chance? Don't you want to visit it?" "I certainly do." "You don't understand." Veins bulged on Li Yao's face, which was as pale as a corpse. He seemed ready to grab Long Yongjun by her collar and shake her hard. "Where did you read this so-called rumor? How credible is it? Is there any valid proof to support it?" "I read it in a journal from over 700 years ago." The author was a deposed member of the royal family. In his journal, he gathered plenty of bizarre stories and tales that were not recorded by historians. However, his writing was rather poor, and the content was absurd. After hundreds of years, it is already barely possible to find it on the market. Even in the royal library, it was kept in a deep corner. I skimmed it for a moment and threw it back there. Seeing Li Yao's nervousness, Long Yongjun realized the importance of the matter and became solemn too. As for proofs, the author certainly did not provide any. But I, for one, feel that it is quite possible. Whether or not he indeed found the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum in the end, it was very likely that Blackstar the Great left the Imperial Terminus sector for the Gold Throne in the Imperial Transcendence sector when his death was approaching. Li Yao's eyelids and veins were twitching simultaneously. "Why are you so certain?" "Very simple. Because of his personality." Long Yongjun spread her hands and said, "Does Blackstar the Great strike you as someone who would lie on a sickbed, waiting for death? If you were Wu Yingqi and knew you were dying soon, wouldn't you want to travel through space to search for new opportunities? If you find the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum and the legacies from 10,000 years ago, you could break into new levels and live another few hundred years." Clenching his fists, Li Yao said anxiously, "But Wu Yingqi's mausoleum is in the capital. So what? What lies inside the mausoleum is just a stone coffin, as well as an enormous statue established next to a mountain." Long Yongjun said, "Don't forget that, in case anyone disturbed the rest of their remains, all the emperors of the Imperium of true human beings had their bodies burnt to ashes at a temperature of almost 10,000 degrees. This means that even if you open Wu Yingqi's coffin, the best you can expect is a handful of ashes." "Right. The tradition was established by Wu Yingqi himself. It might have been a disguise. Besides, even if his bones were truly inside the coffin, it still wouldn't prove anything. For someone of his level, he could have separated his soul from his body and resided in an artificial one to search for the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum. Naturally, his dead body would be left in the capital, and his death would be announced." Li Yao was at a loss for words. Recalling his adventures in the land of sins accomplished with an artificial body, he couldn't help but nod his head. If he could achieve this when he was only a novice in the divinity transformation stage, it surely wouldn't be a challenge for Blackstar the Great. Just then, Li Yao's face, which had been as pale as a corpse, was now as dark as the scorched Emperor Shenwu on the ground. He paced back and forth in the narrow cabin. With each lap, his expression grew increasingly grim, and it seemed that what was seeping out of his pores was not sweat but ink. "Are you poisoned too?" Long Yangjun asked, "Why do you look so terrible?" "Hush," taking a deep breath, Li Yao said, "let me think. I need to connect all the known factors in the calmest state of mind. I'm about to make a series of bold assumptions. Help me analyze if these possibilities are valid." Long Yangjun nodded. "Of course, bring it on." First of all, Blackstar the Great was very interested in the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum when he was alive. You are quite right, nobody in the universe is uninterested in the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum. Breathing heavily, Li Yao continued, but Wu Yingqi was different. As the founding emperor of the Imperium of true human beings, he was certainly capable of gathering all the classics and files about the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum from across the universe. Additionally, his palace was built on the ruins of the royal palace of the Star Ocean Imperium, using hundreds of thousands of cultivator captives to construct an enormous and complex underground palace. Afterward, all the cultivator captives were killed to ensure their silence. Can we make a bold assumption that Blackstar the Great killed the hundreds of thousands of cultivator captives not just because of his brutal nature, but also because he discovered something in the ruins of the Star Ocean Imperium's royal palace that he did not want anyone else to know? Or, is it possible that the construction of the enormous royal palace itself was a cover, and Blackstar the Great's true intention was to excavate the ruins of the royal palace from 10,000 years ago and search for the secrets of the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum? Pondering for a moment, Long Yangjun nodded. It is indeed possible. Next, with all the classics and files about the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum in the past 10,000 years, and the secrets he found from the relic 10,000 years ago, Blackstar the Great was more likely to know the accurate coordinates of the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum than anyone else, wasn't he? Li Yao went on elaborately. However, in his prime years, he was too occupied with dealing with the Covenant Alliance, expanding the Imperium, and suppressing the remaining forces of the Star Ocean Republic to leave the capital for the mysterious mausoleum in the vast space. However, at the end of his life, when he felt his death was coming near and when most of the preparatory work was done, he decided to have a try no matter what might happen. So, he pretended to die, placing his physical body in his tomb but leaving the capital in the form of a soul, and followed the trace of the Supreme Emperor. Long Yangjun said, up until this point, all the deductions are rather reasonable. Let's assume that Blackstar the Great did find the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum, but the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum must have been heavily defended. It was not necessarily possible for his soul, which was about to perish, to break in. Or at the very least, it was impossible for him to reach the most central part. Li Yao said, can we imagine such a picture? At the deepest part of the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum, before a splendid bronze gate, Blackstar the Great's remaining soul wandered, but no matter how he gritted his teeth and despite all his endeavors, he was unable to break in. With Blackstar the Great's selfishness, it was impossible that he had told the accurate coordinates of the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum to anyone else. Therefore, there was not a second adventurer who came to the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum for a long time, perhaps 1,000 years. Blackstar the Great's remaining soul naturally dispersed in regrets after lingering in loneliness for a long time. However, it was impossible that Blackstar the Great did not consider this scenario in his lifelong preparation. Could he have had a certain secret technique to preserve part of his soul for 1,000 years? Technically speaking, it shouldn't be a problem. It could have been done in many ways. Long Yangjun nodded more and more slowly. Fair enough. If Blackstar the Great truly found the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum, he wouldn't have given up even if he died before the last gate. Even if his soul really perished, he would certainly have been able to preserve part of his resentment. Li Yao's voice grew colder. Then, assuming that two adventurers found the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum 1,000 years later and came to the last gate, and that they accidentally activated the fragmented soul or curse that had hibernated for a long time. The new adventurer thought she had received the legacies of the Supreme Emperor. After all, the overwhelming, dominating aura was not seen on every expert. Little did she know that it was actually Blackstar the Great's heritage. Blackstar the Great's fragmented soul even resided in her body and slowly possessed her. Is there any loophole in my theory? I don't think so. Long Yongjun narrowed her eyes as well. Looking at Li Yao gravely, she asked, "Are you serious? Li Linghai did go to the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum?" "Of course. Where do you think Li Linghai got the resources to establish the Deep Sea Fleet and associate with the reformists?" With a bitter smile, Li Yao said, "I believe Li Linghai must have been to the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum. Now, her motives and purposes are clear. If she is just Queen Li Linghai, it would be meaningless to plunge the Imperium into chaos, as she lacks the prestige and power to resolve the mess. But what if she is not just Queen Li Linghai, but also Blackstar the Great? When the Imperium is beset by troubles from within and without, and the Emperor dies under mysterious circumstances, just before the nation and civilization face their doom, Blackstar the Great, the greatest Emperor of the Imperium, the ancestor of all the immortal cultivators, and the supreme founder of the country, returns to save the day. If the Imperium is at peace, and the four Kurfürst families and the peripheral warlords are united, they might not welcome Blackstar the Great's return and could even plot against him. However, as long as the four Kurfürst families, the peripheral warlords, and the reformists are embroiled in a fierce civil war, and the Imperium faces overwhelming military pressure from the Covenant alliance, no one will be able to resist Blackstar the Great's prestige and power. All opposition will be divided and conquered. They will even kneel before him without fighting, worshipping him as the last savior of the world. This time, it was Long Yongjun who was at a loss for words. Her face gradually grew as dark as Li Yao's. "I really hate my ominous mouth," Li Yao said pensively, looking at Long Yongjun's gloomy face. "This is a disaster. Blackstar the Great is really crawling out of his coffin." Chapter 23:14, Bloody Palace. When the waters of the Silver Moon Ocean to the west of the main continent were dyed red with blood, the sun above the royal palace in the eastern part of the main continent, thousands of kilometers away, was also setting into the mountains. Its last rays swept across the continuous mountains like an ocean of blood, engulfing the entire royal palace with ravenous tides. Red mists rose everywhere within the royal palace. Due to the entire spatial zone being filled with rifts and wormholes, making it very convenient for space jumps, the Empyrean Terminus sector had already been a highly developed world since the glorious days of the Pangu civilization in the Primordial Age, hundreds of thousands of years ago. Even though the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan destroyed each other in the bloody wars, the Empyrean Terminus sector remained the center of the 3,000 sectors and a place of paramount military importance. In the age of the ancient cultivators, only the strongest sects were qualified to claim the hegemony of the Empyrean Terminus sector. The sects that had complete control over the Empyrean Terminus sector had the easiest means to spread in all directions and tended to flourish for millennia. During the Great Dark Age that lasted 30,000 years, the Empyrean Terminus sector also served as the political center of the Demon Beast Empire, controlled by the most powerful demon warlords. After the Supreme Emperor overthrew the reign of the demons, the importance of the Empyrean Terminus sector was further underscored. The place became the true heart of the entire universe. For hundreds of thousands of years, countless experts considered the Empyrean Terminus sector the cornerstone of their enterprises and toiled diligently, establishing countless residences, headquarters, fortresses, war bases, and royal palaces. They also gathered resources from the entire universe, amassing them here. Hardly had the royal palace of the old dynasty been razed to the ground in war when the royal palace of the new dynasty rose from the ruins without delay. This cycle had repeated countless times over the 10,000 years from the collapse of the Star Ocean Imperium, the establishment of the Star Ocean Republic, and the usurpation of the Imperium of true human beings. If someone were to cut the crust near the royal palace vertically, they would discover strata in distinct layers, like spumoni. Each stratum represented the glory of an age, with the most ancient dating back over 100,000 years, almost as fossils. One could unearth dilapidated walls or even fragments of magical equipment by digging randomly on the ground. During the excavation of ancient royal palaces and residences, the seals and barriers of the old age were sometimes triggered, releasing ferocious beasts or causing astonishing explosions that could devastate 100 square kilometers and claim tens of thousands of lives. Such tragedies have been recorded many times in history books. Some even speculated that the fierce battle between the Supreme Emperor and the Blood God took place at the core of the planet, triggering a dormant force or a destructive machine from the primeval age that tore the planet's crust apart, leaving enormous gaps everywhere and almost destroying the entire planet. Despite the risks, each generation's experts and rulers continued to build massive palaces and excavate the secrets from the deepest parts below ground. Blackstar the Great was certainly the epitome of this. It was said that after he stole the supreme power of the Star Ocean Republic, he first deceived the panicked cultivators with fancy words. He promised them an opportunity to become citizens of the Imperium if they donated 50% of their wealth and resources. Most of the cultivators were indeed tricked. They gave up resistance and obediently submitted their wealth and resources, which funded a major portion of the construction of the royal palace. However, once Blackstar the Great had everything under control and no longer needed to negotiate with the cultivators, he immediately changed his attitude. All the cultivators were captured and enslaved as construction workers for the Imperium. A second deception was made, with the lives of the poor captives held as a threat. Based on the resources and lives of the cultivators, the Imperium of true human beings expanded to an unprecedented 30,000 square kilometers, becoming a splendid super city. Besides the crowded pavilions, command centers, and defensive fortresses on the ground, there were countless war bases and warehouses deep within the complex mazes below the ground. The brand new crystal suits and colossi were preserved there using secret techniques, remaining perfect after 1,000 years, ready to be activated and devoted to battle at any moment. It was also said that Blackstar the Great went to great lengths to find 9 world fragments and transferred their entrances into the underground world, consuming infinite resources in the process. The mysteries of the world fragments and whether unknown beasts and magical equipment were hidden inside were known only to Blackstar the Great. Even the emperors of the Imperium of true human beings who came after him did not know all the secrets of the underground palace. The 9 world fragments remained mere groundless tales. After the 4 Kurfürst families diminished the royal authority, a series of bloody coups took place in the palace, where countless members of the royal family were killed, and the secrets of the underground palace sank into the abyss at the core of the planet forever. Unless the entire planet was split in half, they would never be exposed to the outside world again. Today's royal palace was not nearly as glorious as it was in the age of Blackstar the Great. The 4 Kurfürst families checked and balanced each other, but they also worked together to diminish the central position of the imperial terminus sector. Meanwhile, the Council of Elders gradually assumed the role of the royal palace. After 500 years of solitude, the once splendid and magnificent palace was as lifeless as a ghost city. Even when the maids and guards walked by, they seemed like phantoms whose feet did not touch the ground. Under the glow of the setting sun, the place took on a particularly gloomy and devastating appearance. Holding a rare ancient scroll made of beast hide, Li Linghai walked slowly out of the royal library and faced the empty, desolate palace. The bloody mists raised by the sunset had dispersed, and night had fallen like a black ocean, its waves swallowing the last hues of red in the sky. Staring at the first dazzling star on the horizon beyond the dragon sculpture atop the distant building, Li Linghai was deep in thought. After the exposure of cannibal training and the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance, the fall of Dongfang Wang's cabinet was inevitable, and the imminent collapse of the Dongfang family was only a matter of time. The reformists were closer to the other three Kurfürst families than they were to the Dongfang family. Many reformists were now able to appear on the streets of the capital, promote their ideas, and win the support of the bottom-level immortal cultivators and even civilians. Since Emperor Shenwu was still in Dongfang Wang's hands, many elders of the Imperium urged Li Linghai to return to the royal palace to stabilize the current situation. Also, the subsidy issues of the surplus generals and disabled veterans gathered in the emperor's mausoleum had been addressed to some extent, and the crying event was on the verge of a happy ending. There was no reason for Li Linghai to remain in the emperor's mausoleum any longer. It was impossible for her to hide there forever. After careful thought, she decided to return to the royal palace. Naturally, Li Linghai would not fully trust the old and cunning Kurfürsten, nor would she rely on the untrained imperial guards for her safety. The astounding Thunder Fleet was still stationed in the heartland of the Li family, holding the four Kurfürst families at bay. The elite troops of the Deep Sea Fleet, under the command of Dongfang Sheng, were positioned in the royal palace and ready to take to the skies at the first sign of trouble. Moreover, the control permissions for all defense arrays within and outside the royal palace had fallen into Li Linghai's hands. Her safety was certainly a consideration. However, looking at the royal palace, which was as empty as a ghost city, Li Linghai sensed a whiff of danger. A vague, cold smile played on her lips as she combed her white hair, utterly unperturbed by the minor problem that her guards outside had disappeared. She simply sighed and strode forward alone. Ahead of her, three shadows, elongated by the last bloody light of the setting sun, stretched like three sharp, red blades pointed at Li Linghai. The shadows belonged to three individuals of different shapes, each exuding an equally violent and dominating presence. They casually shattered the peace of the royal palace, their killing intent coalescing into invisible electric arcs that crackled around Li Linghai from three directions. The figure standing to the east had an unusually large, bald head covered in rugged lumps. At first glance, it appeared as if he had horns growing all over his head, giving the bizarre impression of a giant-headed doll. However, no one who knew his name found it amusing. This was Li Jiani, known as Devilish Abyss. He was one of the most skilled meditation healers in the Imperium of true human beings, with a mind trained to be as profound and terrifying as hell, making him the strongest expert in mental warfare. His nickname, Devilish Abyss, stemmed from his ability to hypnotize his victims into a trance, making them feel as if they had fallen into a devil-filled abyss with no escape. To the south stood a medium-sized figure who appeared plain but possessed enormous, fan-like hands. These hands could crush the hardest diamonds without external aid, tear apart the most ferocious alien beasts, or even knead a crystal suit into a pile of metal bare-handed. It was because of these iron hands that he became the dean of the combat department at the Imperial University. Yunquahai, known as Acyclic Earth, had been feared throughout the Imperium for his brutality for over a century. The figure to the west was a hunched woman, the smallest in stature but the most formidable in presence. She was enveloped in translucent, bright gold blades, each no larger than a fingernail. They rolled and moved according to the rhythm of her breath, leaving golden streaks behind. Like thousands of flying swords, they were eager to leap out. She was Song Huanjun, the Star Breaker, known as the greatest expert of flying swords in the Imperium and the chief sword arts tutor for the thousands of immortal cultivators of the Song family. Chapter 23:15, Kicking Me Away Already? There were infinite wonders in the vast universe. Even in just the territory of the Imperium of true human beings, the number of extraordinary talents was already too many to count. In particular, battle-type immortal cultivators above the divinity transformation stage were terrifying beings capable of resisting an entire fleet on their own. Naturally, Such battle-type experts at the Divinity transformation stage would not engage in a life-and-death battle with each other unless there was a deep-seated grudge. Even when they did fight, it would merely be an exchange of skills. Therefore, the rankings and titles like Top 10 Experts of the Imperium or Best Expert of a certain family were hardly verifiable. They were of, at best, some referential value. Based on their position in the family, past accomplishments, and intensity in training, however, it was still possible to distinguish the super experts from the great experts and the mediocre experts. Devil's Abyss, Li Jiani, Acyclic Earth, Yunquahai, and Star Breaker, Song Huanjun were all central leaders of their respective families and elders of the Imperium. Mobilizing the resources of an entire planet was a simple matter for them. What they relied on was their cultivation, which was at least at a high level of the Divinity transformation stage. The three of them were absolutely the top-tier extraordinary individuals in the Imperium of true human beings in terms of individual combat ability. They could tear apart a warship or kill thousands with a single breath. Moreover, besides the three experts, there were still dozens of first-rate experts at the nascent soul stage lurking far away, blocking every possible escape route. The area was quiet and empty. All the guards and maids in the entire royal palace seemed to have vanished. An invisible film seemed to cover the 10-square-kilometer area, forming an impenetrable barrier. Even if the most astonishing battle were to take place inside, no one outside would notice anything amiss. The elite troops stationed at the northwest corner of the royal palace appeared completely unaware of the situation, showing no sign of soaring to offer the queen protection. The three super experts looked at Li Linghai emotionlessly, with no intention of bowing to the queen with respect. The killing intent and electric arcs surrounding them were even more intense and dazzling, almost forming a dragnet around Li Linghai, threatening to tear her apart. Slowly closing the book in her hands, Li Linghai placed the beast-hide scroll into her cosmos ring. Glancing thoughtfully at Li Jiani, Yunquahai, and Song Huanjun, she spoke casually, without any surprise on her face, "Elderly, Dean Yun, and Chief Tutor Song, weren't you supposed to be capturing Dongfang Wang in the Silver Moon Ocean? Why have you suddenly come to the royal palace? Or perhaps, it's your clones who are engaged in the fierce battle in the Silver Moon Ocean, while you have traveled such a long distance to the capital because your real target is not Dongfang Wang but me? Tisk, TSK, TSK. I didn't expect you to turn on me so quickly. Before Dongfang Wang is captured, you are already determined to get rid of those no longer needed. However, isn't it a bit much for three grandmasters to come together to deal with just a weak woman like me? I almost feel flattered. Those who attack first gain the advantage, while those who counterattack suffer the losses. Everyone understands this simple logic. Li Jiani was of the same generation as Silver Fox, Li Jianda, the leader of the Li family. As a sort of grandfather to Li Linghai, he was the first to speak. Moreover, I fear that your grace has some misunderstanding. We never plan to push you away or remove anyone who is no longer needed, we simply have many questions we wish to ask for your grace's enlightenment. For example, where did you acquire the resources to secretly establish the deep-sea fleet? You seem to have practiced many techniques not belonging to the Li family, thereby ascending to the beginning or even middle level of the Divinity transformation stage. Having advanced to a battle-type expert in the Divinity transformation stage within the royal palace under the watch of countless spies, you are certainly no weak woman at all. After a sigh, Li Linghai smiled even more mysteriously. The royal palace is clearly guarded by the elites of the deep-sea fleet. The guards and the maids have also been replaced by my own people. Yet, you managed to break in without raising any alarm and set up such an impeccable array. Moreover, you know the details of the deep-sea fleet and even myself very clearly. It seems that what I most wanted to avoid has indeed happened. General Dongfang Sheng, if you are bold enough to betray me, why are you too shy to meet me? I know that for many years you have been very curious about the resources used to establish the deep-sea fleet and the origins of the starships, and you secretly spied on my training countless times. Hee hee. If you are so desperate to know the answers, just stand before me, and I'll explain them all to you. Heavy footsteps echoed behind Li Linghai. The person who blocked the last gap was none other than Dongfang, a central leader of the reformists, Li Linghai's trusted subordinate, the Dongfang family's greatest trader, and the highest commander of the deep-sea fleet. One top expert from each of the four Kurfürst families had now surrounded Li Linghai, prepared to suppress her. Dongfang did not arrive alone either. He was also pushing a floating medical chair. Beneath the translucent mask, lying amid the high-purity oxygen, was Silver Fox, Li Jianda, the oldest and most esteemed Kurfürst. Li Linghai looked at Dongfang, then at Silver Fox, Li Jianda, before she chuckled. "Grandfather, I knew you wouldn't rest in peace so easily." Li Linghai said without a care, "So, it was you who orchestrated and gathered these three super experts. I wonder, what offers did you make to General Dongfang to make him turn against me?" Hee hee. Was he invited back to the Dongfang family as the leader to clean up the mess? You must be joking, Your Grace. Dongfang, however, bowed deeply to Li Linghai and said, "With my experience and reputation, it is naturally impossible for me to lead the entire Dongfang family. However, since the family is now falling apart and on the brink of destruction, as a member of the Dongfang family, I must contribute in the time of peril. The Supreme Commander and most of the leaders of the Dongfang family's fleet will die with Dongfang Wang. It is in turmoil due to the lack of leadership now. With my experience in commanding the deep-sea fleet, I think I'm more or less qualified to return and command my family's fleet. That explains a lot. So, the highest commander of the Dongfang family's fleet is enough to buy you over." Li Linghai was neither surprised nor infuriated. She simply shook her head and said, "General Dongfang, your vision is too limited. How do you know that the future of the deep-sea fleet wouldn't be 100 times better than that of the Dongfang family's fleet? In fact, I have always thought very highly of you. If you remained loyal to me, your future would be more promising than you can imagine." What a shame. Your Grace, I'm afraid you're mistaken again. Dongfang looked determined and showed no regret over his decision. From the very beginning, I have never been loyal to you but to the ideas of the reformists. I am returning to the Dongfang family to carry out these ideas from a more advantageous position, for the greater good of the Imperium. What betrayal are you talking about? Your Grace, I believe you are the one who has been keeping something from all the reformists. I've been meaning to ask you this for a long time. Are your ambitions really limited to honor the majesty and settle the rebellions? Li Linghai sneered but did not answer Dongfang's question. Instead, she turned to Silver Fox Li Jianda. Li Jianda was not a battle expert to begin with, and he had been dying and looked haggard for almost 100 years. No matter how many tubes extended from the medical chair to his body, continuously injecting medical and nutritional drugs, his condition still seemed hopeless. However, the three super experts, the fleet commander who betrayed Li Linghai, the dozens of nascent soul stage experts outside, and even the entire Imperium seemed to be all within the calculation of the old and cunning Silver Fox. I made a horrible mistake, Li Linghai sighed. I underestimated you, grandfather. Among today's four Kurfürsten, you are even more terrifying than Prime Minister Dongfang Wang. I really should have killed you without hesitation. Good granddaughter, you have indeed made a horrible mistake, but the mistake is not about me. Silver Fox Li Jianda slowly opened the nebulizer on his face and looked at Li Linghai with a complicated expression. He struggled to say, "You and Dongfang Wang made the same mistake. You destroyed the most important thing that sustained the Imperium of true human beings, balance. The Imperium has persisted to this day, encompassing hundreds of sectors and tens of thousands of resource planets, without collapsing under its own weight only because of the balance maintained by the four Kurfürst families. No matter how openly and secretly the four families compete, deep down, all the family leaders should know that we must maintain this balance among us. The four families are like the four legs of a table. Only by maintaining balance can we ensure that there is a cake on the table for us to divide. If the table is uneven or collapses, the cake will either fall to the ground and become a mess, or we won't be able to control our hands when cutting the cake, and we will chop off all our fingers. Dongfang Wang did not understand this logic. He was ambitious and determined to make the Dongfang family expand into the first family, which was a great disruption to the balance. It was like doubling the length of one leg of the table. How could he not be overwhelmed by the backlash when no one could eat the cake anymore? Standing in the way of someone making a fortune is like killing their parents. When you are cursed by too many people, you will die even if you have no illness. Dongfang Wang was asking to be killed. No one could have saved him. But the other three Kurfürst families only aimed to shorten the Dongfang family's leg of the table, which is half too long, to restore the balance. You, however, are trying to completely knock the leg off. Wouldn't that just throw us into another imbalance? Chapter 23 16 Black and White Queen. Li Linghai rolled her eyes and said, "The Dongfang family has amassed tremendous wealth during the sudden expansion in the past 100 years. Are you not tempted to carve against Dongfang family at all? You have already inflicted heavy wounds on the Dongfang family, and all the immortal cultivators of the Dongfang family will hate you for it. If you don't eliminate all of them right now, you might one day be swallowed by the survivors of the Dongfang family." He he. My good granddaughter, your little trick can only deceive short-sighted and ravenous guys. It is too naive a move to attempt on your grandfather. Li Jianda smiled. The prospect of dividing the Dongfang family completely is naturally very enticing, but a chain reaction could be triggered by a single moment of carelessness, and we might be consumed by the fire we started. Not only would we have to give back all the resources we've taken, but the foundations of the four Kurfürst families could be shaken. In fact, that is your ultimate goal, is it not? In the past few months, you've been inciting the immortal cultivators of other surnames and the lower levels within the Dongfang family, intensifying the contradiction between the main and secondary branches. Ultimately, the two sides have converged into a torrent that devastates the entire family. The other three Kurfürst families seem to be benefiting greatly from the so-called reform, but in reality, we are all facing the same fatal threat. Of the more than 10 sectors under the Dongfang family's governance, 90% of the immortal cultivators do not belong to the Dongfang family. On the best starships, most of the fundamental jobs are also taken up by the immortal cultivators of other surnames, who are highly dissatisfied with the Dongfang family. Aren't the Li family, the Yun family, and the Song family the same? The Dongfang family has contradictions between the main branch and the secondary branches, and the secondary branches want to overthrow the main branch and replace it as the dominator of the Dongfang family all the time. But is any of the other three families utterly united without any gap? You have stirred the ambitions of the immortal cultivators of other surnames and those of secondary branches in the Dongfang family's dominion. While the fire they have raised can let us finish the so-called first family of the Imperium, if the fire burns brighter and brighter, is it possible that the fire will spread unstoppably like a wildfire and eventually burn the Li family, the Yun family, and the Song family? If the immortal cultivators of other surnames and secondary branches in the Dongfang family can rise and overthrow the reign of the main branch, why can't those in the Li, Song, and Yun families? Li Linghai sniffed and said casually, "Grandfather, you are overthinking." "No, I am not," Li Jianda sighed and said. "If we are really greedy enough to indulge the fire to continue burning the Dongfang family to the ground, it will be too late. With the Dongfang family as the fuel, the fire will inevitably sweep across the entire Imperium. None of the few people of the main branch in the Li family, the Yun family, or the Song family can expect to compete with the immortal cultivators of other surnames and secondary branches who are on a rampage. The 4 families will be like 4 gravestones falling one after another. Eventually, the order of the entire Imperium will be gone, and the center of the cosmos will fall apart, mired in incessant wars. Although I have no idea why you are doing this, I cannot let your plan succeed for both the Li family and the Imperium. I'm sorry, my good granddaughter. I understand it now, Li Linghai said coldly. Even when you were threatened by my army, you never thought to completely annihilate the Dongfang family. Yes, your grandfather is already old. When one is old, a lot of things will shrink, including their ambition. They tend to be more conservative when considering things. Instead of thinking about what they will gain if they succeed, they will care more about what they will lose if they fail. Li Jianda was truly like a kind, graceful grandfather teaching his mischievous granddaughter a lesson. If I were 100 years younger, I might have been tricked by you and risked everything on destroying the Dongfang family. But right now, I understand that the 4 Kurfürst families are a community of shared destiny. We will rise and fall together. Protecting the authority of the Dongfang family is protecting the authority of the 4 Kurfürst families, including the Li family. If the Dongfang family declines or even gets annihilated, countless people will be motivated to overthrow all 4 Kurfürst families. The Imperium will completely fall into chaos by then. Therefore, I never intended to destroy the Dongfang family from the beginning. I only wanted to beat them and let them elect a leader whose head is clearer. The 4 families are the 4 legs of a table. If one family is too strong, just give them some knocking. If one family is too weak, give them a hand. After all, the universe is too large a cake to be swallowed by any individual family if they do not want to be stuffed, right? Ha ha ha. Cough, cough. Cough, 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 cough. Now, since we are all going to eat at the table, no matter how unfriendly we look and how harshly our forks clash, we must be careful with our feet. It would be inappropriate to really break the legs of the table. Don't you agree, my good granddaughter? Li Linghai looked more and more terrible. She said, one word after another, no wonder the Yun family and the Song family took the side of the reformists so easily. So, they were persuaded by you when they changed their attitudes, and they have been holding sabers in their hands. Li Jianda put the nebulizer on his nose again and took a deep breath. He sighed, my good granddaughter, I truly regret sending you into the palace. I should have kept you by my side and taught you wholeheartedly so that you could grow into the most distinguished heir of the Li family. You have such great gifts, but you lack the enlightenment of the wise. You are too young, too impatient, too confident, and too aggressive. The tallest tree in a forest will be destroyed by the wind first. Always. Li Linghai stared at Li Jianda thoughtfully and focused her eyes on Dongfang Sheng again. After the restoration of balance among the 4 Kurfürst families, the reformists will soon be removed. General Dongfang, is this how you express your loyalty to the ideas of the reformists? My good granddaughter, you have truly misunderstood General Dongfang. Before Dongfang Sheng could argue, Li Jianda defended him instead. Peace is always the best. Silver Fox is certainly not as pig-headed as Dongfang Wang, who was known as Iron and Blood. Killing is my least favorite thing. We are all people of the Imperium. What cannot be resolved through peaceful negotiations? While the 4 Kurfürst families are the pillars of the Imperium, the smaller nobles and warlords on the peripheral worlds are also indispensable. The reformists serve as important lubricants within the Imperium. Your operation under the slogan of Honor the Majesty and Settle the Rebellions is a significant warning to the 4 Kurfürst families, making us reflect on whether certain people among us have truly crossed the line. Rest assured. After the incident, the 4 families will undergo internal reorganizations. We will offer substantial benefits to satisfy the forces that have made major contributions and suffered heavy losses over the past 20 years of war. I do not want a civil war to break out within the Imperium while the Covenant alliance remains undefeated. Grandfather, you sound very convincing. If not for the brutal reputation of Silver Fox from 100 years ago, I might have believed it. Li Linghai sneered and then suddenly shrieked, General Dongfang, do you really believe that the 4 Kurfürst families will retreat and let go of the rich rewards at their fingertips? This is just a delaying tactic. Once they regain their composure and assess the strength of the reformists, they will certainly seek retaliation. Don't regret your actions when the time comes. Your Grace, I have made up my mind. You can cease your futile arguments. Dongfang Sheng said emotionlessly, I cannot trust you with all the secrets you have kept unless you reveal everything first, including the source of the resources for building the deep-sea fleet, how you achieved your remarkable cultivation, and also, how you vanished in a blink when you sneaked into the depths of the Royal Library just moments ago. What happened exactly? Where were you? Yes, just confess everything, my good granddaughter. Li Jianda coughed violently for a moment, then managed to continue, confess all the secrets and agree to our conditions, and you will still be the most honorable queen of the Imperium of true humans. You will still be involved in the distribution of the post-war reconstruction profits. In the game of power, I'll do my best to keep a place for you. Li Linghai had completely calmed down. Her transparent eyes seemed to have lost the warmth of a human, casting a cold, ominous fire that burned in all directions. She combed her hair, which flowed like a white waterfall, and said casually, What if I don't want to confess? Then we will have to invite your Grace to somewhere else to talk. Yunquahai rubbed his enormous hands and grinned hideously. Don't blame us for being too merciless. I believe that your Grace will certainly tell us everything that happened over the past 100 years in the end. Give up your desperate struggles, and don't make a scene, Li Jianda also frowned and said. Our men are everywhere. All your subordinates in the deep-sea fleet who are loyal to you have been controlled. Even the control system of the defense arrays in the royal palace has been compromised by us. 7 barriers have been set up here. You cannot even send a single telepathic thought out. It's impossible for you to call Vulture Li Yao or anyone else for help. I regarded you as an unparalleled expert at the peak of the Divinity transformation stage when I planned the arrest carefully. You don't stand any chance at all. Is it time to admit your failure, my good granddaughter? Is it? Li Linghai smiled without giving a reply. Black veins suddenly protruded from her pale face, wriggling like thousands of worms. Her smile grew more mysterious and aggressive. She continued to comb her long hair, which was like a white waterfall. However, as her pure hands waved, her white hair, which felt like ice and frost, turned black inch by inch, starting from the top. The devastating white at the beginning transformed into an immeasurable black, almost like a unique coating that could absorb all visible and invisible light. No, not just her hair, even her white eyes were infused with a black fog like ink. Soon, there was nothing but blackness in her eyes, as if too many black holes had been embedded in her beautiful face. In the blink of an eye, her hair became entirely black, with no trace of whiteness, and there was no light in her eyes. The White Queen had completely transformed into the Black Queen. Your Emperor never knows what failure is. The Black Queen gripped her hair, which was wildly waving like tentacles, and burst into a fit of crazed laughter. Crack! 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 Together with her mad laughter, the earth beneath her feet fell apart, and countless gaps darted to all directions like black blades. Explosions resembling thunder echoed from the core of the planet. Very soon, centered at Li Linghai's feet, the cracks had already spread to thousands of meters away. The earth seemed like a farmland suffering from a drought, broken and rugged. Boom! Crack! Boom! The thunderous explosions from below the ground grew louder and more astounding, sounding like the drumming of malevolent ghosts in the deepest level of hell and the roars of ravenous beasts that had slept for thousands of years and just woke up. The thunder and roars from the center of the planet seemed to have attracted the spiritual energy and the magnetic field in the sky. A peaceful night with a bright moon and shining stars a moment ago suddenly had dark clouds rolling over like enormous tides, colliding and fighting with each other to form gigantic vortexes. It seemed that the dark night had opened countless dark eyes that were staring at all the creatures on the ground. Some of the black clouds dangled from the night sky like tentacles to such a low altitude that they seemed to be tying everyone's neck. Everyone felt that their heart was pounding, and it was difficult to breathe. It was almost as if they might be devoured by the dark clouds at any moment. Suddenly, the thunders below the ground were synchronized, and the hard ground for several kilometers around seemed to have turned into a soft ocean. On the surface of the ocean, overwhelming tides were sweeping. Some places collapsed deeply, as if immeasurable hollows and faults had appeared below them, and in other places, stone pillars and stalagmites dozens of meters tall were rising. They were like the tusks of underworld fiends and a forest of blood-stained blades. Chi! 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 Between the stalagmites and the gaps that bit into each other, the most intense black gas spurted out like a volcanic eruption. When the black gas darted into the air, it transformed into thousands of raging, hideous black dragons that hovered above everyone's heads with bloodshot eyes. The black dragons from below and the cloud tentacles from the night sky finally joined, forming a monolithic black cage that sealed more than half of the capital. Li Linghai stood majestically on the steepest stalagmite. Her black hair, resembling tentacles, danced even more violently. Her long robe, initially pure white, was corrupted by the black gas into a darkness as hopeless as the night sky. The two black swirls in her eye sockets grew larger, almost swallowing the entire royal palace, the entire capital, and even the entire universe. Such astonishing changes left the three super experts at the peak of the divinity transformation stage, as well as Li Jianda, Dongfang, and all the nascent soul stage experts ambushing at the edge, drenched in cold sweat. Their blood and souls were almost entirely frozen. What kind of domain is this? The few super experts were all intimidated. After reaching the divinity transformation stage, one could freely implement a domain by combining the world around them with their own vitality field, becoming the unquestionable master of an area. Li Jiani, Yunquahai, and Song Huanjun were all seasoned divinity transformation stage experts, famous for a long time. Naturally, they all had their own domains and profound knowledge of activation, utilization, and tricks about the domain. However, it had never occurred to them that someone could unleash such a horrifying domain that the whole of nature seemed to be under her control. Was she really at the beginning or middle level of the divinity transformation stage as the intelligence suggested? Even though they were at the peak of the divinity transformation stage, they were unable to trigger such a domain, even if they burned their lives and souls desperately without caring about the cost. The lumps on devilish abyss, Li Jiani's bald head were like racing hearts that had just been through intense exercise, and a brilliance 100 times more dazzling than sunlight was shooting out of his eyes. He had boosted all his mental power to resist the terrifying domain that Li Linghai had created. Acyclic Earth, Yunquahai's both arms had been expanded twice. At first glance, it was almost like three equally magnificent bodies were sharing the same head. His hands, as huge as fans, were also uttering cracking explosions. At first, the bronze-colored skin became rough and grew a layer of dense scales. Then, sharp thorns occupied the fingertips and the back of his hands. Two crystal-like objects the size of a goose egg also protruded out of his palms. The two crystal-like objects were glittering in orange brilliance, like the barrels of two crystal cannons ready to be launched. The sword balls around Starbreaker Song Huanzhen were shrieking as if alive, congregating a small tide around her. They rolled non-stop and unleashed sword auras more than 10 meters long now and then, competing with the black dragons and cloud tentacles in the mid-air non-stop. However, no matter how her sword auras cut the black gas and the dark clouds apart, the dark forces were always recovered in the blink of an eye. The three hunters, who had been confident of their victory previously, sensed the most primitive threat at the same time. Their cells were all letting out intuitional moans. Dongfang, who had just chosen to be a traitor, was so shocked and sweating so hard that he did not know what to do at all. Silver Fox Li Jianda activated the spiritual shield of his medical chair at the earliest time, turning the medical chair into a fully enclosed medical cabin covered in yellow light, trying to resist the scourge of the black gas and the dark clouds. Even though he was also in the Divinity transformation stage, he was not a battle-type immortal cultivator. Besides, he had been catching his last breath for years in poor health. How could he stand such intense competition? He intended to run away immediately, but there was already no time. Thousands of streams of black gas and dark clouds surged through his spiritual shield, sabotaging the power rune arrays of the medical cabin. He was fixated to the battlefield, unable to move any longer. You are not Li Linghai. Even Li Jianda, who always had everything planned out, changed his expression greatly as he paled out. A dense layer of cold sweat was gathering among his wrinkles, only to be vaporized by his brain that was functioning at a high speed immediately. Who are you? Who are you exactly? Narrowing her black eyes in great satisfaction, Li Linghai seemed to be dwelling in the domain that had not been unleashed for 1,000 years. Her countenance, charisma, and even gestures were entirely different from when she was white-haired and white-eyed. Completely ignoring the 5 Divinity transformation stage experts and dozens of nascent soul stage experts, she opened her hands and enjoyed it for a long time before finally glancing at Li Jianda and smiling. Silver Fox Li Jianda, the oldest politician of the Imperium today, truly deserves your name. Your emperor has been too focused on Prime Minister Dongfang Wang to have paid enough attention to you, which almost led to disaster. What a shame. If you had taken action a few days earlier in another place, it would have been possible for you to cause certain trouble for your emperor. But you are doing it today and in the royal palace? Hee hee. Hee 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 hee. You are truly asking to be killed. Your emperor? Everyone finally heard how Li Linghai was addressing herself. It was a title that even the 4 Kurfürsten did not dare to take over. Why was Li Linghai? Are you not curious about what I got from the underground palace? Then, open your eyes and observe. Li Linghai's smile became more and more intimidating, giving the impression that her words were the inviolable law of nature. Whoever was looked at by her eyes, which resembled black holes, would feel a chilling cold and an urge to worship her. Their every breath and heartbeat was so heavy that it felt as if their throat and chest had been stabbed by a saber. You are just being pretentious. Silver Fox Li Jianda seemed to have realized something. Changing his face abruptly, he roared at the top of his voice, "Kill her. Let's attack together and kill her. She can't be too strong. She must have used all her spiritual energy to unleash the domain. She is just bluffing and scaring you so she can take down each of you separately. Kill her. This is the best opportunity. If we miss it, nobody will be able to restrain her in the future. Tisk, tsk, tsk. It seems that you have guessed who I am. As expected of Silver Fox." After a creepy smile, Li Linghai suddenly bulged her eyes and roared thunderously, "You recalcitrant subjects have the nerve to point your blades at your emperor. All of you should be sentenced to death, and your entire families should be minced into pieces." Her roar almost blew everyone's souls out of their bodies. However, she had been so intimidating a moment ago, as if she were determined to kill thousands, but she suddenly concealed her dominance and sneered, "I am in desperate need of hands right now. Considering that you were unaware of my identity, I can be lenient enough to give a few of you one last chance for redemption. Listen up. Not only the Divinity transformation stage individuals in the front, but also those in the nascent soul stage behind, whoever acknowledges his mistake, obeys me, and lends me a hand to kill the rebels, I shall forgive his past wrongdoings. Not only will his life and family be saved, but the most promising future awaits them too. However, if you are all obstinate enough to resist me to the end, then not only will you be killed yourselves, but none of your family members will escape either. They will suffer the most excruciating agony, being cut into pieces, and their souls plucked from their bodies. Until I slay the last of you, the offer stands. Whoever stabs a knife into the back of someone around them will be recognized as a great loyalist. However, if you want to stab a knife into your partner's back, you'd better make it fast, because I will only spare 3 of you. Do you understand? Only 3 of you, along with your families, will be kept alive. The rest will be sentenced to death. General Dongfang, you are included. Although you just betrayed me, I still want to give you a chance to make amends. However, I advise you to act quickly. Though you are all in the Divinity transformation stage, your specialization is commanding fleets, while they excel in combat. If the 4 of you kneel before me and beg for mercy, and I decide to keep only 3 of you alive, I fear you won't be able to defeat those 3 battle-specialized experts. Hee hee. The only way for you and the nascent soul stage experts at the edge to survive is to stab the 3 battle-type Divinity transformation stage experts in the back while they are fighting me. In that case, I will certainly acknowledge your contribution. Consider this carefully. Life is invaluable. Moreover, you are not just responsible for your own lives but also for the lives of your entire families. Whoever among you dies will ensure that their entire family dies in the most miserable way. Rest assured, an emperor does not jest. When I say I will execute your entire family, I will do so. Chapter 23:18, United and Devoted. The creepy speech, spoken with a casual and relaxed tone, gave a weird but convincing feeling. The 3 super experts at the peak of the Divinity transformation stage never felt as much pressure, even when they were surrounded by a whole fleet before. The black gas rising from below the ground and the dark clouds in the sky turned into vipers that crawled into every pore on their bodies. Kill her. With his hair and beard standing on end, Li Jianda roared desperately and in fear. She is certainly not as strong as she appears, or she wouldn't have needed to chatter on at all. As long as we remain united and devoted, we will certainly be able to kill her. Can you? The 4 Divinity transformation stage experts, including Dongfang, were still hesitating. Li Linghai had already walked down from the top of the sharp stalagmite, her steps light on the invisible stairs in midair, a hideous smile on her face. Every step in the air was like a heavy drumming from the deepest level of hell. The rugged earth showed even more cracks, and the dark clouds on the night sky also rolled like dirty tides. All the stalagmites around were shrinking and shivering. Everyone's heart seemed to be breaking out of their chests, escaping in panic. Then, show me how good the new generation immortal cultivators of the Imperium are after 1,000 years. Li Linghai's skin was still fair and translucent, but her fingernails had turned into the same astounding blackness. Black streaks also sprawled out along her fingerprints, donning her hands in a pair of glamorous and weird gloves. She extended her right hand to Devilish Abyss Li Jiani in a crawl over now gesture. The lumps on Devilish Abyss Li Jiani's head suddenly expanded, as if more than 10 horns were rising high at the same time. His eyes almost exploded, releasing brilliance that resembled swirls, before clashing brutally with Li Linghai's eyes. In the next moment, their vitality fields activated to the maximum. It was a competition of domains, like 2 abysses staring at each other. Everyone else could only see the air around them blur and twist, as if they were about to vanish from the 3-dimensional universe into warped smoke. Through the vague smoke, it was evident that Devilish Abyss Li Jiani's face was gloomy. He was now angry, gnashing his teeth, and from the bottom of his heart, intimidated, as if begging for mercy. Pooh! After just 1 second of eye contact, the few lumps on Devilish Abyss Li Jiani's forehead began to collapse rapidly, and he coughed up blood. Staggering backward a few steps, he looked lethargic, as if all his blood had been drained by Li Linghai. Hiu! 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 As the two of them locked eyes and fought fiercely within their domains, Starbreaker, Song Huanjun had already infused all her spiritual energy into the thousands of sword balls surrounding her. These sword balls were made of soft metals and liquid alloys, which had a high memory capability. Boosted by her spiritual energy, they immediately unfolded into narrow, sharp blades like willow leaves. The surface of each blade shimmered, adorned with intricate spiritual stripes. As the blades sliced through the air, the sounds of wind and thunder rose. When the narrow blades flew at their highest speed, boosted by Song Huanjun's full strength, they turned into metal torrents capable of piercing through the thickest armor of space warships. No sooner had Devilish Abyss, Li Jiani retreated than Song Huanjun's swords rushed over like broken meteors. 1/3 of the blades targeted Li Linghai's hands, preventing her from retrieving any magical equipment, crystal suit, or colossus. Another third aimed at her critical acupoints and body parts, while the final third blocked all the space around her, leaving no room for dodging. Each of the thousands of narrow, willow leaf-like blades carried the speed and damage of the finest flying sword. Their unpredictable trajectories, like mist, suggested that 100 of the most distinguished swordmasters were controlling them. The chief tutor of sword arts for the Song family certainly lived up to her name. However, the moment the swords were unleashed, the black dragons hovering above everyone's heads gathered around Li Linghai, forming an indestructible spiritual shield around her. When the thousands of narrow blades struck the shield, they could not penetrate further and merely quivered incessantly. Chi! 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 Song Huanjun roared in frustration. Thousands of electric arcs shot from her fingers, striking the rear of the narrow blades and causing them to glow significantly brighter than before. But no matter how much spiritual energy she mustered, she could not break through. Many of the narrow blades, contorted from back to front into metal blocks, were still held back by Li Linghai's spiritual shield. Narrowing her eyes, Li Linghai shook her head and slowly extended her hand toward Song Huanjun. Then, she clenched her hand tightly, as if she were strangling Song Huanjun's throat from a distance. Song Huanjun's eyes bulged, and 5 black marks appeared on her neck. They were so deep that it seemed her throat would be torn apart and her neck broken. Song Huanjun's face immediately turned paler than a corpse. Without time to scream, she hurriedly retreated. She had no idea how the enemy's strength penetrated her spiritual shield without being blocked. Naturally, she had no time to worry about her narrow blades. All the narrow blades fell under Li Linghai's control. They were all thrown back at Acyclic Earth, Yunquahai, who was behind her. While Yunquahai's arts were the most robust and direct, his combat style was stealthy and dirty. Seeing Li Linghai was distracted by Devilish Abyss, Li Jiani and Starbreaker, Song Huanjun, he planned to sneak behind Li Linghai for an ambush. But to his surprise, Li Linghai had been aware of him for a long time. When thousands of sharp blades were thrown at him, their speed and damage equaled Song Huanjun's own capability. He hurriedly dodged the attacks. "What are you waiting for?" Li Jianda roared. "Those who don't have a colossus, stall her with Yunquahai. The rest of you, activate your colossus immediately." It took only several seconds for Li Linghai to force the 3-peak Divinity transformation stage experts to retreat. The nascent soul stage experts at the fringe did not realize what was happening until this moment. Then, they all activated their crystal suits and charged at Li Linghai in sonic booms. "You are rather bold for a few juniors in the nascent soul stage." Dozens of nascent soul stage experts rushed at Li Linghai like arrows. Suddenly, Li Linghai burst into laughter and raised her hands abruptly. From the cracks in the ground, countless high-pressure black gas eruptions burst forth. Though it was unclear what foul and evil forces were hidden in the black gas, when a few nascent soul stage experts were hit by it carelessly, their spiritual shields collapsed immediately, and their crystal suits began to blacken at a visible speed, as if the suits had contracted a virus. The dark forces seeped into the gaps of the crystal suits and corroded their skin and flesh, causing their painful screams. Seizing the opportunity, Li Linghai opened her fingers and grabbed the helmets of the few nascent soul stage experts, grinning hideously and declaring, "You and your family shall all be executed." The helmet of a crystal suit was theoretically the unit made of the toughest materials, offering the best protection. The nascent soul stage experts were all powerful individuals, and the crystal suits they wore were the best available. The helmets were so solid that even a full-strength blow from a crystal cannon at point-blank range should have been absorbed. However, Li Linghai's remote grab left several black marks on the helmets of the nascent soul stage experts. The black marks seemed to be alive, wriggling and searching for gaps in the helmets with squeaky noises before finally finding their way inside. Everyone else could only hear the inhuman screams of the victims over the communication channel, followed by the sounds of bones cracking. In the blink of an eye, the few experts fell as if their bones had been stripped away. Everyone was appalled. Their courage had already been diminished by the terrible scenes where Li Linghai defeated 3 experts at the peak of the Divinity transformation stage and broke the skulls of several experts in the nascent soul stage on her own. They all thought to themselves, there are 5 experts in the Divinity transformation stage here. They can certainly take her down with their colossi. Why do I have to get myself killed and even possibly involve my family in the trouble? So many people are attacking her at the same time. Nobody can tell if I slow down while I am in the middle of the crowd. Since they were all in the nascent soul stage, they were naturally specialists in controlling their speeds and postures. For a moment, all the experts slightly adjusted the power rune arrays of their crystal suits. Not only were they slowing down, but they also changed the directions of their sprinting. Instead of charging at Li Linghai, they tried to alter their route so that they could hide behind someone else. If only one of them was doing that, it might be impossible to tell the difference. However, since all the experts in the nascent soul stage were doing the same thing, it was almost like an aggressive tide suddenly lost momentum. Some people almost crashed into each other when they tried to hide behind each other's back. It was rather awkward. Even acyclic Earth, Yunquahai was no exception. Being at the peak of the Divinity transformation stage, if he had lunged at Li Linghai and stalled her without caring for anything, he would certainly have bought enough time for Devilish Abyss, Li Jiani and Starbreaker, Song Huanjun to retrieve their colossi. Or rather, if he were not afraid of sacrificing himself and fought Li Linghai in the spirit of dying together with the enemy, chances were that all the experts in the nascent soul stage would lunge forward and settle Li Linghai once and for all. But how was it possible to ask a high-level immortal cultivator like Yunquahai to devote himself selflessly? The 4 Kurfürst families each had their own plans in the first place and only initiated the arrest under the persuasion of Silver Fox, Li Jianda, even though many people within the 4 families did not second Li Jianda's opinion. Yunquahai, Li Jiani, Song Huanjun, and Dongfang Sheng were half allies and half competitors in the first place. They thought that Li Linghai was at the high level of the Divinity transformation stage at best, and it wouldn't be a problem for 3 experts at the peak of the Divinity transformation stage to suppress her together at all. The risks were not high, and the returns were copious. Therefore, they did not think that the mission was a big deal. But as it turned out, Li Linghai was much stronger than expected. Why would Yunquahai sacrifice himself and let the Li family and the Song family take the advantage? Not a chance. Therefore, Acyclic Earth, Yunquahai did not care about Silver Fox, Li Jianda's roar, asking him to stop Li Linghai. Instead, he simply retreated and summoned his own Colossus. It was certainly a top priority to summon his own Colossus in such a treacherous situation. As for the life and death of other people, was it his problem at all? Chapter 23:19, Hellstar. The air was burning, the earth was shaking, and the dark clouds were roaring. Even the splendid buildings in the royal palace seemed to be crumbling into broken pieces, swallowed by the battlefield. By sacrificing their lives, several experts in the nascent soul stage finally bought enough time for the 3 experts at the peak of the divinity transformation stage to retrieve their colossi. It was as if 3 chaotic swirls suddenly appeared from the void, spreading out into magnificent giants that became clearer and clearer. As the spatial ripples gradually dispersed, the swirls transformed into 3 ultimate slaughter weapons of various shapes but equally terrifying. Boom! 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 The flames of light unleashed by the power rune arrays of the 3 colossi tore through the pitch-black night sky. The ear-splitting roars they let out also shook the very air of the entire royal palace. Through the enhancement of their colossi, the 3 experts at the peak of the divinity transformation stage were finally able to completely suppress Li Linghai's dark aura. At this moment, Devilish Abyss, Acyclic Earth, and Starbreaker finally revealed their most aggressive forms. After passing the many experts in the nascent soul stage, they attacked Li Linghai with full strength, all at the same time. Many experts in the nascent soul stage participating in this operation were also equipped with inferior colossi. These inferior colossi were mostly constructed from the broken parts of original colossi after fierce battles or even installed with more than 50% of magical equipment units crafted by humans. Naturally, their battle efficiency was not as good as the original goods left from the primeval battlefields. But however inferior they were colossi after all. For a moment, chaotic swirls surged out of the void non-stop. Under the illumination of the colorful lights, iron giants appeared one after another, transforming the center of the royal palace into the densest gathering of colossi in the entire universe. However, the concerns of the nascent soul stage experts had momentarily slowed their attacks, creating a tiny gap in the seemingly impenetrable siege. Meanwhile, Acyclic Earth, Yunquahai, after retreating quickly, summoned his colossus. He appeared 10 times more daunting than before, but his retreat allowed Li Linghai enough time to perform her skills as well. As many colossi leaped out of the void, the 2 black holes on Li Linghai's face had spread to their maximum, nearly covering her entire face. Her arms, entangled in black streaks, crammed and twisted oddly in midair as she cast her spells. A spell was nothing more than a gesture to activate a certain field, and the fields Li Linghai was activating filled the entire royal palace. Boom! 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 The roars of the savage beasts beneath the ground became 100 times louder. The cracks, as dense as a spider web, expanded into dark gorges and abysses. All the gorges and abysses were visibly melting, swallowing the entire ground and transforming it into a terrifying black hole more than 5 kilometers in diameter, a horrifying crater. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked and intimidated. The earth beneath them was gone. Looking down, they could only see black fog rolling like boiling ink, as if the gates of hell had opened and countless monsters were about to surge out. Not only were their unaided eyes unable to see through the truth hidden deep within the crater, but even the crystal cameras and various detection devices on the crystal suits and the colossi, as well as the senses of experts in the nascent soul stage and the divinity transformation stage, could not penetrate the hundreds of meters of black fog to reach the bottom of the crater. But this was absolutely impossible. Over the past 500 years, the 4 Kurfürst families had been striving to uncover the secrets of the underground palace. Despite the technological limitations and their competitive nature, they had still managed to scan everything several hundred meters below the surface clearly as part of their preparatory work. Even with the complex network of underground structures, secret tunnels, and arsenals beneath every building in the palace, it was inconceivable that such a vast, terrifying space could have appeared out of nowhere. What happened to the billions of tons of buildings and rocks that were there moments ago? How could they just vanish? If there was such a massive empty chamber beneath the ground, how could it have escaped their notice for 500 years? Were they all blind? Unless there were truly 9 world fragments beneath the royal palace, connected to the 3-dimensional universe through mysterious, advanced technologies. These fragments were just activated and absorbed all the rocks, foundations, and underground buildings. In other words, the swamp-like abyss did not lead to the underground world but to the 9 world fragments that Blackstar the Great had meticulously prepared 1,000 years ago. Everyone thought quickly. The more perceptive among them had already deduced what was happening. Recalling Li Linghai's strange way of addressing herself and her incredible strength, they were so shocked that they nearly cried out. Those who were less perceptive, however, remained in the dark. Staring at the abyss below their feet, they managed to float mid-air by activating their power rune arrays, but were at a loss of what to do next. The underground black hole that was 5 kilometers in diameter was erupting a tremendous black fog, akin to a volcanic eruption, enshrouding the entire sky and earth. It had also generated a strange force of attraction, dragging them all toward the black hole. They could not even see their own fingers in the darkness. Their communication with the outside world had been cut off as well. They seemed to have been snatched into a cage that could never be broken. The penetrative black fog was also corroding their spiritual shields non-stop and sabotaging the joints on the colossi. Their vitality fields were greatly disrupted, too. It was not just a mysterious, unpredictable dark space below the ground but also a pervasive, terrifying array. They had even lost their senses of direction and did not know where to run even if they intended to escape. The 3 experts at the peak of the Divinity transformation stage were naturally among the people who had the highest computational ability and the fastest response. The moment Li Linghai turned from white to black, they had already felt a vague alarm. The dominating air around Li Linghai gave them a familiar feeling. It was also one of the reasons why they had backed off instead of fighting Li Linghai with their lives. At this moment, associating Li Linghai's peculiar behavior and the uncanny changes in the royal palace, they couldn't help but come up with a horrifying name. Could it be him? The 3 experts at the peak of the Divinity transformation stage found themselves caught in an extremely awkward and dangerous situation. It was something they never expected when they accepted the mission that they thought was absolutely riskless. Kill her. She will not let go of you. She will certainly execute every last member of the 4 Kurfürst families. Don't have any illusions. She's certainly going to kill us all. Silver Fox, Li Jianda was perhaps the most conscious one here. He was still struggling in the overwhelming black fog, roaring futilely. But the 3 experts at the peak of the Divinity transformation stage were naturally on full alert when they fell into this bizarre, underground black hole. Who was willing to charge at Li Linghai, or him, without regard for their own lives? Besides, the moment the underground black hole took shape, Li Linghai had vanished. Under the cover of falling rocks, spreading dust, and erupting black fog, her presence was entirely concealed, and she had escaped to the deepest part of the underground black hole. But her mad and dominating laughter was still echoing from the deepest part of the black hole, or rather, from every direction of the black fog. You could have chosen heaven, but you've come to hell. Fighting your emperor at the royal palace is the greatest mistake you've ever made. It's time to regret what you did. I will only keep 3 of you alive. 3. Her laughter continued to echo as the thickest metal tentacle suddenly extended out of the black fog, darting silently at the dozens of nascent soul stage immortal cultivators. Before anyone realized what was happening, it had already wrapped around one of the immortal cultivators, along with his crystal suit. The metal tentacle was about 1 meter in diameter, covered with dense thorns and suction discs on its surface. When it constricted like a boa, the nascent soul stage immortal cultivator couldn't struggle and was dragged into the fog. The sounds of metals being torn apart, bones being minced, and flesh exploding came from the fog. Then, a cluster of plasma mixed with metals, broken bones, and blood was spat out from the darkness. Li Linghai laughed aloud. Another traitor whose family will be wiped out. Whoever wants to surrender, help me remember the names of those who have died. Remind me later, their entire families are to be executed. The devastating picture and the creepy laughter made all the experts in the nascent soul stage palpitate, although they were all seasoned warriors. Losing the courage to march forward, they wasted no time hiding behind the colossi of the 4 experts in the Divinity transformation stage. Don't believe her. She has already been exhausted and cannot persist for long. Silver Fox, Li Jianda roared, infuriated by their uselessness. Go now. Attack together. She will certainly be suppressed. Ha. Ha ha ha. Li Linghai laughed with utmost disdain. The black fog was suddenly rolling 10 times faster, unsettling, revealing Li Linghai within a colossus before everyone again. Everyone, including the 4 experts in the Divinity transformation stage, gasped hard. What a weird and terrifying colossus it was. At first look, it did not have a regular torso that looked like a human being's at all. Instead, it resembled an enormous iron ball 50 meters in diameter. Around the iron ball, 6 gigantic but twisted faces had been engraved. Some were solemn, some angry, and some mysterious. 6 faces and 6 enormous swirls overlapped and covered the surface of the iron ball. 100 metal tentacles were also waving crazily around the iron ball. Each of the tentacles could be stretched to hundreds of meters away freely. It was exactly one of such tentacles that swallowed an immortal cultivator in the nascent soul stage a moment ago. The main color of the colossus was a depressing dark, but the shining purple flames around it shrouded it in an intimidating aura. The moment it appeared, the overwhelming presence spread throughout the dark space once more. Come on, Li Linghai said casually. Whoever wants to be the first victim of Hellstar after 1,000 years, just step forward. Chapter 23:20, Divide and Conquer. Together with Li Linghai's declaration, the black fog around was immediately 100 times denser than before. It was truly like clusters of dark ink drowning all the crystal suits and colossi. Beep! 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 The navigation systems of all the crystal suits and colossi were shrieking. The data was jumping, and the indicators were spinning crazily. They felt as if they were in the middle of a vacuum in space, unable to tell direction at all. The black fog had blocked their communication channels with each other. There was nothing but background noise in the communication channels, and they were unable to hear a single word from their companions. Li Linghai had activated the magnetic interference arrays in the underground palace, imposing the most intense interferences on all the crystal suits and colossi, disrupting the navigation systems as well as the localization ability in the human brain. She had even constructed illusions inside everyone's head with mental attacks. By turning on multiple world fragments in a row, she had dragged everybody into a mysterious, twisted space. Here, nobody could trace their companions. They seemed to be faced with boundless darkness and the unbelievably tough colossus, Hellstar, entirely on their own. Swoosh! 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 Including the 3 experts at the peak of the Divinity transformation stage, everyone felt their blood was freezing. They all boosted the speed of their crystal suits and colossi to the highest. They intended to escape from the underground palace and free themselves from the overwhelming darkness. However, when the interference arrays that Blackstar the Great had carefully worked on 1,000 years ago were fully functioning, the navigation abilities of both the crystal processors and the human brains were greatly undermined. They thought they were rushing skyward in a straight line, but they were actually dancing in an 8-shaped pattern, as if drunk, returning to the same location every so often. They were only getting further and further away from their companions. Li Linghai's laughter still echoed from every corner of the darkness, squeezing into their colossi, crystal suits, and mustard seed combat suits. It was crawling into their ears like bugs and eating their brains. Acyclic Earth, Yunquahai couldn't have looked worse. Trying to drive away the panic in his heart with angry roars, he accelerated again and again, unaware that he was drifting further and further from his companions until Hellstar slowly emerged from the darkness and shot 100 tentacles at him. Boom! Earth Shocker, Yunquahai's Colossus, unleashed a dazzling spiritual shield, burning up the 100 tentacles. But Li Linghai felt none of it. The burning tentacles still clung to the thick arms of the Earth Shocker, shortening the distance between the two colossi. The giant face on Hellstar, aimed at the Earth Shocker, grinned hideously, its eyes glittering. Two of its most powerful and lethal attacks were apparently being prepared. Crack! Sensing the high-energy reactions from Hellstar, Yunquahai roared desperately. With no time to care about the fatigue in his colossus's elbow joints, he broke a few tentacles with brute force and managed to tilt his head to one side. Hardly had he tilted the head of his colossus when two crimson rays darted out of the enormous face of Hellstar and brushed past the shoulder of the Earth Shocker, leaving a ravine on the shoulder that went deep to the bone. All the plates around had been melted. Had he not dodged in time, the attack would have seriously damaged the detection and information processing units on his head. At the moment of life and death, Yunquahai finally fully carried out the peak of the Divinity transformation stage as a battle-type expert. Without caring about the damage on the shoulders and arms of his colossus, he sprang back from Hellstar with an agility that was utterly disproportionate to his gigantic body size. On his shoulders, chest, abdomen, and arms, all the weapons were activated, shooting hundreds of furious torrents at Hellstar. However, Hellstar was not a colossus in the shape of a human or deadly beast, but a round iron ball. Naturally, there was no difference between its front and back. The black fog intense as venom around it significantly diminished the power of his attacks. His hundreds of attacks were all blocked by the spiritual shield of Hellstar. Although Hellstar was blown backward non-stop by his bombardment, it never succeeded in breaking Li Linghai's last defense. Li Linghai did not bother to dodge his attacks. Instead, dozens of lethal mystic rays darted out of the enormous face that was in his direction, and 100 tentacles that were still on fire whacked at him. She was defending herself by attacking aggressively, as if she were determined to die together with the enemy. Under the crazy barrages, both the colossi had been enshrouded in the colorful, ever-expanding fireballs. The spiritual shields of both parties were being consumed quickly, and the magical equipment units were all seriously worn out. Their mainframe crystal processors were both screaming. Accompanied by the ear-splitting sounds of metal fatigue, the arms of the Earth Shocker, as thick as the main guns of a starship, finally developed astounding cracks. The tentacles of Hellstar also began to fall apart, one after another. However, the broken tentacles seemed to possess independent fighting abilities, turning into metal vipers that slithered around the Earth Shocker continuously. In a one-on-one battle, Li Linghai, piloting Hellstar, was stronger than Yunquahai in the Earth Shocker, in terms of absolute capability. However, the gap between them was not so significant that Yunquahai was destined to fail. Such a head-on, close-up battle consumed energy and soul power without any tricks. All that mattered was their determination to fight. If Yunquahai was truly determined to sacrifice himself in the battle against Li Linghai would certainly pay a gory price when he was entirely obliterated in the end, and the performance parameters of Hellstar would be lowered by at least half. In that case, Devilish Abyss, Li Jiani and Star Breaker Song Huanjun would be able to take advantage and easily suppress Li Linghai, whose soul was exhausted and whose colossus was seriously damaged. But, why would he do that? Crack! 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 The left arm of the Earth Shocker could no longer withstand the intense collisions and finally exploded. The heavy damage exceeded what Yunquahai could tolerate. He bellowed, unleashed the last barrage in a seemingly magnificent way, poured all his spiritual energy into the power rune arrays, turned around, and escaped. Li Linghai chuckled and stopped bombarding him remotely. She simply trailed Yunquahai, neither too far away nor too close, like a haunting ghost. Yunquahai's Earth Shocker was not a speed-type colossus that highlighted mobility in the first place. In an environment filled with black fog and chaotic magnetic fields, it was naturally impossible for him to get rid of Li Linghai's pursuit. When the locking waves hit the shell of the Earth Shocker again and again, he was more and more disturbed. He accelerated and turned multiple times but could not lose Hellstar behind him at all. In shock and fury, he threw a telepathic thought backward. Why are you only chasing me? Because you are the dumbest. Li Linghai sneered, others have guessed who I am and are all hiding in the deepest parts of the world fragments, waiting to take the advantage when the situation is clearer. Only you are the most fearless one who was bold enough to challenge my authority. How can I intimidate all of them without cutting you into pieces? I did not. Yunquahai couldn't feel more wronged. He was neither fearless nor bold enough to challenge her authority, it was she who had been chasing him the whole time. However, the implication behind Li Linghai's lines made Yunquahai even more shocked and suspicious. He couldn't help but ask, Are you really? How dare you? Li Linghai suddenly roared, now that you have recognized who I am, why are you still not kneeling before me? Are you really determined to be a rebellion and have your entire family wiped out? Yunquahai growled and accelerated again, but he could not beat Hellstar in speed at all. He could almost vaguely hear the metal tentacles of Hellstar scratching the back of his colossus. Yunquahai, others were scared off once they realized I had arrived in person. None of them had the courage to fight me, but you were audacious enough to challenge me? Yunquahai, you are only a third-ranked elder in the Yun family because you are not good at operation and leadership despite your magnificent strength. Your offspring are all simple warriors with more brawn than brains too. Your branch is entirely supported by your invincible strength. If I kill you without a care about the cost, the enterprise you have built for hundreds of years through hard work will be entirely gone tomorrow, with all your offspring killed. Yunquahai, do you really think today's battle is your sudden ambush on me and that I did not have any spy among you? Do you really think that General Dongfang betrayed me? Ha 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 ha. The entire plan and all the arrangements were meant to attract you to the battlefield that was most suitable for me to carry out all my strength so you would all be finished up. Yunquahai, Devilish Abyss Li Jiani and Starbreaker Song Huanjun are already wavering. Together with Dongfang, the three survivors I will keep alive are enough. Make a decision fast, or you will have to embrace the broken souls of your wife and your children and cry with them in hell. Yunquahai, do you not crave more strength? Do you not want to unlock the energy form that is more advanced than spiritual energy? Do you not want to break into the divinity branching stage or even higher levels in your life? Yunquahai. Yunquahai. Note, the text has been lightly edited for grammar and readability, but the original content and meaning have been kept intact. Yunquahai. Thousands of thoughts, like thousands of invisible vipers, found their way into Yunquahai's brain through the gaps on the colossus. Yunquahai was immediately disturbed, his mind reduced to a mess. Even his colossus was shaking violently. For some reason, the black fog before him suddenly dispersed, revealing a brand new colossus. It was a medium-sized colossus in a bronze camouflage and an ancient style. The greatest feature of the colossus was the breastplate that was in the stripes of a tiger, as well as the rising shoulders that were like two enormous tusks. Yunquahai recognized after the first glance that it was Smilodon, Dongfang's colossus. General Dongfang, Li Linghai grinned hideously. Do it now. 2321 The most prudent survival policy. To be honest, Yunquahai was an immortal cultivator at the peak of the divinity transformation stage, with extraordinary computational abilities. However, Li Linghai disturbed his mind, and he was not entirely convinced that Dongfang's betrayal was feigned. Yet, Li Linghai's words were infused with dark spiritual energy that had been condensed over 1,000 years. When his brain was invaded, he was not entirely free from its influence. Seeing Dongfang suddenly charge out with his Smilodon, Yun Kuai was suddenly alarmed. His natural instinct was to condense all his spiritual energy and activate all his attack magical equipment, shielding all the critical parts of his body. Already being pursued by Hellstar, he had accelerated to the highest speed. The Earth Shocker was an enormous, super heavy colossus, and it was difficult for the colossus to change direction. Naturally, dodging Dongfang was not easy. Moreover, Yun Kuai did not intend to alter his course. Changing direction at such high speed would only further tear apart the colossus, which was already on the brink of destruction, giving Dongfang the perfect opportunity to attack. It was also likely that Hellstar would catch up to him. Yun Kuai was 90% sure that Dongfang was on his side, but what if the odds beat him? Despite Li Linghai's lies, she was right about one thing. The position of Yun Kuai's branch in the Yun family was entirely supported by his unparalleled strength. He could not die. If he died, his branch would soon decline, and his unworthy offspring could not defend the enterprise he had created at all. They would even kill each other in internal strife. It would be no different from his entire family being wiped out. Therefore, although hundreds of contingency plans popped into his head, Yun Kuai finally gritted his teeth and chose the plan that guaranteed the highest odds of survival for himself. The plan was to continue rushing unstoppably at Dongfang, who was on his way, without changing his speed. If Dongfang is on our side, he will certainly jump away voluntarily, Yun Kuai thought to himself. Dongfang, however, was greatly shocked by Yun Kuai's aggressive assault. He had been confused by the black fog just moments ago, and the navigation system on his colossus was almost entirely useless. He did not even reach the edge of the world fragments after wandering in the darkness for a long time, much less figure out a way to escape from the realm of horror. But no matter how he called out to others, he was only met with background noises or creepy laughter in the communication channel. Deep down, Dongfang already more or less regretted his decision. He regretted being persuaded by Silver Fox Li Jianda with only a few words, before seeing all of Li Linghai's trump cards. Had he known better, he wouldn't have found himself in such an awkward situation. If Li Linghai was not simply Li Linghai, but that emperor, or someone who had inherited the strength of that emperor, he would have made the most terrible decision of his life. He couldn't have regretted it more. However, there was little he could do about it now. He had just betrayed Li Linghai to side with the four Kurfürst families. Could he just betray the four Kurfürst families and return to Li Linghai after only 10 minutes? That seemed too much. While his head was in a mess, the fog around him was suddenly driven away by a dazzling light. In the next moment, he saw that acyclic Earth, Yun Kuai was lunging at him, screaming and shouting, holding his colossus, Earth Shocker, that was best known for its toughness and sturdiness. In the meantime, Li Linghai's Hellstar was covering the back of the Earth Shocker, as if the two of them were going to attack and kill him together. For some reason, Li Linghai's shriek echoed next to his ears. Yun Kuai, kill the traitor. Every one of Dongfang's nerve endings almost protruded out of his body in shock. Dongfang couldn't have known acyclic Earth, Yun Kuai's personality and battle style. The man seemed to be simple and straightforward, and the arts that he had been practicing were all open and masculine, giving the feeling that he was just a fearless man. But in fact, he was sordid, shameless, and selfish. He would not let go of the slightest interests and would not get involved in the tiniest danger. Naturally, the experts in the Divinity transformation stage, particularly the battle-type ones, were mostly like this. As the saying went, there are fearless battle-type immortal cultivators, and there are battle-type immortal cultivators in the Divinity transformation stage, but there are no fearless battle-type immortal cultivators in the Divinity transformation stage. Why? The reason was simple. Blades and guns on a battlefield did not know who you were. The real bold and fearless guys had all been killed before they advanced to the nascent soul stage. The battle-type immortal cultivators who had survived thousands of bloody battles for hundreds of years and who had even entered the divinity transformation stage, no matter how much and candid they looked, were certainly cowardly and shameless in their hearts. However, even cowardliness and shamelessness had different levels. Acyclic Earth, Yunquahai, on the other hand, was the king of cowardliness and shamelessness. If someone among Devilish Abyss, Acyclic Earth, and Star Breaker bent under the pressure and shifted to Li Linghai's side, it could only be Acyclic Earth, Yunquahai. Dongfang had not been confident in the first place. Furthermore, his combat ability was far from Yunquahai's, which meant that he had little time to think everything through. If he were to spend one more second thinking, it was possible that his Colossus would be torn into halves by Yunquahai's Earth Shocker, and his head would be punched into a pulp by Yunquahai's Iron Fists. Before his head figured everything out, his soul and body already had natural reactions. The spiritual shield around his body expanded 3 times, and the saber that he had been holding in his hand unleashed an aura dozens of meters long at Yunquahai. As a result, if Yunquahai did not change his direction, he would be stabbing himself into Dongfang's saber with his lightning-like speed. Dongfang's logic was simple and clear. His pose was only the most fundamental defensive movement. If Yunquahai was still on the 4 Kurfürst family side, he certainly would turn his direction and dodge the saber after recognizing the Colossus, Smilodon, and realizing that Dongfang was an ally. Note, I've preserved the original content and tone while making minor grammatical adjustments. As for why Dongfang did not get out of the way himself, the reason was even simpler. It was because Li Linghai's Hellstar was covering him from the side, and no matter how he moved, he would inevitably reveal loopholes which might allow Hellstar to swallow him entirely. From the perspective of self-protection, the policies they chose were absolutely correct. However, when the 2 correct policies coincided, they became the greatest joke and tragedy. Dongfang and Yunquahai both realized each other's movements and misunderstood each other's intentions. Although they were both in the divinity transformation stage, Dongfang's level was slightly lower than Yunquahai's, and his combat ability was even lower. However, Yunquahai had just had a huge fight with Li Linghai. His Colossus, Earth Shocker, had been deformed by Hellstar, and one of its arms was gone. Its combat performance had plummeted. Due to the heavy damage, their real combat abilities were actually similar. In other words, they posed a fatal threat to each other at this moment, and they both had a slim chance of winning if they attacked the enemy first. The opportunity would be gone for good if not grasped in the next 0.01 seconds. When one party's saber unleashed dazzling brilliance, it was hard for the other party to not join the arms race by intensifying his own spiritual energy and firepower. There was no way to tell who attacked first, but driven by their instincts, Dongfang's saber naturally slashed forward, and all of Yunquahai's aggressive magical equipment was bombarded at Dongfang. Boom! 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 Earth Shocker and Smilodon, the 2 colossi, collided brutally. Blasts surged out like tides immediately. It was often the case that the first round of blasts had already been caught up by the second round even before it dispersed. A colorful rainbow seemed to be taking shape on the intense battlefield. In the middle of the rainbow-like blasts, hundreds of interconnected cracks appeared on the shells of the 2 colossi. The longest and deepest damage almost pierced through the entire spiritual residences, i.e., the cockpits. As the battle intensified, the 2 colossi were like 2 magnets that were stuck together, and there was no separating them. Traitor! Yunquahai let out the most furious roars. He was an expert at the peak of the divinity transformation stage who specialized in fighting all. Despite the exhaustion of his soul and the disability of his Colossus, he was not to be beaten easily by a fleet commander such as Dongfang in a duel. Earth Shocker kicked Smilodon right in the chest brutally, almost blowing the breastplate as well as the spiritual shield up at the same time. In the meantime, the balance system of Smilodon was disrupted, forcing the Colossus to stagger in midair. Its speed, mobility, and dodging ability were almost reduced to zero. Then, the remaining arm of Earthshocker glowed with spiritual energy, which transformed the entire arm into a heavy cannon or a battering ram. It was about to punch the broken breastplate of Smilodon. Every magical equipment unit on Smilodon was moaning in desperation. Under the overwhelming pressure, the cockpit was almost on fire. His head entirely blank, Dongfang simply stabbed his saber forward without considering anything under the motivation of his natural brutality. He thought he was dead for sure, but halfway through Yunquahai's bombardment, dozens of tentacles from Hellstar pierced the back of Earthshocker and completely penetrated the Colossus. Even the arm that had been brutally smashed at Smilodon was stalled by more than 10 tentacles. Yunquahai's punch, condensed with all his fury, was unstoppable and magnificent. Even the metal tentacles couldn't stop its momentum. It wasn't until more than 10 metal tentacles were ripped apart that his attack was finally slowed down. The result of the other dozens of metal tentacles sabotaging Earthshocker was that the spiritual shield around the Colossus was immediately gone. Without time to think, Dongfang pressed his burning saber forward. With the spiritual shield gone and the frontal plate armor broken in the battle against Hellstar a moment ago, how could Earthshocker withstand Dongfang's desperate counterattack? With a crack, the super-enormous, thousands-degree saber submerged in the breastplate, penetrated the cockpit, and almost blew the left side of Yunquahai's body apart. Chapter 23-22, Token of Trust. The blades that the Colossi used were mostly known as starship-slashing sabers, whose length varied from 10 meters to 100 meters. When their auras were unleashed to the maximum, the edges of the sabers could extend to hundreds of meters away. It was certainly no exaggeration that such weapons could cut a starship into pieces. Even though Yunquahai was an expert at the peak of the Divinity transformation stage, he was still a man of flesh and blood. The starship-slashing saber could cut a warship into halves, let alone his body, which had been seriously worn out from the battle against Li Linghai just now. He could have avoided the attack, but the dozens of metal tentacles from Hellstar, which had pierced into the cockpit from the rear, blocked all possible places he could dodge to. Several of them were tied to his limbs. When the thorns were activated at the same time, the dark forces focused his spiritual energy and flooded into his body, depriving him of his resistance. Dongfang was also an expert in the Divinity transformation stage. Although he wasn't one leading the charge, he was a seasoned warrior. During the most intense moments of a battle, it was not unusual for him to fight in his Colossus on the battlefield. Naturally, he was not one of the research-type or admin-type immortal cultivators in the Divinity transformation stage who couldn't deal any damage. After just one attack, nearly half of Yunquahai's body was burnt up, and he let out the most agonizing roars. Li Linghai took the opportunity to wave the metal tentacles of Hellstar and urged them to move along his wounds, attacking his bones, veins, and nerves all the way. His burnt internal organs were immediately minced into a mess. Why? Due to the heavy wounds, Yunquahai's brain was almost boiling, and his computational ability had hit rock bottom. He could only let out blurred roars in confusion, wondering why Li Linghai attacked him from behind when she was trying to recruit him a moment ago. Very simple. Dongfang is more useful than you. He is an excellent fleet commander, while you are just a simple-minded warrior. Li Linghai delivered a telepathic thought to the broken Earthshocker and sneered, "The simple-minded warriors such as you are pawns that can be abandoned anywhere and anytime." Before the waves of the telepathic thoughts completely dispersed, the dozens of metal tentacles had strangled and ripped Yunquahai's broken body into pieces. Then, they retreated and tied up the power units of the Earthshocker. From the sharp end of every tentacle, orange brilliance was emitted, implying they had been heated to thousands of degrees. Boom! 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 Part of Yunquahai's soul survived and escaped from his broken body, but it was immediately wreathed in the overwhelming tides caused by the serial explosions of the Colossus, which entirely devoured it in the next second. The expert at the peak of the Divinity transformation stage was completely obliterated, both physically and spiritually. Right when the Earth Shocker exploded, the thick black fog around suddenly turned thinner, like a black tide ebbed, revealing a large space. More than 10 hunters in the nascent soul stage were exposed. Of the 10 or so experts in the nascent soul stage, 5 were also using colossi, and the rest were equipped with the most advanced crystal suits. At first glance, they were rather glamorous and dominating. However, their hearts were colder than ever when they could not find a way out in the dark fog. The navigation systems on the colossi and the crystal suits were seriously damaged, and they had vaguely guessed Li Linghai's identity or her source of strength. While they were still in a panic, the black fog around them suddenly dispersed. Before they could reach out to their partners, their eyes were drawn to the intense explosions. When the explosions took place, Hellstar stabbed the metal tentacles in the back of Earth Shocker, and Smilodon cut into the cockpit of Earth Shocker with his saber. It seemed that Li Linghai and Dongfang had joined forces to kill Yunquahai. As Yunquahai's soul vaporized in the explosion, Dongfang was left unable to defend himself at all. Seeing this, all the nascent soul stage experts were so shocked that their blood ran cold. Thinking quickly, how could they not understand what was happening? Li Linghai's traces were reported by Dongfang. The riskless battlefield for an ambush was chosen by Dongfang, and the guards around Li Linghai were personally arranged by Dongfang to be absent during the operation. Now, they had been lured into a bizarre, dark space, likely the most treacherous world fragment. It was all part of Dongfang's plan. Dongfang had not betrayed Li Linghai at all. They had been deceived. When the nascent soul stage experts had this epiphany, thousands of lightning bolts seemed to strike in Dongfang's head. Thinking it all through, he couldn't help but moan in pain. General Dongfang, many people have witnessed you killing Yunquahai, including many from the Yun family, Li Linghai's creepy voice interrupted. No family can tolerate the loss of an expert at the peak of the Divinity transformation stage. Even if you escape today, you cannot avoid the Yun family's wrath. They might not kill you, but you will never command the Dongfang family's fleet again. To appease the Yun family, Li Jianda will certainly cast you aside without hesitation. Your Grace, Dongfang's expression was one of sheer anguish. After a moment's thought, he changed his address. Your Majesty. Have you seen those with their own malicious plans? Li Linghai asked. I will only keep 3 of you alive. Besides Devilish Abyss Li Jiani and Starbreaker Song Huanjun, who have the highest combat abilities, there is one last spot. Guess what they would do? If those people were kneeling before me, fighting for the last spot, would they try to kill Li Jiani and Song Huanjun, or would they try to kill you? Your only chance of survival is either to lead those nascent soul stage individuals to kill Li Jiani or Song Huanjun, or to convince Li Jiani and Song Huanjun to eliminate them. Otherwise, you will end up just like Yunquahai. I assure you that you will certainly be killed, even if no one else here dies, because they have not betrayed me, have they? No, Dongfang's mind was in complete disarray. He defended himself in panic. I did not know, Your Majesty, it was Your Majesty. Fair enough, it was an honest mistake. You betrayed Li Linghai, not me, which is why I was willing to give you one last opportunity to correct your mistake, and why I killed Yunquahai instead of you a moment ago, Li Linghai sneered. Now that you have recognized who I am, can you not foresee the grand strength I can bestow you? Can the commander of the Deep Sea Fleet or the Dongfang family's fleet be compared to the commander of the fleets of the entire Imperium of true human beings? Dongfang's breath halted. Although he knew it was not as simple as that, he was still feeling the flames of desire and ambition stirred by Li Linghai's instigation. You have 10 seconds, Li Linghai said. Right now, Devilish Abyss Li Jiani and Starbreaker Song Huanjun are still trapped by my grand array and stalled by my branded souls. In 10 seconds, I will remove the array and expose them before you. Make a judicious decision. The concern on Dongfang Sheng's face changed without stopping, until it was entirely covered by darkness in the end. Howling like a ghost, he snatched a broken fragment of Earth Shocker from the flames and raised it high before he jumped to be above all the experts in the nascent soul stage. You've been fooled. His eyes were bloodshot. Dongfang Sheng roared at the many experts in the nascent soul stage like a hideous monster. His Majesty and I have long made the plan to catch all his opposition in the 4 Kurfürst families. Right now, a fierce battle is going on outside, and all the people you brought are being annihilated by the deep sea fleet. You are also trapped here without any chance to escape. Look at what has become of acyclic Earth Yunquahai and his Colossus. Can any of you resist His Majesty's dominance? Dongfang Sheng threw the remains of Earth Shocker at everyone. They all dodged hastily, as if it were not just remains but a corpse filled with viruses. Yunquahai was stubborn enough to resist. Not only has he been killed, but his entire family will also be executed soon. Do you all want to end up like him? Dongfang Sheng demanded aggressively. Right now, His Majesty is lenient enough to give you one last chance of survival by attacking Devilish Abyss Li Jiani and Starbreaker Song Huanjun together with me. As long as the 2 of them are killed, you and your families will all survive. You can even take it a step further and become the most renowned noble families in the Imperium. Staring at the remains of Earth Shocker, the many nascent soul stage experts thought hard and nervously analyzed Dongfang Sheng's words. Many were indeed tempted. However, Dongfang Sheng grinned hideously. It will be useless without a Colossus in the fierce battle to come. Clean up all the useless guys who are not equipped with a Colossus first. Hardly had he finished speaking when he slashed his long-prepared saber. The blade's aura covered a distance of hundreds of meters in a single breath and tore a nascent soul stage expert, clad only in a crystal suit, into pieces. One was a Divinity transformation stage expert in a Colossus, and the other was a nascent soul stage expert wearing only a crystal suit. It was also an unexpected attack. Naturally, no one could save him. Why are you still standing? Dongfang Sheng bulged his eyes and roared, if we can kill Yunquahai, we can also kill Li Jiani and Song Huanjun. The greatest opportunity is right before your eyes. If you do nothing, your entire family will die with Yunquahai. Is that what you want? After hearing this, while those in the Colossi did not act yet, those only wearing crystal suits screamed and fled in all directions. Their escape, however, triggered the brutality of their companions behind them. No one knew who fired first, but very soon, all the nascent soul stage experts in the Colossi were venting their fear and cruelty in every direction. There was no need to describe the difference between the Colossi and the crystal suits. Moreover, in terms of combat ability, those who were qualified to use a Colossus were mostly much stronger than those who were only wearing crystal suits. Additionally, there was still the malicious Divinity transformation stage expert, Dongfang Sheng, overseeing the situation. Who among them could escape the slaughter? Very soon, 10 or so nascent soul stage experts who were only wearing crystal suits ended up in struggling fireballs, only to be swallowed by the black fog and obliterated. Chapter 23:23, Kneel Before Me. The 5 nascent soul stage experts in Colossi, having been stained by the blood of their partners a moment ago, thought differently than they had a moment ago. Betrayal was anything but unusual for the immortal cultivators. Now that they had already started, they had better see the end of it. Many of them had already begun to fantasize about how many benefits they would earn if that emperor was really behind Li Linghai. It was exactly at such a critical moment when Devilish Abyss, Li Jianyi and Starbreaker, Song Huanjun broke out of the black fog and appeared before everyone. Kill them. Informed of their arrival, Dongfang Wang urged the 5 nascent soul stage experts in Colossi to charge at the 2 experts at the peak of the Divinity transformation stage. The charge was different from the situation a moment ago when Li Linghai was the prey. Besieging Li Linghai was only a regular mission issued by their families, and they could not gain much from it personally. Besides, the 4 Divinity transformation stage experts were the main force for the mission, and those in the nascent soul stage were just here to help. To be honest, even if they slacked off or even escaped, which led to dire consequences, what could the leaders of their families have done to them? No matter how severe the punishments were, it was unlikely they would be sentenced to death directly when they were all at the high level and peak of the nascent soul stage and qualified to use a colossus, right? Although they were not in the Divinity transformation stage, they were all influential persons in their local areas, and they had a lot of connections in and out of the families. Who could demand that they be killed? Therefore, they did not feel guilty and pressured at all when they hesitated back then. But now that they had betrayed their families to take the sides of that emperor, and killed their own partners, it would certainly be an unpardonable crime should it be exposed. None of their connections would be enough to save them. Therefore, they had to kill Devilish Abyss, Li Jiani and Starbreaker, Song Huanjun whatever the cost was. Naturally, they were no match for the 2 experts at the peak of the Divinity transformation stage. But there were still Li Linghai and Dongfang. Even Acyclic Earth, Yunquahai, who was on par with them, had been killed by them easily. Now that they had another 5 colossi, the odds of success were rather promising. The immortal cultivators were not cowards all the time. Were that the case, the Imperium of true human beings wouldn't have persisted for 1,000 years. Whether or not they were fearless depended on the odds of success and the returns if they succeeded. The battle before them guaranteed a high chance of success. If they won, they would win the trust of that emperor, which would certainly bring them infinite returns. More importantly, they could not afford the result of their failure, because they would have nowhere to run to at all. Naturally, they could only fight with all their strength. Therefore, together with Dongfang and Li Linghai, 7 colossi burst out astonishing flames of light at the same time as when the 5 experts in the nascent soul stage burned their souls to the maximum. They were like totally different persons from when they attacked Li Linghai a moment ago, and they crashed at the 2 experts at the peak of the Divinity transformation stage like 7 shooting stars. Li Jiani and Song Huanjun were both greatly surprised. They were the targets that Li Linghai paid the most attention to. Not only were the forces of interference and corruption from the array concentrated on disrupting the colossi, but Li Jiani and Song Huanjun also spared half of their telepathic thoughts, trying to penetrate through the brains of their opponents. Li Jiani and Song Huanjun were both exhausted from the resistance. After they finally got rid of the interferences of the Great Array, they were surprised to find that those coming at them were their own people, who were mad and aggressive. Through the communication channels, Li Jiani and Song Huanjun meant to shout at everyone to make them stop, but there was nothing but background noises in the communication channels. They intended to transmit information directly through telepathic thoughts and communicate with everyone to learn what was going on, but Li Linghai's mental attacks, which felt like a raging flood, suddenly surged into their brains with magnitudes greater than before. They could barely catch their breath, much less have any chance to send any message. It all happened too fast. The 2 colossi at the peak of the Divinity transformation stage were soon enshrouded in stormy attacks. Those people have all betrayed us. Li Jiani and Song Huanjun immediately understood everything. Fury and desperation entangled their souls like 2 giant snakes. 100 clashes might take place in 1 second during a battle of colossi. There was no time to think at all, and the 2 experts at the peak of the Divinity transformation stage launched the most daunting counterattacks immediately. The 9 colossi were immediately involved in a dangerous battle. Everyone's soul was seething as they were doing their best, perhaps not including Li Linghai. The 5 colossi piloted by those in the nascent soul stage were naturally no match for the experts in the Divinity transformation stage. However, Li Linghai's Hellstar was leading the charge, helping them withstand more than half of the enemy's attacks, giving them the illusion that they could kill the two experts with just a bit more effort. When Devilish Abyss, Li Jiani and Star Breaker, Song Huanjun performed their ultimate skills, risking the destruction of their bodies and souls, Hellstar suddenly rolled to their back like a high-speed gyroscope. Greatly shocked, the 5 nascent soul stage experts tried to flee, but they were tightly ensnared by the domains of the 2 peak divinity transformation stage experts. Meanwhile, Hellstar's metal tentacles extended and pierced the backs of their colossi, fixing them in place like 5 marionettes. Boom! 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 A series of fireballs expanded in a kaleidoscope of colors, beyond the recognition of the naked eye. Thousands of red snakes, dancing crazily, illuminated the dark world, but they shed no light on a path of survival. The fierce battle continued within the nearly 10,000-degree fireballs. Occasionally, streaks of brilliance, even brighter than the flames, would collide and split, only to be obliterated into nothingness. As the temperature gradually decreased, these streaks turned into hideous black spots. The fireballs, resembling artificial suns, did not disperse until they had burned like thousands of moths for 1 minute. The 5 colossi used by the nascent soul stage experts were either twisted into useless scrap or reduced to broken limbs. Naturally, the fury of the peak divinity transformation stage experts was too much for the nascent soul stage experts to handle. The cockpits of the 5 colossi were entirely empty, and the experts inside had been utterly burnt to nothingness. To slay the 5 nascent soul stage experts under the pressure of Li Linghai's covetous, Hellstar, and Dongfang Sheng's Smilodon, which could attack at any moment, both Devilish Abyss, Li Jiani and Star Breaker, Song Huanjun paid a heavy price. The spiritual shields around their colossi were now only a thin, lackluster layer, like the wrinkled skin of a snake, covering their broken plate armor. Not only were the fuel and ammunition of their colossi running out, but their souls and spiritual energy were also nearing exhaustion. At best, they could maintain the combat ability of the peak of the divinity transformation stage, but they were now only at the middle level or even lower. The overwhelming aura around Li Linghai continued to expand, threatening to engulf them like surging tides. The 4 colossi stood silently in the black fog. Li Jiani, Song Huanjun, Li Linghai commanded, each word resonating with a soul-stirring and sacrosanct voice, "Kneel. Kneel before me." Li Jiani and Song Huanjun exchanged a glance. Their broken colossi trembled violently. Dongfang Sheng, controlling Smilodon, raised his saber once more. Though not nearly as strong as the 2 peak divinity transformation stage experts initially, he was the one who understood the entire plan from the beginning. Therefore, when he pretended to be charging at the 2 experts at the peak of the divinity transformation stage fearlessly, he had already made up his mind to use the 5 nascent soul stage experts and their colossi as his shield. Right now, the 5 nascent soul stage experts and their colossi had significantly exhausted the strength of the 2 experts at the peak of the divinity transformation stage. In comparison, he hadn't suffered any serious wounds since the beginning of the battle. The supplies of his colossus, as well as his own soul and spiritual energy, were all kept at their best combat state. He was even somewhat stronger than Li Jiani or Song Huanjun right now. Kneel. The 6 faces on the surface of Li Linghai's Hellstar focused at the same time, and tides were rising in the black fog again, as if thousands of troops were hiding inside the darkness, giving an unbelievable pressure. I will not repeat twice. Kneel. After a grunt, Li Jiani finally collapsed. Known as Devilish Abyss, he was a meditation healer who was particularly sensitive to mental attacks. So, he had the deepest perception of the horror of the overwhelming air around Li Linghai. It was truly like the arrival of the dominator of the galaxy. Swallowing the blood in his mouth, he controlled the colossus to curl the right leg and kneeled before Li Linghai on one of his knees. After Li Jiani kneeled, Song Huanjun did not have any choice, or rather, did not have any psychological burden anymore. She quickly kneeled too. The two experts at the peak of the divinity transformation stage, in their colossi, lowered their heads before Li Linghai and said, "Your Majesty." "Remove your colossi," Li Linghai said coldly. "Store them in your cosmos rings and give them to me." Greatly alarmed, Li Jiani and Song Huanjun looked at each other in bewilderment, unsure if they should follow the order. "Do you know why I spared your lives but killed Yunquahai? Because you are smart people who have brains," Li Linghai said casually. "With your current status, even if you hide in your colossi, it would be more than easy for me to kill you. But there are still many members of the Li family and the Song family who need your management. Right now, I am in dire need of capable hands. I promise to spare your lives, and I will not go back on my word. Your two worn-out colossi mean nothing to me. Now that you are wise enough to do the right thing, I will certainly grant you more strength and better colossi." Li Jiani and Song Huanjun were immediately filled with interest. It made sense upon further reflection. Whether the person was Li Linghai or that emperor, achieving great things without any external help was nearly impossible, wasn't it? It might be easy to kill them, but how could he face the thunderous attacks of the four Kurfürst families? After hesitating for a long time, the two of them gritted their teeth and crawled out of their colossi. They then obediently stored the colossi in their cosmos rings and allowed the metal tentacles of Hellstar to take them away. Finally, the riskless siege carried out by 5 experts in the divinity transformation stage and dozens in the nascent soul stage had completely failed. Chapter 23-24, 1,000 years cannot soothe the pain. Li Linghai took away the colossi of the 3 divinity transformation stage experts but was not in a hurry to deal with them. Instead, she steered Hellstar to the depths of the black fog, where the black fog enveloped a medical cabin with thousands of sticky tentacles, making it unable to move at all. Naturally, it was Silver Fox Li Jianda, the most senior Kurfürst of the family, inside the medical cabin. While Li Jianda's vision and other senses were blocked by the black fog a moment ago, preventing him from seeing the progress of the battle, he knew exactly that he had failed. Now he saw his brother Li Jiani and the rest of them had taken off their colossi and floated in the midair obediently, and the remains of countless crystal suits and colossi were spreading around them. He simply heaved a sigh, apparently in the deepest regrets. Hellstar extended 2 metal tentacles and dragged the medical cabin to right below the gigantic faces. The soul-stirring eyes all stared at him gloomily, as if they were trying to collapse the former Prime Minister of the Imperium from the bottom of his soul. Under the pressure that felt like billions of water, Silver Fox Li Jianda was utterly not scared but simply laughed aloud. Idiots! Idiots! What a bunch of hopeless idiots! They will know how stupid their retreat today is when they die the most miserable death one day. Li Linghai had covered the space around the medical cabin with her spiritual energy, and therefore, she was not scared that Li Jianda's voices and telepathic thoughts would spread out. She sneered, "Why are they so stupid? Even if you have been possessed by a 1,000-year-old ghost, you cannot be Blackstar the Great in his prime." Silver Fox Li Jianda's eyes were bloodshot, and his hair and beard were flying. With the courage of someone fighting all the stars in the universe, he finally shouted out the name of that emperor. The real Blackstar the Great died 1,000 years ago. Even if part of his soul lingered until today, it must be terribly weak. Even if you have attached yourself to Li Linghai and nurtured yourself through her flesh and soul, it is impossible for you to have recovered 100% of your strength. It would be incredible if you could recover 20 or 30% of your strength. You may boast of the combat ability of the divinity branching stage, but you can't be higher than the middle level of that stage. However, the 3 of them are all at the peak of the divinity transformation stage. If they truly summon the courage to fight you, you could kill one of them at best before being suppressed by the other 2. Moreover, you have not completely possessed the body. It's only part of your soul that is temporarily residing in Li Linghai's body. There will be great damage to both your remaining soul and Li Linghai's physical body if you maintain the combat ability of the Divinity branching stage for a long time. Remember, your enemy includes not only the 5 experts in the Divinity transformation stage and dozens in the nascent soul stage here, but also the entire 4 Kurfürst families. How could you dare to fight with your best? You cannot afford the risk of being heavily wounded at all. Those idiots who have more brains than brawn could have figured it out if they gave it some thought. If you can really unleash our expertise in your prime years, why on earth have you been hiding inside Li Linghai's shell, too gutless to let the world know your existence, and why did you play those tricks and divide and conquer us with the advantage of the array? Wouldn't it have been much easier to simply suppress all of us? I suspect your spiritual energy has almost been exhausted after you slew the first guy in the peak of the Divinity transformation stage, or maybe there's something wrong with the melting of your remaining soul and the body, and it's impossible for you to kill a second expert at the peak of the Divinity transformation stage, is it not? What a shame. If they had slightly summoned their courage and attacked you together, they would have cut you into pieces and removed the hazard once and for all. Li Linghai listened in silence and did not burst into comfort even when she heard Li Jianda's vicious curse in the end. Instead, she laughed aloud. Isn't it only logical? Today is not like the old days. The Imperium at the sunset is no longer the Imperium of 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, when the Star Ocean Republic was corrupted by the cultivators and catching the last breath, the first-generation immortal cultivators were all transformed from cultivators who were of honor and integrity, and who were worried about the future of mankind. They were all the real immortal cultivators with dreams and ambitions. Only such immortal cultivators could sacrifice for the civilization of mankind fearlessly under my lead without caring about their own interests. But today, after 1,000 years, the Imperium of true human beings has contracted the exact same disease that killed the Star Ocean Republic. The immortal cultivators today have regressed into selfish, short-sighted, and conspiratorial individuals, no different from the pigs in the bloated parliament of the Star Ocean Republic 1,000 years ago. You can only see yourselves in your eyes. You have no dreams, and you do not know what you are fighting for. You are just a bunch of worms carrying the banner of the immortal cultivators but are actually under the control of your instincts. You are talking about unity and sacrifice? Such people in the Divinity transformation stage without beliefs are all gaudy counterfeits. Not just 4, even if 100 had come today, I would still have grasped your weakness and suppressed all of you. Silver Fox, Li Jianda was rendered speechless. His inviolable courage a moment ago was entirely gone, and his body began to shiver. Like a drowning person, his face was covered in lifelessness as he mumbled, "Your Majesty, I am willing to surrender. You're a rarely seen smart person. You were once the Prime Minister of the Imperium. You are rather prestigious nationwide. By logic, I should give you an opportunity to correct your mistakes because I am in dire need of hands right now," Li Linghai said coldly, "but it's a shame that there is no place for Kurfürst in my vision." Silver Fox, Li Jianda's lips trembled, and he was even more withered than before. He was not really saying that to surrender. He did not even care too much about his own life anymore, and he was simply using it to test Blackstar the Great's attitude toward the entire Li family. It seemed that Blackstar the Great did not intend to keep the 4 Kurfürst families at all, and they were destined to perish. You, having ended up on bad terms, Silver Fox, Li Jianda no longer needed to hide anything. The wrinkles on his face contorted into a hideous expression as he laughed maniacally. Whatever vision you may have, it won't come to fruition. Even if you can eliminate the 4 Kurfürst families, so what? You will die eventually. After you are gone, the royal authority will still decline, and the local magnates will still rise. Future emperors will only become more and more idiotic and weak. Very soon, new Kurfürst families will emerge and destroy the Imperium you have carefully constructed. You cannot defeat us. You cannot beat time and the entire universe. You're wrong, Li Linghai said, picking up Li Jianda and bringing him close to her face. Now that I have returned to the human world, I will not allow the Imperium to fall into someone else's hands. From today on, I will be the Imperium. I will not age or die in the next 10,000 years, and the Imperium of true human beings will surpass the Star Ocean Imperium of the past and become the greatest regime of human civilization, uniting the entire universe. Not age or die in the next 10,000 years. Silver Fox, Li Jianda trembled violently. For some reason, he detected no madness in Li Linghai's declaration, only solemnity and gravity, as if the ghost that should have vanished 1,000 years ago had truly found a way to live for 10,000 years. You have missed the best opportunity to stop me. Li Linghai squeezed Li Jianda's medical cabin and said casually, but I'm rather curious about one thing. As Silver Fox, you are best known for your calculation and caution. But why are you unwise enough to get involved in this dangerous mission in person? Given your identity and strength, shouldn't you be supervising the battle from the rear? That way, you might have uncovered the secrets of the underground palace and taken appropriate measures. Yet, you chose to come here in person, without even using a spiritual puppet with remote communication capabilities or a hologram projector. Why? Answer me, and I will spare 100 lives from the Li family. Li Jianda could have refused to answer. After all, the distance between Blackstar the Great and credibility was as vast as the distance between the Imperial Terminus sector and the edge of the cosmos. However, in his grief and desperation, Silver Fox, Li Jianda trembled for a long time before finally speaking, filled with remorse. The arrest operation targeting Li Linghai was planned by me personally, but Li Linghai is my biological granddaughter. The Yun, Song, and Dongfang families could not fully trust me, fearing it was a scheme between Li Linghai and Dongfang Sheng to trap them all. So, they demanded I arrive in person to command on the spot to prove my sincerity and send their toughest warriors. I am essentially their hostage. That explains a lot. Li Linghai couldn't help but laugh, and the 100 metal tentacles around Hellstar trembled wildly. Silver Fox, Li Jianda, just ask yourself, don't such for cursed families, who are utterly disorganized and lack any mutual trust, deserve to die? They do. Silver Fox, Li Jianda said, devastated. They all deserve to die. None of them is wronged. Then die now. The metal tentacles of Hellstar minced brutally. The medical cabin, along with Silver Fox, Li Jianda inside, was immediately shattered and enshrouded in black flames against the backdrop of Hellstar. The Imperium that I established through arduous work has been reduced to such poor conditions by unworthy descendants. 1,000 years can pass easily, but the pain will stay forever. As the black flames fell, high-pitched roars that did not sound like Li Linghai echoed from deep within Hellstar. To clean up the broken realm from the beginning, Imperium, I have returned. Chapter 23-25, Throne of Gods. Half an hour later, in the world fragment deep inside the underground palace. The arrest team led by Silver Fox, Li Jianda was not large in number. To keep the operation secret, they did not even bring many crystal warships, hoping to take down Li Linghai along with the 4 experts in the Divinity transformation stage and their colossi quietly and neatly. Meanwhile, the deep-sea fleet was founded by Li Linghai himself, and most of the resources, even starships, came from Li Linghai's supplies. Dongfang Sheng was only equal to a senior manager. While he could control the critical posts temporarily with his trusted subordinates, it was certainly impossible for him to turn everyone in the fleet against Li Linghai. Therefore, after Li Linghai got Dongfang Sheng, Li Jiani, and Song Huanjun under control, she immediately sent a message to the deep-sea fleet, which then took action and seized the entire royal palace tightly. At this moment, the elite troops of the 4 Kurfürst families were either protecting the Council of Elders or capturing Di Feiwen above the Silver Moon Ocean. It meant that Li Linghai had a few precious hours to perform modifications on the three experts at the peak of the Divinity transformation stage so that they could unleash more magnificent forces. The boundless black fog seemed to have consumed all creatures that were struggling in agony. From the darkness, the cries of Dongfang Sheng, Li Jiani, and Song Huanjun were coming over. Their sounds were extremely peculiar. They seemed trapped in the most excruciating agony while moaning in the greatest ecstasy of the universe. It also sounded as if they had retrograded from a highly developed intelligent species into a primeval beast haunted by their natural instincts. Surrounded by the roars of three Divinity transformation stage experts, Li Linghai stood alone atop a towering stone pillar in the dark abyss. At first glance, the massive pillar, over 30 meters in diameter, appeared to be made of translucent obsidian. Rising from the planet's core, it emitted deep, mysterious colors despite the enveloping black fog. However, upon closer inspection, the raw materials of the gigantic pillar were the bones of countless primeval beasts. These beasts, several dozen meters tall, had been compressed by strange, powerful forces. After hundreds of thousands of years of erosion and polishing, they had transformed into materials that resembled crystals. Among them, some remains appeared human-like, though significantly larger and fused with bizarre beasts. These were likely the remains of intelligent beings from the Pangu civilization's alliance, or the primeval gods that the ignorant would kneel to and worship. At this moment, countless primeval beasts and ancient gods seemed to be trodden under Li Linghai's feet. On the top of the massive stone pillar, the claws of the beasts and the arms of the gods were raised high, as if they were drowning and reaching out of the water for help. The claws and arms intertwined, forming a concavity that resembled a throne. However, Li Linghai was not sitting on the throne. Instead, she gripped its handle, her back hunched like a lobster, and her entire body trembling violently. Her expression was one of profound pain. From her eyes, her hair, and the black stripes on her fair skin, the thickest black fluids were leaking out and dripping down to her feet into a pool of black water. As the black fluids leaked out, Li Linghai's eyeballs and hair reverted to a white that bordered on transparency, except that she appeared much more lackluster and haggard than before, as if she were about to die. Perhaps Silver Fox, Li Jianda was not wrong. To be possessed by such an unparalleled expert like Blackstar the Great and to activate the strength that did not belong to herself indeed came with a terrible price. Li Linghai's vitality and brain seemed to have been entirely drained. Shivering, she groped for a dosage of the dark red drug from her cosmos ring and injected it into her carotid artery. She took a few deep breaths, but she did it in such a haste that she was coughing out loud until tears were running down, and she almost vomited out her internal organs. It was not until she coughed for more than half a minute that she was finally more or less back to herself. The black water below her feet, which was as thick as a swamp, however, was bubbling weirdly. In the next moment, a black phantom rose from the black water slowly. Higher and larger, it expanded into a shadow of a human more than 3 meters tall. It was almost like Li Linghai's shadow had come to life and was staring at her coldly from her back. Even though the shadow did not have any facial organs, Li Linghai still felt a pair of scorching eyes. "Your body is simply too weak." A grim, heavy voice came from the shadow. "Because of your weakness, I was forced to play so many despicable tricks even though my foes were only in the Divinity transformation stage. I even had to make many promises to the insubordinate subjects to divide and conquer them. This is truly my greatest humiliation." Li Linghai recovered from her trance. She hurried to kneel on the ground. "Please forgive me, Your Majesty." The shadow did not reply but mumbled to itself, "Silver Fox, Li Jianda, on the other hand, is truly a tough person. If he had reacted sooner, or if the 4 Kurfürst families had not demanded he command on the spot, he might have won the competition by organizing from the rear. My strength has not been entirely restored yet. This is not the best time for me to surface. But after Silver Fox Li Jianda's game, there is no choice but to act now." Fortunately, most of the plans have been accomplished. The thousands of surplus generals and millions of disabled veterans, crying before my statue day and night in the Emperor's mausoleum, poured their spirits and beliefs into the array I left 1,000 years ago. My remaining soul is now fully unlocked and can be transferred into a new shell. Where is Li Jialing right now? I cannot stand hiding inside your weak shell any longer. Li Linghai trembled. After a long hesitation, she said in a low voice, "He is in the Silver Ocean with Vulture Li Yao, participating in the operation to capture Dongfang Wang." "Excellent," the shadow said casually. "By my estimation, the battle to capture Dongfang Wang will be over soon. Summon them back now." "No, that's not it. Let's go there in person and prepare for the soul transfer. Do not play any tricks this time." Li Linghai's voice quivered even more. "I do not have the courage for that." "You don't?" The morose voice from the shadows suddenly turned high. The shadow reached out, grabbing Li Linghai by her throat and lifting her up, demanding, "You don't have the courage for that?" "I doubt it. You have the guts for everything. Decades ago, when you learned of my plan, you were bold enough to try to destroy the life seed and stop me from obtaining the perfect carrier. After discovering Li Jialing, you thought several times about sending him to the edge of the cosmos. When that didn't work, you then planned to kill him for good. Even now, while I'm hibernating, you've been playing many tricks with Vulture Li Yao, haven't you? Hee hee. You thought I'd grown senile after 1,000 years of sleep and wouldn't know about your clever moves? Let me tell you, my patience is limited. Don't be trapped by your own cleverness." The shadow threw Li Linghai to the ground harshly. A ring of black marks already encircled her long neck, turning into black blisters at a visible speed, as if her entire neck had been corroded to the bone. Li Linghai was in agony and deeply frightened, but an even more intense emotion finally overcame her pain and fear. Clutching her neck, she moaned, "Your Majesty, why Li Jialing? He is not your descendant at all. You know the answer." The shadow replied coldly. "As I told you before, years ago, it was you and the man from the Covenant Alliance who woke me together. At the intersection of your fates and mine, two mysterious forces you can't yet understand found their way into both of you. On your side, the force helped you break through the acupoints in your training, transforming you from a plain, mediocre immortal cultivator into an ultimate expert. On the guy from the Covenant Alliance's side, it helped him shatter the boundary of the three fundamental laws, returning to him the feelings and the free will of a normal person. Therefore, the child of the two of you, who is the combination of your fates and your strengths, is the best carrier for me to return to the universe. He is my real blood descendant. As for the members of the royal family with the Wu surname, what kind of weak, unworthy, and ambitionless beings have they regressed into after 1,000 years? Look at the Imperial Guards, look at the pig-like Emperor Shenwu. How have my offspring been corrupted into this? Those worthless swine are absolutely useless. I only regret that I cannot slaughter all of them to save the precious resources they are about to waste. Are they even qualified to house my powerful soul?" The shadow truly burst into fury when he mentioned the royal family nowadays. When the black flames surged out, it was almost as if thousands of sharp blades were about to be slashed at the members of the royal family. In the past decades, it's not like we didn't try transferring my soul to other members of the royal family. The shadow suddenly sneered. Your two sons included. Didn't they die abruptly because my soul was too strong for them? Now that you've already sacrificed two sons for me, what's the big deal about sacrificing one more? I know those royal princes were born from you unwillingly with Emperor Shenwu. You hate Emperor Shenwu's guts, and naturally, you didn't have any feelings for those royal princes. This Li Jialing, on the other hand, is the only child of you and the man you loved most. It's only natural that you find it hard to let go of him. But you'd better understand one thing. This is his destiny that he cannot escape. Since he could even absorb the Imperial Fire Pearl perfectly, is it not the best sign that he would be the most perfect carrier for me? Chapter 23-26, Fight for the Imperium for another 100,000 years. Lost for words, Li Linghai asked in a shaking voice, with the ripples of desperation spreading from her eyes, What? What about Vulture Li Yao? He could absorb the strength in the Imperial Fire Pearl too. Although he was not as fast as Li Jialing, he was significantly better than the members of the royal family that had been tested before. It was evident enough that he did not reject your Majesty's strength. Besides, his level is higher than Li Jialing's, and he is already in the divinity transformation stage. He must be strong enough to accommodate your Majesty's powerful soul. Vulture Li Yao is indeed a rather excellent carrier. After a brief silence, the Shadow said, I don't think he lied about being the foster son of the guy from the Covenant Alliance. After absorbing part of my strength, the guy from the Covenant Alliance escaped to the edge of the cosmos in a hurry and fostered a child. Then, perhaps the strength was delivered into his foster son's body by him without him knowing it, or his foster son absorbed it voluntarily. Therefore, this Vulture Li Yao is deeply associated with me too. His fate and mine are entwined too. It is not surprising that he could digest the strength in the Imperial Fire Pearl. However, since the man rose to a high place in the regime of the remaining rebellions of the Star Ocean Republic, he must have experienced a series of fortuitous events in the past, which filled his body with a myriad of uncanny forces. In my senses, his body is like a multicolored dye vat and not nearly as pure as Li Jialing's. Besides, after 100 years of experience, and since he used to be a powerful man in the past, his soul has already been fixed, and his beliefs will not be changed easily. There will be a lot of unnecessary risks if I try to invade and occupy his body. Furthermore, for those who have advanced to my level, we have a lot of mysterious visions and prophecies that you cannot understand. I have sensed that there are many secrets about Vulture Li Yao, and I felt a cold warning that I must not try to possess the man whenever I study his files. Otherwise, I might embrace my doom, and it would be very likely that I fail to possess him, and he simply melts my remaining soul in the end. Therefore, I will not possess him in any case. I would rather beat this Vulture Li Yao into smithereens, even if it will be a great waste of his great body, than try to steal his brain. Naturally, the man's cultivation and wisdom are among the best. His shameless character and his sordid combat style are also my favorites. If he can kneel before my feet genuinely, what's the harm of sparing his life? But if he doesn't, I'll have other ways to deal with him too. That shouldn't be your concern. I know what to do. Li Linghai, however, was not entirely convinced. Sobbing, she asked, Your Majesty, is Li Jialing really the only option? He. Rise and look at me. Thousands of tentacles suddenly extended out of the shadow and grabbed Li Linghai's limbs and neck, dragging her right next to the shadow. The shadow had almost turned into a gigantic mouth that was about to swallow Li Linghai. I have been reborn today, not to be a mediocre emperor for another 100 or 200 years, but to revolutionize the Imperium and create an enterprise that will stand eternal. Why has the Imperium of true human beings been corrupted to the point of decay? Why do the local magnates in the universe turn a blind eye to the Imperial Terminus sector? Why do clowns like the four Kurfürst families dare to usurp power? The only reason is that my ideas were abandoned immediately after my death. The bloody lessons of the past 1,000 years have taught me that to create an enterprise that will not degenerate, I must remain alive forever and be the sole emperor of human civilization for the next 1,000 years. To achieve eternal life, a perfect carrier is essential. I am not pursuing eternal life for personal gain, and Li Jialing did not die to fulfill my personal desires. Our lives and deaths are for the Imperium, for the longevity of the realm, and for the human civilization. Look at me and tell me, are you not disappointed in the Imperium of true human beings today? Do you not want to eradicate all the worthless, selfish, and conspiratorial scoundrels so that the sun will shine in the Imperium once more? Dark air flowed from the depths of the shadow, splitting into thousands of streaks, which then crawled into Li Linghai's nearly transparent eyes. Blackness flickered in Li Linghai's eyes. Her face, initially inert and stagnant, became determined. I do. The Queen of the Imperium gritted her teeth. Do you not want to combine the forces of the four Kurfürst families and hundreds of sectors into an invincible, indestructible army, to completely annihilate the Covenant Alliance, save the civilization of mankind, and ensure the prosperity of the entire universe? The shadow continued asking. I do. Li Linghai's voice was firmer and louder. Do you not want the Imperium of true human beings to surpass the Star Ocean Imperium in the past, or even the primordial civilizations hundreds of thousands of years ago, stamping on all the species that were once gods for us, so that mankind will be the only god in the entire universe? The shadow's voice grew more and more dominating and insane. I do. Mankind, as the strongest fighting species in the universe, should be the only true god. Li Linghai's eyes were bubbling, and countless tiny black bubbles were swirling deeply inside her transparent eyes. Then, make sacrifices. The dominance and madness of the shadow were suddenly and entirely concealed. Then it spoke casually, for the Imperium, for the civilization of mankind, everyone can and must be sacrificed, including myself. It is easy to die a hero's death, but it is terribly difficult to live and work for the civilization of mankind for 100,000 years. As the supreme commander of all true human beings, I will naturally walk on the difficult path, but I also need the sacrifices of many people to lend me a hand. Besides, I promised you that I would be careful and try to preserve Li Jialing's soul, didn't I? The shadow's voice suddenly softened. Li Linghai was like someone drowning who caught the last straw, though there was no telling whether it was a straw or a viper. Her eyeballs trembling violently, she asked, Is it true, Your Majesty? Of course it is true. Certainly. Here is the cleaned and grammatically edited text. What I want is his body. Is his soul of any use to me? The shadow smiled and said, If everything goes well, after I occupy his body, his soul will be sent into an artificial body, and he will live for another 100 years as a spectral cultivator. Despite the minor inconvenience in training, his daily life will not be greatly affected. Can you not live with that? I certainly can. Li Linghai was overjoyed but found it hard to believe. She hesitated and asked, I wonder, how much confidence does Your Majesty have to preserve Li Jialing's soul? He. The shadow snorted and became aggressive again. Are you questioning my abilities? I daren't. Li Linghai shuddered hard and knelt deeply again. I daren't at all. I misspoke because I cared about him too much. If you are really concerned about the safety of Li Jialing's soul, go and persuade him to cooperate with me. As long as he cooperates with me obediently without any struggle, nothing will go wrong at all. The shadow said, however, if he is obstinate enough to resist his destiny under the instigation of rogues such as Vulture Li Yao, I cannot say what will happen during the transference of souls. Therefore, the safety of Li Jialing's soul is not up to me but all lies in your hands. Think carefully about what you are going to do. Li Linghai's body trembled. With the craziness of what a mother beast could do to protect her cub, she panted and said, I understand what I have to do now. Good. I knew that you wouldn't disappoint me. The shadow laughed aloud. The refinement of the 3 divinity transformation stage experts is almost done. I've made adjustments to ensure that the text flows more naturally and is grammatically correct while maintaining the original content and tone. Right now, 5 forces, namely the 4 Kurfürst families and the Reformists, have gathered in the sky over the Silver Moon Ocean. Their combined strength seems overwhelming, but each has their own plans and is wary of the others, just like the battle occurring here. Let's go and tame the forces above the Silver Moon Ocean, find Li Yao and Li Jialing, suppress the entire capital, and then, reclaim the Imperium. The raging shadow slowly retreated into Li Linghai's pores and melted into her long shadow, nowhere to be seen again. Deep in the black fog, the roars and moans of the three experts in the divinity transformation stage all weakened, but their air was getting stronger and stronger, as well as more chaotic and evil. On Li Linghai's face, her previous weakness and hesitation when confronting the shadow were now completely gone. The toughness and solemnity of the Queen of the Imperium and the leader of the reformists occupied her face once more, behind an indomitable mask. She narrowed her eyes at the silver moon ocean, with sparks splashing out. There was no telling what was on her mind. Deep in the silver moon ocean, Li Jialing was utterly ignorant of his fate as a soul container. He was still waiting at the edge of the battlefield obediently, where Li Yao had gone to an unknown place. At first, he had cleared the small fries at the edge of the battlefield as per Li Yao's instruction. However, few enemies managed to reach his position after passing so many defense lines. After clearing up the few small fries, he grew bored and stared at the center of the chaotic battlefield in a daze. His hands and his veins were itching, and he was wondering if he should also go on a rampage and show himself off like Brother Yao had. To be honest, it was not in his nature to pursue a free, unrestricted life. That was only the reverse psychology after living more than 10 years of a restrictive life when he was imprisoned and refined by Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan. You wanted to incarcerate me, so I wanted freedom. Nothing more. Now that he had truly obtained freedom, Li Jialing found that his real nature was. Well, Li Jialing did not know what his real nature was either. After all, it was quite normal for an adolescent, who was less than 20 years old, to be confused about his life. However, because of the training with the fragment of the Imperial Fire Pearl recently, his cultivation had been soaring like mushrooms after a rain. His strength was almost overflowing from all his internal organs and veins. His fists were getting itchier and itchier too. In such a fierce battle, he found it difficult to contain himself from going on a killing spree. The feeling was almost like his first ejaculation in the middle of a night while he was still in a dream a few years ago. It was simply a natural instinct that could not be controlled at all. While he was upset, the mainframe crystal processor of his crystal suit sent out familiar beeps, which were the secret signals Li Yao and Li Jialing had agreed upon. Overjoyed, Li Jialing hurried to swim deeper into the ocean, following the signals, only to discover Li Yao rising from a deep undersea crack in a crystal suit. Brother Yao, where have you been? I was truly worried while waiting. Li Jialing said, half in complaint and half in expectation. I've been lingering at the edge of the battlefield as you instructed and didn't approach the center at all. But wouldn't it be inappropriate if we just slack off from beginning to end? Why don't we go to the center of the battlefield and join the party? At the very least, we should be able to see which expert finally kills the supervillain Dongfang Wang and rescues His Majesty. It might be a fierce battle that only happens once in a lifetime. Well, if that's what you want, there's no need to go to the center of the battlefield, Li Yao said solemnly. I've already killed the supervillain Dongfang Wang and rescued His Majesty along the way. Dumbfounded for a moment, Li Jialing grumbled, What? What the heck? Didn't you say you were going to the deeper part of the ocean to enjoy some fresh air? Yes, that was exactly my intention. However, Li Yao, despite his helmet, felt like scratching his head. I ran into Dongfang Wang in the undersea crack and found His Majesty, who had been kidnapped by him. I know it's hard to explain and you might want to spit in my face, but that's exactly what happened. It's not like I had a choice. Li Jialing took a deep, deep breath and looked around Li Yao, asking, then, where is His Majesty? Here. Li Yao waved his cosmos ring. What? Li Jialing was greatly surprised and immediately realized what was going on. He stammered, His Majesty has died? Yes, it was a few days ago. But he wasn't die from Dongfang Wang. Forget it. This is not the place for such a conversation. Follow me. There's something that's very unbelievable but deeply affects you. I need you to stay calm. Li Yao dragged Li Jialing by the hand and swam to the deeper part of the ocean. Very soon, they encountered a crystal suit as gorgeous as a mermaid at the entrance of the trench. The person inside the crystal suit was naturally Long Yangjun. Somebody's here. Li Jialing was surprised. Who is it? Li Yao replied, Dongfang Mingyu. What? Li Jialing was greatly scared again. It occurred to him that he would have a heart attack sooner or later if he hung around his mysterious brother Li Yao more often. He stammered again, Isn't she the most evil and sordid expert under Dongfang Wang's command, the president of the Association of Demon Hunters, and the she-fiend whose traces are mysterious and whose cultivation is immeasurable? Exactly. Li Yao led Li Jialing to swim to Long Yangjun. But don't be scared. This she-fiend has been domesticated by me. What's going on exactly? Li Jialing didn't even know how he should feel right now. Finding it hard to believe, he asked, how is it possible? You'd been away for 2 hours at most, but you suppressed Dongfang Mingyue, slew Dongfang Wang, and stole the remains of His Majesty? How did you manage it? Very simple, Li Yao said. When I met Dongfang Mingyue, I immediately released my dominant aura and said to her solemnly that the trend of the Imperium's renewal was like an overwhelming tide, and that whoever went along with it would thrive, but whoever went against it would die. Now that Dongfang Wang had died and the Dongfang family was about to fall apart, if she were to insist on her folly, not only would she die miserably, but she would also be forever cursed by the future generations. When I spoke to her righteously, and Dongfang Mingyue thought about it carefully, she naturally found my points enlightening and persuasive. Then, daunted by my overwhelming strength, and since she had been admiring Vulture Li Yao for a long time, knowing she was no match for me, she did not have a second option except to surrender to you. Li Jialing. If it's possible at all, I really do not want to believe you. Li Yao, the fact is right before our eyes. This is exactly the power of the brand of Vulture Li Yao that I have carefully established recently. Now that I have accidentally made my personal image too magnificent and awe-inspiring, the great men in the universe are all coming to me and begging to work for me. I feel rather disturbed too. Gritting his teeth, Li Jialing swam to Long Yangjun in silence and observed the crystal suit on her body with suspicion, only to discover that it was indeed an ultimate product of unknown materials, doubtlessly only affordable for the real top-tier experts. He couldn't help but feel even more shocked. You are Li Jialing? Long Yangjun giggled and sent a telepathic thought to Li Jialing. Don't be nervous. Just call me Sister Mingyue. Sister Mingyue. Li Jialing's brain seemed to have been struck by a barrage of lightning, leaving him utterly astounded. Could this casual tone really come from the leader of the Association of Demon Hunters, arguably the strongest organization of special agents in the Imperium? Even if she were forced to surrender, she shouldn't be so relaxed. Looking at Long Yangjun and then at Li Yao, the young man had 1,000 questions swirling in his eyes. Take it easy, Li Yao said. This Sister Dongfang Mingyue has been moved by Brother Yao's personal charisma. She has decided to do the right thing and be a good person from the bottom of her heart. Therefore, you can trust her as unconditionally as you trust Brother Yao. After a moment's thought, Li Jialing replied, but I do not trust Brother Yao unconditionally. Li Yao coughed and said, we have limited time. Let's skip the details. In short, Li Jialing, you must be prepared, because we will tell you the most shocking and devastating news. You must hold on. Li Jialing looked at the unbelievable combination again and stammered, is there anything more shocking than what I've seen and heard just now? Yes, Li Yao replied. According to our accurate analysis and meticulous deduction, it is very possible that your mother is haunted by a ghost. 1,000-year-old ghost, no less, Li Yao said solemnly. That is Blackstar the Great, the founding emperor of the Imperium of true human beings. Li Jialing was speechless. Another 1,000 question marks popped up in his eyes. Biting his lip and thinking for a long time, he finally managed to ask, I don't know how I should react now. What exactly are you talking about? A ghost haunting someone? What is that? How did you learn about it? There is a term for spectral cultivators called Old Grandpa. I think you must know it, don't you? It's basically a seasoned ghost who follows you and offers enlightenment in training or treasure hunting. Of course, some malicious old grandpas try to possess a new body to be reborn or to manipulate living people like puppets. Seeing that Li Jialing nodded, Li Yao continued, we suspect that your mother has encountered such a condition. However, her old grandpa is rather unique and indescribably powerful, because it is Blackstar the Great. Most of your mother's strength and resources came from the Imperial Transcendent Sector, where the Supreme Emperor was buried. Blackstar the Great had also been to the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum and eventually perished there. Your parents were likely the first to accidentally trespass into the Imperial Terminus sector and touch Blackstar the Great's remaining soul. But since your father was initially an emotionless individual from the Covenant Alliance, perhaps not suitable for manipulation or possession, Blackstar the Great eventually chose your mother as his host. Li Jialing was quite astonished. He asked in a hurry, how did you learn it, Brother Yao? How confident are you with your theory? Before his death, Dongfang Mingyue told me in long a lot of things. By combining what I knew with her intelligence, we have found the astonishing truth. Pondering for a moment, Li Yao said, as for the accuracy, let me put it this way. Based on the known information, it's about 50-50. However, I can guarantee with 100% confidence that it is true. Li Jialing was rather confused. Wait. If the possibility is only 50% according to the intelligence, why are you certain that the Queen, my mother, is really haunted by a ghost? If I did not observe and participate in the matter, it would have ended either well or badly, and the odds would have been 50-50, Li Yao analyzed solemnly. However, now that I've been involved in this mysterious swirl, the whole thing will only focus in the worst direction, and the truth will only be the worst possibility. Therefore, your mother must have been haunted by the 1,000-year-old ghost that is Blackstar the Great. I'm absolutely positive. Li Jialing's previously golden face turned pale, and he almost cried out. What are you talking about, Brother Yao? You must save my mother. Of course, I also want to save the Queen and destroy the unparalleled monster that is Blackstar the Great, Li Yao heaved a sigh and said. However, according to my careful evaluation, it occurs to me that my cultivation right now seems to be slightly lower than Blackstar the Great's, and I might not be a match for him if I am not in my best combat state. Therefore, for safety reasons, we better make thorough plans. Li Jialing was almost in tears when he grabbed Li Yao by the wrist and asked, what do you mean by, we better make thorough plans? I mean that we need to wing it. Let's just run away now. In any case, I do not want to confront the Queen right now. Who knows if an invisible old ghost is observing me malevolently behind her when I am bragging about myself in front of her. It is too creepy. Li Yao declared quickly, also, you must hide yourself, too. I have just analyzed the situation with Dongfang Mingyue. If your mother is truly haunted by Blackstar the Great, and Blackstar the Great is up to some world-shifting scheme, you must be the key to the scheme, and you are absolutely much more important than me. Therefore, you must not fall into the hands of the Queen or Blackstar the Great. You are perhaps the only person who can help us reverse the situation. Every golden hair on Li Jialing's face and body stood up. Like the most delicate statue, he was dazed for a long time before finally murmuring to himself, the only person who can turn the tide? I am that important? Definitely, Li Yao affirmed. Otherwise, how can you explain the Queen's inconsistent attitudes toward you, and why she offered such an ultimate treasure as the Imperial Fire Pearl for us to train with? I've scanned and experimented on the Imperial Fire Pearl many times, and it certainly isn't flawed. However, it has the ability to condense and purify various forces. Didn't you say that after you absorbed the energy from the Imperial Fire Pearl, all the forces inside your body melted away? If my guess is correct, the Queen, or rather, Blackstar the Great, used the Imperial Fire Pearl as some sort of preparation for you. To put it more simply, it's like fattening a pig before slaughtering it and enjoying the meat. Li Jialing was nearly horrified. He couldn't help but wrap his arms around himself and said, "Is my mother, the Queen, really that cold?" Not exactly. From her inconsistent behavior, it's clear that she doesn't see you as a mere tool or intentionally want you dead, Li Yao sighed. But if she is truly under the control of Wu Yingqi, how can she defeat a 1,000-year-old ghost? Then, what about Brother Yao? Li Jialing thought carefully and immediately noticed something was wrong. You also absorbed the power of the Imperial Fire Pearl, and your share was even larger. Why aren't you the key to the whole scheme? The Queen only gave the Imperial Fire Pearl to me because she couldn't give it directly to you without a good reason. Even if she did, you might not know how to digest and absorb the strength inside the Imperial Fire Pearl. That's why she gave it to me and used me as a disguise. Li Yao's thoughts were clear, as if all the brain cells and computational power he had saved before were reserved for this moment. I cannot be the key to the whole scheme because my arrival was purely an accident. The scheme began at least decades ago when the Queen established the Deep Sea Fleet. No matter how high Blackstar the Great's computational ability is, it's impossible that he foresaw my arrival decades ago, isn't it? Therefore, when we inferred the whole scheme, we must completely rule out the unexpected factor, that is me, and consider what would have happened if I were never here. Then, it is very simple. Without me, Manjusaka, the city in the sky, wouldn't have collapsed, but the assault by Starlight and the Cultivator's alliance would still have taken place on time. The battle between the two parties would still have happened, and it's very likely that the Queen would have snuck into the city in the sky and taken you away. I estimate that her original purpose wasn't to kill you. Well, I mean, Blackstar the Great's plan was certainly not to kill you but to capture and transform you into a certain artifact, device, or maybe a carrier. In any case, you would have certainly endured unbearable torture. Considering this, Li Lingfeng's initial speculation was obviously wrong. Think about it. According to Li Lingfeng, the Queen's reason for wanting to kill you was that your existence would expose one of her past relationships, leading to severe consequences. He intended to use this scandal to coerce the Queen. However, if the Queen was truly backed by Blackstar the Great, why would she have been stopped by Li Lingfeng? If she really wanted you dead, Blackstar the Great could have taken action himself. Was Li Lingfeng strong enough to resist him? That's why I argue that Blackstar the Great does not want to kill you. Furthermore, if the Queen had been under Blackstar the Great's control, and if she was not a woman who was afraid of scandals but one who loved my foster father and your birth father, there would have been no reason for her to kill you. The only reasonable explanation is that she knew you would suffer the most excruciating pain if you fell into Blackstar the Great's hands before your inevitable death, which she could not prevent. So, she wanted to give you a quick and clean death. Li Jialing almost fainted in shock. Li Yao spoke faster and faster. We now know that the powerful counterattacks of the reformists after the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance were all carefully arranged beforehand. In other words, the entire scheme was set in place before the Queen left the capital for the Martial Meritocrat sector. At such a critical moment, instead of commanding from the Deep Sea Palace or fomenting trouble on the front line, the Queen went all the way to the Martial Meritocrat sector to look for you, didn't she? Even if she was determined to kill you, she didn't need to act in such a hurry, right? After all, Li Lingfeng and she had not yet fallen out. Couldn't she have just waited a few more years? All the evidence suggests that you must be the most crucial part of the whole scheme, so crucial that the Queen, or Blackstar the Great, had to drop all their work and find you first. After a long silence, Li Jialing struggled to say with an almost suffocated voice, "Fine. If everything Brother Yao said is true, what are we going to do right now? Long Yangjun had been listening to Li Yao's analysis in silence the whole time. It was not until this moment that she chuckled casually and said, "Very simple. Since you are the key to the whole event, and Blackstar the Great cannot activate his scheme without you, I could just kill you right now and burn you up completely, ensuring that not a single part of your soul or a single cell will be left for Blackstar the Great. Isn't that the perfect solution?" "What?" Greatly alarmed, Li Jialing hurriedly hid behind Li Yao out of natural instinct and looked at the mysterious Sister Mingyue in a cold sweat. He could tell that she was not entirely joking. "Hey, don't be too outrageous. If I allowed that, what kind of cultivator would I be?" Li Yao glared at Long Yangjun. Also, simply killing Li Jialing would be absolutely useless. Our enemies include not just one Blackstar the Great but also the Alliance of the Holy Covenant, which covets us from space. We do not yet know Blackstar the Great's real scheme. If something goes wrong with Li Jialing, who knows whether the 1,000-year-old ghost might go mad and drag the entire Imperium to die with him? If Blackstar the Great turns the Imperium into a mess and the army of the Covenant Alliance marches in, even Vulture Li Yao, with my Colossus might not be able to resist them. Not might not, but certainly can't, Long Yangjun yawned and said casually. That's why I was patient enough to listen to you for so long instead of killing this little brat the moment I see him. I've shown you enough respect, right? Brother Yao, Li Jialing nudged Li Yao's back and said, has Sister Dongfang Mingyue really been suppressed by you? Why do I have the impression that the truth is the opposite, and you've been suppressed by her? Li Yao blushed. What are you talking about? It's me who suppressed her, of course. She's just so cold because I hurt her pride during my suppression. But don't worry. She's rather kind despite her nasty mouth. She seems to have a secret base in the capital. Let's hide there for a while, figure out the situation, and contact the righteous men out there before we take any action. The righteous men out there? Li Jialing's eyes shone brightly. Like General Lei Chenghu, for example? Well, maybe someone else, Li Yao said with a bitter smile. Lei Chenghu was a fervent admirer of Blackstar the Great. During their conversation in the Emperor's mausoleum, the man even mentioned that he wanted Blackstar the Great to be reborn and clean up all the filth in the Imperium. If Lei Chenghu learned the truth, he might waste no time arriving at the capital to pledge allegiance to Blackstar the Great as his vanguard. How could Li Yao go to Lei Chenghu? However, among the influential fleet commanders in the Imperium, Li Yao knew a certain someone who was his best friend. It was said that this person's carrier was soaring at the border of the Imperium. The last time, Li Yao even asked Han Te, Lu Li, the Fist King, the warriors from the Land of Sins, and the cultivators of Starlight to join him. Li Yao never thought he would be asking for this person's help in person so soon. Boss Bai, we've known each other for more than 100 years. Even if you are busy enjoying your life right now, you cannot turn a blind eye to an old friend, can you? Besides, if the great Blackstar regains control of the Imperium, it will not be good for your Big By Space pirate gang. A completely united Imperium of iron and blood won't tolerate any pirate gang. So, saving me is also saving yourself. Li Yao muttered to himself. While he was thinking about how to escape from the capital and seek help from Bai Xinghe, the pirate potentate in the Divinity transformation stage, ear-splitting shrieks suddenly echoed from his crystal suit. Someone's here. Long Yangjun also sounded a bit nervous. Li Yao was slightly dazed. Then he sensed dozens of the most dominating clusters of air sweeping through the center of the ocean like the tentacles of fiends. Something's not right. Li Yao narrowed his eyes and perceived the situation at the center of the undersea battlefield. He discovered that the intensity of the undersea battle had decreased, but waves were rising on the ocean's surface. After he turned on the public communication channel and carefully reviewed the recent information, his expression couldn't have been more grim. The operation to hunt Dongfang Wang and rescue Emperor Shenwu involved more than 10 battle-type experts in the Divinity transformation stage. It was already a luxury team. However, even in such a luxury team, few people were at the peak of the Divinity transformation stage. But right now, Devilish Abyss, Li Jiani and Starbreaker, Song Huanjun, 2 experts at the peak of the Divinity transformation stage, along with their hundreds of personal guards, showed anomalous behavior. Also, even the Divinity transformation stage had sent hundreds of starships to the sky of the Silver Moon Ocean to provide firepower reinforcement. 2329 At the end of the trench. Those who had advanced to the peak of the Divinity transformation stage were all at least 200 years old. Naturally, they had many disciples and descendants. Under the tutelage of these Divinity transformation stage experts, most of their disciples and descendants could reach the core formation stage or the nascent soul stage with relative ease. When an expert at the peak of the Divinity transformation stage joined a battle, they would often be accompanied by 10 or more squires, who would cooperate with them using lesser colossi or advanced crystal suits. These squires were mostly the true disciples or biological descendants of the Divinity transformation stage experts. Their combat abilities, loyalties, and teamwork were far superior to those of outsiders. In the world of ancient cultivators, these squires would be the greatest support for a Divinity transformation stage expert in their quest for world dominance. They would always invest tremendous resources and efforts in their squires, who considered their leader to be more important than anything else. When Li Yao and Ding Lingdang were in the Star Glory Federation, their personal squires were managed by Wu Mian, Li Yao's true disciple. It was clear how important the squires were. Currently, the squires of Devilish Abyss, Li Jiani and Starbreaker, Song Huanjun, both elders in their respective families, had all been deployed. It was obvious that they couldn't have been attracted by Dongfang Wang, who was already dead. Therefore, they must have another target. Considering the anomalies with the Deep Sea Fleet, it was hard not to think of Queen Li Linghai. Li Yao was greatly alarmed. They're so fast. More information flooded the communication channel. Devilish Abysses, Li Jiani and Starbreakers Song Huanjun had the highest cultivation, combat ability, and position in their respective families in the coalition army of the 5 forces. When the 2 of them led their squires to their commanding ships on the Silver Moon Ocean, it was naturally impossible for anyone to stop them. Also, the Deep Sea Fleet, commanded by Dongfang Sheng, was observing and suppressing them from nearby. It was rumored that the 4 Kurfürst families issued new orders. For a moment, everyone was at a loss about what to do when the commandership was taken away. The more he thought about it, the more scared Li Yao became. He suddenly bulged his eyes and demanded, "Cut off your communication with the battle network, block all communication and information transmission channels, and turn off all power and defense units on the crystal suit. Do not let any spiritual waves spread out." His warning came too late. Long Yongjun and Li Jialing had already suppressed the spiritual waves of their crystal suits to the minimum as quickly as possible, yet the water around them immediately squeezed them like a landslide, resulting in cracking noises on the crystal suit. The 3 of them sank to the depths of the ocean like 3 iron blocks. However, there was still the coldest wave that passed through the trench they were in. It was like a frigid wind that pierced through their internal organs and limbs. Li Yao, Long Yongjun, and Li Jialing couldn't help but shiver hard. Damn it! We've been noticed. Also, it was probably Blackstar the Great who could scan such a deep trench accurately with his telepathic thoughts through the dark ocean. Breaching heavily, Li Yao rolled his eyes and spoke through the point-to-point private channel. Right now, Blackstar the Great is still unaware that we have inferred his real identity. It is possible that he is gathering the troops above and below the Silver Moon Ocean. Do you think we can expose his true face if we march out and declare the truth to everyone? Absolutely. But then what? Long Yongjun asked, "Are you sure you can stop his plan after unveiling him? Don't forget, he is the founding emperor of the Imperium of true human beings. Now that Emperor Shenwu is dead, who can say he does not have the legitimacy to succeed the throne? Chances are high that others will kneel before him immediately after you reveal who he is. At the very least, Devilish Abyss Li Jiani and Star Breaker Song Huanjun seem to have betrayed the four Kurfürst families and taken his side. It does make sense. Thinking quickly, Li Yao came up with a new plan. Then, since he is unaware of your existence right now, if you hide in the darkness, is it possible to kill him directly in an ambush? Long Yangjun shook her head hard. No. Why? Li Yao raised his voice. Aren't you the reincarnation of a primordial god? Shouldn't you have 100 other forms? Can't you beat him? Primordial god, indeed. We are both carbon-based lives, and we have to abide by the fundamental laws of energy transformation and cell division. If I were as strong as you described, I would have slapped you to death already. Long Yangjun replied, not in a good mood, just think with your pig head. If the primordial gods were so awesome, why is it mankind who survived in the end, but not the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan? The atmospheric composition and the energy changes on most of the habitable planets in the 3000 sectors are no longer suitable for the survival of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan. It's almost like putting human experts on the primordial planets billions of years ago. They would find it difficult to get accustomed to the air and terrain at that time. Also, I am not the reincarnation of a primeval god, but an elite human warrior who received the dual refinements of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan. Essentially, I am still just a common warrior, whereas Blackstar the Great is an excelsior warrior among trillions of humans. How could he be killed by me so easily? What are you thinking about? It does make sense, Li Yao mumbled. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the black water above his head, where spots of light were bursting out. In a trance, he seemed to notice a pair of gloomy, profound eyes staring back at him. Shuddering again, Li Yao realized his team had fallen into a predicament. At the bottom of the ocean, 10,000 meters deep, to run away at the highest speed, they would have to activate the power units and the spiritual shields of their crystal suits to resist the water pressure and create a path for themselves. However, this would cause intense spiritual waves to spread out, which would be immediately perceived and followed by the unknown enemy. If the enemy was really Blackstar the Great, Li Yao was not confident he could escape him. What if they did not activate their crystal suits? That was certainly no joke. While crystal suits were not as monolithic as colossi, they were still metal objects that could easily weigh 10 tons. How could the runners prevent their crystal suits from sinking in the ocean using only the spiritual energy inside their bodies? If they tried to swim, they would be slower than tortoises. Now that the enemy boasted experts like Devilish Abyss, Li Jiani and Star Breaker, Song Huanjun, along with all their squires, it was only a matter of time before they laid a dragnet to search for the escapees. Li Yao and his companions had no chance of running away. Time was running out. They needed to get away before the enemy completely controlled all the troops in the Silver Moon Ocean. There is only one solution for us to escape right now, Li Yao said after a moment's thought. It's impossible for the three of us to escape simultaneously. We need to send a great hero who is both smart and brave to distract Blackstar the Great, so the other two can escape through the trench. Otherwise, we'll all be in trouble. After saying this, Li Yao looked at Long Yangjun. Long Yangjun returned his gaze emotionlessly. Well, judging from your face, you're not very interested in carrying out the arduous mission of distraction, are you? Li Yao asked. What do you think? Whether or not Blackstar the Great is reborn, and whatever schemes he may have, why should I care? I only came to the Imperium to enjoy a new life, and I've lived quite a few years peacefully and comfortably here. But everything changed the moment you showed up. Long Yangjun replied. It does make sense. Then, do you think we should send Li Jialing? Forget it. The worst outcome is death. I'll go. The enemy should still be unaware of the situation. There's a chance I can deceive him and gather more intelligence. If we figure out what Blackstar the Great is up to, we can come up with corresponding countermeasures. Li Yao said. What a great plan, Long Yangjun remarked. With your wisdom, you will certainly be manipulating Blackstar the Great like a toy. My concerns are redundant. Then, we'll leave now and meet you at the agreed-upon coordinates. Long Yangjun waved the crystal fins near her legs and swam to Li Jialing. Snatching the young man's arm, she said, "Follow me." Huh? Before Li Jialing realized what was going on, he had already been dragged to the depths of the ocean by Long Yangjun. Long Yangjun even cut off their communication with Li Yao, in case the enemy followed the traces and caught all three of them. You are really a fast runner. Looking at Long Yangjun and Li Jialing's shadows disappearing in the trench quickly, Li Yao gritted his teeth and unleashed his spiritual energy, swimming to the opposite side of the trench. Now that he had decided to distract the enemy's attention, there was no need for disguise. He retrieved Gold Vulture at the earliest chance and set all the attack magical equipment to the active state, ready to launch the weapons. As he submerged deeper and faster, the dozens of cold winds were gradually left behind. It seemed that the top priority for Devilish Abyss, Li Jiani, Starbreaker, Song Huanzhen, and Dongfang Sheng's deep-sea fleet was to seize the commandership of all the starships in the Silver Moon Ocean and to suppress the disobedient guys so that the fairly large troop would be under their control. They had no time to bother with the runners for the time being. However, the pair of eyes that were even more profound than the trench had been staring at the back of Li Yao's head the whole time. The stinging coldness went all the way down along his spine, giving him the feeling of fear and intimidation. Finally, he reached the end of the trench. There was no way ahead now. He could either sink to the bottom of the trench to be buried by billions of tons of water or rise to the surface of the ocean and confront the owner of the terrifying eyes. Calculating the time, Li Yao estimated that Long Yangjun and Li Jialing should be far away by now. He took a deep breath and surfaced. Hardly had the Gold Vulture leaped out of the trench when he detected a giant iron ball with tentacles that danced wildly like vipers. In the gloomy water thousands of meters deep, Li Yao in his Gold Vulture and Li Linghai in her Hellstar floated and faced each other in silence. Chapter 2330, Li Yao vs. Blackstar. It's me. Li Linghai sent a soul signature to Li Yao, verifying her identity. Then, she requested Li Yao to activate the point-to-point communication channel. Why are you fleeing as if you've done something wrong? It's you, Your Grace. Li Yao's eyes rolled wildly as he silently adjusted the power rune arrays and attack units of the Gold Vulture while scanning the undersea terrain and calculating every detail of the battlefield. He simply said, "Why are you suddenly here, Your Grace, and equipped with such a brutal colossus? I thought you were an expert on Dongfang Wang's side. Is that so? You were fleeing because you encountered an expert from Dongfang Wang's side? That doesn't seem like the style of the magnificent Vulture Li Yao. Li Linghai mocked him but did not press the issue further. Instead, she released a few mystic rays to scan Li Yao's surroundings. Where is Li Jialing? Isn't he your servant? Why isn't he fighting alongside you? About that, Li Yao thought quickly. Since hiding Li Jialing's whereabouts was no longer an option, he decided to surprise her with an unexpected answer. You must brace yourself for what I'm about to say, Your Grace. Li Jialing has just perished. What? Li Linghai shrieked but immediately realized the situation. Her voice suddenly turned extremely cold and gloomy. You dare trick me? I certainly daren't. There are so many desperate experts on Dongfang Wang's side, and in their hopelessness, they could do all kinds of insane things. Even I couldn't protect Li Jialing's safety in the chaos. Li Yao knew very well that Li Linghai would never believe his lie. But what he really intended to ask was the next question. Why do I feel you are very anxious, Your Grace? Weren't you too obsessed with power to care about blood ties, and you even tried to kill Li Jialing multiple times in the beginning? Your wish is somewhat fulfilled now that Li Jialing is really dead, isn't it? After a brief silence, Li Linghai indeed calmed down. She said casually, "You're right. Then, let's go. Come back with me." While talking, she swam toward Li Yao with Hellstar. Intimidated, Li Yao backed off non-stop. The feathers on the golden vulture all stood erect, ready to shoot at the enemy like bullets at any moment. He acted as if he were confronting a great enemy. Li Linghai stopped and said coldly, "You seem to have grown scared of me overnight." "That can't be right," Li Yao said with a dry smile. "Ha ha ha, Your Grace, you are so kind and approachable, and you've brought me the warmth I never experienced. Why would I be scared of you?" Li Linghai said, "Then, why are you so vigilant and unwilling to return with me?" After a long pause, Li Yao said, "What if I say, that I'm tired of the violent life and I want to live somewhere isolated and peaceful as a hermit?" "Well, it doesn't seem very convincing, does it?" Li Linghai said, "It doesn't." Li Yao swallowed, lost for words. Li Linghai chuckled. The 100 metal tentacles seemed to be dancing as she said unhurriedly, "It seems that you have truly learned something you shouldn't have learned. Tell me about it. How much do you know, and where did you learn it from?" Li Yao was pushed into a corner. Also, he estimated that he had given Long Yangjun enough time to bring Li Jialing out of the battlefield. Finding them would be like searching for a needle in the ocean. Now that he had no more concerns, he was free to make one last attempt. Roaring brutally, Li Yao declared, "Exactly. I have indeed learned everything about you. Great Wuying Qi, Blackstar, come out now. I know you must be hiding inside the Queen's body. Your Grace, Li Linghai. If this is the message you intended to deliver to me, I have completely solved the puzzle. I don't know whether you are cooperating with him because you are forced, bewildered, or misled by him, but I want to remind you that collaborating with such a sordid, shameless, brutal, bloodthirsty, untrustworthy, nation-stealing thief like Blackstar the Great is like asking a tiger for its hide. It will not end well for you. If my guess is correct, Wuying Qi does not have the ability to act independently. Even if he can, his combat ability is as weak as a chicken, right? That is why he has to trick and manipulate you. Once he truly recovers 100% of his combat ability, you will be the first person he kills, Li Linghai. Because a Blackstar the Great like this will not tolerate anyone who has seen him at his most vulnerable state and who knows his greatest secrets." "Shut up." Li Linghai's most twisted voice came from deep inside Hellstar. "Just retract your silver tongue. You know nothing. You know nothing at all. His Majesty is a true immortal cultivator and the savior of mankind. The Imperium cannot survive without His Majesty. That's nonsense. You've been fooled by him, Li Linghai. It is exactly because of the rotten system Wuying Qi set up 1,000 years ago that the Imperium has grown awry from the root. That's the origin of all the mess and corruption in the Imperium today. He is the ultimate culprit for everything." Confirming that Li Linghai was indeed stalled by Blackstar the Great, Li Yao spoke even louder. "He is no different from the selfish immortal cultivators, except that he hides better and knows how to camouflage himself with lies. Trust me, this path is not going to work. If you really want to save yourself, Li Jialing, and everyone else, just hold him back with your best. The two of us can certainly come up with a way to skin, mince, and obliterate him after we join hands." Li Linghai. "Li. Your Grace? What's happening, Your Grace? Can you hear me? Hey, hey. Hang in there, Your Grace. You must hold him back. You must." There was nothing but silence in Hellstar. However, the eyes that looked like black holes around the Colossus suddenly widened to the maximum, blowing a foul, violent, dark force deep into Li Yao's brain. Voila! For a moment, countless black bubbles leaked out of Hellstar, and the water hundreds of meters around was completely boiled. Infinite venom seemed to have been injected into it, turning the bottom of the trench into utter darkness, making it impossible to tell whether they were in the deep ocean or in the middle of a certain mysterious but powerful domain. When Li Linghai was using the Colossus, the 6 enormous faces on Hellstar all closed their eyes, looking dumbfounded, as if they were sleeping. But right now, the 12 eyes on the 6 fiendish faces had opened at the same time. What did you say? Hellstar was 10 times more dominating than before, giving Li Yao the impression that a high mountain had just risen before him. The voice that came from Hellstar was no longer sharp and hasty, but instead, it was deep, soft, and thick, like a bottomless swamp spurting out venom non-stop. What did you compare my combat ability to? And what were you going to do to me? He's really here. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao stared at the soaring parameters on the main interface of the gold vulture, all his cold sweat vaporizing. Although the enemy's Colossus was floating in the deep ocean in stillness, a few performance parameters had already soared past the limits. One bloody question mark after another popped up on the interface, indicating that the target's battle performance was beyond evaluation. Although Li Yao had swallowed the violent strength inside the Imperial Fire Pearl, the improvement in cultivation was never so simple. If engaged in a life-and-death battle, he could not even defeat Li Linghai in her regular state, much less her in the ultimate state enhanced by Blackstar the Great's remaining soul. Now that he could not defeat the enemy with his strength, he could only try to outsmart her with his unparalleled wisdom and resolution. And no, I didn't say anything. Rolling his eyes quickly, Li Yao hurried to put on a smile. Are you Blackstar the Great? Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Hellstar fell silent for a moment again. Blackstar the Great Wu Chi was amused. What a flexible vulture, Li Yao. You are quite an eye-opener for me. I thought all cultivators were mulish, stubborn idiots who would not retreat even when they hit a wall. I didn't know that there would be such interesting variants like you after 1,000 years. I like smart people who know what's best for them. So, if you say it's a misunderstanding, so be it. I can spare your disrespect just now and give you an opportunity to serve me. Naturally, now that you know who I am, you should know that I will never keep a cultivator by my side. Come on. Abandon the hypocritical, sanctimonious ideas of the cultivators and be an immortality cultivator on my side. Hellstar extended a metal tentacle at Li Yao. After a sniff, Li Yao hesitated and said, I don't seem to have a second option right now, do I? Blackstar the Great replied, what do you think? Li Yao heaved a long sigh. Fine. Your Majesty is unfathomably strong. I'm absolutely no match for you. Besides, I've read a lot of classics on the true path of immortality these days and find them very reasonable. They almost opened a new world for me. Perhaps the true path of immortality is indeed more suitable for survival in this dark, cold universe than the path of the cultivators. Besides, Firefly has exploded, the Star Ocean Republic is completely gone, and I am the last cultivator in the entire universe right now. What can I possibly achieve? Since the true path of immortality is the inevitable, would I be asking to be killed if I do not follow it? Then, I would like to be an immortal cultivator and pledge loyalty to your Majesty. Enough. Blackstar the Great scorned, your change is rather fast. You have to be fast if a knife is at your neck. Li Yao said, rather embarrassed, just now, I thought that your Majesty hasn't recovered all your capabilities yet. That was why I was bold enough to make the insane proposal. I did not know that your Majesty was so immeasurably strong that you could crumble me into pieces with only your little finger, even if only 30% of your strength had been recovered. I managed to escape from Firefly, which was a living hell, through all difficulties, and I haven't enjoyed my new life enough yet. Wouldn't it be a great shame if it is lost for no good reason? Overall, I have completely thought it through. Starting from this second, no, from the last second, I have become a glorious and great immortal cultivator. Wow, I truly feel that I have been reborn. The whole world looks different in my eyes now. Long live your majesty, long live the Imperium, and long live the true path of immortality. Chapter 23:31, Put out the fire that you started. Blackstar the Great showed neither approval nor disapproval. Is that so? Of course it is. Li Yao declared resolutely and touchingly, I have truly understood how wrong and hilarious I was in the past. From this moment on, I will not hesitate at all to sacrifice for your majesty and the Imperium. I know that such a change is a bit abrupt, but it doesn't matter. Please just wait and see my performance in the future, your majesty. Blackstar the Great sniffed. I'm neither patient nor fond of people who prefer talking to doing. You don't have to describe your loyalty at all, you only need to show me. I'll give you the coordinates of a random town in the underground world, and you will slaughter every hominoid in the town without leaving out any. If you can do that, I will naturally believe you and regard you as a trusted subordinate, like what Li Linghai did. Li Yao immediately stiffened, not knowing what to say anymore. Blackstar the Great smiled casually. Or maybe such trouble is unnecessary. If someone like you escapes to the underground districts, you may cause too much trouble. Right now, 1,000 crystal warships are hovering above our heads, and each of them is carrying a lot of hominoid soldiers. I'll name a random warship, and you will kill all the hominoid soldiers on board. If you can do that, I'll also be convinced that you are sincerely hoping to become an immortal cultivator. Li Yao took a deep breath and managed to calm himself down before saying, Are you serious, your majesty? There will be no room for negotiation at all if you are so pushy. Blackstar the Great burst into laughter. The tentacles around him waved even more crazily, almost like the head of a demon whose hair was snakes. It was not until the water around him was violently swirled by his laughter that he said unhurriedly, That's why I like cultivators like you far better than I like the fake immortal cultivators in the 4 Kurfürst families. Those selfish, fake immortal cultivators have no pride, belief, or boundaries. They are just a bunch of worms driven by their natural instincts for survival. If they were in such a situation, they would raise their weapons without any hesitation. Not just killing several hominoids they do not know, even if I demanded they kill their parents, they would not bat an eye but kill them in great joy. With that in mind, it is hard to tell the fake immortal cultivators from the real immortal cultivators quickly. 1,000 years ago, it was exactly because I couldn't recognize their differences that the misery of the Imperium today took its place. But cultivators like you are different. Despite all your fancy talks and camouflages, there are always some lines you will never cross. When you have a line, you will have a weakness and can easily be shattered. Therefore, I'm not lying when I say I truly appreciate and like you. I also cannot wait to conquer you now. It's been 1,000 years since I conquered a real cultivator. How I miss that wonderful feeling. Ha. Ha ha ha. Li Yao was almost creeped out. He spat on the ground hard and shouted, Old fart, I did not know you were such a pervert. I will never be conquered by you, even if I die. You will, Blackstar the Great said casually. I've seen too many cultivators like you 1,000 years ago. The more firmly you hold on to your hypocritical beliefs, the faster you will slide to the other end once they are shattered by reality. Cultivators and immortal cultivators are 2 sides of the same coin. The most unwavering cultivators often become the purest and most zealous immortal cultivators. The worms without beliefs and backbone, on the other hand, were the corrupt MPs who held positions they did not deserve in the Star Ocean Republic. In the Imperium of true human beings, even if they became nobles and sector masters, raising the banner of the immortal cultivators, did that mean they truly believed in the path of immortality? They couldn't care less about being a cultivator or an immortal cultivator. The ideas we cherish and fight for are nothing but tools to earn money and save their lives. Therefore, if it weren't absolutely necessary, I wouldn't want to trust any of the Kurfürst family members. Cultivators like you, on the other hand, will be my right-hand man if you are completely conquered. I really don't want to kill you. So, do not ask to be killed, and do not disappoint me. Come on, Vulture Liao, abandon your foolish ideas and stand by my side. I know it won't be easy for you to undergo such a significant transformation, so I'll give you plenty of time. Even if you cannot kill a whole starship of humanoid soldiers, as long as you can kill 10 of them, no, just one of them, I will believe in your sincerity for now. Liao thought for a moment and asked, well, can I find a humanoid soldier and break his arm to start? I guarantee that I will be very brutal. Blackstar the Great. Vulture Liao, I thought you were a smart guy. It never occurred to me that you are as idiotic as other cultivators. You are such a disappointment. Why do self-righteous cultivators like you never understand the meaning of the true path of immortality and my purpose? Everything I do is for a single purpose, to build up the civilization of mankind. Right now, the Imperium is facing trouble both from inside and from outside. Inside, the 4 Kurfürst families are fomenting trouble blatantly. Outside, the army of the Covenant Alliance is coveting us and may launch a counterattack at any moment. At such a moment of life and death, who else can unite all the people of the country except me after I am reborn, and who else can save the Imperium and our civilization? Vulture Liao, are you not an open-minded cultivator? Did you not cooperate with Li Linghai, who was an immortal cultivator? Why are you so hostile against me and unwilling to cooperate? My purpose is exactly to honor the majesty and settle the rebellions and to renew the Imperium. Nothing more. Are you also deceived by the shameless vilifications of me by the 4 Kurfürst families over the past hundreds of years? He. Those are all lies. That's the dirty water they threw on me. The establishment of the Imperium of true human beings 1,000 years ago was nothing like that. Wrong. Inside the gold vulture, Liao grabbed the saber tightly, with bright gold flames dancing on the edge. He declared, one word after another, it is true that nobody can tell what happened 1,000 years ago and whether your cause was justified. But just look at everything you've done 1,000 years later, to be reborn and reclaim power. It will be easy to tell your personality. If you had returned to the Imperium openly, declaring to the public that Blackstar the Great had been reborn with a new life and summoning all your supporters to fight for supreme power, I would have regarded you as a real man. However, you stealthily haunted the Queen of the Imperium, stealthily built the Deep Sea Fleet, and gathered the reformists. Most importantly, you stealthily assassinated an elder of the Dongfang family to frame other people, creating the situation where most of the reformists, as well as General Lei Chenghu, had to join you. Such shameless methods are exactly pushing people to Liangshan. 1. Wait, Blackstar the Great frowned and asked, what is pushing people to Liangshan? Li Yao. It's an idiom on Firefly from the recent 1,000 years. All in all, my bottom line is that you are a shameless person who has resorted to any means possible, including lies, deceptions, and assassinations, to usurp the supreme power. I did not know that the whole thing was your plan at the beginning, which is why I was stupid enough to cooperate with Li Linghai. Now that I have learned everything is part of a plot, I will certainly not be your accomplice anymore, regardless of whether or not you exist. It's all about politics. If I had returned openly, like you just said, I would have been killed by the rebels of the 4 Kurfürst families. Blackstar the Great sniffed and said, those who accomplish great things are not hindered by trivial matters. What I pursue is the rise of the Imperium and the eternality of human civilization. Any method can be used, and anyone can be sacrificed for these 2 purposes. Trivial matters? I'll be damned if I believe you. Your shameless tricks are likely to spark a comprehensive civil war in the Imperium, giving the Covenant Alliance an opportunity to take advantage. Is that a trivial matter? Li Yao laughed aloud, but his eyes suddenly froze mid-laugh. Frowning hard, he mumbled, "Wait, wait, wait. I get it now. I'm afraid the entire Imperium's counterattack was part of your scheme, and your ultimate goal wasn't to recover lost territory but to stretch the battle line as far as possible, thus diverting and exhausting the troops of the four Kurfürst families. In the end, when the Covenant Alliance launches a powerful counterattack, the main fleets of the four Kurfürst families will be diminished to their utmost extent." That's right. You knew that crushing the Covenant Alliance in a single war was impossible, which would only provoke their most intense counterattack and push the entire Imperium to the brink of disaster. If the four Kurfürst families were as powerful as before and the Imperium situation were stable, who would bother with you? Those who are too old should just die. Your time passed 1,000 years ago. Therefore, only by disrupting the Imperium's stability as much as possible and using the Covenant Alliance to weaken the four Kurfürst families could you create the illusion that everyone is dying and only the rebirth of Blackstar the Great can save the Imperium. That's the only way for the forces in the Imperium, who have been mired in desperation, as well as the remaining troops of the four Kurfürst families, to listen to your command. In other words, the situation did not develop to what it is today by accident but has been carefully planned by you the whole time. The Covenant Alliance, the Reformists, the four families, the citizens of the Imperium, the true humans, the hominoids. Everyone is your chess piece. Shoal, your shamelessness and brutality have indeed far exceeded my expectations. Is that any different from a firefighter who puts out a fire he started himself to win the cheers of the public and copious awards? 1. Being forced to go to Liangshan is an idiom that means being driven to drastic alternatives. Chapter 2332, A Valiant Cultivator. Blackstar the Great was silent for a moment. Instead of denying it, he said, "I will certainly extinguish the savaging fire of the Covenant Alliance that has been on a rampage for 1,000 years and save the Imperium and our civilization." Li Yao raised his voice and said, "What if you fail? What if your calculations are wrong? It doesn't matter if you are burned by the fire you started, but everyone else will die with you too." "No, what if?" Blackstar the Great roared, "Without me, the Imperium would still rot and decline gradually, and there would be no future for our civilization either. Given that, it is better to take a wild gamble. If you are sincerely considering the welfare of human civilization, you should stand by my side." Holding back his humming eardrums, Li Yao gnashed his teeth. Just because the Covenant Alliance and the four Kurfürst families aren't anything decent doesn't mean you are a savior of mankind. Old fart, I will never bend to a scumbag like you. You've been completely deranged. Blackstar the Great burst into laughter. "I am not deranged, I am going to lead the civilization of mankind to stomp on all the deities and devils in the entire universe." "In your dreams," Li Yao said brutally. "You already failed once 1,000 years ago. Now, 1,000 years have passed. Even if you can shine for a while, your enterprise will immediately fall apart after you kick the bucket one day. Your reign is consolidated purely through lies, violence, and schemes, which will only be destroyed by lies, violence, and schemes that are twice as great someday." With a mysterious smile, Blackstar the Great extended his tentacles toward Li Yao. "I already have a perfect solution to solve the problem of insubordination in the local areas once and for all. The Imperium will only grow stronger, even 10,000 years from now. Come on, join the side of the immortal cultivators, and I'll certainly tell you my ultimate plan." Solemnly, Li Yao turned it down on the spot. "Wu Yingqi, just give it up. Those of different beliefs can never cooperate. I will not take your side. Just leave now. I don't want to see you again." Blackstar the Great was slightly dazed before he burst into fury and snapped, "You don't know what you are doing. After 1,000 years, you cultivators are still as idiotic as before. Hee hee. Ha 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 ha." Li Yao finally tore off all the camouflage and burst into wild laughter. It is you who are really idiotic, old fart. It used to be Vulture Li Yao, who was deceived and stalled by the enemy in the past. Finally, it is my turn to buy myself enough time with empty talks. Boom. 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 Hardly had he concluded his sentence when the bright gold flames around his colossus became 100 times more dazzling. It was almost bursting out non-stop like gold fireworks, illuminating the dark and thick water into a splendid palace. In the most stunning view, the gold vulture's feathers stood erect like unsheathed sabers, colliding with each other to form the most intricate and gorgeous patterns, as if countless eyes had opened on the broad wings. The saber that had already ripped apart countless crystal warships, and shrouded in gold brilliance, seemed to have expanded by 10 times all of a sudden, even more eye-catching than the colossus itself. Li Yao's soul power was increasing like a chain reaction. All of Blackstar the Great's tentacles stiffened as he shrieked, "What exactly did you do?" "Nothing much," Li Yao responded with a pained smile. "I just swallowed over 300 doses of enhancement drugs, nearly depleting the stock Li Linghai gave me. Then, using the drugs as catalysts, I completely unleashed my vitality and soul power. It took me a while to digest and absorb those 300 doses, which is why I talked to you for so long earlier. Please forgive me. Now, I've been boosted to an unprecedented, strongest form. Let's fight." You, Blackstar the Great spat, "Swallowing over 300 doses of the highest purity enhancement drugs is equivalent to burning out your soul. After this battle, you'll be crippled, if not killed. Aren't you afraid?" Ha, ha ha ha. What's so scary about death? Isn't death just a reunion with my family and friends who perished on Firefly? Li Yao laughed, his voice tinged with despondency and eagerness. "After the Star Ocean Republic was destroyed in the civil war on Firefly, my family and friends were all killed in the most gruesome way. Even I did something terrible that I deeply regret and can barely think about later. Escaping from the ruins of Firefly and wandering through the sea of stars like a zombie, I didn't know why I was still alive. I asked myself 1,000 times why I didn't die with my family and friends, and why I did something so animalistic." As he spoke, Li Yao was choked by sobs, as if he could hardly continue. With a relief that almost sounded like "everything is finally over now," he chuckled and went on, "After I drifted to the Imperium and found Li Linghai, I completed my last mission, and my life was no longer of any significance. But Li Linghai promised me a world governed by the rules of cultivators, a small civilization of cultivators. I thought about living for that purpose. It would also be a form of atonement for what I did in the past. However, your appearance has shattered my final hope once more. Such a reality is just a hell for me, one in which I am more miserable than being dead. Now that my last hope is broken, I only want to die a hero's death like a true cultivator. Speaking of which, I am truly fortunate. What befits a hero's death more than fighting Blackstar the Great and causing you heavy wounds?" Blackstar the Great said coldly, "You know so little about yourself and me to think you can cause me heavy wounds? Cut the crap." Li Yao laughed aloud. "Don't think I can't tell. Despite the impressive performance parameters of your Colossus and the astonishing forging work, it has just been through a fierce battle, and all the magical equipment units are severely worn out. To disguise it, you've covered yourself with so much ink like an octopus, making the environment murky and eerie. But you can never fool my eyes. As for yourself, you are nowhere near as strong as you were in your prime. I must have overestimated you when I said you had recovered 30% of your strength. Controlling Li Linghai's body as a remnant soul also comes with a price, doesn't it? A fierce battle in such a state must have caused severe damage to your remaining soul, possibly even resulting in sequelae, right? Otherwise, how could you have tolerated me talking nonsense for such a long time without cutting me into pieces? Not just you, if I were in your shoes, I would have cut myself into pieces. Therefore, your camouflage has been seen through, Blackstar the Great. I will let you pay the greatest price, even if I must die today. Your ambitions and your schemes will all be dragged into hell together with me, to be gone with the last cultivator. Li Yao's voice was like undercurrents below the ocean. They were even triggering thousands of dense bubbles in the dark gold water. The indestructible saber inside the hands of his colossus could no longer contain the explosive energy flowing in from Li Yao incessantly. Thousands of cracks appeared on its surface, and it exploded entirely. A shocking scene unfolded. After exploding into hundreds of thousands of gold scraps, the saber was gathered again under the envelopment of Li Yao's vitality field and smashed at Hellstar overwhelmingly in a golden torrent. Blackstar the Great sniffed. The 100 metal tentacles on Hellstar interwoven into an arc-shaped net, completely stopping the golden torrent made of Li Yao's broken saber. Even if some scraps did penetrate through the metal net, they were still devoured by the dark spirit shield surrounding Hellstar. The attack did not cause any damage to Hellstar. Li Yao did not even blink, as he had anticipated this. If Blackstar the Great could be killed so easily, he wouldn't have been worthy of being the ancestor of all immortal cultivators. The only reason he broke his saber to launch the attack was to buy himself more time to prepare for a tougher move. When the golden aftermath of the attack gradually dispersed in the black water, all the feathers on the two fully stretched wings of the gold vulture shone brilliantly in gold. Drawing mysterious and uncanny curves, they condensed into swords and sabers of various shapes in the middle of the water. Despite the pressure of the billions of tons of water, all the swords and sabers still roared astonishingly. Li Yao also cried out, "Old fart, don't ever forget my name. I am Cultivator Li Yao." Amid wild laughter, he launched the final attack with the determination of a moth darting at a flame. The mainframe crystal processor of Hellstar shrieked crazily, and Blackstar the Great's eyes were completely filled with the fiercely burning golden brilliance. "Unreasonable cultivators," he muttered, frowning and slightly retreating. The cultivators from 1,000 years ago and those from 1,000 years later were no different. They all loved to prove themselves through death. While Li Yao's final attack, fueled by his life and soul, was fierce, it was not aimed accurately at the target. There was no need for Blackstar the Great to engage in a head-on clash with such a man seeking death. It was only when the 100 golden swords and sabers brushed past him that he vaguely sensed the difference between the 100 torrents and the real attacks. His pupils constricted to the minimum. Wait. Why was the enemy's attack, earned with his life, not half as powerful as it looked? Not good. When Blackstar the Great's sharp eyes tore apart the golden water before him, he immediately saw that, under the guise of the so-called final attack, Li Yao was fleeing as fast as he could inside the gold vulture. It was rather incredible. Li Yao's escape was as smooth and seamless as flowing mercury on the ground, and his routes were utterly random and unpredictable. The moment the 100 swords and sabers were launched, he had already dashed more than 10 kilometers away in the heavy water. His fluid movements were truly enjoyable and impressive. Cultivator Li Yao. Blackstar the Great was dumbfounded at first, but he soon burst into fury and shouted at Li Yao with his telepathic thoughts, "Weren't you going to die a hero's death? But you are running." "Who says I'm running?" Li Yao, rushing at his highest speed, threw back a telepathic thought without turning around. "I'm clearly going to ambush you from behind after circling the entire planet at lightning speed. This is actually my ultimate skill. Just stand there and wait if you're a real man." Chapter 2333, The Price of the Divinity Transformation Stage. Behind Li Yao, there was an undersea plateau without any obstacles. With Blackstar the Great's cultivation, he could have caught up to the enemy in the blink of an eye. However, while Li Yao chatted with Wu Yingqi to buy more time, he secretly asked the mental devil to dig holes on the underground plateau with Neltharion and planted enough crystal bombs in the holes. When Wu Yingqi, furiously chasing after him inside his Hellstar, Li Yao detonated the crystal bombs with his telepathic thoughts. Clusters of black smoke, resembling mud, immediately burst out, rising from the ocean floor like thousands of pillars. Wu Yingqi's eyes and other senses were significantly disrupted. Li Yao boosted the power units of the Gold Vulture to the point where they might fall apart at any moment, rushing nearly 100 kilometers away without any stop. Wu Yingqi's Hellstar was completely submerged in the darkness, as if he had been left behind. However, Wu Yingqi's infuriated voice still followed him like a parasite. You think you can get rid of me with such petty tricks? I will certainly catch you today and open your skull to see how different a freak's brain is from the cultivators 1,000 years ago. Just save it. There were too many guys in the universe who hated my guts and wanted to skin and mince me, but now, their own skins and bones have all been made into drums that are beaten every day, and I am still as alive as can be. While running, Li Yao laughed hard. I did not get my moniker King of Counterattack for nothing. You want to catch me? Wait until you completely recover your strength. Wu Yingqi bellowed, and the speed of Hellstar immediately increased tenfold. Dozens of metal tentacles shot out swiftly, like flying swords, in the direction of Li Yao's laughter. But to his surprise, his attack hit only seawater. It turned out that Li Yao had anticipated his enemy would track his movements. His last telepathic wave had actually been transmitted using the reflection of a magical equipment unit carved with quake rune arrays. Li Yao's real body was, of course, elsewhere. Narrowing his eyes, Wu Yingqi spread his telepathic thoughts in all directions and soon locked onto Li Yao's body again. Watching Li Yao, who was fleeing swiftly and stealthily inside the supposedly majestic and magnificent Gold Vulture, Wu Yingqi felt a mix of emotions. Gnashing his teeth, he snapped, I don't understand. If you are so afraid of death, why don't you surrender to me? I guarantee that I will spare your life. Even an ant craves to live. I went through great trouble to advance to the Divinity transformation stage. There are many places I haven't visited and many great deeds I haven't accomplished. Of course, I don't want to die. Li Yao shouted, half running and half crawling. However, living in a world ruled by you is even more unbearable than death for me. In short, you can't force anyone to sincerely obey you. A word of advice, don't come any closer. I still have the most terrifying and brutal skill I haven't used yet. I'm not lying. Don't push me to unleash my ultimate attack. Blackstar the Great sneered continuously. Like a hybrid of a metal sea urchin and a giant squid, Hellstar grew increasingly faster as the black fog spurted out. Eventually, all the metal tentacles around its body connected at the ends, forming two giant drills, one at the front and the other at the back, giving the Colossus a weirdly shaped shuttle appearance. After transforming into this new form, the Colossus moved through the water 10 times more efficiently. Hellstar darted toward Li Yao in a streak of blackness, covering the distance between them in the blink of an eye. The metal feathers on the wings of the Gold Vulture had just been shot out, leaving only the skeleton. Li Yao held the skeleton on his back to block the impact of Hellstar. However, after the collision, the skeleton shattered and was blown away. Pooh! Inside the cockpit of the Gold Vulture, Li Yao vomited a mouthful of blood. He felt that the evilest energy flowed into his body through the gaps in the Colossus, along with the intense collision of Hellstar. It felt as if 10,000 ants were nibbling at his nerve endings and veins, and thousands of horrible illusions appeared in his head. Huh, what a familiar feeling, the mental devil exclaimed in shock. Tenebrum energy. What Blackstar the Great uses is not spiritual energy but Tenebrum energy, which belongs to the extraterrestrial devils. Meanwhile, in the opposite direction of Li Yao and Wu Yingqi's fierce battle, thousands of kilometers away, deep within the Silver Moon Ocean, Long Yangjun slowly sank to the ocean floor with Li Jialing. They found a supply station hidden beneath the mud, originally prepared by Di Feiwen for his secret escape. Weapons, ammunition, crystals, fuel, medicines, fin kits to increase the speed of the crystal suit in the deep ocean, everything useful could be found here. Dongfang Wang died because of traitors, and Long Yangjun had eliminated all of them. Naturally, Long Yangjun was the only one who knew the precise coordinates of the dozens of underwater supply stations, which were enough to support them in silently sneaking to the continental shelf and entering the underground towns deep within the chasms on the mainland through secret tunnels. "Kid, just wait here." Long Yangjun tapped Li Jialing's head and signaled him to crawl into the narrow supply station. "I'll be back soon. Sister." Dongfang. After a brief hesitation, Li Jialing gathered his courage and asked, "Are you going back to rescue Brother Yao?" Long Yangjun sniffed softly and replied, "Whether I rescue him or not is yet to be seen, but if his enemy is really Blackstar the Great, how can I miss the spectacular show where Vulture Li Yao is thrashed and tormented by Blackstar the Great?" "Is that so?" Li Jialing looked at Long Yangjun with suspicion. He finally couldn't hold back any longer. "Sister Dongfang, you and Brother Yao must have met a long time ago, not just recently, right?" "You're a smart kid," Long Yangjun said casually. "Why do you say that?" "I may be young, but I'm not stupid. If the two of you weren't close, why would you risk your life to come back and save him when the enemy is likely Blackstar the Great?" Li Jialing had his suspicions, but his confusion remained unanswered, and his curiosity was almost unbearable. Thinking for a long time, he still found it hard to believe. "But how is it possible? How could Brother Yao have known you for so long? What is your relationship exactly? Are you a couple?" "A couple?" Long Yangjun was amused. "Come on, kid. Let me ask you a question. What do you think is the most important thing for a couple?" "The most important thing for a couple?" Li Jialing bulged his eyes and thought for a long time. "Mutual interest? Devotion? Fidelity? Trust? Wrong. It's sex." Long Yangjun curled her finger and tapped the young man's forehead, not too lightly or too heavily. "Let me ask you another question. If you were a woman, could you imagine yourself having sex with Li Yao?" Pondering for a moment, Li Jialing shuddered. "It feels rather scary." "I, for one, do not find it scary, only very hilarious. If it were to happen someday, I think I would burst out laughing in the middle of it." Long Yangjun said casually, "Besides, couple, as a seemingly intimate relationship, is only meaningful in the short phase after amphigenetic life forms developed the institution of fixed spouses. For intelligent life forms that rely on asexual reproduction or community reproduction, they do not have the concept of love and marriage at all. So, couple means absolutely nothing to them. Thus, my life will never be bound by such a lame concept." Li Jialing was clearly puzzled. "Well, I don't understand what you're talking about." "You silly kid, your Brother Yao and I are not a couple." Long Yangjun said with a smile, "Such an excellent and devoted man only deserves the strongest, most invincible, and unstoppable woman. It is a pity that I am not that woman." "Strong, invincible, and unstoppable?" Li Jialing blinked for a long time but still could not picture a woman who fit the descriptions. However, he was finally clear about one thing. "So you are friends? Can you tell me more about Brother Yao? I've never seen such a peculiar cultivator before." Long Yangjun said emphatically, "There is no need to be so subtle. I understand what you are saying. In fact, Li Yao was not like this in the past. When I first met him, his behavior was quite normal. However, you should know how training and fighting can damage the body, especially the brain. Li Yao has been a complete lunatic in training and fighting and has gone through countless fierce battles over the past decades. The frequency and intensity of his fights and training are far higher than those of typical nascent soul and divinity transformation stage cultivators. Because he burned his life and soul, exploiting the potentials of his brain without restraint in those hellish slaughterhouses again and again, he defeated opponents far stronger than him, becoming the youngest expert in the Divinity transformation stage in the entire universe. However, such Li Jialing was deeply awed. That explains why Brother Yao's behavior is completely the opposite of what is expected for an expert in the Divinity transformation stage. It's all because of his severe brain damage. So to speak, Brother Yao must have been a hero in the past, right? Hero? Long Yangjun smiled, and waving the metal fins next to her legs, she swam away. Maybe, but that is not what I care about. Note, the sentence in Chinese was left as is because it appeared to be a translation issue. If you prefer it in English, it should read, however, such crazy fighting and rapid upgrading eventually severely damaged his brain, leaving irreversible symptoms, transforming him from a determined, self-respecting, sunny young man into whatever he is today. I find him very interesting. There are so few lives in such a vast universe. I only wish more of them could be as interesting as he is. Therefore, just hang in there. I don't think you'll be blown up by Blackstar the Great so quickly, sordid cockroach, will you? Long Yangjun glowed brilliantly, and the seawater around her seemed to freeze into clear glass. Her colossus, heavenly crystal, reappeared and enshrouded her as she rushed toward the battlefield. Chapter 2334, The Policy to Win. The water surrounding Li Yao vanished, replaced by a black substance as thick as asphalt and as corrosive as acid, capable of interfering with telepathic thoughts and magical equipment units. Enveloped in this black material, the colossus seemed to be encased in a solid diamond, making even a single step forward a tremendous drain on spiritual energy and causing severe mental fatigue, let alone running. Since Hellstar caught up, the gold vulture's ear-splitting alarms never ceased. Irritated, Li Yao simply disabled the alarms of several key units, but he could not stop the incessant blinking of the disturbing red lights, nor the decline in his colossus's battle performance under Hellstar's bombardment, as if it were a punctured balloon losing air. The shocks reverberating from the colossus to his crystal suit and into his internal organs made it clear to Li Yao that the transformation of the water was not an illusion stemming from mental attacks but a real change at the material level. Blackstar the Great had spread his most potent vitality field over several square kilometers, allowing him to alter the water at the molecular and even atomic levels. Such a field far surpassed the limits of the Divinity transformation stage. Trapped within Blackstar the Great's absolute domain, further desperate running would be suicidal for Li Yao. He could only grit his teeth and withstand the pressure. Hardly had he turned around when he felt ensnared in the deepest bog of hell. From the black ooze around him, grotesque, screaming warriors emerged and lunged at him in continuous streaks of darkness, as if intent on suffocating him to death. Li Yao, naturally, could also unfold his domain to perceive and control all nearby matters. Ever since advancing to the Divinity transformation stage, he had been studying the mysteries of the domain day and night. He believed he had a deep understanding of it and could compete with the world's greatest experts when he fully boosted his vitality field. However, it was only after witnessing Blackstar the Great's remarkable use of the domain today that he realized he had only just passed the threshold. The resonance and reaction between a human's vitality field and the natural fields of the universe could be so intricate and incredible. Wu Qi's dark domain was like an endless black fog descending from a starless night sky, enshrouding him without a gap. His own domain, in contrast, was a small golden candle, trembling and on the verge of being extinguished by the black fog. He could barely locate Hellstar. It was as if he were fighting an invisible, gigantic octopus, with lethal tentacles filled with suction cups and sharp teeth that could not be seen at all. Chi! 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 Under the lash and constraint of the invisible tentacles, the bright golden spiritual shield of the gold vulture grew thinner and more dim. The sound of ice melting in fire echoed occasionally, followed by ear-splitting cracks. This happened because, in certain places, the spiritual shield became too thin to withstand the corrosion of Blackstar the Great's dark field. As a result, the plates of tempered alloys were shaken and folded, leading to countless tiny cracks within the metals. When the threshold of metal fatigue was exceeded, the plates would collapse inward. If the competition of domain versus domain continued, the entire Gold Vulture would surpass the limits of metal fatigue and would no longer be able to resist the water's pressure. The Colossus would likely be ripped apart or even completely collapse. Li Yao's evaluation was accurate. Their combat abilities were not on the same level at all. He could not even defeat Li Linghai in her regular form, let alone her in the form of Blackstar the Great. Even if he tried his hardest, it was barely possible for him to make a strategic counterattack. What was even more terrifying was the mental devil's shriek just now. It was the Tenebrum energy that Blackstar the Great had been using. In fact, the mental devil's warning was redundant. Having fought the incarnations of extraterrestrial devils many times, Li Yao could easily tell that the energy filling the entire absolute domain was more violent, hasty, and unsteady than regular spiritual energy. It was also more emotional and erratic, as if it were some sort of life. He had vaguely sensed similar energy forms from extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian and extraterrestrial devil Lu Qingchen. It was precisely this Tenebrum energy that had brought infinite damage and destruction to the 3,000 sectors. However, neither extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian nor extraterrestrial devil Lu Qingchen could compare to Blackstar the Great in terms of the intensity of their Tenebrum energy. Was Blackstar the Great a demonic cultivator of a higher level than extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian and extraterrestrial devil Lu Qingchen? But according to Long Yangjuan's theory, there was no such thing as extraterrestrial devil or demonic cultivator in the world. Or rather, human beings themselves were extraterrestrial devils, and the billions of ideas in their heads were billions of devils that constituted a precise and complex ecological system. Devils were not inherently scary. Like microorganisms, they were necessary constituents of the human body. As long as the balance in this ecological system was maintained, human beings would retain their normal feelings and emotions, neither too altruistic nor too corrupted and evil. However, once this balance was broken and some of these devils expanded abnormally, sweeping through the entire ecological system like cancer, they would unleash unparalleled energy, affecting the host's mind and transforming normal people into lunatics. Wu Yingqi, what did you gain in the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum over the past 1,000 years, and what have you become? Gritting his teeth, Li Yao tried to suppress the savagery and brutality overtaking his body and soul while he thought to himself. No, not during the past 1,000 years, but 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years and a few centuries ago, you were an insignificant cultivator in the Martial Meritocrat sector, forced to flee to the depths of the universe with a broken body after being beaten by the Qiyu cult worshippers. You were clearly on the verge of death and could not have been too strong. How did you rise so quickly after arriving at the Star Ocean Republic, which was even more advanced than the Martial Meritocrat sector, and grow from a border commander to seize supreme power in the Star Ocean Republic? What is the origin of your strength? How long was it between your escape from the Martial Meritocrat sector and your arrival in the Star Ocean Republic? Decades? What happened during your wanderings in the universe? What are you exactly? Boom! Li Yao's brain almost turned to mush from thousands of bubbling questions. His absent-mindedness did not escape Wu Yingqi's notice. Emerging from the black fog, Hellstar slashed at the Gold Vulture's metal tentacles, which were more dazzling than Li Yao's saber. The Gold Vulture managed to retract its limbs in time, but it couldn't prevent Hellstar from delivering a brutal kick to its chest. The blast was so powerful that the entire spiritual residence nearly collapsed. Despite the protection of Little Black, a flexible liquid crystal processor, Li Yao was still vomiting blood. Even his brain felt like it was about to spurt out of his ear holes and nostrils. Even more terrifying, with each collision with Hellstar, Great Blackstar's mental power, in the form of black tentacles, was inserting horrifying scenes into Li Yao's soul. Faced with such powerful mental attacks, if the mental devil hadn't been continuously swallowing the negative emotions and dark forces, he would have gone mad already. Shoal. The gap between this old fart and me is way too big. There's no way I can win this battle. Li Yao suppressed the excruciating pain from head to toe and thought quickly. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Neither the Colossus nor I have any spiritual energy left. I need to come up with a solution before it runs out. It hurts. My brain hurts so much. This old fart's mental attacks are really powerful. What does he want exactly? Wait. I got it. Li Yao's eyes, one red and the other black, each with a golden ring, constricted to the size of a needle tip. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the mental devil, stop. Don't swallow Blackstar the Great's mental power that is flooding in. Just let him corrupt our brain and soul. The mental devil was stunned. Seriously? You can't take it anymore and want to surrender? Surrender my ass. It's because I've finally figured out what he is trying to do and found a solution to deal with him. Chances are, I can really annihilate the supervillain in the counterattack. Putting on a confident, cold smile, Li Yao said quickly, hey, don't you feel that what this Blackstar the Great has been doing seems a bit too shameless and stealthy? It is rather different from what we expect of the founding emperor of the Imperium of true human beings, much more lowly, isn't it? We speculated that he did not recover his peak strength and might even have a lot of hidden diseases. That's why he could not compete with the four Kurfürst families openly and could only play dirty tricks while hiding inside the queen's body. Then, if we were such an incomplete Blackstar the Great, what would be our top priority? To find and possess a stronger body, of course. With that in mind, Li Linghai's inconsistent attitude toward Li Jialing and Li Jialing's critical role in the whole scheme will be perfectly explainable. He is the brand new container that Wu Yingqi has chosen for himself. Come to think of it, Li Jialing is indeed a very suitable candidate. That is why Wu Yingqi offered him a piece of Imperial Fire Pearl through Li Linghai. It was probably part of the preparations for the possession. But don't forget that we got a piece of the Imperial Fire Pearl too, which was even larger than Li Jialing's. What does that suggest? The mental devil asked back, what? Idiot. It suggests that we are one of the backup containers that Blackstar the Great prepares to possess. Li Yao grew excited as he continued, it is very possible. Our body is so healthy and strong. Which 1,000-year-old ghost wouldn't drool when they see it? Now, Li Jialing is still missing. If I were Blackstar the Great, I would certainly possess the body before my eyes at the earliest chance, for safety reasons. He. Then, it's much easier. This old fart couldn't have foreseen how mysterious our soul is, and that the last thing we fear is possession. In the next moment, all we need to do is pretend to be weak and lackluster, luring him to possess us. If his soul is tricked into the gap deep inside our brain, we will surely be the winners. Chapter 2335, Critical Moment. The mental devil hesitated. You do seem to have a point. It is absolutely going to work out. Li Yao shouted. Think about it. Haven't we crushed the most ferocious enemies in the past with exactly the same move, including your predecessor, the blood-striped virus? It's all about dragging the enemy into the area we are most familiar with and beating them with our abundant experience. Pondering for a long time, the mental devil said, but why do I still feel uneasy? There's no time to feel uneasy. Li Yao grimaced, struggling to keep the fire of his soul from dying out. We can't defeat him, and we can't run away. What other solutions do you have besides this? There's no time to hesitate. Just listen to me. Let's do it. While speaking, Li Yao pressed the mental devil's head down, stopping it from further swallowing the dark forces released by Blackstar the Great. The terrifying illusions immediately became more vivid and hideous. Li Yao's brain felt as though it were riddled with holes. Li Yao grunted, pretending that he was too seriously wounded to use the Colossus anymore. The flames of spiritual energy around the gold vulture dimmed to a minimum, and it could not resist the attacks of Hellstar at all. The plate armor made of superalloys all fell apart, revealing the broken framework. In secret, however, Li Yao focused all his mental power and bombarded the gate at the deepest part of his brain, which seemed to lead to the mysterious world Earth, forcing the gate to open again. Come on, Wu Yingqi. I am already so weak now. It's time to possess me. Li Yao licked the blood from the corners of his lips, smiling with soundless, intimidating roars. As long as most of your soul enters my brain, I will show you the true power of Earth. His remarkable acting skills seemed to be working. The 100 metal tentacles around Hellstar that had been waving wildly gradually slowed down. The water, which had been extremely thick, became much thinner. It was almost as if Blackstar the Great was not in a hurry to destroy Li Yao but was evaluating his status, especially his mental state. Come on, just crawl into Daddy's brain. With a telepathic thought, Li Yao intentionally channeled excessive spiritual energy to the head of the gold vulture, causing a piece of magical equipment, which was about to be destroyed, to explode. The head of the Colossus tilted backward, weakness he intentionally exposed to Wu Yingqi. Wu Yingqi was indeed intrigued. Hellstar revealed its true form in the swirl of dark water. The 6 enormous faces on it were particularly thoughtful and hideous, and the 6 bloody mouths opened simultaneously, spitting out shapeless black forces that intertwined into a massive helical sting aimed at Li Yao. He's coming. Closing his eyes, Li Yao could clearly sense the enormity, dominance, and cruelty of Wu Yingqi's mental world. The invisible helical sting seemed crafted from infinite blood and restless souls that had dispersed in the universe. Even from a distance, the cries and screams pierced Li Yao's brain with clarity. Li Yao was all too familiar with this technique. Blackstar the Great was about to establish a mental bridge between their brains before launching the soul invasion. It was like when 2 starships were engaged in a boarding battle, the attacker would have to pierce the invasion channel deep into the defender so that the troops could be deployed incessantly. Li Yao was overjoyed, but he knew he must not expose himself yet. Any anomaly in his soul would render all his efforts futile. The invisible helical sting finally touched the breastplate of the gold vulture softly. From Hellstar, black ripples flooded into the gold vulture quickly along the helical sting. However, Li Yao was still dwelling in the fantasy of a final battle with Wu Yingqi's soul when he suddenly had a sense of wariness. What took Wu Yingqi's soul so long? And why were the sharp ends of the 100 metal tentacles of Hellstar all opening like blossoming flowers? Not good. Li Yao shrieked. The fire of his soul burned more furiously than ever, and the gold flames of spiritual energy on the gold vulture, which had just dimmed, became dazzling gold balls again. The moment he re-established his defense, the rapidly revolving helical sting already pierced the spiritual residence of the gold vulture. A mental attack devoid of any feeling of occupation, but filled with pure destruction exploded inside the spiritual residence, right around Li Yao. Boom! The whole world seemed to vanish, as if Li Yao's soul had been transported from reality to a mental world that Wu Yingqi had carefully constructed. Billions of people, once massacred by Wu Yingqi, turned into hideous ghosts and lunged at Li Yao with hollow, bleeding eyes, trying to rip apart his soul and make him one of them. By the time Li Yao's self-consciousness finally managed to break free from the terrible soul quake, the gold vulture's limbs had already been restrained by the metal tentacles of Hellstar. The sharp ends of a few tentacles had even pierced through the plate armor of the gold vulture, securing the 2 colossi tightly. His domain was suppressed, his colossus was locked, and he had lost the mental battle. Then, Hellstar split apart. The round structure, resembling a sea urchin, separated into 2 hemispheres, revealing a circle of cannons below the shell, capable of covering a 360-degree range. Around the Colossus's torso, a circular rail embedded with 1,000 ultimate marrow crystals of the highest purity gleamed. The energy inside each crystal could be depleted in half a second's firing, but the next crystal would immediately replace it within 0.1 seconds, ensuring a continuous output of the most devastating firepower. The gold vulture's 4 limbs were tethered by the metal tentacles, making it impossible to break free from so many tentacles in just 1 second. Meanwhile, the cannons on Hellstar unleashed hundreds of purple flames without mercy, engulfing the gold vulture completely. Boom! 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 The dull shockwaves, mingled with the destructive blasts, swept across the gold vulture's torso and limbs. With the help of the intense explosions, the gold vulture finally broke free from Hellstar's grip, but at the cost of losing 2 arms and 1 left leg. Even so, it could not escape the continuous tracing and bombardment of the cannons and was blasted all the way to the ocean floor once again. Then, it was even blown into the underwater plateau for almost 100 meters. For a moment, the sand and mud at the bottom of the ocean were all surging, further adding to the chaos and darkness of the underwater world. Violent flames were flowing all over Li Yao's body, even in his brain. He did not even have the strength to vomit blood now. The Colossus was nervously connected to the user. The pain of his 2 arms on the brink of destruction and his left leg being completely minced and ripped off was delivered to Li Yao's central nerves without any reserve, giving him the illusion that he had truly lost 3 limbs. How is this possible? The greater blow was to his mind. His head in a mess, he could not believe what had just happened. He had clearly taken every factor into calculation, and Blackstar the Great was supposed to regard him as a backup choice for possession. Why else would he have offered Li Yao the precious Imperial Fire Pearl for training? It was such a great opportunity. The fat meat had cooked itself and sent itself to his mouth, but why did Blackstar the Great not take the bait? It did not make any sense. Little Black flowed forward in time and extinguished the fire on his body, but the trauma in his heart could not be healed. The devastating damage on the golden vulture could not be repaired for the time being either. The Colossus had only 30% combat ability left at best. Did it stand any chance of winning at all when faced with such a ferocious opponent as Hellstar? I know exactly what you are up to, but you seem to misunderstand my purpose. Wu Yingqi's gloomy voice came from the darkness with a faint mockery. For me, you do have some value to be recycled, but that's somewhere else and not here. You will know it very soon. The cannons at the center of Hellstar radiated the most dazzling brilliance once more. This time, dozens of mystic rays congregated into the sharpest scythe of energy, which was about to be launched out to chop off the remaining 3 limbs of the gold vulture. But it all happened too fast. In the deeper darkness, 3 rhombus crystals slid over silently and accelerated abruptly when only 100 meters away. Piercing through the spiritual shield of Hellstar, they exploded brutally on the shell of the Colossus, which was full of thorns, pushing it away for a few meters. The rushing scythe of spiritual energy naturally deviated from its original course and brushed past the gold vulture's head, leaving a crack dozens of meters long on the ocean floor not far away. Who is it? Wu Yingqi was both surprised and infuriated. The 2 hemispheres of Hellstar that had split apart before closed seamlessly again, and the whole Colossus began to roll non-stop, increasing the defense to the highest level. You may find it hard to believe, Long Yangjuan's sharp telepathic thoughts came from the depths of the water. But I'm your ancestor. The Colossus, heavenly crystal, leaped out of the ocean and fought Wu Yingqi's Hellstar in Li Yao's place just now. Long Yangjun. Li Yao, who thought that he was surely dead, was almost cheering, dancing, and offering flowers to Long Yangjun. He knew he was a charismatic man. As he expected, even Long Yangjun, a eunuch from a corrupted, obsolete society who did nothing but cause trouble, had been edified by him into a selfless good guy in the new society. You are Dongfang Mingyue. Wu Yingqi was perceptive enough to recognize her identity from the spiritual waves she emitted. How interesting. You might be the only person in the entire Imperium that I cannot completely see through. I didn't know you were involved with Vulture Liao. This is truly intriguing. When Blackstar the Great made a remark that sounded like the overlapping roars of all the deities and devils in the universe, Hellstar suddenly vanished, and 6 gigantic swirls appeared in the dark seawater around. From the swirls, 6 faces gradually surfaced, each with different shapes but equally hideous features. Behind the 6 faces were tails connected to the swirls, making them look like 6 bizarrely shaped monsters that surrounded Long Yangjuan's colossus, Heavenly Crystal. Heavenly Crystal did not give in at all. More and more glass clusters blossomed on its body, condensing into prongs and horns and expanding the colossus's size by several times. Countless rhombus crystals surrounded it and raged continuously within the water, turning everything they touched into clear crystals. Wu Yingqi, Blackstar the Great, and Long Yangjun, the heir of the primeval age, had all activated their vitality fields to the maximum, disrupting and manipulating the materials around them to build 2 unique domains. The competition had escalated beyond a mere duel into the great collision of 2 realms. The water around Wu Yingqi turned into a black matter as thick as asphalt. The 6 faces made of this black matter grew more brutal and hideous, and upon closer inspection, they were composed of countless incomplete and wriggling bodies. Meanwhile, the water around Long Yangjun was frozen into a substance that looked like ice and crystal but retained some of the fluidity of water, giving her an elegant and mysterious appearance. So, Long Yangjun is actually so strong. Li Yao was still stuck in the pit at the bottom of the ocean, unable to crawl out, not because he was too seriously wounded, but because the 3 remaining limbs of the gold vulture, which had reached the limits of metal fatigue, were deeply embedded in the hard rocks. If he were to break free by force, the limbs might be ripped off. He had to control the machine, which was on the brink of destruction, and carefully move it away from the pit bit by bit. While adjusting the gold volume's movements, Li Yao observed the battle above his head, feeling embarrassed. He had thought that with the mental devil as his trump card, he would have an advantageous position in the match against Long Yangjun. It never occurred to him that Long Yangjun had not put forth her best effort, and her previous 2 ambushes were just for fun. However, Long Yangjun did not lie when she said that, no matter how strong she was, there was still a gap between her and the great Blackstar. Li Yao estimated that Long Yangjuan's maximum combat ability was at the peak of the Divinity transformation stage, and she had not yet broken into the Divinity branching stage. She likely grasped some of the mysteries of Tenebrum energy but could not use it freely. In contrast, Blackstar the Great was undoubtedly an expert in the Divinity branching stage, even though his strength had been diminished. After advancing to the nascent soul stage, one's combat ability would not increase infinitely as before. The advantages of higher levels were often the indescribable senses, vision, and alarm. The Divinity branching stage, as the name suggested, allowed the soul to be divided into dozens of parts, significantly expanding the domain. The control over every inch of space within the entire domain would be precise. One could afford to be absent-minded. While a few branches of the soul were engaged in fierce battle, others could calmly analyze the entire conflict from an observer's perspective. This was the situation right now. In terms of style, Long Yangjun seemed to be fully embracing the bloody and aggressive arts in the chess game. Each of her attacks was as shocking as the firing of a cannon, and occasionally, the results were very satisfying. She managed to break through Wu Yingqi's domain, chopping off a few metal tentacles from Hellstar, and sometimes even tearing apart a piece of arc-shaped armor. Wu Yingqi, however, seemed to be playing Go. He expanded his domain stealthily, squeezing Long Yangjuan's space for action. Sometimes, the black fog he casually released would later play a crucial role in a particular attack. After only half a second of clashes, Li Yao sensed that Long Yangjuan's air was trembling. More and more crystals were being corrupted by the black fog, with black veins spreading rapidly among them. As the successor of the primeval civilizations, she certainly possessed extraordinary techniques that surpassed her level. However, Blackstar the Great was not a simple warrior who relied solely on his superior level to crush the enemy. He must have other, more devastating moves that he hadn't yet revealed, including Black Hole's Heart, the legendary colossus that belonged only to him. This is not going to work, Li Yao spat out a mouthful of blood and teeth. Long Yangjun is going to lose. Are you still concerned about her outcome at such a moment? The mental devil said hastily, such a fine colossus has almost been wasted by you in just half a year after its upgrade. It just occurred to me that you are the bane of crystal suits and colossi, aren't you? Anyway, enough talk. Just keep the gold vulture and hurry to retreat. That we can't do, Li Yao shook his head quickly. Whatever happens, we cannot abandon our friendship. Seriously? The mental devil shouted. Just think about who Long Yangjun is. Are you honoring your friendship with her? Don't forget that she might be a supervillain on par with Blackstar the Great, if not worse. Chances are, she's planning some treacherous scheme in secret, and coming back to rescue you is all part of it. Then, it is all the more reason why I cannot abandon her at such a critical moment. Li Yao coughed and swallowed the blood that had flowed into his throat. He said firmly, I believe that Long Yangjun has as many human qualities as she does qualities of the Pangu and Nuwa clans. She hasn't decided which path to walk yet. Everything is possible. What she will become ultimately depends on how the world treats her. I brought her into this world, and I won't let her be disappointed by the outside. Trust me, as long as I influence, inspire, and transform her with my noble character, she will not let this world down. The mental devil. Really? Are you not sure that it might end up the opposite way? But even if you want to do anything, what can you do? The gold vulture has been reduced to such a state that it will collapse before reaching their domains. You can't help them at all. Says who? Li Yao grinned maliciously, closed his hands, and cracked his fingers. He then retrieved 100 dosages of colorful strengthening drugs from his fistful of cosmos rings. Don't forget, we still have one last, secret weapon. Stunned, the mental devil realized something and gasped. You're crazy. Absolutely not. That thing is clearly still under testing, with 100 flaws. It can't be used in a real battle at all. I know, Li Yao said, his teeth gritted, as he opened the bottom of a strengthening drug with his mouth and swallowed it along with the glass shards. But I'm going to fire it anyway. No one has ever done it before. We don't even know whether it's because no one ever thought of it or because everyone who tried it died from the catastrophic consequences. The mental devil shrieked. Besides, the gold vulture is missing one leg and 2 arms. The overall framework has been basically shattered. How can it withstand the recoil? After the barrage, I don't know what will happen to Wu Yingqi's colossus, but the gold vulture will certainly be destroyed. This is the only colossus we have, and Blackstar the Great, the Queen, and the 4 Kurfürsten are all our enemies. In other words, we can't find sufficient resources or legitimate factories to repair a severely damaged colossus. Do you understand? I understand it perfectly, Li Yao said, chugging down dozens of dosages of strengthening drugs. His mouth was cut by the sharp glass shards, and blood seeped from his lips, chin, and chest, but he couldn't care less. But today, I'm going to take aim at Blackstar the Great. Your body won't endure it either, the mental devil declared. Don't assume it's a great feat to be the youngest expert in the divinity transformation stage in the entire universe. The faster your training, the more side effects you'll have, and the more severe the backlash from spiritual energy will be. No matter how unique your soul is, you can't handle it. You're absolutely right. All your reasons make sense. Li Yao injected the final few doses of strengthening drugs into his veins, which immediately swelled like dragons, nearly tearing through his flesh. He roared wildly, but today's battle is simply too humiliating. No one has ever reduced Vulture Li Yao to such a miserable state. How can I face anyone in the future if I don't avenge this? So, no matter the cost or the severity of the consequences, I am going to aim at Blackstar the Great's head today. The mental devil, do you have to be so dramatic? Many people have brutalized you before. Yan Shibei, Boss Bai, Xiao Xuanzi, Elder Nether Spring, Jin Tui, Lu Zui, and Long Yangjun. Then there were the extraterrestrial devils, Mo Xian and Lu Qingchen. So getting brutalized by Blackstar the Great isn't a big deal, it's perfectly normal. I'm sure you're used to it by now, right? Li Yao. Damn it. Don't cut me off when I'm making a soul-stirring speech. Do you understand the key point at all? The key is that Blackstar the Great's ultimate strength is certainly far more than what we've seen. But he must have his concerns, and that's why he's reluctant to unleash them. However, if his battle with Long Yangjun escalates, he will have to reveal his strongest form and engage in a life-and-death struggle with us. By then, everything will be doomed. Our opportunity lies in exploiting his reluctance to use his full strength, forcing him to consume his ultimate power so that he can't take us down with him, even if he wants to. That's the only way to turn the situation around today. It was a very persuasive argument. The mental devil pondered for a long time before finally falling silent. You understand now, don't you? Li Yao laughed strangely, blood spurting from his mouth, nostrils, and ears, as if he had donned a crimson mask, making him unrecognizable. Then bring out the cannon. I can't wait to find out the answer to that question. The combat capability of a crystal suit can be boosted 3 to 5 times by an Ares extension. If a Colossus were equipped with a colossal Ares extension, what a terrifying sight it would be. Chapter 2337, Ultra-Galactic Cannon. When Li Yao made his brain boil like a volcanic eruption and his vitality surge out fully, catalyzed by 100 doses of strengthening drugs, the battle between Long Yangjun and Wu Yingqi in the deep ocean reached its most intense phase. Inside the domains of both parties, crystals and black fog penetrated and entangled each other, like two ferocious beasts that had bitten each other's necks hard. The two colossi, Heavenly Crystal and Hellstar, were both locked by the enemy's domain, rendered immobile. However, the flames of spiritual energy flowing out crazily were like the most violent undersea currents, creating hundreds of whirlpools in every direction. Even the undersea plateau, initially intact, was now riddled with dense cracks. Around the pit where Gold Vulture collapsed, countless gaps on the not-so-solid crags were expanding and extending. Li Yao took the opportunity to release the invisible saber aura to loosen the rocks and widen the gaps. Soon, a dull explosion echoed above his head, and the rocks around him all collapsed, tightly covering the Colossus. Sand and mud soared up, dispersing like an undersea mushroom cloud, both obscuring the vision of the two colossi above and disrupting the senses of the two unparalleled experts. Long Yangjun and Wu Yingqi were both fully focused on each other. Neither expected that Li Yao's vitality would be so strong that he could still fight under such circumstances. He. Old fart Blackstar, don't presume that Vulture Li Yao really has nothing behind me. The veins across Li Yao's body had expanded to their limits. In the next moment, his skin fell apart, but what was revealed from his open wounds was not bleeding muscle, but an orange brilliance, as if his body were not made of flesh and blood, but of the purest, most passionate and explosive energy. Li Yao roared wildly and stood straight inside the cockpit, stretching his arms and legs to their maximum. His fingers and toes were all straightened, and orange threads of spiritual energy darted out of his broken wounds to every unit on the Gold Vulture. The Colossus' nerve system immediately became 10 times more abundant, and the information transmitted each second soared. Boom! 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 The 4 cosmos rings attached to the gold vulture's shoulder blades and pelvis immediately glowed. In intense quakes, they spurted out abundant, gigantic strengthening components. Chapter 2338, Collision of Souls. Along with his roars that boiled the ocean and broke the clouds, Li Yao's blood and every cell burned furiously at that moment. Mixed with his soul, which had been boosted to the maximum, they pierced through the silver, glowing energy at the center of the Ultra-Galactic cannon, enlivening the pure energy and pushing out the silver brilliance that could destroy everything. Boom! The 36 crystal rails melted externally. The gold vulture, already on the verge of destruction, could not withstand such intense counterforce. The one-time strengthening components shattered into thousands of gold and silver butterflies, scattering in all directions. Then, the torso and framework of the Colossus suffered fatal contortions and fractures. It was completely damaged from front to back, broken and blown away. However, the cluster of energy, as overwhelming as an infuriated galaxy, mixed with Li Yao's soaring fighting will, charged at Hellstar at an unbelievable speed. Beep! 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 Both Long Yangjuan's heavenly crystal and Wu Yingqi's Hellstar were pierced through by the unexpected high-energy reactions. Ear-splitting alarms rang out. This is impossible. Long Yangjun was dumbfounded, not coming to her senses until the silver pillar of light had passed her. She was drenched in cold sweat. It's been only a few years, and this monster's ultimate strength has increased to such a terrifying level. This is too unbelievable. This is impossible. Wu Yingqi also roared in disbelief. His vitality field shifted from excessive expansion to excessive constriction, condensing the surrounding black fog into an indestructible black shield. The 6 giant faces in the black swirls overlapped and opened their blood-red mouths simultaneously, spitting out a black pillar of light at Li Yao's attack. Boom! 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 The collision of the 2 pillars raised 1,000-meter-high tides in the seawater. The waves pierced through the ocean's depths, leaving behind hundreds of waterspouts that resembled dragons on the surface. However, since the black pillar of light was hastily condensed, it did not resist for long before being split apart by the silver pillar mingled with bloody waves. The 6 giant faces were also torn apart and pierced directly. The silver pillar struck the center of Hellstar, heating the Colossus's shell to nearly 10,000 degrees. The previously dark, black metals turned orange and almost transparent, twisted and on the verge of melting. This was only the first step. The Ultra-Galactic cannon was more than just a device to focus the energy within marrow crystals and launch it. After the mystic rays penetrated the target's spiritual shield and heated its external armor to the maximum, depriving it of its original hardness and rigidity, the abundant debris of the gold vulture was transformed into tiny metal pieces and accelerated into high-energy particles. These particles stormed through the shell of Hellstar. Finally, Li Yao unleashed his mental power, nearly draining his brain. Since Blackstar the Great was unwilling to possess him, he would test the old man's soul himself. If he were faced with any normal expert in the divinity branching stage, the divinity transformation stage, or even the nascent soul stage, Li Yao would never be so reckless or insane as to devote all his mental power to his brain, knowing that dangerous consequences might follow after his soul left his body. The connections between the souls and bodies of these normal experts were extremely accurate and seamless, making it nearly impossible for him to find any flaw to exploit. His soul venturing into the enemy's brain to fight would mean engaging in an unfamiliar environment, which would not be to his advantage. However, Blackstar the Great's case was different. No matter how high his level was in the past, after 1,000 years, only a part of his highly mutated and highly abnormal soul remained. This remaining soul did not integrate well with Li Linghai's body, otherwise, he would not have been so eager to change to a better vessel. This was the greatest weakness of the founding emperor of the Imperium of true human beings, and Li Yao's only chance to win, the ultimate reason he launched the Ultra-Galactic cannon without a second thought. He was going to use this opportunity to knock Blackstar the Great's remaining soul out of Li Linghai's body. Boom! On a mysterious level invisible to the naked eye, a streak of burning brilliance seemed to leap out of the gold vulture's remains, transforming into a raging falcon. Its wings abruptly shook, enveloping its body before it crashed into the wide-open shell of Hellstar, which spun like a rapidly revolving drill. Ah! Blackstar the Great shrieked with both shock and fury. The metal tentacles of Hellstar immediately waved crazily, and all the nearby black fog hissed. The 6 giant faces, though blown apart but not yet dispersed, were in agonizing pain. Li Yao's soul trembled with unprecedented force, and it seemed as if the thousands of flames within it were dying out simultaneously. Yet, at the same moment, countless dark forces surged into his soul, allowing him to witness infinite illusions in a trance. He saw the martial meritocrat sector, a civilization of cultivators that was highly developed yet bloated and corrupt, stumbling towards its doom with a morbid body. He saw the sand primitive sector, bordering the martial meritocrat sector, where berserkers who worshipped the Qiyu cult engaged in fierce combat amidst sandstorms and gloomy winds, offering tributes of blood and guts in skull cups to their ultimate god. He saw the decline of the martial meritocrat sector, the rise of the sand primitive sector, the wars between the cultivators and the Qiyu cult, and Wu Yingqi's struggle and screams in the magma. The scene flickered, and deep within Li Yao's soul, an endless universe unfolded. Wu Yingqi, lying in a tiny starship that resembled an iron coffin, drifted towards the darkest abyss in the sea of stars. Just as Li Yao tried to focus and discern the truth of the dark abyss, a pair of gleaming eyes suddenly opened within it, unleashing bolts of lightning capable of shattering planets. Boom! Li Yao's soul jolted violently. He was blasted out of Hellstar and back into his own body. Hellstar was once again enshrouded in black fog, and it fled under its cover. Vulture Li Yao. Blackstar the Great's voice couldn't have sounded more furious and atrocious. I will come back for you. No matter which corner of the 3,000 sectors you hide in, I will come back, and then, with a sniff, Long Yangjun chased after Wu Yingqi in the heavenly crystal, forcing Wu Yingqi to swallow his unfinished words. Li Yao's soul returned to its original place, but he seemed to have just died once. Even blinking was terribly difficult, and the slightest movement of his little finger caused excruciating pain. A collision of souls was never a joke, especially not with an unparalleled expert like Blackstar the Great. Despite his soul originating from the mysterious earth, it was nearly completely blown apart and obliterated. Only when Long Yangjun returned from the deep ocean and dug him out from the remains of the gold vulture did Li Yao finally regain the ability to transmit telepathic thoughts. You killed him? Vaguely, Li Yao saw a giant iron ball, pierced through, floating behind the heavenly crystal. Could it be anything other than Hellstar? Overjoyed, Li Yao almost couldn't believe his eyes. No. This colossus is empty. How can Blackstar the Great be killed so easily? Shaking her head, Long Yangjun paused, then changed her tone. However, to think that you managed to force Blackstar the Great to panic and flee without even the time to retreat his colossus. I really don't know how to comment on you. There's no need to comment. Cough, cough, cough. I'm not in my best state today. Cough, cough, cough. My performance was not very satisfactory, and I failed to kill him in one blow. That was, cough, cough, my bad. While coughing hard and vomiting blood, Li Yao said intermittently, his colossus has been blown up. This is a rare opportunity. Why did you give up the chase? You wouldn't think that the almighty Blackstar the Great travels in the universe with only one colossus, would you? As far as I know, his iconic colossus is known as Black Hole's Heart. Although I don't know exactly how strong it is, it certainly wasn't the one just now. Are you sure he wouldn't engage in a battle to the death, both of us, if I were to chase him? Long Yangjun scorned, I don't want to be a hero who saves the world. Why would I do such a costly and unrewarding thing? Besides, I vaguely sensed several people at the peak of the Divinity transformation stage on the ocean's surface, searching for our traces. Do you think they are our reinforcements or Wu Yingqi's? Or maybe when the experts at the peak of the Divinity transformation stage arrive with their colossi, you will be as bold as you were a moment ago and blow them up one after another? Then, let's just drop the idea. After a moment's thought, Li Yao said, never chase a desperate enemy. Cough, cough, cough. Let's just let them go today and allow their heads to stay on their necks for a few more days. We will come back, cough, 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 a few days later. Long Yangjun said, if you keep on talking like that, I might just leave you here. Li Yao immediately grew anxious. Don't. For the sake of the Federation and the ancient sages sector, please help me. Struggling and flailing in the water, he finally managed to crawl to the leg of Long Yangjuan's colossus and clung to a protruding component. This will do. To be honest, I don't even have the strength to activate the crystal suit's power system right now. Please give me a ride. I need to take a. Li Yao's voice grew fainter. His soul seemed to sink into the depths of his mind, enveloped by endless darkness. Li Yao's soul floated in the darkness, and he had many bizarre, absurd dreams. In one, he dreamed that Blackstar the Great scheme succeeded, and the man became the supreme sovereign of the Imperium of true human beings once more. He united the entire universe with iron and blood, transforming all humans into iron cockroaches that would do anything to survive. Eventually, millions of these iron cockroaches surged toward the Star Glory Federation, waving their tentacles and claws. Despite stretching out his limbs to block their path, Li Yao felt absolutely helpless. He was soon overwhelmed by the tides of iron cockroaches, which devoured his skin and bones. In the end, he himself became a gigantic, hideous cockroach, mindlessly consuming planet after planet, driven by primitive instincts. In another dream, he finally stopped Blackstar the Great scheme after arduous battles. The brutal man from 1,000 years ago was sealed and obliterated, and all the catastrophes he caused were brought to an end. But the good days were short-lived. Without the leadership of the evil Blackstar the Great, the Imperium of true human beings was like loose sand. The 4 Kurfürst families and the hundreds of warlords from the peripheral worlds continued to plot and fight against each other daily. Even when the alliance of the Holy Covenant launched large-scale attacks, they could not set aside their feuds and conflicts of interest, preferring to undermine each other for personal gain. In the end, the Imperium's flags were replaced by the Covenant Alliance's emotionless seals. Humans did not become iron cockroaches, but they turned into puppets without feelings or desires. Thousands of these expressionless puppets surrounded Li Yao, their eyes like dry wells, devoid of any ripple or change. This form seemed even more terrifying than the iron cockroaches from the previous dream. The ghost of Blackstar the Great was sneering behind him and muttering, "Do you see, Vulture Li Yao? This is the consequence of you stopping me. The path of the cultivators will not work. Your self-righteousness will only lead to greater disasters. Only my true path to immortality can save mankind. What's wrong with being iron cockroaches? At the very least, the strongest of us will survive. Where there is life, there is hope." Thousands of years later, from the rotting corpses of the iron cockroaches, the most beautiful flower of civilization can still bloom. Deeply trapped in the nightmare, Li Yao felt his brain was overwhelmed, and his thoughts were slower than ever. As he was trying to defend himself, the illusions of cockroaches, puppets, and Blackstar the Great vanished, replaced by the eternal and magnificent wars of the primordial age. Pangu and Nuwa, order and chaos, absolute rationality and absolute desire. On the battlefield that was a sea of stars, the most shocking collisions were occurring. His soul seemed to float above the universe while diving into every part of the battlefield, allowing him to perceive the ideas and philosophies of the two sides from the sparks of their blades. Time and space lost their meaning. He didn't know how long he had wandered on the battlefield, but a gentle breeze brought him back to himself. According to the time displayed on the interface of his crystal suit, only slightly more than 2 hours had passed since he launched the Ultra-Galactic cannon. He was still clinging to the calf of Long Yangjuan's Colossus, being carried forward by her. They had almost reached the center of the Silver Moon Ocean and were already far from the battlefield. Thankfully, there was no sign that other troops were chasing them. They were safe, for now. However, no one could tell what would happen next. Now that Blackstar the Great had decided to reveal his true appearance, it was clear he must have activated his final plans. After decades of careful planning with Li Linghai, even if he could not control the entire Imperium just yet, it wouldn't be a problem for him to at least control the capital. The capital was a vast place, teeming with immortal cultivators. Once it fell into the hands of Blackstar the Great, where could a cultivator possibly hide? You've woken up? Long Yangjuan's cold voice came over. How do you feel? Li Yao slightly summoned his spiritual energy and immediately felt as if 100 canyons had been ripped all over his body, including inside his brain. Not only was he in excruciating pain, but his strength also poured out through these canyons, and he could not concentrate at all. Li Yao winced in pain and said, I feel like I just died once and will die again very soon. So, you know your condition very well. Long Yangjun snapped. I was quite puzzled at how you could become so majestic as to scare Blackstar the Great off with one blow. It turns out you wagered all your soul power and vitality on the attack, without caring about your own life. Your state right now is even worse than your Colossus, which is on the verge of falling apart. You won't be able to fight anyone in the next half-month, and it remains to be seen how much you can recover half a month later. Li Yao grimaced, feeling quite fortunate. Blackstar the Great was a great expert, at least one major level higher than Li Yao. Having escaped from his thunderous fury in one piece, Li Yao was certainly the winner, despite the gory price he paid. Though it was unclear what Long Yangjun was thinking, she suddenly chuckled and continued, I estimate that Blackstar the Great couldn't have seen a cultivator like you before, someone so sleazy at first but so masculine in the end. Such a transformation must have confused him. Otherwise, your final attack might not have hit him at all. However, there is one thing I'm rather curious about. After your cannon blow, whether or not you hit the target, you would have completely lost your combat ability, if you could still move at all. What were you planning to do in such a case? Were you so confident that I would rescue you? With his eyes half closed, Li Yao moaned, it was an emergency. I couldn't find a way to win except with the final blow. So, I had to resort to it and take my chances. Besides, I didn't think you would just watch me get caught by the enemy, would you? Long Yangjun slightly frowned. Why not? Because if you didn't want to rescue me, you wouldn't have shown up in the first place, Li Yao struggled to smile. We are friends. Isn't that what friends do, rescue each other when one is in trouble? Camaraderie is all that matters. Don't mistake it. The reason I showed up had nothing to do with camaraderie. I was only afraid that you would be captured by Blackstar the Great alive, Long Yangjun said coldly. You know too many secrets. Besides the information regarding the Star Glory Federation, you also know the inside details of the Ancient Sages sector, the Nuwa warship, and my identity. If you were to fall into Blackstar the Great's hands alive, and reveal all these secrets, my identity would be completely exposed. He would have even fewer reasons to let me go, and my chances of defeating him would diminish. Therefore, I snuck back not just to save you, but, more likely, to kill you and ensure your silence. However, after analyzing the situation, I realized that rescuing you was the more promising option. That's why I saved you, by the way. Is that so? Li Yao said, weary. It doesn't matter. As long as we are still friends, it's fine. Friends? Long Yangjun sniffed. I remember you quoted something the last time we met. Those who are not of my kind will surely have different thoughts. Can you truly consider a foreigner like me a friend? I was wrong to say that, Li Yao admitted frankly, without hesitation. You were right. Those who are not of my kind will surely have different thoughts was originally used to describe human beings living on different planets or even different continents of the same planet. Just because of the slight differences in their latitudes and longitudes, they considered each other foreigners and never trusted each other, leading to wars and mutual destruction. Now that humans are capable and passionate about destroying themselves, it seems I don't need to view you with prejudice, regardless of what you are. Whether you are Pangu, Nuwa, an extraterrestrial devil, or a virtual life, there is no difference. Those species may all be quite ferocious, but human beings are not the most peaceful creatures in the world either. Why can't we be friends if we are equally aggressive? Long Yangjun clicked her tongue. You are rather quick to admit your mistake. Should I say that you are shameless, or should I compliment you for rectifying yourself so promptly? Of course, I should be complimented. Being good at making mistakes and then correcting them is my greatest shining point. Closing his eyes, Li Yao held back the urge to fall asleep and groaned, ever since I became a cultivator, I have committed more mistakes than I can count. I may still be childish and idiotic at times. But does it really matter? I always correct my mistakes after I find them. Isn't cultivation the repetitive process of discovering your mistakes, correcting them, gathering more information to reach higher levels, and then discovering more mistakes and correcting them again? Perhaps I will always make mistakes, but as long as I am more correct and closer to the truth today than I was yesterday, that is enough. After a brief silence, Long Yangjuan's voice suddenly became eerie. Aren't you afraid that I have some scheme? Li Yao said, if you are truly involved in something that violates ethics and endangers the people, I will certainly stop you. Long Yangjun scoffed, with your body in a state no better than a pile of rags, you can barely walk on your own without clutching my leg. How can you stop me? Taking a deep breath, Li Yao replied weakly, whether or not I can stop you is a different matter, but I will certainly try my best. If I fail and get killed by you, whatever happens afterward will no longer be my concern. Speechless, Long Yangjun was silent for a long time before she suddenly accelerated. Narrowing his eyes and sensing the rapid undercurrents and deep ocean before him, Li Yao couldn't help but ask, where are we going right now? My secret base, Long Yangjun ground out. If what you said just now was just your excellent acting, then I admit I've been fooled by you. I was thinking of abandoning you and Li Jialing in some random corner below the ocean, but... forget it. I'll lead you to my nest. Chapter 2340, A Public Competition of Beliefs. Your nest. Li Yao was slightly dazed. Isn't it too dangerous to return to the base of the Demon Hunters Association right now? Wrong. The base of the Demon Hunters Association is just a nest for Dongfang Mingyue, Long Yangjun said with a smile. I'm about to lead you to my nest, Long Yangjun. I spent a few years there when I first sneaked into the Imperium and hadn't fabricated the identity of Dongfang Mingyue. I've made some preparations there. Li Yao immediately bulged his eyes and quacked, some preparations? What are you up to exactly? Do you really have a plan? Of course I do. Why else do you think I came to the Imperium? Just for sightseeing? Long Yangjun said casually. However, after analyzing your life through perhaps 100 ungrounded biographies, and based on the long-term, close observation during our time fighting together, I've discovered a pattern. Since you began your career, you've encountered countless tricky enemies, starting from Yan Shibei, to Xiao Xuanzi, Elder Nether Spring, to Lu Zui and Zhou Hengdao, and then to the extraterrestrial devils Mo Xian and Lu Qingchen later. Those people would all be called the men of their time. They were sophisticated, brutal, determined, and powerful, and their final plans were precise and meticulous. However, no matter how sophisticated, brutal, determined, and powerful these men of their time were, and despite their meticulous plans, they could not avoid their fate of being sabotaged by you in uncanny, unconventional, and even unintentional ways. The same thing happened to great Blackstar today. Such an unparalleled expert, who is at least at the divinity branching stage and possesses countless secrets, has met his match when faced with you. Why is that? After a moment's thought, Li Yao blinked and said, because justice always prevails, and I am a representative of justice? Wrong. It's because you seem to have been born with a certain peculiar luck. The more covert your enemy's plans, the more effective your natural luck becomes. Long Yangjun explained, as a dual successor of Pangu and Nuwa, I am certainly not one to believe in supernatural powers. What we call luck is merely a statistical probability or a mysterious pattern that people have yet to understand. However, now that the probability and the pattern exist, I won't follow in the footsteps of Yan Shibei, Xiao Xuanzi, Elder Nether Spring, Lu Zui, Extraterrestrial Devil Mo Xian, and Extraterrestrial Devil Lu Qingchen, who acted covertly only to be thwarted by you in the end. With so many lessons already learned, it would be foolish to repeat their mistakes, wouldn't you agree? Li Yao thought for a moment. Well, but I'm indeed weaker than ever right now. There's a good chance you could kill me with just your little finger. This isn't the first time you've been at your weakest. Didn't the great men of the era try to kill you more than once? Did any of them succeed in the end? Not only did they fail, but they also made you stronger and stronger. Long Yangjun said, not that I'm being modest, but I don't think I'm smarter than Xiao Xuanzi, Lu Zui, or Extraterrestrial Devil Mo Xian. Chances are, you still have certain trump cards that even you are unaware of, and those trump cards will be activated when I decide to kill you. That is the greatest reason why I am never fully determined to end your life. All in all, after careful consideration, it has occurred to me that those men of their time dealt with you in the wrong way. Since they all believed in their cause, there was no need for them to hide it. Why must their beliefs be kept clandestine and away from public scrutiny? They had already lost the moment they chose to operate in secrecy and work in darkness, for it meant they lacked confidence in their beliefs. Consequently, your victories were not surprising at all. Therefore, I will learn from their mistakes this time. I do have a small plan, but I am willing to show you every step of it clearly. Whatever details you want, I will give them to you. I will reveal the origins, the development, and the ultimate goal of my plan. Then, Vulture Li Yao, let's see if you can stop me. Hearing Long Yangjun chuckle, Li Yao could no longer hold on and fell into a prolonged, dark dream. In this dream, he seemed to experience an eternity, from the Big Bang to the present, and from the present to the universe's ultimate oblivion. The span was so vast that he nearly forgot his identity, and his soul began to fade. But whenever his soul was on the brink of extinction, the blue planet, Earth, would appear deep within his soul, sending a faint strength that offered the last hope of perseverance, like a blue, flickering candle in the dark night. Li Yao knew that his body and brain had sustained unprecedented injuries in the battle against Blackstar the Great. It was even more dangerous than the excessive radiation he endured in the Devilish Scorpion Nebula when he achieved the Divinity transformation stage. But withering was always followed by a new life. As the old brain cells decayed, a new power flowed out continuously from a deep rift within his soul, rejuvenating his soul and brain and re-establishing a mental world even more magnificent. I will accomplish the Vulture plan. I will destroy Earth. I will set all of you free. Whenever the deepest darkness threatened to completely corrupt and engulf his shattered soul, the weak yet unwavering voice would resonate with his soul fragments, invigorating his brand new mental world. At first, he might have been in a deep coma. But after his mental world was re-established, he seemed to be in a state of metamorphosis. In his trance, he couldn't determine how long he had been sneaking through the deep ocean. He felt he had entered a narrow, rugged, sunless tunnel that led straight downward. For several days, he was in darkness. Occasionally, he saw starry lights on the rock walls around him but couldn't tell if they were the luminescence of minerals or the eyes of demon beasts. Later, he found himself in a vast underground settlement, surrounded by countless people in gray capes. Long Yongjun seemed to hold a very high position in the underground settlement, an unquestioned authority. Vaguely, Li Yao saw countless people worshipping him, though it might have been a hallucination. When Li Yao finally broke free from the mental cocoon and awoke, he found himself lying in the center of a large, square pool. Surrounding him was a material resembling ivory or paraffin wax, thicker than the usual gel-like substances used for healing. Li Yao had to peel it off his body piece by piece. "Brother Yao, you're finally up." Li Jialing was sleeping in a corner of the room, wagging his short, furry tail. Hearing the cracks from the healing pool, he immediately bulged his eyes and shouted in delight. "Huh!" Li Yao managed to make a sound in reply. He struggled to stand on his feet in the healing pool, then tore off the solidified paraffin wax from his body and scanned himself carefully with spiritual energy. As expected, his body was only superficially fixed, and there were still many invisible, fatal cracks inside, like a vase that had been carefully glued back together after shattering. Whenever his spiritual energy reached the cracks, it was like a waterfall disappearing into an abyss, nowhere to be found. Such devastating wounds meant more than just a loss of his level. Heaving a sigh, Li Yao scratched his puffy hair and thought, the aftereffects are indeed rather severe, the blow was too powerful. It was already incredibly fortunate that he had survived the disaster. He could not be too greedy. After all, there was always a solution to any problem. Long Yongjun had even praised him for his uncanny luck. So, there would always be chances for him to restore his peak combat ability or even surpass it. Clearing his messy thoughts, Li Yao slowly threw a punch to test his speed and strength, then observed the surroundings. He was in an ancient healing pool, located in a small medical chamber. Judging from the texture of the walls and the precision of the joints, the chamber must have been built by a fairly advanced civilization. However, all the facilities around were rusted, and the room was cluttered with garbage. Various mosses and vines, whose names Li Yao couldn't identify, sprawled across the walls. Everything suggested the place had been forsaken for a long time. The air was suffocating, mixed with the stench of putridity. Even a deep breath barely expanded the lung lobes. Despite the flickering lights overhead, Li Yao still felt the thick darkness pressing down. He keenly sensed he was deep underground. How long have I slept? What is this place? Holding back a headache that felt almost like a hangover, Li Yao glanced at the side of the medical pool. His mustard seed combat suit was folded neatly on the ground, next to his cosmos rings. Except for the few he had swallowed, all his cosmos rings were there. 2 additional cosmos rings, which Li Yao had never seen before, were also present. Attracting them with his spiritual energy and sensing them carefully, he discovered the 2 cosmos rings had no barriers and could be freely explored with his telepathic thoughts. One stored the broken pieces of Gold Vulture, and the other contained the remains of Hellstar. It seemed Long Yongjun had helped him collect the detritus. Long Yongjun is really considerate. Li Yao felt delighted. Then he thought of the plan Long Yongjun had mentioned before he passed out and couldn't help frowning. "Brother Yao, you've slept for 10 days. Li Jialing stepped forward and said, "This is the 10,084th district, more than 30,000 meters underground, almost at the boundary of the crust and the mantle. A 5-digit district." Li Yao was slightly surprised. He knew from the dull air that he must be well below sea level, but he did not expect it to be so ridiculously deep. Habitable planets with a stable tectonic structure suitable for humans generally have 3 layers: the core, the mantle, and the crust. The capital planet of the Imperium was no exception. Such habitable planets are like enormous eggs, with the core as the yolk, the mantle as the white, and the crust, which is 30 to 50 kilometers thick, as the thin eggshell. Though the crust is the thinnest layer, it is the most important area for human residence and resource collection. Beneath the crust, the mantle is filled with high-temperature and high-pressure magmas. Any random hole drilled might lead to an eruption, destroying everything. There are also rocks denser than superalloys, making it impossible for even the most advanced drilling equipment to dig very deep without expending astronomical amounts of spiritual energy. The seismic energy released during earthquakes is hundreds of times more powerful than the best crystal bombs humans have. The overwhelming forces of squeezing and tearing during tectonic movements are too much for any human expert to handle. In short, the mantle is a dangerous and cost-ineffective area of death. Despite humanity's civilization reaching thousands of planets across the 3,000 sectors, they have only explored the eggshell surface of these planets, with no need or desire to dig into the mantle. On the capital planet of the Imperium of true human beings, all towns are classified into 6 tiers based on sea level and development. The first tier consists of the named cities on the ground. For example, the central political area where the Council of Elders was located and which was named after the founding emperor of the country, was known as Blackstar City. There was also the White Stone Municipality, the heavy industry city where Li Yao and Long Yangjun had a fierce battle. In general, the cities with names were usually metropolises inhabited mainly by immortal cultivators with highly developed civilizations. The underground towns, on the other hand, had only numbers, not names. However, the sizes and digits of the numbers still indicated differences. The one-digit underground towns, numbered from 0 to 9, housed the most important underground fortresses and strongholds of the capital, equipped with various magical devices, supplies, and training facilities. The defense system here was even more flawless than that of the cities above ground, allowing most immortal cultivators to evacuate to these towns and continue their resistance if the cities were captured by powerful enemies. The two-digit towns, from the 10th district to the 99th district, were generally home to bankrupt immortal cultivators and hominoid intellectuals. These areas also contained large public facilities such as hospitals, schools, and ventilation bases that continuously supplied fresh air to the deeper levels. Dongfang Renxin chose to set up his secret institute in a two-digit town because only these towns could support such a large hospital. The fourth-tier areas, from the 100th district to the 999th district, where hominoid industrial workers lived, could not support large hospitals at all. However, the three-digit areas where industrial workers lived were not the most destitute and barren. Below their feet, in the underground mines and rocks more than 5,000 meters deep, lay four-digit and five-digit towns. These towns, like forgotten corners, had been completely abandoned by the upper class of the Imperium. They were not even worth exploiting and were left to live and die on their own. Li Yao had taken a keen interest in these four-digit and five-digit areas at least 5,000 meters underground. He tried to gather information about these places, but all he found were rumors. It was said that the people lost in the abysses had regressed, their basic intelligence drained. They were like wolf children, infants abandoned in the jungle and raised by animals. They had the appearances of humans but the souls of beasts. These ignorant, uncivilized beings were the best proof that true humans, and hominoids, were not the same species, and that hominoids were merely beasts that looked very human. The forsaken people deep below were like the ants in the mud to immortal cultivators, who ignored them and saw no point in wasting their strength to crush them. Li Yao never thought that Long Yangjun would choose to set up her nest in a five-digit town. What were the lives of the people here, abandoned by civilization, like? What was Long Yangjun's so-called scheme? Li Yao's head began to ache again. Frowning, he tried to climb out of the medical pool and, with Li Jialing's help, cleaned his body. After putting on the mustard seed battle suit and all the cosmos rings, ensuring his crystal suit could be activated and worn at any moment, he felt refreshed and asked, "What is this place? Where did Dongfang Mingyue go? I don't know how to describe it." I used to live on the ground and in starships all the time. It never occurred to me that such places exist in a civilized world, or that humans can live this way. Li Jialing hesitated for a long time but didn't know what to say. He finally managed, "Now that you are awake, Brother Yao, you can take your time and see for yourself. Sister Dongfang reminded me when she left that Brother Yao is free to go wherever you want. Everything that interests you is open to you. It doesn't matter if you want to go to her. All in all, everything is free. However, let's put that aside for now. Brother Yao, are you sure you're really alright? Should we scan you with medical magical equipment? Sister Dongfang told me about the entire battle. I didn't realize Brother Yao was so powerful that you could even push Blackstar the Great away. That was really. Glancing at the nearby medical magical equipment, which was rusted and dusty, Li Yao shook his head. There's no need for that. I should be fine. Although my wounds aren't healed yet, they won't help much. Why are you staring at my head? Nothing. The little lion shook his head quickly and said hurriedly, I just mean that Brother Yao can take your time to treat your wounds. Whenever you need to deduce or calculate anything with your brain, just ask me to help instead. Don't strain your brain cells over unimportant issues. No matter how gifted and distinguished you are, you must pay attention to your health. Blinking, Li Yao stared at Li Jialing suspiciously. What do you mean by that? Nothing, Li Jialing replied. I'm just saying that you should take care of yourself. After choking for a long time, Li Jialing finally said, if you don't take care of yourself, how can you fight Blackstar the Great next time? Right, speaking of which, I wonder if Dongfang Mingyue has told you yet, Li Yao said hurriedly, but after the battle 10 days ago, we were already certain that your mother had been haunted for decades, no, since more than 100 years ago, when she explored the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum. However, it didn't attack her until the recent decades. Therefore, it was not her wish to kill you. Biting his lips, Li Jialing seemed both comforted and sad. He said in a low voice, I know. If possible, I will certainly drive Blackstar the Great's remaining soul out of the Queen's body. Li Yao shook his head. Driving him out won't be enough, because you are very likely to be a carrier he has carefully prepared for himself. If he escapes from the Queen's body and rushes into yours, the consequences will be even more severe. Thankfully, Blackstar the Great's remaining soul must have suffered grave wounds in the battle, which will probably slow down his schemes for a while and give us some time to rest. We can figure out what he is up to and come up with a solution. But first, let's sort out all the cards we have in our hands now. Since this place is Dongfang Mingyue's nest, is there any workshop with advanced facilities that can repair the colossi? Li Jialing quickly shook his head. No, there's only a small refining workshop here. It can repair crystal suits, but it can't do anything about colossi. Fine. Li Yao thought for a moment and realized it did make sense. The super workshops where colossi could be maintained required enormous space, a steady supply of spiritual energy, and the technical support of an entire team. It was indeed not something that could be found in Long Yangjuan's secret base. What do you have here, then? He asked helplessly. Before Li Jialing could reply, soft knocks echoed from outside. A little girl in a gray cape pushed the door and walked in. Her face, having never seen sunlight, was almost transparent. The veins, faintly blue, were clearly visible, and her slightly red pupils quickly condensed into 2 red dots, suggesting she wasn't used to the light. However, she showed no discomfort on her face. She bowed to the 2 of them, set a large tray before them, and said, Please help yourselves, honored guests. Li Jialing thanked her. The little girl didn't say anything else but walked backward until she was out of the room. Having lived tens of thousands of meters below the ground for years, never having been to the surface or touched real sunlight, she already looked slightly different from the people on the surface and in the shallower underground towns. Her voice carried a hollow, monotonous quality, like water drops from deep stalactites dripping onto smooth jade-like rocks. It was both pleasant and eerie. Li Yao studied the girl's identity and the habits of underground humans with great interest. From her politeness, it was clear she was not a human-shaped beast, as the immortal cultivators slandered. The large metal tray before him was supposed to be a smooth industrial product, but it must have been used for thousands of years, as evidenced by the dents covering its surface. However, the edge of the tray was polished so clearly that it could reflect light. On the metal tray sat a large bowl of paste thicker than porridge and a roasted beast leg that smelled delicious. Roasting was certainly not a skill to be underestimated. In fact, the development level of a civilization could often be gauged by the complexity of its culinary arts. A primitive species feasting on raw meat and blood could hardly be adept at cooking. A civilization aware of dozens of cooking techniques and hundreds of condiments must be highly developed. 2342 Serenity Seraph. This porridge is a hybrid of gigantic rock worms and mosses. It is the main food in this area. Although it may not taste very good, it contains a lot of nutrition, Li Jialing explained earnestly. The roasted meat here is the back leg of a red lizard. The red lizards are the main mode of transportation in this place. They hop forward with their strong back legs. Therefore, these legs are the most muscular parts of their bodies and become a delicious meal when roasted with recently solidified magma. People here might not even get to enjoy it once a year. Eat it while it's hot. Is that so? Having slept for a long time, Li Yao indeed felt ravenous. He took the porridge and the back leg of the red lizard and began to gobble them down. The porridge did indeed taste rather bad, akin to half-frozen candles, with only a slightly salty flavor. The roasted meat, however, tasted much better. It was chewy and filled his mouth with delightful aromas, making him feel even hungrier. Li Yao did not care much about the taste. He had consumed synthetic food that tasted even worse than candles too many times. His only concern was the energy it provided. While drinking the porridge, he observed, "Why are they made from such common ingredients? This is Dongfang Mingyue's nest, after all. Doesn't she have any high-energy nutritional supplements? She can't be that stingy, right?" "Huh." Li Jialing replied dutifully, "There were some at first. However, during the days you were unconscious, Brother Yao, you consumed dozens of high-energy nutritional supplements, more than what ordinary trainers would have daily. It turns out you exhausted Sister Mingyue's entire stock." She was furious, jumping up and down in anger. "That's why, there are no more of them now." Li Yao coughed and changed the subject in embarrassment. "Right. Do you know the girl who brought the food earlier? Why was her attitude so strange and cold, as if someone owes her thousands of dollars? Are we not welcome here?" "That's not exactly the case," Li Jialing shook his head and said. "Sister Mingyue holds high esteem here. Many residents of the underground world are her followers, including those who have been serving us. We are honored guests brought by Sister Mingyue. They can't welcome us enough. Why would they reject us? It's just that Sister Mingyue's followers are all the same. They must suppress their feelings. Even if they are very happy inside, they won't show much of it on the surface." Li Yao stopped gnawing on the leg of the red lizard. Chewing the meat between his teeth, he found something didn't sound right. "Followers? What followers?" "Followers of Nepenthe," Li Jialing said quickly. "Nepenthe is a religion that Sister Mingyue founded a few years ago in the deepest part of the underground. It has been developing rapidly in various underground areas. Not only are her followers in the abyssal towns numbered in the tens of thousands, but even in the 3- and 4-digit towns closer to the sunlight, many people have joined Nepenthe. Right, those followers all call her Serenity Seraph. Though she's not exactly the leader, she is the spiritual symbol of Nepenthe. People here believe in her. What the heck? Li Yao tossed the bone of the red lizard, now stripped of its meat, onto the tray and frowned. Nepenthe? Serenity Seraph? She really can't change her habit of spreading superstitions wherever she goes. Come on, tell me more. What are the philosophies behind this Nepenthe? How exactly did she attract followers? With an even more complicated expression, Li Jialing weighed his words for a long time before finally saying carefully, the main idea of Nepenthe basically claims that human feelings and desires are the sources of all pain. If reality cannot be changed, as long as feelings and desires are suppressed and eradicated as much as possible, one can also destroy all pain and enjoy a carefree new life. Li Yao was astounded. His eyes and mouth gradually widened, as if he were about to swallow Li Jialing. What? Li Yao grabbed the leg bone and waved it like a saber. Eliminating feelings and emotions equals eliminating pain? A carefree new life? Is it any different from the Covenant Alliance's claim? Considering the scheme that Long Yangjun mentioned 10 days ago, Li Yao immediately felt a cold sweat cover his back. The porridge and roasted meat he had moments ago seemed to have turned into poison. Sister Mingyue said that her claim is slightly different from the Covenant Alliance's ideas, Li Jialing said after a moment's thought. While the Covenant Alliance aims to destroy 100% of human feelings and emotions, turning people into detached puppets, she only wants to destroy 90% of feelings and desires. No, not exactly destroy, but to suppress them. According to Sister Mingyue, if there were enough resources for everyone to release their feelings and desires freely, it would certainly be unnecessary to repress anything, and everyone could be the truest and freest version of themselves. But what if the resources are insufficient? To avoid unnecessary conflicts and pain, one should keep only 90%, 80%, 70%, and so on of their feelings, reducing the demand for unnecessary resources. It's just a helpless choice. Li Yao was stunned for a long time. Isn't that still the Covenant Alliance's theory in disguise? There's no fundamental difference at all. Li Jialing nodded and bit his lip. In fact, when she told me this, that's how I refuted her with courage. But she simply smiled and said there was nothing she could do if I thought that way, and that I could regard her as a spy from the Covenant Alliance. A spy from the Covenant Alliance? Greatly shocked, Li Yao slammed his fist. Great! The evil she-devil has finally revealed her true face. But wait. Logically, should she not be engaged in her underground activities and planning shocking operations, only to be exposed and thwarted by me at the last moment? Why has she confessed everything so dutifully before I even began to investigate and infiltrate? What then? She said she was a spy of the Covenant Alliance, and then what happened? Did she say anything else? Did you firmly resist her? How could I resist her? Li Jialing replied thoughtfully. Her combat ability was clearly higher than mine. She didn't need to take action, she only had to stare at my neck with a smile, and I already felt that my neck and spine were about to be broken by her telepathically. Besides, this is her territory. You weren't up yet, and she appeared candid and harmless. What could I have done? As to whether or not she is a spy of the Covenant Alliance and her purpose, she didn't say anything. She simply asked me to ask you. She said you would tell me everything, including her real name. She is not the real Dongfang Mingyue, and the two of you have been good friends for a long time, right? Li Yao, well. Li Jialing, right, she also said that you would start babbling after a, well, every time. She asked me not to believe anything you say after a, well, Li Yao. Li Jialing, in fact, I don't need her to remind me that Brother Yao has the habit of bragging and chattering on. But sometimes, seeing how happy you are when you're showing off, I feel that it would be too awkward to point it out, so I just go along with you to keep the atmosphere from getting weird. After all, Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan's years of training me weren't for nothing. I may be young and inexperienced, but I'm certainly not an idiot. Li Yao, enough. We're in the middle of an emergency. Let's save the nonsense and get back to the topic. That woman is indeed not really Dongfang Mingyue. Her name is Long Yangjun. I can't tell you much about her identity and origins, except that she is an extremely dangerous and dreadful woman. Li Jialing asked, even more dreadful than Blackstar the Great? They are dreadful in different ways and can't be compared so simply, Li Yao said after a moment's thought. I would rather face the fully armed Flying Star sector, backed by thousands of troops, than confront Long Yangjun, who smiles with no weapons at all. But of course, if she is really working for the Covenant Alliance, trying to brainwash everyone into emotionless, desireless dummies, I will fight her to the end, no matter how dreadful she is. Li Jialing was quite astonished. So, you're saying she is from the Covenant Alliance? Then, how did she sneak into the Imperium and even win the Prime Minister's trust? And how did you become best friends with such a dangerous person, Brother Yao? Li Yao thought for a moment and realized it was inaccurate to call Long Yangjun a spy of the Covenant Alliance. That would almost be an insult. Long Yangjun was an elite warrior of the Nuwa civilization, corrupted by the Pangu clan. In terms of bloodlines, techniques, and ideas, the Pangu and Nuwa clans were equally present in her. Half of her was a successor of the Pangu clan, which the Covenant Alliance revered as the supreme god. Thus, instead of calling Long Yangjun a spy of the Covenant Alliance, it would be more accurate to say she was a living god to them. Although the Pangu bloodline in her was too thin to warrant worship as a god, it was enough for her to be a spokesperson of the gods. When thinking that way, it was not surprising that she was secretly spreading the ideas of the Covenant Alliance in the underground world deep beneath the Imperium of true human beings as Serenity Seraph. Wiping his lips, Li Yao said, she is not exactly from the Covenant Alliance. The situation is too complicated to explain in a few words. Anyway, where is she right now? Sister Mingyue, no, Sister Long went to the dark areas, which have been completely forgotten, deeper below the ground 3 days ago. She said she was going to stop the war among a few barbaric tribes and make them abandon their vendettas against each other, Li Jialing said. Before she left, Sister Long told me that if you woke up while she was away, I could take you on a tour of the underground town and check on the believers of Nepenthe. If you were still furious, she would be waiting in the dark areas below the ground for you to stop her. She said she would never evade or retreat in the competition of beliefs. 2343 Refugees below the ground. Let's go. Li Yao quickly rose and said solemnly, I'm going to take a good look at what her so-called beliefs are. Led by Li Jialing, Li Yao pushed the door and went out. Only then did he realize he had been in the middle of a stalagmite as thick as a tree. The stalagmite was at least 20 meters in diameter, with many caves and rooms dug out inside. There wasn't even a spiral staircase outside to move from inside the stalagmite to the ground. Looking down from the stairs, Li Yao noticed he was at least dozens of meters above the ground. However, due to the hazy mist below, it was impossible to determine the exact height. There naturally couldn't be mist in an underground world. Li Jialing told Li Yao that it was the powder from fungi. The bizarre-looking fungi, mushrooms, and wriggling mosses were the main plants in the underground world. Raising his head to look above, Li Yao saw dozens of small suns hanging lethargically on the top of the rocks, which were about hundreds of meters high. Li Yao estimated that they were some sort of artificial illumination rune arrays capable of producing a steady light. But even the best steadiness would have worn out after thousands of years. Now, those small suns seemed to have been riddled with holes due to worm bites. Not only was their light minimal, but there were also mottled spots on their surfaces, making them look like glistening pies that had gone moldy. Under the dim light, enshrouded in the flying powder of the fungi, the entire 10,084th district was drowned in a vague, ever-rolling mist, adding to its mysteriousness. The construction of the underground town was even more unrestrained and creative than the cities on the planet's surface. Adjacent to every stalactite was a tunnel, expanding the civilization's presence within the rocks. Like spreading vines, they occupied all available spaces. The magnificent stone pillar Li Yao stood on had at least dozens of similar pillars nearby, forming the town's main structure. The stone pillars were connected by thick chains. Li Yao saw many locals, in gray capes, riding enormous, two-legged lizards with dark red skin, bouncing agilely among the chains. The lizards' claws, similar to those of birds, easily grasped the chains or hung from them, swinging forward for dozens of meters. It was not uncommon for them to jump from one stone pillar to another with just a few swings. As the people moved between the pillars, the chains shook, clinking non-stop from the red lizards, along with oinks from all directions, forming the primary sounds of the 10,084th district. Li Jialing told Li Yao that the red lizards were likely products of genetic modifications. Though they seemed hideous and aggressive, they were actually more docile than cows and horses, making them the best companions for the locals to move around. The oinks coming from all directions were the rock worms devouring their food. This town lived on husbandry, and raising rock worms was the primary livelihood for most people. Rock worms, in fact, did not resemble worms but were plump, piglet-like creatures. They were genetically refined animals with a particularly strengthened digestive system, which allowed them to feed on rocks, moss, and fungi. They could absorb as much nutrition as possible from this poor fodder and convert it into fat and protein suitable for human consumption. Thus, they were a popular and primary food source in the underground world. Around this tectonic belt, 5-digit towns like the 10,084th district mainly focused on raising rock worms. Most of these worms were not consumed locally but shipped to the 4-digit towns above in exchange for energy and other industrial products, allowing the residents, forgotten by the planet's surface, to maintain the last spark of civilization. Li Yao roamed through the town, observing the stalagmites, chains, and streets in great detail. He found the town, which seemed medieval, to be filled with contradictions. The stone pillar from which he came was not a natural formation. It appeared that a highly advanced civilization first erected hollow iron cylinders underground and then piled materials like liquid metals or concrete on them. This was the only way to ensure that the stone pillars, which were tens of meters wide and hundreds of meters tall, had sufficient hardness. Beyond the rugged streets and tunnels, cutting through layers of moss and vines revealed wires carefully arranged to connect all the stone pillars. This setup seemed to be part of a large spiritual nexus system, but Li Yao could tell it had been abandoned for a long time, as he sensed no spiritual energy response from the dense wires. In many places, after removing the moss, Li Yao could see the rusty metal wall. After Li Yao painstakingly erased the rust, he saw a surface as smooth as a mirror, seams as thin as a hair, and huge, square words. Some of the words were warnings, such as "Rune Array inside. Do not enter." Others were troop designations, like the 33rd Legion of Production and Construction. Some words had been entirely corroded, even Li Yao's slightest breath turned them to powder, which scattered everywhere. Narrowing his eyes, Li Yao found the longest seam and scratched it from top to bottom with his index finger. It felt perfectly smooth, with no obstruction. Had he not felt it carefully, he might have hardly noticed the seam. The seam joined two iron plates that were at least dozens of square meters each. Despite years of thermal reactions, stress changes, and tectonic movements, they remained flawless. This indicated the advanced civilization that built the town. This place must have been a very advanced underground shelter at first, right? Li Yao slapped the moss and mud off his hands and continued to observe the structure. The 10,084th district was a place of contradictions. It felt like a time tunnel that had mixed entirely opposite features, advanced and underdeveloped, civilized and primitive, artificial and natural, into the same space. Perhaps the seemingly chaotic vines were actually the most advanced energy wires of the past. What appeared to be stalactites might have been long-dormant defense rune arrays. The super crystal processors that once controlled the entire underground shelter had been reduced to empty shells after thousands of years. Now, they were kicked around by naughty kids who had forgotten the glories of the past, using them as makeshift footballs. Probably, Li Jialing said. Sister Long's theory is similar to Brother Yao's. A long, long time ago, this place was indeed a very advanced shelter or an underground base. Li Yao curled his finger and knocked on the iron plate. Listening to the heavy echo, he asked, then, how did it become like this? Li Jialing replied, Sister Long gave me 2 examples. The first is tectonic faults. As time passes, the more ancient a creature or civilization is, the more likely it will be buried by mud and descend to the depths of the ground. If the planet were cut open, revealing faults that look like different layers of a cake, it would be easy to see that the fossils in the upper layers are from more recent times, while those buried deeper represent ancient creatures and civilizations. Li Yao nodded. That makes sense. What else? The second example is the ocean, Li Jialing explained. The vast ocean is itself a cubic ecological circle, layered from top to bottom according to sunlight, temperature, salinity, density, and pressure. In fact, the ecosystems in different layers are independent of each other. Fish living in shallow waters might never dive to the bottom of the ocean, thousands of meters deep, for their entire lives, and the immense squids living in the deep depths never yearn for the warmth of the sunlight. Although they are all aquatic creatures, the upper and lower levels are 2 independent worlds that never come into contact with each other. Li Yao asked, what do these 2 examples suggest? According to Sister Long, different classes have, in fact, branched out gradually over the 100,000 years of human civilization. People living at different levels are like fossils formed in different ages or ocean creatures living at different depths. They are already people of different worlds. Even if they are not classified as true humans or hominoids, their differences cannot be ignored. Ignoring them will not solve the problem, Li Jialing explained. Ever since the age of the ancient cultivators 40,000 years ago, the strong have never stopped exploiting the weak, not for a day or even a second. The weak, who could not resist the strong, could only flee. Some of the weak people ran to rugged and barren mountains, while others went to the underground world, escaping deeper as the strong extended their reach underground. At first, this escape was scattered, spontaneous, and unorganized. 40,000 years ago, at the beginning of the Great Dark Age, when demons took over the leadership of the universe and replaced humans, those who refused to accede to the demons' rule were the first major force to migrate to the underground world. 10,000 years ago, when the demons' tyranny was overthrown, humans launched bloody and vengeful slaughters against the demons, driven by the hatred and fury accumulated over 30,000 years. They swore to kill every last demon in the universe, leading to a second massive exodus to the underground world, this time by the demons. Good times did not last. When the Star Ocean Imperium, established by humans, had endured only 1,000 years, it was already facing the cruelest civil war that almost consumed every sector. Humans, who once fought demons together, turned against each other, becoming sworn enemies. Then, the third massive exodus began. The 10,000 years that followed were marked by bloody, chaotic battles throughout the universe. A strategic place like the Imperial Terminus sector was naturally a focal point of these conflicts, fought over by many generals. It was no surprise that those who lost their homes sought refuge in the underground world. Generations of refugees form the core of the underground population, who now consider the shelters, military bases, and magical equipment warehouses built by various species and forces over time to be their new homes. This is the origin of most underground towns. Naturally, those who escaped to the underground world later settled in the shallower levels, while those who arrived earlier were pushed deeper by the newcomers, gradually sinking into the planet's depths, such as this town. Li Yao and Li Jialing walked under a gigantic tree. The tree, hundreds of meters tall, stood in the middle of dozens of stalagmites and stalactites of varying heights. Its branches extended in all directions, and its roots, protruding like a ridge, radiated all the way to the bottom of the soil. Li Yao gently broke a few vines and wiped away a cluster of mosses. Then, he vaguely recognized a row of crystal card interfaces. The gigantic tree was actually a precise and massive central control system. He had only seen similar systems on the bridges of certain super-enormous starships. However, all the crystal processors and computational chips embedded in the central control system were now rusted and covered in mosses, vines, and worm-like creatures similar to ants. There were even spores, resembling lumps, nestled among the vines and mosses, continuously spewing out a hazy mist. The spores, appearing to breathe, made the tree look like a monster that was a fusion of a living creature and a high-precision machine. It was the greatest playground in the town. Many mischievous kids had climbed the branches, which were actually tubes of crystal wires. They were picking the bugs that had grown from the crystal processors and placing them on the heads and backs of their friends, teasing each other and laughing merrily. Li Yao noticed that the children, with translucent skin and slightly red eyes, were among the few in the entire town who could laugh. Looking at the children, Li Yao fell deep in thought. The underground towns numbered above 10,000 are beyond the limits of the Imperium statistics. So, the residents here are the most ancient refugees? Not exactly, Li Jialing shook his head and said. The refugees who came in the age of ancient cultivators 40,000 years ago, or during the rise and decline of demons, were too far removed from today. Most have decayed in the underground darkness over time, or have been assimilated with people who came later. Even if some are still alive, they have long forgotten who they are, the significance of civilization, and even the most fundamental intelligence. They have become barbarians who feast on raw meat and blood, if not ignorant, human-shaped beasts who know nothing but their instincts. These barbarians and human-shaped beasts have all been exiled to areas of darkness and death deeper than the 5-digit towns. They don't have names or numbers. Sister Long has gone to such tribes of wild creatures to mediate their conflicts. Slightly frowning, Li Yao asked, so, when did the people here escape to the underground world? Probably about 10,000 years ago, when the Star Ocean Imperium collapsed, Li Jialing replied. Originally, this place was an underground shelter from the age of the Star Ocean Imperium. The ancestors of most residents must have escaped here to hide temporarily, but their hiding turned out to be much longer than expected. They have been struggling to survive in this place and never returned to the world with sunlight. Li Yao sighed, still somewhat confused. Since this is an underground shelter constructed by the Star Ocean Imperium, there should have been all kinds of facilities and educational systems, right? Even though the first refugees here were all civilians, they must have had the knowledge of basic living skills. But why do I get the impression that everyone here is sluggish, just catching their last breath? Li Jialing thought for a moment, as if recalling what Long Yangjun said. In the end, he said, Sister Long said that the continuity and development of a civilization are much like training, you either progress or fall behind. Only by running and evolving at an ever-increasing speed, surpassing one peak after another, can a civilization be sustained. If they decide to stop and rest, they are likely to collapse under their own weight, inevitably declining and dying. However, the more advanced a civilization becomes, the more complex its social structure. As the requirements to maintain the social form grow, the civilization's ability to resist environmental pressure weakens. Sister Long said that, as a refiner, you must understand the logic that fewer components mean a lower fault rate. As the components of a magical equipment piece grow, no matter how carefully it is produced and used, faults will inevitably occur over time. Li Yao nodded. In the magical equipment production field, there is a saying, every additional component doubles the fault rate. While this might be an exaggeration, the idea makes sense. As the number of components increases, the difficulty of production, assembly, and maintenance rises exponentially. A large magical equipment piece with millions of components is essentially an unpredictable chaotic system. No one can guarantee it will not have some bizarre problem during use, not even Li Yao. Perhaps, as the components and rune arrays surpass certain limits, the magical equipment gains a semblance of life, and life is the most uncontrollable and unpredictable thing in the universe. Sister Long said that civilization is exactly like magical equipment. Just like a piece of super-huge magical equipment made of trillions of components, no matter how well it is maintained, it is destined to collapse someday. A highly developed civilization is also vulnerable and can be completely destroyed by the slightest issue. Li Yao sniffed. How are magical equipment and civilization the same? Li Jialing opened his hands and said, Sister Long said that a village in the world of ancient cultivators, whose buildings are made of the simplest wood and rocks, and whose people make their living by hunting and farming every day, is actually very resilient to the corrosion of time and environmental changes, despite appearing underdeveloped. Even if all the villagers moved from the planet's surface to underground, they could still maintain their previous social structure and survive for a long time. But what about a modern town? Think about it. What does it take to sustain a modern town? Even from the most superficial perspective, there are interconnected vacuum tube systems and high-speed crystal rails above, convenient tunnels and elevators below, and dense sewer, ventilation, and information transmission systems that interconnect. Additionally, there must be enough space for vehicles like shuttles. All of this requires a constant supply of energy. Assuming the same population, the energy consumption in a modern town is hundreds of times greater than in a medieval town. How could a modern town survive in the barren underground world, where there is barely any energy source besides geothermal? There are also human factors. Sister Long said that although the ancient people seemed as weak as ants actually have high survival abilities. The ancient people were sturdy and industrious. They could continue farming and hunting even on the worst food. Moreover, it was their habit to have as many children as possible. Even though most of their offspring do not survive, a few descendants will still carry on their bloodlines. In comparison, although a strong group known as cultivators has appeared in modern society, and the myriad of magical equipment has made life more comfortable than ever, these advancements have weakened human beings' survival abilities. Most people's stomachs are accustomed to the finest cuisines, and they rely on air conditioning rune arrays to create a cool and comfortable environment. Not only are they unprepared for a shortage of sewers and toilets, but they would also feel helpless without the spiritual nexus. Modern people have long forgotten the skills to farm and hunt with the simplest tools, or even bare-handed, in harsh environments. They are crystal processor engineers, crystal train drivers, skyscraper architects, and great storytellers. All their living skills rely on a platform that is precise, complex, and therefore prone to errors. Without this platform, 99% of modern people would be as good as dead. Furthermore, the more advanced a civilization becomes, the less motivated its people are to have children, leaving them unable to resist risks. This was the case for the remnants of the Star Ocean Republic who migrated to the underground world. Although the facilities in the shelter were advanced and supplies were plentiful when they first arrived, and they had modern talents such as doctors, scholars, teachers, and engineers to sustain their tiny civilization, it was all an illusion. Faced with the pressure of tectonic movements, the seemingly indestructible walls of the shelter were as fragile as soap bubbles. A single, minor, earthquake could destroy their entire modern civilization. If engineers in critical positions were to perish, it would take years to train a qualified successor, if at all possible. It was perfectly normal for dozens of earthquakes and volcanic eruptions to occur over the past 1,000 years. The remnants of the Star Ocean Republic have struggled to survive in such a harsh environment without losing their humanity. They still possess the abilities of language, thinking, and basic social organization. This is already very impressive. Right, Sister Long also mentioned that perhaps the Pangu and Nuwa civilizations were destroyed this way. The more advanced a civilization, the more fragile its internal structure. So, when the Pangu and Nuwa civilizations were at their peak, they must have been 100 times more vulnerable than today's human civilization. Li Yao dismissed the theory, confident he could come up with 100 counterexamples. Was the Heaven's Origin sector's disaster resistance lower than that of the Ancient Sage's sector? Of course not. However, he had no intention of being pedantic. Looking up at the hazy darkness above, he asked, "Do the authorities of the Imperium know about the situation here? Why haven't they done anything?" Of course they know. Why else would this place be numbered 10,084? Li Jialing replied. But why would they do anything, who would do it, and what could they gain by doing it? The immortal cultivators are incredibly selfish. We certainly wouldn't do anything without a reward. If rare mines or valuable civilization relics were discovered underground, the immortal cultivators would certainly swarm over and fight tooth and nail, not hesitating to wipe out the entire underground town. But a barren village like the 10,084th district, which survives on rock worms, has nothing to exploit. Earning a single penny here costs $100. It's not a fair deal at all. Why would the immortal cultivators waste their precious time training those insignificant ants and garbage? Besides, the Imperial Terminus sector is theoretically a vacuum of power for the 4 Kurfürst families. This is the capital that directly belongs to His Majesty. Which Kurfürst would be a fool and help the Emperor take care of the untouchable and the wild creatures below the ground? Therefore, except for the census 200 years ago to number the areas below the ground, unless rare mines and ancient relics are found, few immortal cultivators will venture this deep. This is an ignored, forgotten world that has been completely abandoned by the rulers on the surface of the planet. Chapter 2345, The Little Lion is Deceived. Li Yao was silent. Li Jialing's words held merit, and he could not formulate a rebuttal. Before coming to the Imperium of true human beings, as a cultivator from the Star Glory Federation, Li Yao had harbored misconceptions about the primary conflicts within the Imperium. He thought the exploitation of hominoids by true human beings was the main issue. It was only after arriving in the Imperium, witnessing the diverse facets of society and the clashing interests, that Li Yao realized the typical, common folk bullied by immortal cultivators, who worked in assembly lines and industrial farms, were not the most wretched of people. Indeed, those commoners were mistreated, but they often had a steady supply of food, clean water, safe housing, and a modest wage. To boost their work ethic and extract more surplus value, the immortal cultivators even provided certain forms of entertainment. For instance, Wuying Qi's slaughter stream served as a mental anesthetic, offering these workers a form of mental solace. As the saying goes, better to be a dog in a peaceful world than a human in war. In the regions where the Imperium's authorities could and did enforce effective governance, minimal public services were still available, and infrastructure was maintained to keep societal order. Theoretically, there were laws in place to protect the legitimate rights of the majority. Although these imperfect laws were frequently disregarded by the immortal cultivators, they were still superior to having no laws at all. After all, the immortal cultivators' administration was still a government, not a bandit's lair. The forgotten towns, situated more than 10,000 meters below the ground, were not even deemed fit for enslavement and exploitation. In other words, even if they wanted to, they had no chance of becoming slaves. Naturally, the Imperium's authorities did not offer any public services to these areas, leaving the inhabitants to fend for themselves. In this dark and silent world, there was no sunlight, and potable water and food were scarce. The seismic activity was hundreds of times more intense than on the planet's surface. Collapses were frequent, and destructive magma could erupt at any moment. Li Yao could not decide whose life was more miserable, the slave workers who toiled behind assembly lines in magical equipment factories for their entire lives, or the abandoned people below the ground, forgotten by the entire universe. In the metaphor that Long Yangjun told Li Jialing, she compared their world to an undersea plateau. No matter how fierce the storms or the battles of the ocean's surface, the mud at the bottom remained untouched. To the ocean's rulers, the fish and shrimp struggling in the mud did not exist. However, Li Yao understood why Long Yangjun brought him and Li Jialing to this place. With Blackstar the Great's plan in motion and likely controlling the entire capital planet, hiding in any city would barely help them evade the surveillance dragnet. Most of the towns below the ground were still somewhat under the authorities' control, with numerous crystal cameras installed and connected to the wireless network. Even if they left a blurry shadow in one of the crystal cameras, formidable pursuers might be after them. The Forgotten Towns, numbering over 10,000, were the only places without a spiritual nexus or crystal cameras. Entirely ignored by high-level immortal cultivators, these places served as sanctuaries for them to heal and rest without worry. Coming from a world with sunlight, Li Yao and Li Jialing naturally looked somewhat different from the almost translucent humans below ground. As they strolled through the town casually, they drew the attention of many locals. However, most of the locals hid behind the stalagmites and fungi, shrouding themselves in thick fog as they observed the intruders cautiously, too afraid to make eye contact. Whenever Li Yao and Li Jialing looked in their direction, the locals would recoil and vanish into the mist. Only the innocent children were bold enough to stare at them. Seeing that the strangers did not seem malicious or dangerous, a few of the bravest children eventually trailed after them, mimicking their walking posture. Li Yao turned and made a face at the children, who exclaimed and scattered hurriedly. After a while, seeing that Li Yao took no further action, they regrouped and made the same face back at him, shouting in a strange tone, "Black eyes. Yellow eyes." The children, born in the underground world, had never seen real sunlight. Even the illumination rune arrays above their heads were set to the dimmest level due to energy shortages, barely lighting the interconnected chains among the stalagmites and stalactites. The brightest thing the children ever saw was likely the rolling magma. After 10,000 years, their eyes had undergone mutations. Their slightly red pupils gave them a certain night vision, making Li Yao's black eyes and Li Jialing's brownish-yellow eyes stand out in this place. The children's giggles caught the attention of the adults. Several hands suddenly reached out from the fog and dragged the children back, their laughter stifled by the rough hands. Li Yao frowned slightly. Feeble spiritual energy circled between his eyes, allowing him to see through the hazy fog and clearly observe the locals of the underground world who thought they were well hidden. Li Yao noticed a peculiar phenomenon: as the locals aged, their ability to express emotions seemed to weaken. The innocent, carefree children could still cry, laugh, play, and express their feelings freely. However, the tall, strong adults were always frowning, with a wary and panicked look in their eyes, as if they were ready to hide in a crevice at any moment. Li Yao and Li Jialing's arrival seemed to have disrupted the solemnity of the place, making the inhabitants extremely uncomfortable. The older individuals, with wrinkles etched across their faces, had no sparkle in their eyes. Like statues made of stalactites, they squatted next to the walls, motionless for long periods, as if they had merged with the underground world. Li Yao also saw others wearing gray cloaks. They were as tranquil and vacant as the girl who had delivered their food earlier, sitting cross-legged in random spots around the underground town, as if they had entered a strange hibernation state, with barely a breath. Li Yao asked solemnly, "Have the people here all been brainwashed by Long Yangjun, their feelings and desires erased?" He thought that it must be what happened, but Li Jialing shook his head after a brief hesitation and said, "I asked Sister Long too, but she said no. The people here had been lifeless and placid before she came. Sister Long said that intense feelings and desires are based on abundant materials and advanced interactions of information. It goes as when you have warm and full will you look for fun. If you are not even fed and the basic safety of your life is not guaranteed, will be no place for feelings, desires, or free will." Sister Long also said that living in highly developed post-industrial and post-informational society, modern people can easily find 10,000 types of food to stimulate appetites and 10,000 entertainments to trigger intense feelings. Most of our desires are met. As time goes by, we begin to take the desires and feelings of such a high level for granted. However, in the worlds that are in serious shortage of materials, such as in the ancient times or the underground world before us, the inadequacy of food is normal, safety is not guaranteed, and there are few ways of entertainment. Everybody's mind is avid and unfilled. How can people have intense feelings and desires like the people on the surface of the planet? Think about it. If a child is born in this place, he has never seen the sun, the singing birds, or the colorful flowers, he doesn't know what a forest or an ocean is, much less the popular stars, he doesn't have games or virtual friend-making platforms, the sole meaning of his life is to survive and reproduce, and he has to worry about the shortage of food and the rampant earthquakes and magma every second. How would he not become numb and nonchalant like the residents here? Sister Long said that when she first came to the underground world a few years ago, the adults here were exactly like this. They were silent all year, like stubborn rocks, because they had nothing else to do in their lives, and there were no resources to support even the tiniest feelings and desires. She taught the locals certain tricks to repress their pain, contain their desires, and tranquilize their minds, but she wasn't the one who started it. If there were abundant resources in this place and the locals could enjoy the best food and the most interesting video games, only fools would have followed her and studied the inhumane tricks. Sister Long also said that not just this place, but the Covenant Alliance must be in a similar situation, by her estimation. If you have a hamburger, would you eat bread instead? If you have a piece of bread, would you starve yourself? If the Covenant Alliance had abundant resources where everyone's feelings and desires could be satisfied, who would abandon the most beautiful things in their life? The problem is, they don't. The many worlds under the Covenant Alliance's governance are among the harshest areas. I estimate that they have wasted whatever remains of their resources in the chaotic battles over the past 10,000 years. It is because they cannot continue living that people must abandon their feelings and desires and dedicate all remaining resources to the only thing that matters, continuity of life. Sister Long also said, "Enough." Li Yao interrupted Li Jialing's eloquence. "It has occurred to me that something is seriously wrong with your stance, young friend. Why can't you stop quoting Sister Long? Even if you're not considering it from the perspective of a cultivator like me, you should at least value feelings, desires, and free will as an immortal cultivator, shouldn't you? You haven't learned anything worthwhile in the 6 months you've been training with me, so why are you so deeply influenced by Long Yangjun after only 10 days with her? You need to work on your resolve." Chapter 2346, My Little Brother Has Grown Up. Unlike before, Li Jialing was not convinced by Li Yao. Instead, he said softly but resolutely, with determination shining in his eyes, "I am not deceived by Sister Long, and I do not think that everything she said and did was right. However, that doesn't mean that everything she said is meaningless. Brother Yao, did you know? Before I came here, I only knew that there were certain towns numbered beyond 10,000 deep below the capital. I thought they were no different from the common underground towns, even though they might be more resource-starved, chaotic, and harsh than the surface of the planet. It never occurred to me that the insufficiency, barrenness, chaos, and harshness were so severe. This place and the surface of the planet are two different worlds. The people here and those on the surface are actually two species. Ha! In the past, I thought that the world I grew up in was a burning inferno, and Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan were the foulest and most dreadful fiends. But now, I have realized that I never truly understood what a real hell should be like. How childish and hilarious I was. It's true that Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan subjected me to all sorts of cruel methods, often inflicting the most excruciating pain on me. But they never limited me in terms of resources. Whatever training resources I needed were provided immediately. Sometimes, they were even forced into my body against my will. Besides resources, there were techniques, knowledge, and information, which were implanted in my brain, opening my eyes. Whatever Li Lingfeng had in mind, and whether or not he was simply trying to build me into a secret weapon to deal with the Queen, he at least never restrained my feelings and desires. If anything, he tried to activate my feelings and release my desires through any means possible, opening brand new gates for me one after another, against my will. At that time, I truly loathed him and wanted him dead. I didn't understand why he asked me to learn so many things, grasp so many techniques, and master such powerful strength. I didn't like it at all, and I thought I was the most miserable person in the world. Today, after seeing the people who are sealed below the ground, I realize how ostentatious and hypocritical I was. The things I hated and refused in the past are unavailable and even unthinkable for the underground folks, no matter how much they dream and struggle for them. Li Lingfeng may have had bad intentions, but he was also genuinely raising me as an heir and uncovering the infinite potentials within me. Even though he deserved his death, I don't hate him as much as I did in the past. There are also my partners, the bottom-level members of the secondary branches of the Li family. I thought their lives were rather difficult. They had less than 1/10 of what the heirs of the main bloodline had and had to undertake arduous family missions. Sometimes, they were even living targets for the heirs of the main bloodline. When they distinguished themselves, there was a strong possibility that they would be eliminated by dirty tricks. But at least keeping themselves fed and warm was not a problem. Theoretically, there was still a chance for them to distinguish themselves, even if the likelihood might be only 1% of that for the heirs of the main bloodline. But it was still a chance. What about the locals here? No sunlight, no resources, no safety, no knowledge, and not even a billionth of a chance for a new life. Ever since they were born, their future has been predestined, which is to freeze and decline slowly in the darkness, until they melt into the rocks as dust without a sound. Looking at their life, I suddenly feel that all my complaints, hatred, and fury from the past are so pale and helpless. I even have a subtle sense of guilt, feeling that I do not deserve such a life and such enormous strength. Wow! Li Yao found it hard to believe. Seriously? Are you really Li Jialing? How did you become so mature in just 10 days? Perhaps I was always mature enough to figure out a lot of things, but I did not want to be mature or think hard. Gazing at the town in the mist, Li Jialing said casually, for the past 10 years, I resisted Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan with all my wisdom. Every day, I camouflaged myself carefully and activated my brain cells to the maximum every second, thinking of ways to deal with them. The techniques, schemes, and conspiracies they forced into my head consumed a lot of my mental capacity. My soul was like a taut bowstring, and I felt neurasthenic. So, after I escaped their control and relaxed my nerves, I simply let go of everything. I didn't want to think about anything, only hoping to live a carefree, unrestrained life. It's true that I've been resisting and evading, resisting the life that Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan planned for me and evading the fate that I should have shouldered. I want to wander to a random town at the edge of the cosmos and live the rest of my life in anonymity, which is an evasion. But isn't it another evasion to listen to your arrangements on everything and regard you as a guardian angel, Brother Yao? In many cases, I knew clearly that you were not telling the truth or even making sense, but I was too lazy to argue. So I simply agreed and let you handle everything. I knew you must be considering my best interests, so why would I bother to think for myself? I have never been a man who likes to quarrel or show off. Li Yao, well, Li Jialing had never looked more serious. However, after seeing the hopeless people below and their fate, 100 times more miserable than mine, it suddenly dawned on me that my life is not the curse I thought it was in my self-pity, but actually the most unbelievable bliss. At the very least, after all the suffering and torture, I now possess overwhelming strength and exuberant feelings, and I have a general idea of what the universe looks like. If I don't use my strength, would I deserve the bliss that the underground dwellers are never entitled to? Li Yao was quite shocked by the brilliance in the young man's eyes. In a trance, he felt the dominating vibe of the Imperial Fire Pearl surge from the young man's eyes, leaving him amazed. Then, what do you want to do exactly? I haven't figured it out yet. The determination in Li Jialing's eyes turned into deep confusion. He shook his head and said, I haven't decided on the path I will take, but it doesn't matter. I still have plenty of time to observe the world carefully and consider my path. Young man, you've finally had an epiphany. Li Yao placed his warm hands on Li Jialing's shoulders and remarked with mixed feelings. In fact, the first time I met you, I could already tell you were naturally endowed. Your spiritual root was as thick as a tree, and flames were erupting from your skull like a volcanic eruption. You are a great dragon, not a shrimp at the bottom of the pond. You are born for great achievements. I never mentioned this before because I thought you were still young, but since you have this deep understanding today, come on and be a cultivator just like Brother Yao. Let's save the world and defend the peace of the universe together. Excuse me, Brother Yao. Li Jialing slowly moved Li Yao's hands away and said solemnly, First of all, I only want to live up to my special life, but it does not mean that I want to save the world. Secondly, and more importantly, can I save the world by being a cultivator? Of course. Li Yao blurted out without even thinking, the path of the cultivators is highly effective. Brother Yao advanced to the divinity transformation stage at such a young age because of it. I even almost blew up Blackstar the Great, the ancestor of all immortal cultivators, with a single attack. Are you turning down the path of the cultivators and insisting on the true path of immortality? Yes, Brother Yao is truly one of the few geniuses who have advanced to the divinity transformation stage at such a young age, but, Li Jialing hesitated. How should I put this? I do not want to be like you, Li Jialing said. What do you mean? Li Yao's eyes bulged, and he scratched his cheeks. You do not want to be like me? Is there anything inappropriate about the way I look? Am I not handsome and charming enough? No, I mean that being a cultivator or an immortal cultivator is not my focus. It doesn't even matter whether Blackstar the Great can be destroyed. Li Jialing pointed around. The underground people have lived in darkness for 10,000 years. They were living like this long before Wu Yingqi and the immortal cultivators were born. Can you rescue all of them by blowing Blackstar the Great to pieces in one attack, Brother Yao? Even if you were 10 times stronger, Brother Yao, and you blew up Prime Minister Dongfang Wang in one attack, Blackstar the Great in another, and then the 4 Kurfürst families in a round of crazy bombardments, then what? Will everyone, including the underground people, be immediately reborn and given a resourceful, carefree, and happy life? If your answer is yes, Brother Yao, would you tell me the specific procedures? Perhaps I would truly join your path. Li Yao was dumbfounded, lost for words. Forget it. I know the question is too vast to answer quickly. Not just Brother Yao and Sister Long, even Blackstar the Great wouldn't have an answer. Perhaps no one in the entire universe can find a perfect solution, not even the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan of the past. Why else would they have been completely destroyed? Li Jialing patted Li Yao's shoulder, comforting him. I'm just sharing some of my random thoughts. Please don't take it personally, Brother Yao, and don't waste your precious brain cells on such philosophical questions. Your wounds aren't entirely healed yet, and you should focus more on maintaining your body and brain. As for my path, I'll think more about it and figure it out on my own. Chapter 2347, Lifeline of the Underground World. Why are you looking at me like that? Li Yao was puzzled by Li Jialing's gaze. Why do I sense such strong sympathy in your eyes? What's going on? Nothing, Li Jialing closed his eyes and said solemnly, I just want Brother Yao to know that no matter what path I choose or who I become, I will never forget that you are my family. In my heart, you weigh even more than the Queen. I sincerely consider you my big brother and just hope that you are safe and healthy all the time. Is that so? Sensing Li Jialing's sincerity, Li Yao grinned. I genuinely regard you as my little brother too. Anyway, little brother, don't be enchanted by the she-devil Long Yongjun. Don't push yourself too hard when you encounter minor darkness and difficulties. Let's focus on one thing at a time. Saving the world can wait. You can start by lending a hand to those in need. The bottom line is, Brother Yao has confidence in you. I believe you will one day grasp the essence of the cultivator's philosophy and become an even better cultivator than me. Maybe, Li Jialing replied. I need to travel, observe, and think more before I choose my final path. Only then can I rush forward on my path without looking back. While talking, the two had reached the deepest part of the town. There stood a rock wall hundreds of meters tall, riddled with caves like a honeycomb. Each cave was about 5 meters in diameter and was sealed with fences made of vines. Grunts echoed from within. The locals of the underground town carried abundant mosses, veins, and fungi, sometimes even broken minerals, into the caves. It was clear that their burdens were very heavy. Their bones and veins protruded, and they looked quite painful. Very soon, the people inside the caves unloaded their mosses and vines. Then, they carried out buckets of stinky excrement. Their burdens were finally more or less relieved, and the pain on their faces was replaced by the usual numbness. Li Yao and Li Jialing were honored guests in the town. The locals did not even dare to make eye contact with them, let alone stop them from entering the caves. They simply lowered their heads and quickly passed by the strangers. The two entered a random cave and immediately saw dozens of rock worms that had been raised. Rock worms were more like fat piglets than worms, except that they were slightly narrower and longer. They could be 3 meters long and 2 meters in diameter, like oval meatballs. It seemed more appropriate to call them rock pigs than rock worms. Li Yao did not know if the rock worms had hooves or claws initially, but he could not see any organs that could be used for movement. Perhaps they had all been obstructed by the flaccid fat. They were a species of animal with extremely low mobility, like sloths. Crouching deep inside the cave like statues, they did not move at all. Li Yao suspected that they could not find any food on their own. The oinks turned out to be not their moans but the sound of breathing from the air hole on the top of their heads. Those silly and lazy animals were too sluggish to even moan. The locals ground abundant mosses, vines, and fungi into pieces, mixed them with the pulverized minerals, and tossed the food into the trough. Then, a few rock worms wriggled over unhurriedly. On their fat, eyeless heads, a cross-shaped slit opened and spewed out thousands of white threads, tying up the food into balls and pulling it back into the cross. For them, this was their way of taking in food. While the rock worms were devouring the food, the locals bypassed them and searched for their turquoise-colored feces inside the cave, cleaning every corner carefully, leaving none behind. Some of the locals were scrubbing the rock worms with long-handled brushes. At first, Li Yao thought they were cleaning the rock worms before butchering them, but upon closer observation, he realized he was wrong. The locals were simply massaging the rock worms. It was clear that the rock worms were almost the only source of income for the residents of the 10,084th district. Their care for the rock worms couldn't have been more meticulous. Li Jialing told Li Yao that the rock worm was a type of excellent edible animal that had been genetically refined on a large scale in the Star Ocean Republic 10,000 years ago. The earliest research could even be traced back to the Demon Beast Empire, which excelled in biochemical technologies. The rock worms could absorb tens of thousands of the roughest ingredients, including minerals containing tremendous microelements, and transform them into fat and proteins, providing the necessary nutrition for human survival in the harshest environments. The rock worms were treasures from inside to outside. Due to the integration of certain spider and silkworm genes, the threads they used to cover their food were also the best raw materials for the textile industry. Also, they would exuviate every year, and their ecdysis could be made into light, warm leather coats. The feces of the rock worms were natural fertilizers that required minimal purification. They could be applied to most plants, mushrooms, and mosses, allowing people to domesticate wild plants into high-yield crops. Safe to say, when humans colonized an unknown area, bringing rock worms would help solve the critical problems of clothes and food. Such animals would also lay a solid foundation for agricultural development. However, due to excessive genetic modifications for polyphagia and usability, the rock worms grew mostly fat and protein. As a result, their mobility and hunting abilities were almost non-existent. They were a laboratory creation that could barely adapt to harsh conditions in the wild. Therefore, they could only remain in pens and be raised by humans. When the underground shelters were devised in the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago, advanced and precise automatic feeding facilities ensured that the meat factory could produce products continuously, from the reproduction of the rock worms to the sealed, ready-to-eat meat on the assembly lines. The entire process required minimal supervision from workers and breeders. Over time, however, the automatic feeding facilities ran out of energy and were lost, and the knowledge for culturing rock worms was forgotten. Today, the locals of the underground world can only raise them using the most primitive methods. Given their ability to grow so much fat, the rock worms naturally have a huge appetite. Unable to find food on their own, they relied on the locals to gather mosses, vines, fungi, and minerals. These were then ground and tossed into the trough. Such physical labor could be very tiring. A couple of healthy adults had to work an entire day just to keep one rock worm fed. To ensure the growth of mosses, vines, and fungi in the underground world, the locals had to toss the rock worm feces into the crevices and tend to the crops carefully. The underground world was not suitable for any crops. Even the tiniest cluster of mosses had grown only because of the locals' hard work and dedication. Since the real automatic feeding systems had been broken for a long time, the rock worms were not adapted to the deep cave environment. Therefore, someone had to rub their bodies day and night to force them to move and exercise. Otherwise, black spots would soon appear on the rock worms, indicating that the flesh inside had necrotized and was no longer edible. These tasks consumed 99% of the time for 99% of the locals. It could be said that the entire 10,084th district depended on rock worms. Based on the number of stalagmites, stalactites, and caves on the wall he had just seen, Li Yao quickly calculated the ratio of rock worms to residents. He discovered that there seemed to be too many rock worms for the population of the 10,084th district. Even if the animals were all butchered for food, the residents wouldn't be able to eat them all. Wouldn't their lives be much easier if they kept fewer rock worms? However, Li Jialing shook his head and told Li Yao that he didn't know the whole story yet. As Li Jialing mentioned a moment ago, although the locals kept many rock worms, they rarely had the luxury of eating meat. Cutting a piece of meat into smaller pieces and mixing it into their porridge was not bad at all. Most of the rock worms, after molting 3 times and reaching full maturity, were transported to the upper towns, those numbered between 1,000 and 9,999, in exchange for valuable energy, magical equipment, and weapons. The residents of District 10,084 were not entirely ignorant barbarians. They still retained basic language and culture, and some of their magical equipment and rune arrays were still functional. They also longed to know what the upper worlds were like. Their resources and fuel had to be traded for rock worms. However, synthetic food was prevalent in the upper worlds, and rock worms did not fetch a good price. Even a few rock worms might not be sufficient to trade for a standard magazine of bullets. Even if they sacrificed purchasing magical equipment or energy, there was one indispensable item they had to buy from the upper towns: freshly compressed air and the components to repair the air circulation and filtering system. Despite the most efficient ventilation systems in towns tens of thousands of meters below the surface, constantly introducing fresh air from the planet's surface, the atmosphere was still suffocating and depressing, filled with various lethal gases. If the waste gases exhaled by humans accumulated too much, everyone could be choked. Therefore, underground residents could abandon all magical equipment, including the illumination rune arrays above their heads, and live in darkness, but they could never abandon the air circulation and filtering system. Once the air circulation and filtering system broke down, they needed to release highly compressed fresh air in time to buy themselves precious time for maintenance. A lack of air was even more terrifying than a lack of sunlight. It would truly be a catastrophe. This is exactly what the residents of the four-digit towns took advantage of. They marked up the relevant components and compressed air to extremely high prices, and dozens of rock worms could only be exchanged for a tiny can of compressed air. Therefore, what the residents of the 10,084th area farmed and herded daily was not just what they wore and ate, but also the air they could not live without for even a minute. 2348 Coup de Grace. The residents of the 10,084th district do not have the concept of working during the day and sleeping at night. They haven't seen sunlight for 10,000 years. So, they work in 3 shifts around the clock every day, Li Jialing said with mixed feelings. Very early each day, they must rise to fertilize the underground plants, mosses, and mushrooms. These plants are not native to the underground world. Despite genetic modifications, they remain vulnerable and require a mix of rock worm feces and pulverized minerals as fertilizers and growth tonics. One moment of carelessness, and they will wither on a large scale, which would be a great catastrophe for the entire town. Once the vines, mosses, and mushrooms are grown, they must risk their lives to climb the stone walls and enter the crevices to collect the plants. They then ship the plants to the caves and grind them for the rock worms. While the rock worms are eating, they must massage the worms vigorously. The skin of the rock worms is extremely rough, and they must use all their strength to warm up the worms' bodies. The people here must work for more than 10 hours without a single moment of rest, leaving them all exhausted. After years of hard work, a rock worm will finally mature and be ready to be sold. But when they carry hundreds of rock worms to the four-digit towns thousands of meters higher, they can only get a few pieces of magical equipment and cans of highly compressed air that are worthless on the planet's surface. Leaving aside the problem of not having enough food, the serious lack of fresh air makes the residents here dare not be too excited. Crying, laughing, and playing all intensify the consumption of oxygen and waste the town's precious fresh air. Over time, they all become as taciturn and gloomy as you can see now. Only the carefree children, unaware of the value of fresh air, laugh without concern, consuming oxygen more valuable than crystals to their heart's content. Life without accidents and in peace is already extremely miserable, but the threat of wildlings or demon beasts from deeper below, the town collapsing due to an earthquake, or magma erupting and burning everyone to ashes, means they could have no life at all. These natural disasters are like swords hanging by a thread, ready to fall at any second, causing them constant, pervasive pressure. Apart from natural disasters, there are human-made disasters, such as the accidental discovery of mother lodes or ancient relics. Discovering such treasures should be a good thing, but the residents here are too weak, and their supply of oxygen is controlled by the upper towns. They have no means to protect themselves. If mother lodes or relics are found, it could attract the attention of malevolent, voracious bandits from the upper towns or immortal cultivators from the surface of the planet. In the best-case scenarios, they might be captured as slaves or cannon fodder to explore the relics. In the worst cases, they might not even have the chance to be slaves or cannon fodder, but could be banished deeper underground to become wildlings or simply annihilated. The immortal cultivators have a lot of healthy and well-trained slaves that can replace them. While such tragedies have never happened in the 10,084th district, they are certainly not rare in other five-digit towns. When one town discovers a valuable mother lode or relic, it often spells their doom. Over time, most of the five-digit towns have learned their lesson. They diligently raise fungi and rock worms within their territory while strictly forbidding residents from explorations and adventures. Anyone who finds a new mother lode or relic, or even something similar, is often killed mercilessly to keep their secrets in the dark. Brother Yao, from the Star Ocean Republic to the Imperium of true human beings, no matter how politics and society have changed on the planet's surface, this is the life that the locals of the underground world have always lived. If they have retained intense emotions, these emotions must have been condensed into one thing: pain. If they have desires, their only desire is to survive and continue their hopeless existence. Brother Yao, you said I was deceived by Sister Long. I have thought about it carefully, and I don't think Sister Long's methods, which border on brainwashing, are correct. However, I can say that if many residents of the underground world voluntarily accept Sister Long's brainwashing, I find it very understandable. What they wash away is only the pain that can never be healed and the despair that will never fade. Lost for words, Li Yao was deep in thought. Li Jialing seemed to be venting all his ideas from the past 10 days, if not years. He went on, Brother Yao, I was told that in the Star Ocean Republic 1,000 years ago, there was a humanitarian idea that believed when someone was caught in the pain of an incurable disease, they had the right to end their own life. This was known as euthanasia. In the Imperium of true human beings, immortal cultivators are encouraged to sacrifice their pride and dignity when they can no longer contribute to human civilization. This ensures that resources are saved for others. When I underwent the excruciating procedures with Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan, I thought of suicide more than once. For me at that time, death was not a pain but a relief. The most precious thing for a person is life. If we agree that one has the right to give up their life when faced with unbearable and uncontrollable pain, then is it not also an option to voluntarily abandon parts of feelings, desires, and free will? Is it really unethical, unacceptable, and even incomprehensible? Those are two different things, Li Yao said slowly after a long pause. I admit that as individuals, you and I have the right to end our lives when facing irresolvable agony, which aligns with the spirit of humanitarianism. However, it is one thing for an individual to end their own life, but quite another for a higher authority to terminate everyone's life on a large scale. Individuals may falter, surrender, and give up in the face of pain, but any responsible authority should not solve problems through mass euthanasia. This approach does not solve the problem, it eliminates the people who have the problem. To put it more simply, faced with the shortage of resources, Long Yangjun or the highest authorities of the Covenant Alliance demand individuals to repress their feelings and desires as much as possible to reduce resource consumption. Isn't it like asking people to go on a diet during a famine? If there's not enough food, just grow more crops. No matter how hard you diet, you still need food. No matter how tightly the three fundamental laws seal everyone, human beings are the wisest of all creatures because of their feelings and desires. Therefore, I can never agree with Long Yangjun or the Covenant Alliance's solution to the resource shortage. Their plan is simply too untechnical, irresponsible, and will never solve the root of the problem. Even if the locals here erase all their feelings and desires, they still need food and fresh air, even if in lesser amounts. What's the point, then, of slightly postponing the inevitable doom? Of course, what you said just now is not entirely unreasonable. The tip of the iceberg that Long Yangjun showed me has already made me understand why so many people are willing to be branded with the three fundamental laws. Let's just continue to watch. We've seen enough of the 10,084th district. Where are Long Yangjun's specific coordinates? Let's go and find her. Li Jialing inserted a special chip into Li Yao's wrist crystal processor, claiming it would connect Li Yao's and Long Yangjun's crystal processors. Long Yangjun had gone to the deeper areas to mediate in the war among the wildlings and to disseminate her ideas of serenity. Her movements were unpredictable, and only the chip could tell exactly where she was. Li Yao suddenly thought of something else. He asked Li Jialing, out of curiosity, if there were still large-scale wars in the underground worlds. Li Jialing nodded and said yes. Generally, organized towns with civilizational systems rarely experienced massive wars, mostly because fresh air in the underground worlds was exceedingly valuable. Even during heavy labor, where everyone toiled and sweated, they were often very cautious and dared not breathe heavily, even if their lips turned blue and they were nearly suffocating. War, however, consumed oxygen more than anything else. A napalm bomb, which might not cause much damage on the planet's surface, was enough to deplete the oxygen in several tunnels and caves. As for the upgraded temperature and pressure bombs, they were even more devastating. Thus, when two 5-digit towns went to war, it often ended in a tragedy where neither side emerged victorious, both would gain nothing from the conflict. However, this did not mean that humans could entirely abandon their nature and stop brutalizing each other. In extreme cases, such as when an earthquake destroyed an entire town, magma obliterated all the moss, vine, and fungi plantations, or an unexpected plague killed all the earthworms, the survivors would have no other choice but to unite and wage war on neighboring towns in a frenzied manner. Such hastily launched attacks typically ended in brutal defeats. When the losers had nowhere to retreat, they would have to risk venturing deeper into the uncharted, dark, and deadly parts of the underground world. 99% of them would end up as meals for wildlings and demon beasts, while the 1% of lucky dogs would soon forget their identities, losing their wisdom before becoming the new generation of wildlings. Of course, most of the so-called wildlings were humans who escaped to the underground world during the Great Dark Age, when they could no longer endure the tyranny of the demons. They were joined by demons who also fled when the demon reign collapsed. This was because the environment at the border of the crust and the mantle was extremely harsh. Not only was the breathable oxygen here lethal, but the temperature was also ridiculously high. Normal humans could not adapt to this wilderness, which lacked an air circulation system and cooling rune arrays, and would not survive long after entering the unforgiving territory. Demons, and the humans who were governed by them during the Great Dark Age, had unique advantages, however. Li Yao now understood that the so-called demons and humans were essentially the same. The 30,000 years of the Great Dark Age were, in fact, a period of brutal human oppression and tyranny over other humans. Nevertheless, this was an age of highly advanced biochemical technologies, with gene power research reaching its peak. To excavate the underground mother lodes and harness geothermal energy, many humans were forced to undergo genetic modifications, turning them into demons that required minimal oxygen and could tolerate extreme drought and heat. Even their forms transformed into bizarre, colossal reptiles. The offspring of these genetically modified humans had a much higher chance of mutation compared to ordinary humans, as the gene locks within them had been unlocked. Over generations, these humans, or demons, who fled to the underground realms further mutated due to the harsh environment. They consumed less and less oxygen and became increasingly resistant to drought and high temperatures. Some variations even developed a dense layer of plants on their skin. The plants absorb carbon dioxide and release oxygen, while the demons inhale oxygen and exhale carbon dioxide. It's a remarkable symbiosis. At first glance, these demons appear like plants that can walk and talk, but in reality, they are people forced to migrate to such a harsh environment. As a result, the humans from the 10,084th district, who only ventured into the underground realms during the Star Ocean Imperium, found it challenging to adjust to life in the deeper, shelterless areas without a civilized infrastructure. However, for humans and demons born in the Great Dark Age, a small fraction of their descendants could still survive in the darkness as wildlings. Alongside these wildlings, other animals and plants thrived. The demon emperors and demon gods of the Great Dark Age, alongside all the cultivator civilizations from the Star Ocean Imperium, attempted to colonize the subterranean world without exception. They not only established large-scale shelters and bases underground but also bred numerous species adapted to the oxygen-poor, dark, and high-temperature conditions through genetic modifications and radiation mutations. Their goal was to recreate the entire surface ecosystem, thereby expanding everyone's living space 100-fold. However, 99% of these underground creature experiments failed. The animals and plants they created could only survive in the artificial environments of the shelters and bases, and they were all anomalous species that required the comfort of a laboratory, like the rock worms. Yet, after many shelters and underground towns were destroyed by earthquakes and magma eruptions, 1% of the experimental creatures escaped and survived, once again becoming wild animals and plants. The wild animals were to the rock worms what boars were to pigs, or what wolves were to dogs. Li Jialing told Li Yao that while the wildlings and the animals were aggressive, they would not attack organized towns like the 10,084th district without a good reason. Although the shelter system in such places had collapsed, some defense rune arrays might still be functional. Moreover, people here had traded abundant rock worms with residents of upper levels for a lot of tough attack magic equipment. If the wildlings did not attack with all their strength, it would be barely possible for them to conquer a town. Besides, there were conflicts among the wildlings themselves. They were divided into different clans and tribes, and their hatred could date back to 10,000 years. Most of the time, it was the wildlings fighting each other, and they rarely targeted the residents of the 10,084th district. Li Yao asked Li Jialing why the wildlings hated each other. Li Jialing replied that, based on their origins and the time they entered the underground world, the wildlings had gradually evolved into different tribes. The wildlings of one tribe were the oppressed humans who came here during the 30,000 years of the Great Dark Age, while the wildlings of another tribe were the demon nobles who were forced to flee here during the rise of the Star Ocean Imperium. Wouldn't such two tribes be naturally embroiled in a vendetta against each other? While the two tribes were engaged in a fierce war, the Star Ocean Imperium on the planet's surface collapsed once again, and a group of people who had just embraced the ideas of the cultivators escaped to the underground world. Although most of them stayed in the shelters, some intended to stir trouble by leveraging the strength of the wildlings. As a result, more fuel was poured onto the fire, and the unending war in the dark grew increasingly chaotic and cruel. Although the brilliance of civilization had dimmed over time, the memory of hatred was passed down through generations. Today, even the wildling tribes do not know why they are fighting hostile tribes. It has become a natural instinct ingrained in their genetic strands. Li Jialing told Li Yao that 3 wildling tribes inhabited the death zones near the 10,084th district, known as the Black Armors, Night Wings, and Red Rings. The Black Armors, as their name suggests, possessed an exceptionally robust black shell. This shell not only offered high defense but also acted like a special solar panel, storing the high subterranean temperatures and converting heat into vital energy, significantly lowering the Black Armor's need for food. Thus, they could avoid unnecessary hunting, greatly enhancing their survival capabilities. Conversely, the Night Wings were blessed with broad membranous wings. In the underground world, full of narrow, rugged caves, these wings were not for flying or gliding. Instead, they could encase the Night Wings in cold, large cocoons, preventing the loss of body heat and moisture and shielding them from infrared detection by other predators. Many residents of the 10,084th district believe that when the Night Wings envelop themselves with their membranous wings, they transform into cold stalagmites, entering a unique hibernation state where they require no sustenance for years. Naturally, that was an exaggeration of their abilities, but the Night Wings were certainly adept at survival. Meanwhile, the Red Rings were the most terrifying predators in the area. The Black Armors and the Night Wings' naturally endowed techniques focused more on defense, while the genetic mutations of the Red Rings were more inclined toward attacks. They had a pair of red eyes that were extremely sensitive to infrared rays and an organ that could detect ultrasonic waves, much like bats. These two abilities allowed them to perceive everything around them clearly in the deepest darkness, where there was absolutely no light. With their powerful hunting skills, the Red Rings had been overpowering the Night Wings for thousands of years. Even the membranes of the night wings might have evolved to avoid detection by the red rings. It was not until the black armors arrived from elsewhere and joined forces with the night wings to resist the red rings that the conflict among the wildling tribes reached a balance. Of course, this was only the roughest theory. Outsiders were neither aware of nor interested in the specific details. However, the earthquakes near the 10,084th district were becoming more frequent and seemed to have destroyed the habitats of many wild animals and plants. These animals and plants were the targets of hunting and collection for the wildling tribes. With the loss of most of their food sources, tensions among the wildling tribes escalated. If the tension was not resolved promptly, there would be only two possibilities. Optimally, the black armors, night wings, and red rings might kill each other in a fierce battle and go extinct. Alternatively, when all three tribes were short of food, they might temporarily set aside their deep-seated grudges and attack the nearby 10,084th district together. After all, the oinks of thousands of fat rock worms could spread to deeper parts of the world through the gaps. It was against this backdrop that Long Yangjun went to the areas where the three wildling tribes were active. Many Nepenthe believers accompanied her, including those from the 10,084th district and many from the four-digit towns or higher places. According to Nepenthe's principles, all humans were brothers and sisters, and worth saving, regardless of where they lived. Frowning, Li Yao decided to enter the wildling tribes and track Long Yangjun after hearing Li Jialing's introduction. When they passed the giant tree at the center of the 10,084th district, he suddenly changed his mind. "Wait a moment," Li Yao said. "Tell me where the core units of the air circulation system and the cooling arrays of the 10,084th district are." As Li Yao had expected, the core units of the air circulation system and the cooling arrays were right below the giant tree, or the mainframe crystal processor. Both were crucial for the locals. If they broke down, the locals would either suffocate due to lack of oxygen or be killed by the high temperature. However, perhaps out of fear of immortal cultivators, or due to their absolute trust in the Serenity Seraph, believing that the Seraph's honorable guests would not harm them, none of the locals dared to stop them from investigating, they simply observed from a distance. While the young people still showed confusion, doubt, and anxiety, the adults and elders maintained their usual tranquility and silence. The air filtering and circulation magical equipment was a fundamental tool for space voyages, found on every starship. Besides, as the Prince of Ventilation Tubes, Li Yao had profound knowledge of ventilation tubes and various air circulation systems. Naturally, it was impossible for him to make any mistake. After smoothly removing the shell of the units, Li Yao grew serious when he saw the carbon dioxide sieve, the cartridge, and the oxygen generator inside. There were very mature and reliable technologies for the production of air circulation devices and cartridges. Even during the Great Dark Age, tens of thousands of years ago, people roamed space in starships equipped with air circulation systems that were almost magical. Despite the technological decline over 10,000 years of warfare, this fundamental technology was never lost. Even the Star Glory Federation, situated at the edge of the cosmos, had developed it to such a high level that the massive air circulation systems in their space fortresses could provide fresh air for millions of people simultaneously. The technologies of the Imperium of true human beings were at least decades more advanced than those of the Star Glory Federation, and they certainly possessed more knowledge about air circulation as well. Li Yao had access to extensive files about the starships of the Imperium, stored in Li Linghai's deep-sea palace. He had conducted thorough studies on the air circulation systems of these starships. Even the massive starships over 10 kilometers long, built hundreds of years ago, never encountered any technical difficulties with air cleaning, filtering, and recycling. With a small amount of highly compressed catalyst, waste could be continuously transformed into fresh air. The sieves at the molecular level then filtered out toxins. Even during a massive fire on a starship, which produced intense poisonous smoke, the overall combat performance of the ship remained unaffected. The air circulation devices used in the underground world were slightly different from those on starships. They required less airtightness but had much higher requirements for heat and vibration resistance. However, this wasn't a significant issue. Li Yao knew several special ceramics that, when applied to the surface of components, could significantly enhance their heat and vibration resistance. The process was not complex, and the cost was certainly not high. However, in the core units of the air circulation magical equipment in the 10,084th district, all the cleaning chips and exchange units were rusted and deformed. The rune arrays on the surface and inside were as twisted as the scribbles of naughty kids. No anti-heat measures were taken. Due to continuous day and night operation and the lack of a proper cooling system, the temperatures inside the units were so high that a light jab with a finger would leave a dent. Crude did not even begin to describe these components. They were far behind the current age. Even the assembly lines from 500 or 800 years ago wouldn't have produced such poor products. Only God knew which unqualified factory crafted them. Something would surely be wrong if the air in the town could be fresh with such subpar components. This explained why Li Yao had been smelling dirt and rust the entire time he was there. Li Yao was infuriated and even disgusted. For a master refiner like him, watching such terrible components was almost an insult to his eyes and mind. Holding back his fury, he stood straight and shouted at the locals outside, "Who purchased these components? Who installed them? And from whom did you buy them? You've been tricked." Li Yao's voice echoed in the cavern and shattered against the stalactites and stalagmites, but was met only by silence. The locals, who had been hiding behind the spikes and fungi and secretly observing them, quickly drew back like startled snakes. "It's no use, Brother Yao. Stop shouting. Apart from the few designated talents trained by Sister Long, no one will talk to us," Li Jialing explained. "The locals consider us immortal cultivators, or at least people who come from the planet's surface. For hundreds of years, the immortal cultivators from the surface have brought nothing but slavery, destruction, and catastrophes to the locals. In the past, wherever the immortal cultivators appeared, it often meant that precious mother lodes and relics had been discovered in the area, and it also meant that nearby villages would suffer a disaster. Over time, the dread of the surface people has been deeply ingrained in the bones of the underground locals, whose only form of resistance is silence. There are too many lessons to be learned. When the immortal cultivators heard of new mother lodes and relics below the ground, they would arrive, feigning kindness and friendliness, offering resources the locals desperately needed in the name of His Majesty or the major sections. But their true intent was to extract information about the mother lodes and relics from the underground locals. Once the information was obtained and the coordinates and reserves were determined, the immortal cultivators would immediately change their attitude. The entire village would be destroyed, and the villagers would either be annihilated on the spot or enslaved until death. Such events have occurred countless times and cannot be entirely concealed. Over time, all the locals have come to understand that speaking to the surface people leads to disaster, and they must remain silent and keep their distance from strangers. Li Yao frowned. "Aren't we the honored guests of that Serenity Seraph? It's precisely because we are Sister Long's honored guests that they dare to watch us, and a maid can speak to us freely," Li Jialing said. "Otherwise, when people from the ground like us come here, they'd likely hide in the caves, trembling in fear alongside the rock worms." Li Yao sighed and scanned the fog again. His gaze seemed to pierce through the cold, hard shell of the underground locals, almost allowing him to sense the panic, anxiety, confusion, and even a hint of hope beneath their indifferent exterior. Li Jialing continued, "In fact, you don't even need to ask them such a simple question. The answer is obvious when you think about it. If the components sold to them were not so poor that the facilities break down daily and could function reliably for a long time, there would be no oxygen supply issues, would there? If the oxygen supply were fine and there were enough rock worms, this place could sustain itself. Then, How could the 3-digit and 4-digit towns control the 5-digit towns like the 10,084th district, and how could they obtain dozens of rock worms by paying a tiny can of compressed air? Slightly dazed, Li Yao gradually grew cold. Li Jialing said with a bitter smile, after living a carefree life for half a year with the help of the omnipotent brother Yao, it seems I've returned to the days when I had to rack my brain to deal with Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan, just to see everything clearly. This is really uncomfortable. Li Yao stopped speaking and fell to one knee before the air circulation magical equipment. With his eyes half closed, he listed the materials inside his cosmos rings and drafted a maintenance plan in his head. For an expert like him, who could even repair a colossus, maintaining a piece of air circulation magical equipment was really nothing. However, Li Yao considered the plan for 5 minutes, refining it with the utmost caution and care. Then, he cleaned and sharpened all the components with his best efforts for an entire hour. The materials too poor to be used were simply discarded and replaced with the heavenly materials and earthly treasures he had tricked from Li Linghai. Using his still extremely weakened soul, he reorganized the entire circulation and cleaning system with micro-engraving techniques at the molecular level. As for the catalysts to transform carbon dioxide into oxygen, he had none in his cosmos rings. Thankfully, mixing them was not complicated. Without even frowning, Li Yao combined a bucket of them with several invaluable cooling liquids and combustion improvers. Considering the consumption rate of all the residents of the 10,084th district and the rock worms, it should suffice for the next few years. Nailed it. Li Yao smiled at the renewed, glittering components and then closed the cover of the core units. He then adjusted the activation rune arrays nearby. Immediately, a wave of cool and fresh air gushed from the roots and branches of the giant tree, spreading throughout the tire. It was as refreshing as a drizzle on a hot summer afternoon. Many locals had been carefully watching what Li Yao was doing from a distance. They did not dare to stop him and did not know exactly what he was doing until this moment. Almost unable to believe what their eyes and skin had sensed, they were all utterly dumbfounded. It had been a long time, perhaps thousands of years since the ancestors of their ancestors, that they had forgotten the feeling of ecstasy. The darkness and destitution of reality had even forced them to accept Long Yangjuan's kindness, abandoning their feelings that brought nothing but pain and desperation. But right now, their long-sealed minds were suddenly rippling. Rigid, twisted, and peculiar expressions appeared on their faces, where sunny smiles were gradually blossoming, regardless of age or gender. They were all staggering and dancing as if drunk. Dear folks, I've just repaired your air circulation system. The oxygen percentage in the air is gradually returning to normal, and the toxins in the air have been filtered. You've been used to a low oxygen level for a long time, so you will experience a phenomenon called oxygen intoxication after the sudden increase in oxygen. But it won't harm you at all and will only make you smarter and stronger. There's no need to be anxious. Li Yao stood up straight again. Not caring whether the locals were following him or if they would believe him even if they understood his words, he continued, I've noticed that the general cooling system of this town has many hidden issues too. I will help you fix them after I return from the deeper parts. Then, I will compile all the maintenance procedures into an operation manual for you, so you can maintain them in the future on your own. Trust me, it's not complicated at all. However, for safety reasons, it's best if you elect 2 representatives who are the smartest and most skilled. I will teach them step by step, and they can then teach the rest of you. Then, you will no longer need to trade the rock worms you've raised with so much effort for that insignificant compressed air, and you won't be exploited by the upper levels anymore.